So, during the 5 years I dated my campus Belle girlfriend, I had always acted completely laid back. But just to see me jealous, while I was busy ordering her custom birthday cake, she ran through a violent storm to bring an umbrella to her junior schoolmate. She thought no one would ever know. Who knew a video of her hugging him in the rain would instantly blow up the entire King by campus network? Early the next morning, Shen Xingxuang was jolted awake by her best friend's non-stop barrage of calls. On the other end, Mei Liangshan tore into her at once. Shen Xingxuang, are you stupid? The sudden fury left Shen Xingxuang stunned. Lu Chen was such a good boyfriend, and you did not cherish him. Instead, you got tangled up with another man. Is your brain filled with paste? After being scolded so harshly by her friend, Shen Xingxuang sharply caught the key point in her words. Unease surged through her at once. She shot up from her chair. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Mei Liangshan gave a cold snort. Let me ask you, where are you right now? Shen Xingxuang was about to answer, when she suddenly remembered she was at the hospital with Xiao Chesheng. The words stuck in her throat. Mei Liangshan clearly guessed why she did not dare answer. Her anger burned even hotter. You are still at the hospital with that Xiao Chesheng, aren't you? You are seriously pissing me off. Do you know the video of you two is already spreading like wildfire on the campus network? With a thunderous crash, Shen Xingxuang felt as if something slammed hard into her skull. Only then did she remember she had promised to pick me up. But after taking Xiao Chesheng to the hospital, she had forgotten it completely. In a panic, she hung up. After unlocking her phone, a dense list of missed calls popped up. Most of them were from me. In that moment, Shen Xingxuang's chest felt smothered by something heavy. She hurriedly opened our chat, ready to explain. But Xiao Chesheng, beside her, gripped her hand tightly. His eyes were red. His voice was full of grievance. Sister Xingxuang, do not go. He had caught the gist of Mei Liangshan's words. He knew what happened yesterday had spread, but he felt there was nothing wrong with liking someone. So what if he had used a few tricks? He clutched Shen Xingxuang's hand and begged, do not go. Do not leave me alone in the hospital. Shen Xingxuang shook her head. Her eyes were full of panic. Chesheng, stop making trouble. The caregiver will be here soon. Be good and focus on recovering. The moment she finished speaking, Shen Xingxuang turned to leave, but Xiao Chesheng recklessly chased after her from the hospital bed. His foot caught on a chair, and he fell hard to the floor. Shen Xingxuang, who had just stepped out, froze. She quickly turned back. Seeing that, Xiao Chesheng burst into sobs. Sister Xingxuang, it hurts so much. Please, do not go, okay? Do not leave me alone. My mother died in a hospital. Please do not abandon me. I am so scared. His sobs sounded so helpless and terrified, as if Shen Xingxuang were the only thing holding his world together. But reason told Shen Xingxuang that if she missed our appointed time, I would definitely be furious. Yet when she thought of me carrying her out of the fire years ago, Shen Xingxuang's anxious heart gradually calmed. No, Lu Chen loves me so much. How could he deny me another chance over something this small? After all, he even dared to enter fire for me. Time slipped by, second by second. I stared at the empty seat before me, lost in thought. Another 10 minutes passed. Shen Xingxuang still did not appear. By then, our agreed meeting time had passed by a full hour. Was I disappointed? Probably. But not that disappointed. I was asking even though I already knew the answer. So the result was not surprising. I had wanted to break up face to face. But now even that final meeting was impossible. I put on my sunglasses. Then I lowered my head and posted the draft to WeChat Moments. A few minutes later, the King by Campus network exploded again. Someone had screenshotted my WeChat Moments update. Single and happy. The attached photo was my bright, boldly smiling face. The comments instantly became a giant gossip spectacle. My god-tier crush is finally single again. That face makes me want to drool over the screen. Whew, he is hot. Guys, our dream guy finally belongs to all of us again. Senior, don't box yourself in. I can switch teams for love. My wife is gorgeous. Pardon the public display, everyone. That honestly made me sick. Someone pee on this idiot and wake him up. If you're out of piss, I can lend you some. Seriously, with Senior's looks, how did that certain Xiao ever beat him? The campus network comments had completely fallen, but my WeChat moments stayed perfectly peaceful. The most common comment was, "Hello, senior. Your humble consort has waited far too long for this chance. Whether close to me or barely acquainted." Every single one lined up to confess. I smiled as I skimmed the WeChat moments notifications. By tacit agreement, no one mentioned Shen Qingxuang. My world would not lose all its color just because I lost Shen Qingxuang. Clearly, everyone else thought so too. I took a deep breath. Then I strode out of that painfully familiar cafe. Then I called my older cousin overseas. Well, my handsome guy. How do you have time to call your big sis? The moment Lu Siki took my call, she instantly halted the meeting in front of her. Her voice softened at once. The people in the office were long used to it. After all, as the only boy in the Lu family, everyone was accustomed to my special status. Back then, to protect me, the Lu family spent endless resources to send me back to Wagwo, the safest place in the world. Over the years, they had even begun gradually moving the Lu family assets back into the country. So stopping a meeting like this was not exactly routine for them, but it was hardly shocking either. I drove the car, facing the sunlight beyond the garage as I slowly exhaled. Only then did I answer Lu Siki. I broke up. At that, Lu Siki's expression changed instantly. The warmth on her face vanished into gloom. The people in the office exchanged glances. Then they lowered their heads and held their breath. The office atmosphere dropped to freezing. As Lu family employees, basic hiring requirements included knowing Chinese, so everyone present understood our conversation. Holding back her fury, Lu Siki rose and left the meeting room. Once in her office, she finally lost control and kicked over the conference table. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath. Then she asked with concern, "Did you cry?" I gave a matter-of-course hum. Then I answered, "We dated for 4 years, after all. It would be strange if I did not cry. You lived at home for 15 years. Aside from when you were little, when has anyone else ever made you cry?" Lu Siki was aching with pity, but she only muttered that softly before saying, "You cannot hide this from Uncle and Annie." I pressed my lips together. I was not planning to hide it from them. Lu Siki sighed. With my parents' temper, once they know their precious troublemakers suffered this much, they probably will not last a single day overseas. She rubbed her brow and sighed. "All right, talk. What do you want me to do?" I chuckled. "I graduate in 1 month. After graduation, I do not want to stay in Jing City." Honestly, it was not really because of Shen Qingxuang. I had just been in Jing City for so many years that I was tired of it. I wanted to go somewhere else and look around. "Where do you want to go?" Lu Siki asked. I laughed softly. "Gangcheng. Do you not have a branch company there? That way I will have something to do." "What do you think?" "But that place." Lu Siki frowned. "Gangcheng's public security is better than in past years, but that place is hostile to outsiders. You may not be comfortable there." But before Lu Siki could think it through, I launched my shameless routine. "Sis, if you do not let me go, I will not eat for 3 days." Lu Siki sounded helpless. "My precious troublemaker. Are you not tired of using that move?" I answered with perfect confidence. "Not tired. It works, and that is enough." Lu Siki truly had no way to handle me. After all, she had watched me grow up herself. I knew how to act spoiled and coax people. I also had the Lu family's elders and juniors wrapped around my finger. If she did not go along with me, who knew what trick this precious troublemaker would pull next? After thinking for a moment, Lu Siki nodded. "I will have someone arrange your place to stay. As for Uncle and Annie, you tell them yourself." After hanging up, I drove straight to the airport. Although graduation was still a month away, everything required by the finance department was already done. All that remained was waiting to receive my diploma. So this whole month was free time for me, since I had decided to spend some time in Gangcheng later. Going now to experience it first, and see a different local culture sounded good too. As for clothes and luggage, I could buy them after I arrived. I messaged Aunt Yu and asked her to have someone drive the car back to the villa. After telling her where I was going, I turned off my phone. As for Shen Qingxuang, who only then hurried to the cafe, whatever she felt had nothing to do with me. 3 hours after I boarded the plane, Shen Qingxuang finally managed to calm Xiao Chesheng down. Then she rushed out of the hospital without stopping. But what she did not expect was that The moment she left the hospital, she received the news that I had announced I was single again. With disbelief, she opened my WeChat moments. All she saw was a blank line. Seeing that, Shen Xingxuang froze. Had Lu Chen blocked her, or deleted her? The instant that thought surfaced, Shen Xingxuang's heart nearly stopped. She fumbled to call me, but only a cold mechanical voice came through the phone. The number you have dialed cannot be reached. Shen Xingxuang did not know what to do. She only felt that, at the moment she could not reach me, the world seemed to turn upside down. Everything before her lost its color. Only panic pressed hard against her chest. Clinging to one last shred of hope, she rushed to the cafe. She looked around, hoping to see me. But I was not there. Among the passing crowd, there was no trace of me at all. This cafe was one Shen Xingxuang had opened especially for me. It was also where we had most often dated. She stared at the familiar place before her. It was as if every table still held the sight of us talking easily on dates, smiling warmly at each other. But in the next instant, everything before her vanished. Shen Xingxuang found a staff member and forced herself to ask calmly, "Where is Lu Chen?" Mr. Lu sat here for 2 hours, then left. He did not order anything either. At that, pain stabbed through Shen Xingxuang's chest. She asked again, "When did he leave?" The staff member frowned and thought for a moment. "Let me think. Around 10:30, I think." 10:30. Shen Xingxuang lowered her head and looked at her phone. I had messaged her at 9:30. So after arriving at our agreed time, I had waited another full hour for her. What had I been thinking during that hour? What kind of decision had I made? What had made me, while she never showed up, stop contacting her altogether? Though she hated to admit it, at that moment, all of Shen Xingxuang's self-assured certainty completely collapsed. She began to realize I was truly angry. We had been together for so long. Although my personality was a little proud, I always said what bothered me face to face. But this kind of silence was a first. If he was acting like this now, did that mean he no longer wanted her? A dense, prickling pain filled her chest. The moment that guess appeared, it began squeezing her heart. Shen Xingxuang's eyes stung. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. She returned to the car like a walking corpse. Yet her trembling hands moved mechanically, calling my number again and again. Who knew how much time passed? The other phone on Shen Xingxuang's passenger seat began vibrating too. Xiao Zhesheng probably could not get through on this phone, so he had called her backup phone instead. But Shen Xingxuang had no intention of answering. She stared blankly at the dim parking garage before her. Her heart felt gripped tighter and tighter by an invisible hand. She was clearly in pain. Her chest felt tight. Her head throbbed. Her eyes stung so badly that even blinking felt almost impossibly hard. Yet her mind was completely blank. Shen Xingxuang wanted to drive to my house and find me, but she found that the hands gripping the steering wheel had no strength at all. Only then did she understand. She loved me even more than she had believed. In the few seconds Shen Xingxuang sat there dazed, Mei Liangxin's call came in. Shen Xingxuang hurriedly answered. The first thing she said was, "Help me." On the other end, Mei Liangxin froze. Then she sighed. "Where are you?" After giving Mei Liangxin her location, Shen Xingxuang finally seemed to find an outlet. She murmured in pain, "I cannot reach Lu Chen. I did not know it would turn out like this. He must be so hurt. That is why he does not want to talk to me." As Mei Liangxin hurried toward Shen Xingxuang's location, she said with biting sarcasm, "It is not that you did not know. You were just greedy. What exactly is wrong with Lu Chen? What made you do something like this to betray him?" Shen Xingxuang, if not for the fact that we grew up together, I would absolutely kick you while you are down over this. Mei Liangxin racked her brain and still could not understand. What was the point of Shen Xingxuang cheating? In terms of looks, Lu Chen and Xiao Zhesheng were not the same type, but Lu Chen was definitely no worse than him. In terms of family background, the Lu family might not be overwhelmingly powerful now, but it had developed well over the years. Xiao Zhesheng could not compare with Lu Chen at all. In terms of talent, Xiao Zhesheng was indeed a king by university student, but an ordinary top student, and someone like Lu Chen, who could place steadily in the top 3 of major competitions, were separated by a real gulf. So, where exactly was Lu Chen lacking? What could make Shen Xingxuang betray him like this? No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand. After turning it over and over, Mei Liangxin reached only one answer. Shen Qingshuang was acting desperate. Mei Liangxin's words were harsh, but Shen Qingshuang did not argue. With her head lowered, she was asking herself too, why had she done something that wronged me? When exactly had it begun? Perhaps it was because, even though I was the perfect kid everyone looked up to and praised, Shen Qingshuang was still the most special person in my eyes. No matter when, no matter where, as long as she was there, his gaze always fell on her. In the faint morning light, in the pouring rain of midsummer, in autumn winds after unbearable heat, in cold, dry winter snow, even late at night beneath a high moon, as long as she needed me, I would appear at her side without hesitation. Who would have thought a rich young master like me could actually cook so well? But Shen Qingshuang knew. Not only did she know, I could make every dish she loved. I was not like other men, always making demands of her, or throwing a temper. Maybe because I had lacked nothing since childhood. Over time, the sharp-edged me that others saw seemed to have no edges at all before her. So, when Xiao Chusheng appeared, with a completely different personality, Shen Qingshuang's thoughts began to wander. Xiao Chusheng looked gentle, but he was stubborn by nature. Even after she rejected him many times, he still pursued her relentlessly. Again and again, he demanded a response from her. Even after receiving the tiniest bit of pity from her, he could be as happy as a child given candy. Compared with me, who seemed to have almost no hope, Xiao Chusheng was far too easy to satisfy. Without realizing it, that unfamiliar sense of achievement made her stop resisting Xiao Chusheng's deliberate closeness. Her heart began to stray. She began lying to me. She began spending more time on Xiao Chusheng. But what had I done wrong? I had only been too obedient in front of her. Never before had Shen Qingshuang recognized her own ugliness and shame so clearly. She collapsed weakly back into the driver's seat. Even she did not dare face such a despicable version of herself. How had Lu Chen faced it back then? When Mei Liangxin arrived, she found Shen Qingshuang looking half dead, catching the faint, unpleasant smell on her. Mei Liangxin covered her nose in disgust. Then she challenged her. Do not tell me you plan to see Lu Chen in those filthy clothes. Hearing Mei Liangxin's voice, Shen Qingshuang's unfocused gaze finally shifted to her. She tugged bitterly at the corner of her lips. I will clean myself up before I go find him. Seeing her like this, Mei Liangxin could not say much more. She took her to a hotel to wash and get ready, then headed to my house. But the two of them waited outside my front gate for half an hour, and no one came out. Nerves stretched tight, Shen Qingshuang had no choice but to try her fingerprint. But the instant she placed her finger on it, the system said recognition failed. Shen Qingshuang's heart stopped for a beat. She was about to try again, when Aunt Zhao's voice sounded behind her. Miss Shen. The two hurriedly turned to look at Aunt Zhao, who was carrying something. Shen Qingshuang took a deep breath. Only then did she speak carefully. Aunt Zhao. I came to see Lu Chen. Aunt Zhao replied with an indifferent expression. I know, but the young master has gone traveling. I do not know when he will return. Tomorrow, I will also be going abroad for a while. You do not need to come here again. I had not told Aunt Zhao what had happened between Shen Qingshuang and me. But with my personality, for me to make such a decisive choice meant Shen Qingshuang had done something unforgivable. Since that was the case, even though Aunt Zhao used to like Shen Qingshuang, she would not act against my wishes now. Seeing Aunt Zhao finish speaking and move to enter the house, Shen Qingshuang quickly stopped her. She pleaded in pain. Annie, could you help me call Lu Chen? I have something to say to him. Please. Aunt Zhao shook her head helplessly. I cannot help you. If I anger the young master, the Lu family will dismiss me. Although Aunt Zhao did not want to interfere between Shen Qingshuang and me, in the end, she could not hold back. Miss Shen, you have known the young master for so many years. You should know his temper. I cannot imagine what you did to him. The young master has never suffered much grievance since childhood. Yet now you have actually made him cry. You have disappointed us beyond words. Lu Chen cried. Shen Qingshuang's throat felt as if something had blocked it. Only after a long while did she force out those words. As for Aunt Zhao's question, she could not answer. She had no face to answer. Mei Liangxin, standing beside her, had not expected me to cry either. I had made the decision so decisively that they thought I would not be hurt. Seeing Shen Qingshuang so lost and shattered, Aunt Zhao shook her head and said nothing more. She turned and went into the house. As the door before her closed again, tears streamed from Shen Qingxuang's reddened eyes. Her clenched hands turned white. She had no idea what she could do to repair or salvage this. Mei Liangshin took in the sight of her. In the end, she could only sigh. She and Shen Qingxuang both knew they would not see me today. As for after that, suddenly, Shen Qingxuang's voice rang out. No, I have to find him. With that, she rushed out. Meanwhile, I had just gotten off the plane when I ran into a full-blown spectacle. A fat middle-aged woman had actually driven a man to the verge of tears in public. I had not planned to meddle, but the next second, her words shattered my worldview. The airport corridor was packed with people. Suddenly, a cry cut through the noise. I pulled down my sunglasses. I saw a young man in his early 20s let out a startled cry. His eyes were full of panic. Across from him stood a fat woman in her 40s. When everyone around them looked over, she did not panic at all. Instead, she pulled at the corner of her mouth and explained, "Sorry, I accidentally bumped into this handsome young man just now. I did not expect him to react so strongly." She deliberately emphasized the words handsome young man. The passers-by kept glancing over. So, she was basically an older woman chasing a much younger man. Yet some people saw her polite and refined manner, and actually believed it was only a misunderstanding. But the man protested, wronged, and upset. This is not the first time she touched me. On the plane, she kept deliberately making physical contact with me. Who would have thought that after hearing this, the woman would laugh sarcastically? Handsome young man. You cannot just make things up. What kind of man have I not had? Someone like you? Her lewd gaze swept over the man's body. Then her tone suddenly changed. On the plane, you kept beating around the bush for my contact information. You even said I was your springtime. I only turned you down. I did not expect a grown man like you to take revenge on me this way. At the end, she even added in Cantonese, "What is the world coming to? You really cannot judge a book by its cover." Now the man was left with no way to defend himself. Choked with anger, he immediately argued back. "You were clearly the one trying to take advantage of me. The flight attendants can testify. I was harassed by you and had to change seats. How can you be so shameless?" But his voice was thick with tears, so it had no force at all. The people present did not believe that a grown man could be harassed. Just then, I took out my phone and snapped a picture. I sent the photos straight to the staff. Then I rolled my wrist and walked toward them. That woman was still performing, brazenly confident. "How about this? If you really want my contact information, I will give you the chance. Maybe I just like seeing you cry. Call me sweet big sister. Let me hear it." Right then, I cut her off directly. "What the hell? Are you showing off for?" Amid a wave of shocked gasps, I stepped out of the crowd and stood firmly in front of the young man. When the woman saw me, she narrowed her eyes in displeasure. But seeing I was alone, she instantly relaxed again. "Young man, I advise you not to get involved." I ignored her completely. I simply took off my sunglasses and handed them back. The young man named Chen froze for a second too, but he still instinctively reached out with both hands and took my sunglasses. I didn't even turn my head. I gave her the same contemptuous look that fat woman had used on Chen and sized her up from head to toe. Then I let out a sneer. "Old hag, if you've got the balls, go look in a mirror. With that ugly mug of yours, one look is enough to cause 3 days of nightmares." My words stunned her, yet she still tried to argue back. "I make over 10,000 a month. I wear designer brands. Is it not normal for him to want me?" Just hearing her voice almost made me vomit. If a dog takes a dump by the roadside, is that meant to satisfy your cravings too? The moment I said that, the woman herself looked so disgusted her scalp nearly tightened. The passers-by watching the drama gradually began looking at her with mocking amusement. Under everyone's gaze, she still refused to admit defeat, so she glared at me viciously. "This is Gangcheng. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise," I did not take her threats seriously at all. Instead, I gave a cold snort. "Otherwise what? I am waiting. Either take me down right now, or apologize properly and get lost." My provocation completely enraged her. She instantly burst into a stream of curses. "Apologize, my ass. Mind your own damn business. I am not apologizing. What can you do to me? Go on, hit me if you dare. Hit me." My gaze turned cold in an instant. The next second, I raised my foot and kicked her. With a miserable scream, the woman's filthy abuse came to an abrupt stop. It was not over yet. I immediately walked behind her and kicked the back of her knee. With a heavy thud, her knees slammed into the floor. She screamed again from the pain. You little bastard. She was sweating all over from the pain. She had just tried to struggle to her feet when airport security rushed over. They immediately surrounded us. Miss, what are you trying to do? The moment security arrived, Chen beside me grew even more nervous. He anxiously tugged at the corner of my clothes. I can handle what comes next myself. I was the one who hit her. You should go. As he spoke, he handed my sunglasses back to me. Only then did I understand that this guy thought I had taken them off to make fighting easier. The way he looked at me was full of worship. At the same time, inside the VIP lounge not far away, several people were watching this side with great interest. A wine red-haired girl was so shocked her jaw practically dropped. That handsome guy has quite the sharp tongue. Another woman agreed. He really does. But now he is in trouble. Starting a fight at Gangcheng airport can be minor or serious. If that shameless woman keeps making a scene, he may have to spend a few days at the station. Just then, the wine red-haired girl looked toward the woman seated in the center. Sister Sia, are you going to play hero and save the beauty? The woman called Sister Sia had a flicker of amusement in her long, cool eyes. Then she gently shook her head. He does not need it. No sooner had she spoken than everyone saw me calmly make a phone call. Right after that, a voice came through the security captain's radio. Then, to everyone's surprise, he respectfully made an inviting gesture toward me. After that, they simply dragged away the woman who was still sprawled on the floor. The sight left everyone in the VIP room completely dumbfounded. Sister Sia, Chu Li said in shock. How did you know he would be fine? When Wang glanced at her from the side and explained that handsome guy was personally escorted out by airport staff when he got off the plane. Someone the airport treats with that much care is definitely not just rich. He must be someone important. Hearing that, when Wang immediately turned serious, she turned to look at Sia. Sister Sia, should we send someone to look into him? But Sia shook her head. No need. Maybe he is only here to travel. If we investigate him, we might offend him instead. Seeing that it was about time, Sia and the others stood and headed toward the boarding gate. At the same time, outside the airport, I looked helplessly at Chen beside me. Anything else? He first shook his head. Then, seeing me frown, he quickly nodded. His eyes were full of worship. Can I treat you to a meal? I happen to be hungry too. So I nodded. Do you know Gangcheng well? Chen answered at once. Pretty well. I study here. I have been to quite a few places. That put me at ease. Then let us find somewhere to eat. I am hungry too. No problem. Chen hurried to the roadside to hail a taxi. Only then did he turn back and say to me, my surname is Yi. My name is Chen. I nodded. Lu Chen. When he heard my name, his eyes shone even brighter. You are seriously amazing. I have never won an argument with anyone. Good thing you were here today. I curled my lips. What a coincidence. I have never lost an argument. Chen looked even more worshipful. Then he asked, are you still in school? I nodded. I graduate in June. Then you are a little older than me. He smiled and took the initiative to open the car door for me. Brother Lu, please, get in. Chen took the initiative to add my contact information. He saw my phone keep receiving calls, but I ignored every one of them. Though curious, he did not ask anything. Instead, he excitedly started introducing fun places in Gangcheng. Brother Lu, you have to visit Stone Slab Street. There are countless places to eat, drink, and have fun there. And there are tons of beautiful women. As I listened to his introduction, I silently noted the places that interested me. The two of us got out and arrived at a restaurant. After we sat down, Chen suddenly looked around. Then he lowered his voice and said to me with a serious face, in Gangcheng, Brother Lu, there's only one thing you need to watch out for. My interest was instantly piqued. What is it? Chen said solemnly. When you go out to have fun, if you run into rich people surnamed He, do not provoke them. He had probably guessed my background was not simple, but he still reminded me that even a powerful outsider should not cross the local boss. In Gangcheng, the He family stood above everyone else. Though I did not know Gangcheng well, I was clear on that much. I nodded with a smile. Do not worry. I will keep that in mind. After dinner, I said goodbye to Chen. Then I stood alone on the neon-lit street. The night wind blew over, and I could not help shivering. Gangcheng's temperature swings in late April were still sharp. At that moment, I was wearing only a thin shirt. The wind sobered me up at once. I could not find a suitable hotel nearby, so I had to hail a cab. By the time I checked in, it was already 8 at night. Looking at my phone, nearly drained by all the incoming calls, I frowned in disgust. Then I called home. After all, it was already very late overseas. I was not sure whether my parents were asleep, but the moment the call connected, it was answered immediately. My father's refined, warm voice came through at once. Chen, have you arrived? Hearing the concern in Dad's voice, my eyes reddened. I tried to keep my voice steady. I am so tired, Dad. I miss you and Mom. Hearing my words, Dad's tone instantly filled with worry. Then your mom and I will hand over our work and come back tomorrow to be with you. All right. My heart gave a hard tremble. They knew, if I had not suffered some terrible grievance, I would never be acting like this. Then Mom's voice came through too, carrying certainty that brooked no argument. Mom thinks that is a good idea. Baby, with us here, no one can bully you. We work this hard so you always have someone to rely on. So, do not worry about what comes after. Her words were like a warm current, wrapping around me in an instant. As long as you do not break the law, whatever you want to do, whoever you want to date, your dad and I will support you. But just then, Mom added weakly, it is fine if you do not date too. Mom can support you for life. From those few words, I knew. They had already heard about Shen Xingxuang and me. But I did not say much. I only answered, pretending to be relaxed. I am fine. I will still date. I hugged the quilt and rolled over. Then I said lazily, I'm not going to let one bad experience make me wary of every rope for 10 years. Besides, there are so many beautiful women in the world. How could I never feel tempted again? Right? Mom laughed. You are right, baby. With everything you have going for you, you will never lack girlfriends. We kept chatting slowly like that. Before I knew it, I fell asleep holding the phone. But on the other end of the call, where I could not know, listening to my even breathing, my father silently turned off the microphone. Only then did the tight crease between my mother's brows ease a little. Speed up the transfer of our assets back home. I want to be by Xiaochen's side sooner. It turned out that after I returned to China for school, my father had already begun moving the Liu family's vast holdings back home. But because of obstruction from several sides, only half had been transferred so far. Hearing his wife's words, a ruthless glint flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. But when he looked at my mother, they softened again. Get some sleep. He had already made up his mind to use tougher methods to clear away every obstacle. I slept until I woke naturally. The next day, I groggily picked up the phone and realized the call was still connected. They had stayed with me the entire night. A wave of warmth instantly rushed through me. I called out hoarsely, Dad, Mom, you are still there? On the other end of the call, Lu Sheng, busy in his office, immediately signaled everyone around him to be quiet. His voice softened at once. Awake now. I am awake. I climbed out of bed and pulled open the curtains. Looking at the waves outside the window, I stretched lazily. Dad, are you at the office? Yes. Your mom went to pack some clothes for you. We will have someone send them over later. Do you want them sent to Jing City or Gangcheng? Gangcheng. I told sis. I will be staying in Gangcheng for now. All right. Send Dad the address when you can. I will have someone bring your things over. Thanks, Dad. After saying that, I lowered my head and looked over my clothes. Then I frowned in disgust. I had accidentally fallen asleep last night, without even changing clothes. I felt like I was starting to smell. So I said into the phone, Dad, go handle your work. I am going to shower first. But the moment I hung up, that unfamiliar number relentlessly pushed through again. My brow tightened. I did not even have to think. It had to be Shen Xingxuang. Looking at the hundreds of missed calls, I irritably pressed answer. On the other end, Shen Xingxuang's voice was dry and hoarse. Lu Chen, you finally picked up my call. I could not see what awful state she was in now. And even if I could, I would not care at all. I only let out a cold scoff. Miss Chen, are you not tired? Hundreds of missed calls. The fact my phone did not crash proves it is well made. She did not answer my question. Instead, she tried to please me cautiously. Where are you now? I will come find you. Can we talk this through face to face? That humble tone of hers instantly reminded me of the days after the fire. That year, I carried her out of the fire, but my own arm was badly burned over a large area, left hideously scarred. I hid in the hospital room and refused to see anyone. She stood outside the door every day, begging me in that same tone. Through that closed door, she described the graduation ceremony I had missed. She kept going until she made me laugh, and I opened the door myself. But I would always remember the moment she saw my arm wrapped in bandages. Her smile froze instantly. That untouchable campus Belle actually cried. Her lips trembled. With red eyes, she asked me, Chen, why did you go in back then? But I only smiled and comforted her. I could not just watch you die. But time had changed everything. The girl whose heart had once been full of me was different in the end. My thoughts snapped back. I let out a long sigh. Shen Qingxuang, what exactly are you trying to say? I exposed her without mercy. That you want to tell me how you flirted with Xiao Chesheng behind my back? Or how painful your forbidden love felt? Or that even if you cheated, I am still the one you love most? My stomach churned. I was so disgusted I wanted to throw up. The next second, I told her word by word. Shen Qingxuang, your apology means less than nothing to me. Hearing that, she panicked instantly. She hurried to explain. Chen, it is not like that. Nothing happened between Xiao Chesheng and me. At most, there was that hug. There was nothing else. Do not sentence me to death over this. Please give me one more chance, okay? But I was too tired to hear her excuses. I hung up at once. Yet the next second, Shen Qingxuang's call chased after me again. Without hesitation, I blocked her. Who knew she would call again from another number? I frowned. Only because I had promised my dad did I stop myself from turning off the phone. I switched on airplane mode and finally got some peace. Then I walked into the bathroom. An hour later, 12,000, I went to a mobile carrier service center and got a new SIM card. Then I sent the new number to my parents. Finally, I decisively deactivated the old one. Night fell. I stepped out into the last glow of sunset. The sea breeze carried a faint saltiness. I took a cab to Stone Slab Street, the place Yi Chen recommended. The bar at the end of the street did not even have a sign. If Yi Chen had not told me about it, who would know this place was a bar? I curled my lips in a faint smile. Then I lifted my foot and walked in. But the moment I entered, the sight before me stunned me. The main hall was extravagantly luxurious. The white marble floor gleamed beneath crystal chandeliers. This was way too lavish. While I was taking in the place, a beautiful woman walked toward me. Hello, handsome. Do you have a reservation? I gave a faint smile. Hello. I would like to speak with the person in charge of this bar. Hearing that, she froze for a moment. She muttered some curse in Cantonese, but I did not catch it. Then she instantly put her smile back on. There are several people in charge of the bar. Which one are you looking for? I answered calmly. Any of them. As long as they can make decisions. She sized me up, seeing my open expression and relaxed posture. So, unlike the people who usually came looking for Hesia, all tense and nervous, she finally decided I was not here for Sister Sia. So she led the way, warmly striking up a conversation as she walked. Are you visiting Gangcheng? I nodded. My smile carried a hint of distance. Yes. How long are you planning to stay in Gangcheng? The beauty was calculating inwardly. If it was a long stay, maybe she could have some earth-shaking romance with this handsome guy. But I only replied with two indifferent words. Go with the flow. Who knew she still would not give up? She actually took out her phone. Can we add each other as contacts? If you need anything, just come to me anytime. I looked at the QR code she had pulled up. Calmly, I switched to my WeChat alternate account. Then I scanned it and added her right in front of her. After that, I smoothly switched back to my main account. Seeing that, the beauty's mouth twitched. Does he think I am blind? But she did not dare ask it aloud. She simply read the room and brought me to the bar counter. I did not care at all. I turned and smiled at the young bartender. I am looking for your person in charge. Thanks for the trouble. The young man caught on quickly. He immediately turned to fetch someone. A few minutes later, a red-haired beauty sauntered over with lazy swagger. I was sitting at the bar, idly playing with a wine glass. But the instant she saw me, her steps halted sharply. Her eyes went round. No way, it is this much of a coincidence. It is actually him. Chu Li leaned her lower back against the bar counter. She asked, pretending to stay calm. Handsome young man, what do you need from me? I did not bother with small talk. I went straight to the point. I want to reserve every booth along the coast. The end of this bar actually opened right onto the coastline. Sitting there gave a perfect view of the whole shore. Chu Li followed my gaze. Then she smiled with sultry charm. That is rather domineering of you. Those are the best seats in the bar. I glanced at her. Then I took out a black card and handed it over. I said with a smile, you would turn down money? Chu Li stared at the card in my hand. 20,000. Her eyes instantly curved with a smile. Of course we will take it. 20,000. Of course we will. She took the card and passed it to a server. How many seats do you want? I answered briefly. Everything within 10 meters. Deal. Chu Li was crisp and decisive. Someone immediately went to clear the tables. Soon, I was led to a seat by the floor-to-ceiling window. Soft light fell over me. I turned my head and looked at the sea outside. The sea breeze stirred my hair. The gazes around me might as well not have existed. I simply sat there in silence. In my mind, I was laying out my plan. Seeing this, someone quietly asked Chu Li, Gorgeous Miss Chu, why did you agree to his demand? It is not like our bar is short on money. Chu Li shot him a glance. Remembering how I cursed someone out at the airport, her scalp went cold. She replied with pointed meaning, I am afraid he will curse me out. Huh. The young man who asked was completely dumbfounded. In Gangcheng, someone actually dared curse out Miss Chu. But Chu Li did not care about any of that. She hurried into the private room on the second floor. With a mysterious air, she asked, Guess who I ran into downstairs? When Wan threw an apple straight at her, she snapped impatiently. Are you insane? Making such a dramatic fuss. Chu Li caught the apple and took a bite. Then she continued, words muffled by the mouthful. Guess. You will never guess. When Wan ignored her completely, she raised a hand to grab another apple. Left with no choice, Chu Li had to sidle up beside Hesia. Sister Sia, will you guess? Hesia did not even lift her head. She coldly uttered one word. Chu Li felt her heart seize up. She muttered loudly, There is such a huge handsome guy sitting downstairs, and he is basically drawing customers to the bar. But even that failed to catch Hesia's attention. Chu Li gave a cold little snort. She forcibly swallowed her urge to share the gossip. Then she flopped onto the sofa to rest. Who knew that once she collapsed onto the sofa, she would fall asleep right away? Only after more than half an hour did Wen Wan pat her awake. Go downstairs. Time to eat. Still dazed, Chu Li followed the two of them out. But just as they left the private room, she suddenly snapped awake. She saw Hesia standing with one hand in her pocket. Her eyes half lowered as she watched downstairs. Her gaze flickered, unreadable. No one knew what she was thinking. Chu Li slapped her forehead, only then remembering. Sister Sia, I forgot to say. That handsome young man bought out that whole area. The bar counter where they usually ate happened to be within my 10-meter zone. When Wan raised an eyebrow, You were acting so mysterious earlier. Was it because of that handsome young man? Chu Li smiled until her eyes narrowed. Today, he is even more handsome than yesterday. When Wan glanced over there, she said with a cold smile, He is handsome, all right. Right now, a third of the guests in the hall were lined up in front of me. Even those not in line had all their attention on me. And I accepted all comers. As long as they lined up. As long as they had the looks and the figure. Anyone could sit across from me for a round. Win, and they could add my contact info. Lose, and they had to take off their top and run one lap along the coast. In the few short minutes they stood there, two more beauties ran out wearing only their underwear. For a while, the whole coastline was practically filled with beautiful women showing off their figures. Chu Li dramatically covered her eyes. This handsome guy really knows how to play. Yet Hesia withdrew her gaze, her expression cool and indifferent. Then she turned and walked away. Chu Li inexplicably felt a chill. She deliberately bumped Wen Wan. Do you feel like something is off? Wen Wan dodged her in disgust. Your brain is what's off. Hesia never eats in private rooms. Now Chu Li had even sold off their dining spot. She was practically fuming. Chu Li hurried after her to beg for mercy. Wen Wan, do not be mad. I will go talk to him. I will borrow a table for us. When Wan did not want to deal with her at all, she kept walking out. But Chu Li did not care at all. Once downstairs, she hurried straight toward me. Handsome guy. She plopped down across from me. Drinks are free today. How about lending us a table for dinner? Hearing that, I nodded casually. Whatever. It was only a few people having dinner. It did not affect me much. Chu Li immediately waved at Hesia and the others. Come over, quick. He agreed to lend us a table. Oh my god. How embarrassing. Wenwan muttered in disdain. The owner of this whole bar. And she has to borrow a seat from a customer just to eat. Hesia, however, seemed unaffected. She withdrew her gaze from my side. Then she walked over at an unhurried pace and sat down. Chu Li sprawled over the sofa. She watched with great interest as I played dice with people. Time ticked by. The people in front of me grew fewer and fewer. Aside from losing a few times on purpose so they could have my contact, I pretty much kept winning the whole way. Just then, the woman across from me rolled 3 twos. She looked at me with a smile that said victory was certain. Lowest roll wins this round. She refused to believe my luck could still be that good. But I slowly lifted the dice cup. 3 ones. At the sight, the woman's smile froze instantly. The next second, she protested, unconvinced. You are not the best dice player in this place. I glanced at her. Then I reminded her impatiently. Take off your top first. Then you can leave. You people are just my cure for boredom. And you still want to use reverse psychology on me. At that, the woman's face flushed red. Snickers rippled around us. But she still refused to give up. Suddenly, she said, those beautiful women who came out of the elevator just now. You noticed them too, right? I raised an eyebrow. I neither confirmed nor denied it. Those women had looks and presence that stood out too much. If I said I had not seen them, that would be to fake. Seeing my silent admission, the woman smiled with ill intent. The one in the middle would rank second here. No one would dare claim first. If you can beat even her, then I will admit defeat wholeheartedly. I gave a soft scoff. Why would I care whether you admit defeat? The next second, I said directly. Next one. The woman was instantly choked speechless by me. She still wanted to say something else. But the next beauty simply pulled her aside and sat down in front of me. A few more rounds passed. Bored out of my mind, I tossed the dice onto the table. I am done playing. This is so boring. But the moment I finished speaking, the people still waiting in line protested. Do not stop. We have not played yet. I could not even be bothered to glance at them. I stood up to leave. Just then, Chu Li froze. You are leaving? Then she quickly said, actually, you could consider what that person suggested just now. Sister Sia is really amazing at rolling dice. My movement to leave slowed. Then I turned my eyes slightly. My gaze landed on the woman with her head lowered, playing on her phone. To be honest, among every woman I had ever met, she was the one most pleasing to my eye. As if sensing my gaze, her fingers paused on her phone. Then she suddenly lifted her eyes and looked at me. Our eyes met. In my heart, I silently sighed. So beautiful. With her eyes lowered, she looked refined and mysterious. But when she looked up, she was sharp, with a rogue edge. One glance told you she was not someone to mess with. So I smiled at her openly. Then I stepped toward her. As the music switched, I stopped right in front of her. Hesia put down her phone. She leaned back casually. Those unreadable eyes simply watched me. The surroundings were a blur of noise. But I smiled and said, Want to play? A soft laugh slipped from Hesia's throat. Why ask when you already know? Play what? I frowned slightly. Dice, of course. There had been such a commotion on my side. How could she not have noticed? But then I thought again. She had been on her phone just now. Maybe she really had not noticed. At that thought, my interest vanished. I had only come over because I sensed her gaze. Since she was not interested, then forget it. With that in mind, I forced out an apologetic smile. Sorry to bother you. After saying that, I turned to leave. Let's play. Behind me. Hesia looked at my back. The words slipped out of her mouth. I heard it, but I deliberately pretended I had not. I kept walking forward, but Chu Li did not want me to leave. She rushed over and blocked me. She will play. Handsome guy. My sister Sia just said she would play. Looking at her slightly messy head of red hair, I was immediately amused. What if I do not play with her, and play with you instead? Huh. Chu Li froze on the spot. But the next second, an icy gaze landed on her. She instantly snapped back to herself. She shook her head in a frantic hurry. I do not know how. You should play with my sister Sia instead. My sister Sia is really good. Her mouth was full of praise, but her eyes were begging. I understood her meaning instantly, so I furrowed my brows. I pretended to be troubled, but she does not seem to want to play with me. How could that be? Chu Li denied it at once. She is just a little good at pretending. You get it, right? In the corner, when one quietly gave Chu Li a thumbs up. Good sister, I will buy you a top-grade coffin. I really could not hold back my laughter. Eyes curved with amusement, I looked back at Hesia, only to find her clearly stiff with embarrassment. Yet she was still trying to keep her composure, pretending nothing had happened. That made me laugh even more openly. Then I sat down across from her again. I shook the dice cup on the table. How do we play? Hesia's expression had already returned to normal. She leaned forward slightly. Best 2 out of 3. We will follow your rules. If you lose, take off your shirt and run 1 lap outside. If you win, I get your contact information. Fine. I agreed readily. But Hesia immediately added, the one I want is your main contact method, not some inactive account. I did not agree right away. Instead, I asked her back, high or low? To my surprise, Hesia did not press the issue. Your call. Then low. After saying that, I gestured to her. You first. Hesia did not refuse. She picked up the dice cup, shook it casually twice, then stopped. Then, calm and composed, she made an inviting gesture at me. I also picked up the dice cup with practiced ease. After only a few shakes, I set it down too. Chu Li looked left, then right. She could not tell who had the better odds at all. So, she simply made the call. How about together? I nodded. Hesia and I exchanged a glance. Then we lifted our dice cups at the same time. Instantly, everyone leaned in to look. Chu Li looked at mine first. She cried out in surprise. 3 ones again. Your skill is pretty good. But there was no joy on my face. My gaze was fixed on the dice in front of Hesia. The 3 dice were actually stacked on top of one another. Only 1 red dot showed at the very top. This round, I lost without the slightest doubt. But I was not someone who could not take a loss. So I directly pulled up my QR code. Scan it. But Hesia only glanced at it calmly. Then she shook her head. That is not the one I want. She had seen through me at a glance. After all, I had not even made a move to switch accounts. Being exposed on the spot, I was not embarrassed at all. Instead, I smiled at her frankly. Then teach me how to roll dice. Seeing the eager look in my eyes, Hesia seemed a little puzzled. Why are you so interested in this? I blurted it out almost without thinking. Because it looks cool. The air fell into a strange silence. The next second, Hesia actually laughed aloud. When she smiled, it was like a spring breeze brushing my face. She was almost unfairly beautiful. I stared at her for a long while before barely managing to look away. Unexpectedly, Chu Li exclaimed from the side. You actually have the same reason Sister Sia had when she first learned dice. All because of 1 word. Cool. At that, my eyes lit up instantly. I immediately pulled up my main WeChat account. As Hesia scanned it, she asked as if casually, what should I save you as? Lu Chen. I answered. Before I could ask, she directly sent over her own name. Hesia. Seeing those 3 words, my gaze paused for a moment. But in the next instant, I was back to normal. Seeing that we had added each other, Chu Li quickly leaned into. I want to add you too. Then she immediately offered. From now on, whenever you come here, everything is on the house. I shook my head. Better yet, treat me to a meal. This woman looked like she really knew how to eat. Following her lead could not go wrong. Then it is a deal. Chu Li quickly added me. Only then did she introduce herself. My name is Chu Li. Nice to meet you. I smiled at her. Chu Li was instantly dazzled. She sighed with feeling. You really are the most handsome man I have ever seen. Thanks. You're not bad looking yourself. I was not just being polite. Her eyes were big and round. She naturally carried a bright, warm energy. She was very easy to like. Just then, Chu Li asked me curiously, are you visiting Gangcheng as a tourist? I thought about it. Then I replied, for now, I suppose so. Then how long do you plan to stay? Chu Li's personality suited my taste. She immediately pressed on with enthusiasm. I answered casually. About a month. Unexpectedly, she even asked where I was staying. As soon as those words fell, Hsia's warning voice came over. Ali. Only then did Chu Li realize what she had said. She hurried to explain to me. Sorry about that. I only wanted to invite you out to hang out. I did not mean anything bad. It is fine. I waved it off. But of course, I would not casually reveal where I lived. Then I glanced at my phone. If anything comes up, just message me. After saying that, I was about to leave. Just then, Hsia suddenly spoke. Tomorrow, I will pick you up. I raised an eyebrow. Pick me up for what? She actually asked back. Did you not want to learn how to roll dice? So that was what she meant. I gave a soft laugh. Then I simply waved at her. Wait for me to ask you. The words had barely left my mouth. I strode away without looking back. Only after I had gone far did Wenwan murmur. That handsome guy has a wild streak. Then she looked at the thoughtful Hsia. You are interested? Hsia rubbed her brow. Her voice was full of exhaustion. He is not interested in me. But Wenwan did not believe it. Instead, she glanced at Chu Li. Looks like he was warmer to Chu Li than to you. Chu Li was browsing my WeChat moments. Hearing that, her eyes went round. How is that possible? But after thinking it over, she actually smiled smugly. But it does seem that way. Get lost. Hsia could not stand her smug little grin. She lifted her foot and gave her a light kick. Chu Li did not react. Then she suddenly shoved her phone screen in front of Hsia. Look, he just broke up. Only 2 days ago. No way. What a trash woman. Wenwan also leaned over to look. When she saw the content of my WeChat moments, she felt unusually silent too. So there really is someone that blind. Chu Li frowned. So, he came to Gangcheng to heal from heartbreak. The next second, Chu Li suddenly grew excited. She stared straight at Hsia. Make a move while he is vulnerable, Sister Sia. Hsia frowned at her. Wait, was I that obvious just now? Not obvious. Wenwan patted her shoulder. It is just that from the first moment you saw him yesterday, you could not bear to look away. And, Chu Li added with a smile. Yesterday at the airport, you said he did not need help, but secretly contacted someone to make things easier for him. Looking at the two women waggling their eyebrows in front of her, Hsia shook her head helplessly. Unexpectedly, she did not deny it. She knew. What she felt from me was nowhere near as simple as ordinary friendship. That out-of-control heartbeat, that rising heat, were both reminding her this was something she had never experienced before. She murmured my name in her heart. The tips of her ears slowly turned red. Do not bother him. Her voice was a little hoarse, but it could not hide her overflowing good mood. Of course, I did not care what Chu Li and the others were thinking. As soon as I left the bar, something felt wrong. It felt as if several pairs of eyes were watching me from the shadows. But before I could do anything, those gazes vanished completely. I was not reassured. So I deliberately circled the area a few times. Only after confirming no one was following me did I take a cab back to the hotel. I had just finished washing up when a message from my good brother Gu Xiao popped up. Brother Chen, are you done? I replied with a yes. He immediately sent a long string of messages. On the campus network, Shen Shuang and Xiao Chusheng's videos and photos are all gone. She probably had someone delete them. Not only that, Gu Xiao sent another screenshot. Shen Shuang also posted a statement. She said it was only a misunderstanding. She also said our relationship was rock solid, that we had not broken up at all. A lot of people believed it. I opened the screenshot. The wording was sternly justified. It made my relationship with her sound unbreakable. I laughed from pure anger. I immediately opened the campus network. I did not even need to search. Shen Shuang's post was right at the top. So I typed a line directly in the comments. I am currently single. The claim that my relationship with Shen Shuang is stable is pure rumor. Also, I was the one who exposed the video of those two embracing in the rain. Best wishes to you both. But I was not done. I copied the content directly. Then I posted it again on my own profile. I even tagged Shen Shuang and Xiao Chusheng. After finishing all that, I felt refreshed. I turned off my phone and went straight to sleep. As for Shen Shuang, she was probably furious by then. She sent me a flood of messages, but I did not read a single one. Chen, where are you? Do you have to be this ruthless? For the sake of all our years together, please give me a chance to explain, all right? She even said Xiao was only a tool she used to make me jealous. I only love you. Please do not be so cruel and abandon me. But after I dropped that bombshell, I stopped paying attention to any news from Jing City. My days in Gangcheng were wonderfully pleasant. When I woke up, I wandered the streets. My mood completely relaxed. But right then, someone unexpected suddenly messaged me. It was Chuli, whom I had only met once. She asked if I wanted to go out. She said she was hosting a gathering at a manor. The scenery was supposed to be beautiful. I was going to refuse. But her next line changed my mind. Come on. Everyone there has a good temperament. No one will ruin your mood. With her putting it that way, I could only reply, all right. So I sent her my location. We agreed she would pick me up in an hour. Before long, Chuli sent a photo. I am downstairs. I did not waste any time. I hurried downstairs, walked to the car, and was about to get in. To my surprise, Chuli got out. She opened the rear door for me. There is already a big shot in the front seat. Sorry to make you suffer. I was wondering, who had enough status to claim that seat? But as I was about to get in, I saw a slender, clearly jointed hand reach out from inside. I followed that hand upward. I froze at once. It was Heist. She seemed to have known I was coming. There was no surprise in her eyes at all. I lifted the corner of my mouth. We meet again. Heist nodded lightly. Her gaze actually softened. Noticing she had lost a little composure, Heist quickly turned her head away. But when she turned, I still saw the tips of her ears turn red. What was going on? Chuli drove like she was piloting a rocket. The engine roared the whole way. I gripped the seatbelt. My stomach churned violently. Just then, I felt the seat in front of me get lightly kicked. It was Heist. I heard her say coldly, "Slow down." Chuli looked baffled, but she still slowed the car. She even turned back to ask me, Chen, are you scared? I shook my head helplessly. I am not scared. I am carsick. Also, big sis, can you please watch the road ahead? Do not turn around to look at me. When Chuli heard that, she immediately slowed the car to worse than a crawl. I hurriedly stopped her. Just drive at your usual speed. Better to get it over with. I can endure it. Chuli gave me a look that said, Are you sure? I nodded firmly. Big sis, can you please watch the road? Stop turning around. Then she stepped on the gas. The car was fast, but much steadier than before. But after only a few minutes, Heist suddenly told her to stop up ahead. What for? Chuli looked confused. Heist only replied mildly, to pick something up. I was still puzzled. Then, as soon as the car stopped, someone by the roadside handed over a tote bag. Heist took it. The next second, she took out a hot drink and handed it to me. Honey pomelo lemon tea. For me. I was stunned. She raised an eyebrow. Who else? I was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. I took the cup and gulped down a mouthful. The warm, sweet tart drink slid into my stomach. My whole body came back to life. I looked at her with bright, sparkling eyes. They curved into crescent moons. But before I could swallow that sip of tea, Heist took another box out of the bag. Motion sickness medicine. Unopened. I was completely dumbfounded. I tried hard to remember her name. That Heist, right? I turned my head to look at her. Are you always this thoughtful? The moment I said that, Chuli in the front seat suddenly burst out laughing. Was that joke really so funny? I scratched my head and looked at them. But Heist acted as if she had not heard. She only looked at me quietly. A faint smile lingered at her lips. Chuli drove a little farther. Then she reminded us. Sister Sia, that VIP has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, the car stopped at a fork in the road. 2 cars were already parked there. Seeing us arrive, a young man got out of a car and jogged over. When he saw Chuli, his eyes lit up. Chuli, seriously, why did you not come pick me up? I am mad now. Seeing his effeminate little act, Chuli immediately cried out dramatically. Sister Sia, save me. The instant the word Sister Sia came out, the young man snapped upright. When he saw the person getting out of the car, and realized it really was the He family's she-devil, he hurriedly put on a fawning smile. Sister Sia, long time no see. You have gotten even prettier lately. Hesia merely glanced at him. She said nothing, but that single glance made the young man named Luojia shiver. Since childhood, Luojia had feared nothing. He could even trade a few blows with his own father. Yet he feared Hesia down to his bones. If he had known Hesia would attend today, he would definitely have found an excuse to refuse. But then he suddenly remembered. Had they not said Hesia was not coming? Why had she suddenly shown up today? When he saw me get out of the car, he looked curiously at Chuli. I do not know him. Chuli nodded. He is not from Gangcheng. Then why is he here? Luojia made no effort to hide his displeasure. Chuli glanced at him and explained. His temperament is exactly my type. He will come to our gatherings from now on. Luojia folded his arms. He looked me up and down. Then he said with a wicked grin. Exactly your type. That face is exactly my type too. Are you sure you like his temperament, not his face? Chuli smiled and scratched her head. Both are both. Pathetic. Luojia snorted. But he did not say anything more. Then he actually walked toward me on his own. He even held out his hand. Hello. Luojia. I smiled and shook his hand. Hello. Lu Chen. The next second, Luojia looked as if he had discovered a new world. He suddenly shouted. Ho. You actually have dimples. He excitedly gripped my hand tighter. Then he fired off questions like a machine gun. Are they inherited? They are way too pretty. Although his grip was not weak, I could tell he meant no harm. So I patiently explained. My mom and grandmother both have them. At that, Luojia's gaze toward me completely changed. He familiarly hugged my arm. Then do you have an older sister or younger sister? What was with that suggestive tone? I was just about to answer, but an icy voice suddenly came from behind me. What are you talking about? That voice made Luojia, who had just been bouncing around, freeze instantly in place. Like a duck caught by the neck, he turned back with a fawning smile. Nothing much. But do you care that much what I talk about? Even as he said that, Luojia still went over and took the newcomer's hand. Let go. The woman named Chiyu spoke coldly. She pulled her hand free at once. Then she warned him. Know your boundaries. Heh. Luojia laughed coldly in anger. I refuse. What can you do to me? At that, Chuyu's brows were upon tight. But there was nothing she could do with him. Just then, Hesia suddenly called from nearby. Lu Chen. I looked toward the sound. She was leaning against the SUV. With her index and middle fingers, she beckoned at me. Come here. I admit, that looked very cool. But why did it feel like she was calling a dog? I could not help muttering under my breath. When I slowly walked over, Hesia suddenly asked, What were you saying just now? My expression froze. Were her ears that sharp? But I had not made a sound. Unexpectedly, she seemed to read my mind. Her lips curved faintly. I saw it. So it was lip reading. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good, thank goodness. I quickly leaned beside her. I tipped my head back to look at the sky. I gave a perfunctory reply. I did not say anything. If she knew what I was thinking, where would my dignity go? Hesia did not press me. She only asked with concern. After resting from the car ride, you feel better? I nodded. I do not feel the sick anymore. Hearing that, the smile at her lips deepened. The two of us leaned against the car like that. Neither of us spoke. Just then, Luojia ran over with red eyes after Chiyu made him angry. When he passed us, he deliberately sped up. Watching his short legs crossing rapidly, I could not hold back and burst out laughing. Beside me, Hesia's gaze fell on my face. She suddenly asked, You like Luojia? I raised an eyebrow and asked back. How could you tell? She said evenly. With my eyes. What a passive-aggressive answer. I nodded seriously. His personality is nice. You have good taste. Hesia was amused by my solemn expression. But my gaze landed not far away. Over there. Chuli was coaxing Luojia with a miserable face. She looked deeply unwilling. I spoke softly. Because people with personalities like theirs are warm. They make you want to get close. Those words made Hesia fall into thought. Would he find someone with her personality warm? The answer was obviously no. Just then, everyone had arrived. It was time to set off. Hesia suddenly asked, I will be driving in a bit. Do you mind? Of course, I did not mind. Who would refuse such a beautiful woman as their driver? She then explained, Luojia insists on sitting in Chuli's passenger seat. And Chiyu is coming too. If we get into It will be too crowded. I nodded. Then I got into another car with Isia. But I kept feeling something was off. Are Luo Jia and Chu Li just ordinary friends? I could not help asking. Hearing that, Isia shook her head. No. After I sat properly, she continued. Chu Li and Luo Jia are engaged. I was stunned at once. Then what about Chu Yu? But the person Luo Jia likes is Chu Yu. Isia calmly dropped another bombshell. I was completely shocked. Seeing me hesitate, words caught in my throat. Isia took the initiative and revealed the answer. Chu Li only sees Luo Jia as a younger brother. And Chu Yu is Chu Li's paternal half-sister. No wonder. It suddenly made sense. Then does Chu Li know Luo Jia likes Chu Yu? Of course she knows. Isia nodded. Although I now understood what had happened, my heart was still hit by a huge wave. Chu Li actually allowed her own fiancé to pursue her paternal half-sister. That was unbelievably broad-minded. If it were me, I definitely could not do it. The car drove on for another half hour. Isia saw me staring blankly out the window. She suddenly asked, "Can you drive?" I froze. Then I answered honestly, "I got my license. But I rarely drive." I instantly grew wary. "You are not thinking of making me drive, are you?" Isia did not speak. She simply pulled the car over. When Chu Li's car passed by, she rolled down the window and asked what was wrong. Isia merely gestured for them to go ahead. After their car had gone far away, Isia pulled out the car key. She walked up to me and waved it. "You drive?" I could hardly believe my ears. I blurted out, "Are you serious?" Isia raised an eyebrow. "Do I look like I am joking?" I laughed outright. "You really are not afraid of dying, huh? You should know. Even I do not trust my driving skills." But she looked completely relaxed. "It is fine. This road does not have many turns. I am here. What are you afraid of?" Hearing that, I stared at her seriously. Just when she thought I would not answer, I said the words with absolute certainty. "Afraid of death." Isia was instantly speechless, but she only lowered her eyes and smiled. Then she said, "Relax. With me here, you won't crash." I said, "It is not that I do not trust you. I do not trust myself." But my body was honest. I opened the door and hopped out. Right then, I truly was eager to give it a try. After all, my family watched me far too closely. After I smashed the front of the car the first time I drove on the road, they never let me touch a car again. Now I gripped the steering wheel nervously. My eyes looked as if I were marching to my doom. Isia looked at my expression. At last, she could not help laughing. "Left foot brake, right foot accelerator. You know that, right?" I rolled my eyes at her. "I know. I am not that stupid." Then I shifted into first gear. The car slowly crawled forward. Fortunately, there were few cars on this road. Isia simply kept me company in silence. Only when I drifted off course did she gently hold the wheel and help me correct it. Her voice was alluring, with laughter in it, as if my terrible driving amused her greatly. Gradually, I was no longer satisfied with first gear speed. I stepped on the accelerator and changed gears. Feeling the car speed up bit by bit, I immediately grew a little smug. This is pretty simple after all. Isia looked at the dimples by my lips and praised me without holding back. Because you're clever and cute." I turned my head and met her deep, gentle eyes. My heart gave a sudden jump. The next second, I immediately looked away. I pretended I had noticed nothing. Thanks for the compliment. Under her guidance, I drove more and more smoothly. When we came up behind another car, Isia reminded me to honk. I immediately did as she said. Then she instructed me, "Left turn signal. Speed up and pass. Now switch to the right turn signal." My hands moved quickly. A flurry of dramatic moves followed. In an instant, I left the car ahead behind us, as expected of me. However, by the time we arrived, the others had already been there for more than half an hour. I immediately felt a little embarrassed. I was just about to apologize when Isia stepped directly beside me. She said only 2 words, "Let us go." Just those 2 words. The group who had been sitting a moment ago all stood up. Without a single complaint, they followed her. Seeing that, I suddenly realized Isia's status in Gangcheng was far higher than I had imagined. In the information Sis had given me before, it only said the He family could not be provoked, and told me to be careful. But now I finally understood. Isia's personal standing was even above the He family itself. She was the one in Gangcheng whom no one could afford to offend. and for the He family to stand where it did today. Hesia must have played no small part. Thinking this, I walked over to Chu Li and the others. I smiled apologetically. Sorry, I drove on the way here. New driver on the road. I made you all wait. Chu Li waved it off without caring. What are you saying? Even if you came half an hour later, no one would mind. Of course I knew. That was all out of respect for Hesia. But right after I apologized, Luojia dragged me into the garden more than 10 meters away. Seeing no one around, he finally asked in a mysterious whisper, Lu Chen, can you tell me how you won Sister Sia over? I looked at him in confusion. Why ask that? Luojia stared hard at me. Because you are the first person to appear beside Sister Sia. The first man she ever treated specially. The first? I raised an eyebrow. With Hesia's stunning face. No one pursues her? Luojia seemed to see through my thoughts. Surprised, right? I am surprised too. Lu Chen. Brother Lu. Master Lu. Tell me, how exactly did you win Sister Sia over? Hearing that, I was speechless. What kind of nonsense is this? In truth, there was one thing I did not know. The reason these people could be friends with Hesia was entirely because of their family elders' connections. They had worked hard to curry favor just to get that chance. But today was only my second time meeting her. That made it rather unbelievable. And not only had she attended a gathering she had not planned to join, she had even willingly acted as my driver. Even Chu Li and the others had never received that treatment. Win her over. I subconsciously looked toward Hesia not far away. Her profile was so beautiful it made heaven jealous. Just then, she seemed to notice my gaze. She looked over at me too. Our eyes met in the sunlight. I did not avoid her at all. Instead, I raised an eyebrow at her with a wicked smile. Then I turned back to Luojia and said, Why would I need to win her over? Could it not be that she wants to win me over? Luojia froze instantly. His face said, Have you lost your mind? Are you serious? Seeing how serious he looked, I burst out laughing. I am messing with you. For now, I have no plans to get involved with your sister Sia. Luojia saw that I was far too calm. He immediately got anxious. You can have plans. Do not worry. I am only asking out of curiosity. I only like Chiyu. Afraid I would misunderstand. He hurriedly confessed the name of the girl he loved. I quickly said, I know. You do not have to be so nervous. What on earth had Hesia done? To scare people this badly? Only then did Luojia relax. But the next second he grew excited again. Then do you have any sisters? The kind with dimples? I shook my head. No biological sisters. But I do have a few female cousins. Luojia immediately pressed on. Do they have dimples? I shook my head. No dimples. But they are all beautiful. Especially my cousin Lu Siki. She is French-Chinese. With looks like hers, she is practically a vixen come to life. How beautiful. Prettier than Sister Sia? Luojia's eyes went completely fixed. He looked at me with eyes full of expectation. I thought about it carefully. They are beautiful in different ways. Luojia immediately grew restless. Do you have photos? Of course. I generously took out my phone. Want to see? Yes. Luojia leaned in. His eyes were so wide they almost popped out. Right after that, his cries of amazement grew louder and louder. Oh my God. How can she be this beautiful? She is just wearing a little too much. This one, those tempting curves under that white shirt. I'm dying. And this one, that seductive aura. Bro, you're killing me. I am about to die. Can French-Chinese beauty really reach this level? Luojia's reaction was weighted dramatic. Even Chu Li, some distance away, stood up and rubbed her ear. What on earth are Lu Chen and Luojia looking at? She looked toward Chiyu beside her. Aren't you going over to look? Chuyu's expression instantly turned cold as ice. She gave a soft scoff. What does that have to do with me? Chu Li immediately sneered. She bumped Chuyu's shoulder aside and walked over. You had better stay this stubborn for the rest of your life. But just as Chu Li walked over, she realized someone else had followed beside her. She turned her head and met Hesia's deep black eyes. Her scalp went numb at once. Sister Sia, you are curious too. Hesia actually gave a soft yes. Then she lifted her foot and walked toward us. First it was tempting curves. Then it was a seductive aura. It was not as if she, Hesia, lacked any of that. Could it be I'm dressed too conservatively? So that guy Lu Chen could not tell. As Hesia thought this, she had already reached us. A shadow suddenly fell over us. Luoxia's excited photo-swiping finger trembled. The next second, a photo of a beautiful woman in a bikini appeared on the screen. We were done for. Luoxia did not even need to look up. The chilly stare above his head was enough to make his scalp go numb. He immediately curled up that guilty finger. His voice trembled. Sister Sia. Sister Chu Li. Seeing him cowering like a quail, I could only say calmly, "It is nothing." Then, right in front of them, I exited the photo album and put my phone away. Luoxia was instantly stunned. He swore that from that moment on, I was his one and only god. Who on earth gave him that kind of nerve? Enough to lie to Hesia's face without changing expression. Luoxia immediately and silently shrank behind me. He treated me like his powerful backing. Unexpectedly, Hesia really did withdraw her gaze. She said to Luoxia, "Chu Yu is looking for you." The moment those words came out, Luoxia looked as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet and ran. I lifted my eyes and stared at Hesia. You scared Luoxia away. Who's going to chat with me now? Chu Li immediately seized the opening. Sister Sia can keep you company. Sister Sia loves chatting. I blinked at Hesia. My clear eyes were full of teasing laughter. Sure enough, Hesia looked helpless. She had definitely seen through my little scheme. I was clearly counting on her giving in. The next second, she actually bent down. Her eyes came level with mine. Yet she kept just the right distance. Then she asked with pointed meaning, "You like looking at beautiful women that much?" I smiled with utter mischief and admitted it outright. Yes. The line carried a double meaning. We both understood the flirtation in each other's words, but we tacitly played dumb. Seeing the situation from the side, Chu Li immediately smiled and found an excuse. Then you to have fun. I will go check how the food is coming along. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving us a private little world for two. After Chu Li left, Hesia did not say anything. I also sat lazily on the ground, spacing out. Only when Chu Li called us to eat did I follow Hesia over, still wanting more. As soon as I sat down, Luoxia waved at me. Lu Chen. Freshly cooked seafood. Come on. I walked over to him with a smile. I picked up a few lobsters and crabs and handed them to the chef across from me. Thank you for the trouble. Just then, Chu Li handed Hesia some freshly grilled meat skewers. But unexpectedly, Hesia took them without eating a single bite. Instead, she walked straight over and sat beside me. She looked at me and suddenly asked, "Any dietary restrictions?" It was not really a dietary restriction. I just cannot stand even a hint of gamey meat smell. So I rarely eat meat outside. But the meat skewers in Hesia's hand were far too tempting. That charcoal-laced aroma of grilled meat kept burrowing into my nose. I had to admit, I was craving it. Craving it badly. Hesia watched as my eyes almost fell into the skewers. She smiled silently. Then she directly handed me 3 skewers of different meats. Try them. I was just about to put one in my mouth when she suddenly reached out to stop me. Careful, it is hot. I nodded. But how could I possibly wait? I blew on it twice at random and bit down. I had already braced myself to be choked by that gamey taste. But the instant I bit into it, not only was there no trace of gamey flavor, scalding meat juices burst through my mouth. It was charred outside and tender inside. One bite, and it exploded with juice. It smelled and tasted incredible. I kept huffing from the heat. Hesia quickly handed me a honey pomelo lemon tea. Once I recovered, I immediately gave her a thumbs up. My eyes shone brightly. Delicious. After hearing that, Hesia gave me 3 more skewers. Eat these first. They taste best fresh off the grill. My mouth was so busy I had no time to talk. Then the chef brought over the peeled seafood too. So I got even busier. Through the whole meal, I barely said a word. I just kept my head down and ate like mad. More than once, I could feel Chu Li staring at the mountain of bamboo skewers in front of me. Every time, she looked like she wanted to speak but held back. In the end, she could only quietly ask Hesia, "Is he really okay eating like that?" What she really meant was, this guy has eaten almost 20 meat skewers. And that much seafood. Will his stomach really not burst? Finally, under their shocked and worried gazes, I ended the battle. When I looked up, I met Chu Li's petrified stare. I raised an eyebrow. What? Chu Li spoke with disbelief written all over her face. You are the biggest eater I have ever seen. You are practically a competitive eater. Luojia hurriedly chimed in. I can barely force down 10 of these skewers at most. Lu Chen, you really can eat. In his eyes, I saw more than amazement. There was even worship, as if being able to eat were some incredible achievement. I held my forehead and explained. I did not eat lunch, and tonight's dinner really suited my taste. Then I blinked pitifully. Honestly, these past few days in Gangcheng, I have not found any good restaurants. You all did get enough to eat, right? Luojia immediately shook his head like mad. No, no, no. We are definitely full. More than full. We are stuffed. Maybe watching me dig in so happily made all of them eat a lot more than usual tonight. Luojia even rubbed his stomach. His face was full of suffering. Lu Chen, want to take a walk? I need to digest. I am too stuffed. I nodded. As I left, I casually carried away the unfinished cherries in front of me. They were perfect for cutting through the grease. On the way back to the hotel, Hesia drove unusually smoothly. I tilted my head in the passenger seat and slept soundly. But the sleeping position was uncomfortable. Half asleep, I started frowning and complaining. Hesia, can you drive faster? I want to go back and sleep. If you really cannot, let me drive. My undisguised disdain made Hesia laugh. The next second, the car really did pick up speed. 10 minutes later, the car stopped steadily at the hotel entrance. I got out of the car, stretching and yawning. But Hesia got out too. She also handed me a tote bag. I had someone prepare a cup of hawthorn juice for you. Just drink half of it. I am afraid your stomach will feel uncomfortable. I held the bag and nodded obediently. All right, Miss He. I am going up first. Message me when you get home. Bye-bye. After saying that, I waved. Then I walked into the hotel without looking back. What I did not know was that Hesia stayed standing there. Only after my figure had completely disappeared did she turn and leave. While I was sleeping peacefully, in a gloomy basement somewhere in Gangcheng, a storm was brewing. The iron door was pushed open from outside. Hesia stepped in. A subordinate immediately handed over the gloves prepared for her, then reported respectfully. Sister Sia, we have not gotten the mastermind out of them, but everything they photographed has been completely handled. How many photos did they get? Hesia's eyes were half lowered. Her voice was indifferent, but it still made everyone tense up. The subordinate handed over a phone. They are all photos of Mr. Lu's daily outings. Hesia took the phone and looked through it. When she saw my satisfied expression after eating my fill, the corner of her mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. But the moment she thought of how these photos had been taken by these people through filthy means, the warmth in her eyes was instantly buried under hostility. She patiently deleted the photos one by one until they were completely gone. Only then did she ask coldly, have you found out who was behind it? It was the Liu woman from the Liu family. That day, when Mr. Lu went to the bar, she happened to be there. So she set her sights on him. Hesia's expression darkened like ice. She cut indirectly. It has nothing to do with Lu Chen's looks. She lifted her foot and walked toward the end of the corridor. Every word was edged with frost. She hired people to secretly photograph Lu Chen, purely because she is a rotten person. As her words fell, she personally interrogated the few people soaking in there again. After confirming nothing had been missed, she took off her gloves and threw them to the floor. Droplets of blood quietly slid down. Behind her, miserable screams went on and on. But Hesia left without looking back. Send over what they did, along with the evidence. Her voice was icy. It carried not a trace of emotion. Also, find a time for old Master Liu to come see me. If he cannot control his own people, I will do it for him. In the quiet night, undercurrents surged. Meanwhile, I was buried under the covers, sleeping dead to the world. I knew nothing about any of it. Not until the next day, when my phone rang wildly, was I forced to drag myself awake. Squinting, I fumbled around for ages. Finally, I answered the call. Who is this? My voice was sleepy and weak. On the other end, Lu Siki's voice was full of surprise. My precious troublemaker. Do you know what time it is? You are still sleeping? I let out a huge yawn. I slept too comfortably last night. I do not want to get up. She laughed and scolded me lightly. Then her tone turned serious. My people in Gangcheng noticed that someone has been following you these past few days. I gave a soft hum. I did not take it to heart at all. Since she knew about it, she must have already handled it. But the next second, Lu Siki's words snapped me awake. But 2 days ago, the people following you all vanish. Even my people could not find them? But just now, all of them were sent to the station. At that, my eyes flew open. It was not your people. No. Lu Siki's answer was firm and decisive. I immediately frowned. If it was not Sis, who else could it be? Several familiar faces flashed through my mind. Could it be her? Lu Siki noticed my silence. She immediately pressed me. You know who it was. I did not hide it. It was probably Hesia and Shuli. We had dinner together last night, but I am not sure it was them. Hearing me say that, Lu Siki's voice grew even heavier. Why would they help you? Do they know you are from the Lu family in Jing City? I thought for a moment. Then I made a narcissistic joke. I am not sure. Maybe. Hesia wants to pursue me. An eerie silence fell on the other end. A moment later, Lu Siki actually began thinking about it seriously. Then she asked a soul-piercing question. Why Hesia? Why not Shuli? This time, it was my turn to fall silent. I could not exactly tell Big Sis everything that had happened these past 2 days. That would sound too much like showing off. So I could only brace myself and answer. Maybe. Because Hesia is prettier. Listening to my nonsense, Lu Siki let out a deep sigh. Hesia is the current power holder of the He family. Her methods are unpredictable. Are you sure you want to deal with her? Then she threw out an even deadlier question. What about Mei Liangshan? Have you really let her go? I was instantly speechless. Sis, I broke up with her. I broke up with her. It is not like I lost a wife. Am I supposed to mourn her for life? She did something that betrayed me. Why should I still grieve over her? I raised my voice. I emphasized every word. The way I was raised will not let me keep pining over a fake innocent manipulator. I have no feelings for her now. I left Jing City because I did not want to give her a chance to cling to me and discuss me. Do you understand? I hung up on my sister without hesitation. In an instant, only my breathing remained in the room. After a long while, I exhaled. Should I ask Hesia and Shuli about this? But would asking be too abrupt? As I was thinking, my hand had already opened Chuli's chat without me realizing it. What are you doing? The next second, Chuli's message popped back. Just woke up. I did not waste words. I laid it out directly. I want to ask you something. Someone has been following me these past few days. But today, they all disappeared for no reason. Did you help me handle it? At that, Chuli sat bolt upright. It was not me. But I think it might have been Sister Sia. Why do you not ask her? Hesia. I stared at the message and fell silent. Asking her directly was not impossible. But just as I was about to message Hesia, Chuli called me directly. The moment I answered, she said excitedly, Sister Sia may be a little busy today. No, she definitely has time to reply to you. How about this? I will take you straight to her. I laughed right then. If Hesia is that busy, how could she have time to see me? Chuli immediately smacked her forehead. After the dry coughs, she explained. No matter how busy Sister Sia is, she still has time to see you. After saying that, she added weakly, Want to go? The hint in her words could not have been more obvious, but I pretended not to understand. I agreed readily. Sure. Then please come pick me up. Mission accomplished. Chuli's voice turned excited. Great. I am coming now. The moment she finished speaking, she hung up. I stretched lazily. Then I washed up and changed at an unhurried pace. Sure enough, just as I finished getting ready, Chuli's car arrived downstairs. Get in. Her eyes lit up when she saw my face. You look this handsome right after waking up. The corner of my mouth lifted. Of course. The handsome guy himself. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into a manor. The simple antique gates opened to both sides. A blue stone paved path wide enough for 3 cars side by side led straight to a low-key, luxurious vintage villa at the end. I smelled the faint scent of sandalwood in the air. I thought, a century-old elite family like the He family really did have unfathomable depth. But just after the car stopped, I saw an old man in a traditional Tang-style jacket standing at the villa entrance. Beside him, a woman in her 30s was actually kneeling. Doubt rose in my mind, but I had no intention of asking more. Chuli, however, stopped on her own. She nodded to the old man. Old Master Liu. The old man forced a smile, but his face was unusually pale. Little Li. Here to see Sia. Chuli murmured yes, then led me further inside. But the moment we turned away, I noticed the woman kneeling on the ground. The instant she saw me, her expression stiffened. She finally understood why the He family had suddenly moved against the Liu family. It was actually because of him. But no matter how she thought about it, she could not understand why He Xia would stand up for a man she had only met once. Could Chu Li have taken a liking to him? Or the one who had taken a liking to him was actually He Xia herself? That thought chilled her entire body. She suddenly grabbed the hem of the old man's clothes. Her voice trembled. "Grandfather, I may know why He Xia moved against our family." Meanwhile, Chu Li had already brought me to the entrance hall outside the living room. Then she said softly to me, "Wait here for a moment. I will see what Sister Xia is doing." After Chu Li said that, she walked into the living room alone. Who knew she would suck in a sharp breath the moment she entered? The living room was actually filled with powerful figures. Chu Li was glad she had not let me come in. She hurriedly greeted everyone. Only then did she quickly walk to He Xia's side. Then she lowered her voice and said, "Lu Chen wants to see you. So I brought him here. He is in the entrance hall. Do you want to see him?" He Xia had been looking down at some documents. But when she heard my name, her movements abruptly stopped. She slowly raised her head. Her gaze crossed the living room and landed on the jade screen by the entrance hall. The next second, He Xia handed the documents straight to her assistant. Her voice brooked no argument. "That is all for today. You may leave." As soon as she finished speaking, the room full of powerful figures rose one after another. Not one of them dared linger for even a moment. As they filed out one after another, I was about to step aside. But He Xia appeared in front of me. She stopped 2 steps away from me. Holding back some impulse, she spoke softly. "Sorry, I kept you waiting." I shook my head. Under the probing gazes around us, I stated my purpose directly. "I came because I wanted to ask you something." He Xia immediately made an inviting gesture. "Come in. We can talk inside." I stepped past her. Then I walked into the living room. Chu Li saw that He Xia was actually walking behind me. She gave He Xia a meaningful look. Then she stood up with a yawn. "All right. You to talk. I am exhausted. I am going back to sleep." With that, she swayed off just like that. He Xia did not stop her. Instead, she turned to look at me. "Come with me." She led me toward another door. At the same time, she explained, "The living room is for receiving outsiders. I will take you to the tea room." Following beside her, I said, "Actually, I only came to confirm one small thing. There is no need to go to this much trouble, is there?" But He Xia seemed not to hear me. Her steps did not slow. Her voice was calm. "It is no trouble. I should be the one to host you properly." She paused. Then, word by word, she emphasized every syllable. "My honored guest." My heart skipped. Before I could react, she had already led me into an elegant tea room. With practiced ease, she warmed the cups, then added the tea leaves. Her movements were smooth and flowing. Those soft, delicate hands moved between the blue and white porcelain teacups. I actually found myself staring, a little dazed. So I simply propped up my head and enjoyed the pleasing sight. Only when a fragrant cup of tea was pushed before me did I take a light sip. I could not help giving her a thumbs up. "It tastes better than any tea I have ever had." He Xia smiled. Then she refilled my cup. Only then did she finally ask, "What did you come to me for?" At the mention of serious business, I immediately sat up straight. I wanted to ask, "Those people who were following me a few days ago, were you the one who handled them?" Meeting her smiling eyes, I somehow felt a little guilty. I quickly added, "In Gangcheng, I only know you and Chu Li." I asked Chu Li. She said it was not her. "So I came to ask you." He Xia gave a soft laugh. Then she admitted it cleanly. "It was me." Then she asked in return, "Did you see the woman kneeling at the entrance when you came in?" I nodded. "What does that have to do with me? I do not even know her." "She was the one who hired people to secretly photograph you. I have already sent those people to the station." When I heard the word secretly photograph, my expression instantly darkened. He Xia immediately added, "Do not worry. They were only ordinary daily life photos. I have cleaned everything up." Hearing that, I let out a breath of relief. Then I thanked her solemnly. "If you ever need my help in the future, I will make sure it gets done." He Xia froze for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "You said that yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she checked the time. Then she changed the subject. "Have you had lunch?" I shook my head. I only woke up an hour and a half ago. Hesia immediately stood up. Perfect. Lunch at home is just ready. Let us go. Mr. Liu. Hearing that, I froze. The lingering note in the way she said my name. There was actually a trace of lingering tenderness. Seeing me staring at her in a daze, Hesia's ears instantly turned red. A little flustered, she turned away and walked quickly toward the dining room. I could not help speaking up. Actually, you can call me by my name. Or Xiao Chen. Who knew Hesia would suddenly stop? She lowered her eyes. Her gaze was like a net, locking me firmly in place. A moment later, and even softer, more lingering Lu Chen drifted into my ears. Hearing it, I froze again. Inside, I was screaming wildly. Lu Chen, hold it together. You have to hold it together. Do not smile. Absolutely do not embarrass yourself. This woman is operating on another level. She was practically a seasoned, top-tier leading lady. I quickly patted my numb face. Then I forced my attention elsewhere. Only then did I calm down. When we reached the dining room, 5 exquisite Hong Kong-style dishes were already laid out on the table. This meal was absolutely incredible. The shrimp dumplings burst with juice in one bite. The sweet and sour pork was crispy outside and tender inside. It was so good I nearly bit off my tongue. When Aunt Lee came to clear the dishes and saw the plates mostly empty, she praised me with a smile. It seems you have a good appetite today. I immediately answered with a smile. Thank you, Aunt Lee. Your cooking is amazing. It is just as good as my mom's. That one sentence made Aunt Lee's heart burst with joy. She told me that next time I came, I could tell Hesia in advance what I wanted to eat. After Aunt Lee left perfectly satisfied, Hesia suddenly looked at me. Then she asked softly, have you decided when next time will be? I snapped my head up. I was completely stunned. Meeting Hesia's almost smiling expression, an idea stirred in my mind. I propped up my head and deliberately turned the tables on her. Whether Aunt Lee ends up disappointed does not depend on me. It depends on you. Then I smiled, bright and bold. If Hesia invites me, I will definitely come. Who knew Hesia's eyes would instantly darken? She actually took the opening and pushed further. Every day. I raised an eyebrow. Then I shook my head decisively. A polite refusal. In your dreams. Hesia pressed her lips together. She put on a soft, delicate little woman look. I did not dare look anymore. I was afraid I might lose control and do something impulsive. So I stood up and said, thank you, President He, for your generous hospitality. I am full. I will head back now. Goodbye, President He. Unexpectedly, Hesia immediately followed my steps. Her mouth said goodbye, but her body moved straight in front of me. I will walk you out. I glanced at her. Are you not busy? She bent slightly. Her tone carried a hint of hard-to-name grievance. I am extremely busy. But if I do not behave well, and someone politely refuses to come next time, I will be terribly embarrassed. I could not help laughing. Then keep trying. With that, I got into the car and drove off. Hesia stared after the car for a long while before returning home. But the moment she stepped inside, Aunt Lee, waiting in the living room, caught her red-handed. Aunt Lee looked at her. The first words out of her mouth landed like a direct hit. Hesia's usually cool expression softened instantly. She nodded. He is the man I like. Aunt Lee grew excited at once. That is wonderful. At last, you have someone by your side. But Hesia's next sentence knocked her right back to reality. I still do not know whether he will like me. Aunt Lee's beautiful fantasy shattered instantly. She shot Hesia a look of disgust. You are so useless. Where did your old dominance go? Hesia sighed, helplessness all over her face. He only came to Gangcheng to travel. He will leave before long. Aunt Lee did not think much of that. Then pursue him properly. Pursue him until he settles in Gangcheng. But Hesia shook her head. He is free. Wherever he wants to stay is his choice. Then what if he is not willing to stay? Aunt Lee voiced the question in her heart. Hesia barely hesitated at all. Her eyes were frighteningly firm. Then wherever he is, I will go there to see him. Aunt Lee raised her hand and lightly tapped Hesia on the head. Silly girl. Then work hard and make him like you sooner. Otherwise, when you go to see him, he may not even agree to meet you. And you will be the one hurting then. I will. Hesia agreed. If she had not known Lu Chen had just ended a relationship and was still healing, she definitely would not have used the slow burn approach to make Lu Chen slowly accept her feelings. For the first time in her life, Hesia felt she had met the trickiest problem of all. Fortunately, Lu Chen's current behavior suggested he did not hate her. The next day, I bought some snacks outside and returned to the hotel. But the moment I stepped out of the elevator, I froze completely. My room door was wide open. Several strangers were gathered at the doorway. A domineering voice came from inside. "Hurry up! Clean everything inside. My friends will be here soon." This was outrageous. Without my permission, they had actually broken into my room. I was angry, but I did not rush over at once. Instead, I turned and called Lusiki. The instant the call connected, I immediately lowered my voice. "Sis, check your phone." Right after that, I typed rapidly on WeChat. "Someone broke into my hotel room. Have your people come help as soon as possible. They have numbers on their side." I am not that stupid. I am not confronting them head-on alone. After Sis gave me a definite reply, I hung up and turned to retreat first. But just then, a waiter actually walked out of my room, and he spotted me at a glance. He shouted in surprise and delight, "Mr. Lu, you are back." Damn it. That shout instantly made every gaze inside and outside the room pin itself onto me. My heart tightened. I did not stop. Instead, I quickened my pace. But they clearly had no intention of letting me leave. The next second, the men guarding the doorway rushed over and surrounded me tightly. Then, the arrogant man inside the room slowly walked out. When he saw my face, a flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes. He looked me up and down, then spoke with contempt. "Mainlander." I looked at him and answered calmly, "Is there a problem?" "No problem." The man named Yang Wei drawled. "This young master wants this room. Take your trash and get out." Trash? I was so angry I laughed. My gaze landed on the jade bracelet on his wrist. My contempt deepened. "Then, sir, what does it mean when you wear that so-called trash on your wrist?" The smile on Yang Wei's face stiffened. But then he gave another disdainful laugh. "What are you talking about? I do not understand." "It is fine if you do not understand human speech. I can explain it to you." I unhurriedly put down the snacks in my hand. Then I stared straight into his eyes and stated each word clearly. "The jade bracelet on your wrist is called Heart of the King. Years ago, at an auction, it sold for 150 million. At this point, I paused. Then I played my trump card. The buyer was a businessman from Sungwo. His surname was Lu. 150 million. When Yang Wei heard that price, the first thought that rose in his heart was not fear. It was greed. He raised a hand and stroked the jade bracelet. In an instant, he made his decision. "I do not know what you are talking about. This bracelet was mine to begin with." Then he directly ordered the bodyguards, "Throw him and all his trash out." The burly men received the order and immediately moved to attack me. A wave of disgust rose in me. My hand quietly reached for the short knife hidden in my sleeve. I was ready to risk it all and buy time. But just as their hands were about to touch me, the elevator doors opened behind me. I whipped around. A man in a white suit strode out with more than a dozen bodyguards. I recognized him at once. Dianfeng, the person in charge of my sister's Gangcheng branch company. I had not expected my first meeting with him to happen under these circumstances. "Brother Dianfeng." Seeing my savior, I quickly waved at him. "I am here." Yang Dianfeng hurried to my side. Without a word, he looked me over from head to toe. Only after seeing I was unhurt did he finally let out a breath. I looked at him with a smile. "Do not worry. They were just a second away." He looked at me and nodded gravely. "I am here now. No need to worry." Just then, Yang Wei's shrill voice suddenly rang out. "Yang Dianfeng, why are you here?" When he saw that Yang Dianfeng's first reaction was to check on me, a mainlander, I could feel his expression darken instantly. He clenched his sleeve tightly and demanded sharply, "What is your relationship with him?" Only then did Yang Dianfeng notice him. His gaze turned cold. "So it is you." Yang Wei folded his arms and stared at Yang Dianfeng with contempt. "So, what if it is me? You are nothing but the Yang family's abandoned son. Do you think your rival changes anything? Let me tell you right now, whether it is you or this mainlander, with one word from me, both of you will slink away in disgrace." But Yang Dianfeng only looked at him coldly. Then he walked toward Yang Wei step by step. Under Yang Wei's stunned gaze, he suddenly raised his hand. A crisp slap cracked through the air. Yang Wei's face snapped to the side. 5 finger marks quickly surfaced. Yang Dianfeng's eyes were icy. This slap is advance interest. Yang Wei. Wait for the Yang family to pay for your stupidity. Yang Wei finally reacted. He instantly roared like a madman. Yang Dianfeng. How dare you hit me? I will kill you. But the moment he lunged forward, the bodyguards Yang Dianfeng had brought blocked him at once. While the two sides faced off, I suddenly asked, Brother Dianfeng, could I trouble you to step aside for a moment? Yang Dianfeng turned back. Only then did he see me holding up my phone. The camera aimed this way. Yang Wei saw what I was doing too. On instinct, he raised his hand to cover the jade bracelet on his wrist. I gave him a harmless smile. No need to cover it up, handsome. I have already finished recording. And I recorded every one of your faces too. After saying that, I immediately lowered my head and sent the video to Sisiki Lusiki. That way, the evidence would not be lost. Then I said, the valuables in my room are not limited to the one on your wrist, the 150 million heart of the king. There are plenty of things of equal value. If even one is missing, or if even one is damaged, can you afford to pay for it? However restrained I had been just now, that was how forceful I was now. I walked straight past Yang Wei and into my room. The next second, my heart clenched despite myself. The floor was a wreck. My things had been scattered everywhere. There were even shards of a jade bracelet. That was imperial green glassy jadeite. I forced down the ache in my chest and kept recording everything with my phone. Then I looked coldly at Yang Wei, who was blocked at the door. I spoke, one word at a time. Yang Wei, you are finished. I mean it. Yang Dianfeng also walked in. His expression looked just as grim. Chen, how much was damaged? I sighed. Then I calmly gave him a figure. Quite a lot. A few 100 million, give or take. What? Yang Dianfeng and Yang Wei were both stunned. Yang Wei even shrieked. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a mainlander carry that many valuables with him? I could not even be bothered to look at him. I simply turned around, and under everyone's shocked gaze, sat leisurely on the sofa inside the room. Then I said calmly, yell at me after the police arrive. What? You called the police? The moment Yang Wei heard that, he bristled. He suddenly tried to barge into the room. But in the next second, Brother Dianfeng blocked him. He struggled wildly. Yang Dianfeng, let go of me. But Brother Dianfeng only warned him coldly. You had better stop being stupid. Yang Wei touched his burning cheek and suddenly sneered. In Gangcheng, calling the police does not work for everyone. He glared hard at me. Lu, even if you are powerful, you keep your head down here. I only replied with one calm word. His punch seemed to land on cotton. Yang Wei was so furious his face turned green. He wanted to say more, but I picked up my phone and walked aside. I gave him no chance to speak at all. Hello. On the other end of the line, Hesia clearly let out a breath of relief, but in her controlled voice, I still caught the unsteady breath beneath it. The station has already sent people over. I will be there soon too. I lay back in the rocking chair on the balcony. The tightness in my chest eased a lot. I even had the mood to joke with her. You care about me that much? I knew she must have gotten the news and rushed over without stopping. That kindness. I accepted it. Hesia seemed to relax as well. A smile entered her voice. You are my only honored guest. If I do not care about you, who else would I care about? Only me. I repeated those words and pressed her once more. The other end fell silent for a moment. Then came her answer, firm beyond doubt. Yes, only you. I did not know why I asked, but before I knew it, the next question slipped out. And in the future? She did not answer right away. Yet I could almost hear her steady footsteps. The next second, her voice came through the receiver and struck my heart. With you, there is a reason to imagine a future. Before I could reply, she continued, Chen, I am here. I laughed softly and strolled to the balcony railing. Below me, traffic streamed by in endless motion. I will wait for you, sister. Just then, Yang Wei's impatient roar came from the doorway. Yang Dianfeng, why the hell are you helping him so much? Seeing Brother Dianfeng remain unmoved, he lowered his voice and threatened. How does making this a bigger deal help you? You are helping an outsider instead of me. Aren't you afraid I will tell Dad? At the word Dad, Brother Dianfeng's cold eyes flickered for an instant, but he quickly regained his calm. This is not up to me anymore. Then who calls the shots? That mainlander? Yang Wei was almost driven mad, but brother Dianfeng only glanced at him and said nothing more. That left Yang Wei completely choked with frustration. He took out his phone. I am calling Dad right now. The call connected quickly. He immediately started whining his complaint. Dad, my brother teamed up with the mainlander to bully me. The man on the other end did not ask a single question. He simply roared, "Put that bastard on the phone." Because of one sentence from Yang Wei, he had already decided Yang Dianfeng was at fault. Yang Wei instantly gave Yang Dianfeng a smug smile. He turned on speakerphone and handed the phone over. Dad says you have to answer. Yang Dianfeng lowered his eyes. His fingers moved slightly. Helplessness and grievance nearly spilled from his eyes. In the instant he hesitated, I suddenly reached out and snatched the phone away. Then I spoke coldly into it. And you are? The man on the other end was extremely impatient. Put Yang Dianfeng on the phone. I flatly refused. No. What are you going to do about it? The other end went silent for a moment, then came an enraged roar. Who the hell do you think you are? I thought for a second, then suddenly smiled slyly. Me. Soon, I should count as the Yang family's creditor. What does that mean? Yang Liuyao froze instantly. I answered with two snide words. Guess. After saying that, I gave him no chance to speak again. I hung up outright. Then I tossed the phone back to Yang Wei. Watching him fumble, I raised an eyebrow and smiled. Defiant, wicked, and just a little dangerous. Just then, the elevator doors opened with a ding. A familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Hesia. Her burning gaze fixed on me. It was as if a 1,000-year-old bell in an ancient temple had suddenly been struck. She could no longer stay calm. She thought of nothing. She only followed instinct and walked toward me, step by step, until I noticed her. Sister Sia. The smile on my face instantly turned a little more obedient. I waved at her. The corners of her lips lifted at once. She quickly walked to my side. Compared with my delight, everyone beside us was utterly shocked. Yang Dianfeng called out with a complicated expression. Hesia only gave him a slight nod. Then her gaze immediately returned to me. In those usually icy eyes of hers, there was now a faint, gentle warmth. How do you want this handled? I reached out and pulled her to my side. Then I said for words with decisive certainty. Pay up? Apologize. But right after that I added. But you do not need to step in. I can handle it myself. If I let this local powerhouse make the move, that would be far too boring. She nodded without even thinking. I will do whatever you say. That scene left both Yang Dianfeng and Yang Wei staring in shock. Was this still the ruthless and decisive Hesia? By now, Yang Wei's legs had gone so weak he could barely stand. If he had known earlier that I was connected to Hesia, even 10,000 lives worth of courage would not have made him touch me. But now, Lu, Mr. Lu. He tried hard to keep his voice from shaking. Trembling, he took the bracelet from his wrist and handed it to me. Here is your bracelet. About what happened today. Could you perhaps let it go? I curled my lip. Let it go? That is a little hard. Everyone who knows me knows. I hold grudges better than anything. Then, with 2 fingers, I picked up that jade bracelet in disgust. I waved it in front of him, then tossed it straight back into his hand. Besides, once something is soiled, I do not want it. After saying that, I even wiped my hands with a tissue. Yang Wei's face went from flushed red to deathly pale in an instant. He knew his father would never offend Hesia for his sake. Before long, the police arrived. I directly handed the video on my phone to the person in charge. Illegal entry into someone else's residence. Major property damage. The station. We have both witnesses and physical evidence. The officer in charge was startled when he saw Hesia, but seeing that she had no intention of interfering, he immediately handled it by the book. He gave the order at once. Mr. Yang, please come with us along with your men. Seeing that he was about to be taken away, Yang Wei's face turned ashen. Still unwilling to accept it, he called his father again. After cooperating with the statement, I left together with brother Dianfeng. The lawyers would handle everything else. Mr. Lu. He had barely spoken before I cut him off. Brother Dianfeng. Just like my sister. You can call me Chen. After all, my sister has praised you plenty in front of me. You're resilient, self-reliant, capable right-hand man. Hearing that, Yang Dianfeng froze. His eyes filled with gratitude. Where do you want to stay next? I understood what he meant. A hotel, after all, was not exactly safe. I thought for a moment, then asked him directly, "Has the house my sister prepared for me been cleaned up?" Yang Dianfeng answered at once. "It was ready long ago. You can move in any time. Then I will move in right away." After saying that, I turned to look at Heist. "Do you have anything to do next?" She answered without hesitation. "No. I will stay with you." Yang Dianfeng knew it was time for him to leave, so he said goodbye and left. I watched his back, and could not help sighing. "Brother Dianfeng is so cool," Heist suddenly said, in a tone I could not quite read. "He works for Gangcheng Group now." I turned my head and looked at her. Then I nodded. "I know," seeing that I had no intention of explaining. She did not ask any further. She only said, "Come on. I will help you move your things." I immediately perked up. I teased her on purpose. "You are doing it yourself. You are the esteemed president. Helping me move things is a waste of your talents." She could not help laughing. She reached out and tapped the space between my brows. "Speak properly." Not only was I not angry, I even pushed my luck and leaned my face closer to hers. "Am I not handsome?" My face enlarged right before her eyes. I could even see the fine down on her face. She instantly looked away in panic. Only after a long moment did I hear her force out to hoarse words. "Very handsome." Only then did I smile in satisfaction. And I did not forget to praise her. "President, he has excellent taste." Soon, we arrived at the most luxurious villa district in Gangcheng, Shengshi Jiajing. But when I found the address Brother Dianfeng had given me, a flicker of surprise crossed Heist's eyes. I asked casually, "What is it?" To my surprise, she said, "If I told you the place next door is mine, would you believe me?" What a coincidence. I immediately reached out to her. "Then please look after me from now on. New neighbor." She held my fingertips for only a second before letting go. "Please look after me too, Mr. Liu." Although I knew she did not stay here very often, things would be different from now on. She helped me carry my luggage into the room. Then she went straight back next door. I stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, quietly watching her from behind. Meanwhile, the Yang family's real drama was only just beginning. Yang Liuyao pulled strings, but the station still refused to release anyone. The only solution the lawyer offered was for me to agree to settle privately. But I deliberately rejected 3 meeting requests from their lawyer. Not until the 3rd day did I receive a call from my own lawyer. "Mr. Liu, Yang Liuyao wants to see you." At the time, I was deep in a 5 versus 5 match. I answered directly, "Tell him to wait. I am busy." The next second, the quadra kill sound effect rang out in the game. My lawyer calmly hung up. Then he smiled politely at the Yang family's stiff faces. "Everyone, please wait a moment. Mr. Liu is occupied." Yang Liuyao tugged his mouth into a forced smile. "He certainly sounds busy." But I frowned at my phone screen. These teammates are absurd. I fought 1 against 4, and took down all 4. They had 4 against 1, and still got counter-killed. Ridiculous. Holding back my irritation, I quickly finished the game. Only then did I get into the car. By the time I arrived, the people inside had long since grown impatient from waiting. When I walked into the private room, Yang Liuyao finally understood why Heist was helping me. But he sat in his chair without moving. His cloudy eyes were full of contempt. "Speak? How much money will make you let my son go?" He thought that with Heist absent, he did not have to show me any respect. But I walked right past him and sat in the main seat. I leisurely took a sip of tea. Then I raised 1 finger. 1 billion. "Mr. Liu, that demand is far too much." Yang Liuyao sneered, clearly thinking I was joking. But I simply leaned back, folded my arms, and asked disdainfully, "Are you just full of hot air? If you cannot even produce 1 billion, why pretend to be rich in front of me?" I took the photos my lawyer handed me and flung them in front of him. "Do you know how much the bracelet your son stole is worth? Do you know how much the jade bracelet he smashed was worth? 1 billion. That is already a discount for Brother Dianfeng's sake." Yang Liuyao had not taken these photos seriously at all before. But now he had no choice but to pick up the appraisal reports on the table. The more he read, the uglier his expression became. In the end, he even crushed the report until it bent out of shape. Yang Liuyao suppressed his rage and argued, "You could not possibly have lost that much. A weight only took the heart of the king." I blink. "Who says? They are my things. Whatever I say is missing is what is missing." You should know, all these items have customs entry records from the airport. Now that they cannot be found, naturally, I can only blame young Master Yang, who trespassed illegally. Of course, if Mr. Yang has evidence proving he did not take them, I will accept my bad luck. Yang Liuyo's face instantly turned ashen. He had never hated Yang Wei's stupidity more than he did now. But even if he sold him off, he still could not raise 1 billion. After several deep breaths, he finally put on a carefully measured smile. Why does Mr. Liu not tell me how you would like this matter handled? I looked at him thoughtfully, then suddenly changed the subject. Yang Dianfeng is your son too. Yang Liuyo's stomach dropped. He answered with a stiff face. That is right. I hear Mr. Liu is quite close to him. I smiled. Very close. I like brother Dianfeng a lot. Hearing that, he let out a breath of relief. He hurriedly said, since we are all family, why not, for Dianfeng's sake, let away go? Sure. I agreed without hesitation. Even the lawyer behind me froze. The next second, the smile on my face widened several times over. I tapped my fingertip on the tabletop. For brother Dianfeng's sake, as long as he returned the shares his mother left him, I will cut the compensation amount in half. Not only that, I will drop the lawsuit and let your precious son go. How about it? Impossible. Yang Liuya refused without even thinking. That was 10% of Yang Corporation's shares. If he gave them to him, that bastard would escape his control completely. At that, my gaze instantly turned cold. I leaned forward. My smile did not reach my eyes. Mr. Yang, I think you have misunderstood. I am not discussing this with you. I am informing you. Either settle according to my terms, or Yang Wei can obediently go to prison. Of course. I curled my lips into a smile. I know Yang Wei alone is not enough leverage. What if I had all of Rongsheng's business partnerships with the Yang family? That heavy blow knocked Yang Liuyao completely off balance. It took him a long while to gather his thoughts. Trembling, he asked, what exactly do you mean by that? I looked at him with a faint, unreadable smile. When you pushed brother Dianfeng to work with the Yang family, you never thought this day would come, did you? Right now, more than half of the Yang family's projects are funded by Rongsheng. Once Rongsheng withdraws its investment, all the money you put in will go down the drain. Actually, you probably did think of that. You just did not believe brother Dianfeng would do that to the Yang family. After all, that was his mother's life's work. Besides, in your eyes, brother Dianfeng is nothing more than a tool working for Rongsheng. An employee like him naturally cannot represent Rongsheng, and he cannot stir up any real trouble. Right? I paused. I even said approvingly, actually, you are not entirely wrong. Brother Dianfeng really would not touch his mother's life's work. But I am different. What does the Yang family have to do with me? At worst, the Yang family collapses. Rongsheng can simply support another person surnamed Yang. After I finished speaking, under his glare that looked ready to tear me apart, I calmly drank half a cup of tea. Who exactly are you? Yang Liuyao finally forced the words through gritted teeth. I looked at him innocently. I told you long ago, I am the Yang family's biggest creditor. The moment I said that, Yang Liuyao felt the world spin before his eyes. He had probably already guessed who I was, but he still wanted one last struggle. Are you not afraid the Yang family will drag Rongsheng down with us? Hearing that, I laughed on the spot. Why would I be afraid? If Rongsheng wants to toy with the Yang family, at most, it would be like losing a finger. Do you think I would care? Ha ha ha, good. So it is only losing a finger. Yang Liuyao threw his head back and laughed. He nearly fell out of his chair. He knew Rongsheng's businesses spread across the globe. Taking on one tiny Yang family would take no effort at all. But the Yang family did not dare play. They did not have the status, and they had even less confidence. He had lost. Utterly and completely lost. Yang Liuyao braced himself against the table and stood. He seemed to age 10 years in an instant. At last, he lowered that proud head. In the tone of a defeated man, he pleaded, Mr. Liu, when I return, I will have Dianfeng sign the share transfer agreement. Please show mercy and spare Wei and the Yang family. I nodded. My attitude instantly turned innocent, as if I knew nothing of the world. One thing is one thing, another is another. The money you owe me cannot be short by a single cent. Yang Liuyao nearly spat blood, but he could only force a smile. Then he left stiffly, watching his back recede. I gave a cold laugh. Old bastard. Did he really think Brother Dianfeng was the Yang family's dog? As I spoke, I took out my phone and made a call. On the other end, Lu Siki's voice held no surprise at all. Settled. I hummed in agreement. Then suspicion stirred in me. Sis, you care this much about Brother Dianfeng? Are you hiding something from me? The other end of the line suddenly fell silent. Lu Siki was remembering the first time she saw Yang Dianfeng. He had a huaguo face. Yet in a classroom full of foreigners, he showed no fear. Even when the professor made things difficult, he spoke with calm confidence. But such a resilient person could still sob his heart out in the rain. He had looked unbearably wretched. Later, Lu Siki had someone send him an umbrella. She even broke precedent and made him her assistant. She had wanted to keep him overseas, but he insisted on going to the Gangcheng branch. He started at the bottom and worked his way up to branch manager. After so many years, she received his call. He said, "Boss, long time no see." And she answered with genuine sincerity, "Congratulations." But there was another sentence she never said aloud. Yang Dianfeng. Long time no see. Sis. After waiting ages without an answer, I called out again. Only then did Lu Siki come back to herself. Pretending nothing had happened, she gave a light cough. Yang Dianfeng used to work in my assistant department. In a way, he was a trusted aide close to power. He deserves some preferential treatment. I deliberately drew out an O. Then I laughed out loud. Sure. I understand everything. Hearing that, she immediately rolled her eyes. No. What exactly do you understand? I shook my head with a wicked grin. Do not worry about what I understand. The point is, I understand. This sister of mine, although she had dated twice, had never cared this much about anyone. With her status, other people were always the ones guessing what she wanted. They all coddled her and treated her like a princess. For her to care this much about someone else was truly a first outside her family, and the result of teasing her was that she got so annoyed she hung up on me. I curled my lip. Someone cannot take a joke. After muttering that, I was about to leave the private room. But the moment I reached the door, I saw someone unexpected. Before I could dodge him, he came straight toward me. Chen, it really is you. My expression instantly went cold. It is me. You are actually in Gangcheng. No wonder Shen Qingxuang could not find you anywhere. Chen greeted me with forced familiarity. I came to Gangcheng for fun too. Why not hang out together? No need. After saying that, I turned to leave. I have things to do. Come on. Chen quickly grabbed me. Even if you and Shen Qingxuang had a fight, we are still friends, right? Friends. I rolled the word around in my mouth. Then I nodded with an unreadable look. True. The next second, just as he thought he had succeeded, I suddenly asked, So, when you exposed my location to Shen Qingxuang just now, was that also because we are friends? Do not think I missed him typing away rapidly just now. With the smallest bit of thought, I knew exactly who he was messaging. After I exposed him on the spot, Chen hurried to explain. I just wanted you two to clear up the misunderstanding. Then he even started lecturing me as if he were completely in the right. Chen, who in our circle is truly clean. Qingxuang kept herself pure for you all these years. She has done more than enough. Nothing really happened between her and Xiao Chisheng. Why disappear and make her worry? She has lost so much weight. Even throwing a tantrum should have limits. If you truly break her heart and she stops wanting you, the loss will not be worth the gain. Hearing that, I laughed on the spot. Are you Shen Qingxuang's father? You are defending her that hard. Are you hoping that when you are crippled, she would still have to kneel in front of you to wipe your ass and empty your chamber pot? Why do you have to be so nasty? Chan's face flushed red at once. I rolled my eyes at him. You think you sound pleasant. At least I am speaking human language. The moment you open your mouth, it sounds like a fart. It stinks to death. I mimicked his earlier tone, snide and passive-aggressive. Who in our circle is truly clean? I spit on that. That is your circle, not mine. You people are filthy and rotten yourselves. Do you have to drag everyone else down to your level? Trash belongs in the trash heap. Stay away from my noble self. Do not come near me. After saying that, I pulled out a wet wipe. I wiped the spot he had touched. Then I threw the wipe straight at him. Never see you again. Shen Qingxuang's father with no status or standing. With that, I walked away without looking back. What a piece of work. Liu Chen pointed at my back and stammered, you, for ages. Clearly, he was furious. But when he looked down and saw Shen Qingxuang's reply, his anger eased again. He wanted Shen Qingxuang to find me. Meanwhile, Chu Li, who had been ordered to keep an eye on me, was thrilled by my talent for insults. She directly clipped the surveillance audio and sent it to the group chat. Then she spammed a whole row of thumbs-up stickers and typed, "To be fair, I, Chu Li, have never admired anyone in my life. But Liu Chen's mouth, I truly admit defeat. From personal attacks to soul-cleansing insults. The damage was terrifying. Quick hands." When Wan opened the file, her face dark with speechless irritation. I am relating way too hard. It feels like I am the one being cursed out to my face. Chu Li burst out laughing. If Liu Chen knew the rotten things you have done, I guarantee he would curse you out even harder. When Wan's face darkened on the spot, no one will think you are mute if you keep quiet. Even though she said that, when Wan simply could not let go. The only man she loved was Simo. Even if he was her nominal younger brother, as long as she wanted him, she had to have him. Even if everyone condemned her. They all knew exactly what mad things Wan had done. But knowing was one thing. Approving was another. But when Wan would not listen to advice at all. Just then, someone suddenly popped up in the group chat. Luo Jia, who usually did not dare make a sound, surfaced. I never expected someone as outstanding as Liu Chen to be this vicious when insulting people. When Chu Li saw the word gentle and laughed so hard she could not straighten up. You have not even seen Liu Chen's more outrageous side. Chu Yu, however, keenly caught the key detail in the video. So, who is Shen Qingxuang? In an instant, Chu Li felt her scalp go numb. Retract it, quickly. Why would she bring up the one subject nobody wanted mentioned? Although Chu Yu did not understand, she still recalled the message at once. But the person who happened to open the group chat was Sia, and she saw it all. I saw it. Instantly, the group chat fell deathly silent. Chu Li hurriedly tried to laugh it off. Sister Sia, I was watching just now. Liu Chen was not wronged. Not wrong was an understatement. When that old bastard Yang Liuyao left the private room, he was pale as a ghost. Even his legs were shaking. It was the first time she had ever seen Yang Liuyao like that. To cover for Chu Yu's mistake, Luo Jia chimed in too. Yes, exactly. From Liu Chen's personality, he really does not seem like someone who lets himself be wronged. Then Sia directly tagged Luo Jia. You are right. My Liu Chen truly would not let himself be wronged. Unlike you. That one line was lethal. Luo Jia instantly logged off in tears to go settle accounts with Chu Yu. After Sia killed two birds with one stone. When Wang could not help laughing. Sister Sia, why tease Luo Jia? He does not really have any bad intentions. True. Sia lazily tapped at the screen. He really is not like you. You aimed all your bad intentions at your own adoptive younger sister. When Wan wished she could slap herself. Why had she spoken up for Luo Jia for no reason? Great. Now she had been dragged into. There were 5 people in the group chat. 4 had been taken down. Chu Li trembled in fear. She tried to hide. But the next second, the lightning still struck her. Sia tagged Chu Li. Old Master Chu recently told me he wanted to send you overseas for training. I think that is fine. So I agreed to keep an eye on you for him. Chu Li instantly groveled for mercy. No, please. I was wrong, Sister Sia. I will never dare again. I am begging you. The overseas training Sia meant was cutting off all her bank cards and throwing her straight abroad. At the thought of all that foreign food, Chu Li's scalp went numb. I would die. But her message sank without a trace. Sia gave no response at all. Chu Li sat in the surveillance room, her face dark and livid. She wished she could slap herself. Why is my hand so damn cheap? Why did I send that video? She knew perfectly well Sia protected Liu Chen like the apple of her eye. Yet she still let him be discussed in the group chat. If that was not asking for trouble, what was? The group chat went completely quiet. Sia opened the file, listening to the name I kept mentioning. Strange, shifting currents moved through her eyes. Shen Qingxuang. Sia softly repeated the name. Her fingers tapped lightly on the desk. It sounded somewhat familiar. But what mattered more to her was that woman's identity. Liu Chen's ex-girlfriend. Even with the word ex attached, it still irritated her to the extreme. But what irritated her even more was that she did not even have the right to be jealous of this ex. She stared at my silent chat window. Like some resentful consort trapped in a palace, she viciously poked my profile picture. You are done with your serious business, and you still have not thought of me. Just as she was muttering, a message suddenly popped up in the chat window. You poke Lu Chen's smart little head. Hesia froze in confusion. Flustered, she tried to recall it. But my message came through first. Something up? Now, even if nothing was up, something had to be. She could only brace herself and use Aunt Lee as an excuse. I wanted to ask if you were done. Aunt Lee wants to invite you for a meal. I looked at the message and deliberately teased her. Only Aunt Lee wants to invite me. She seemed to take the bait at once. She confessed on her own. Fine. That was my excuse. The next second, she sent an incredibly direct line. Lu Chen, I am the one who wants to see you. This woman, even when she flirted, there was a serious sincerity to it. It was inexplicably adorable. I checked the time and kept pressing her. How much do you want to? Unexpectedly, that question made her frown and think deeply. She did not even notice when her assistant Gu Xiao knocked. She let Gu Xiao in, but immediately interrupted his work report. We will discuss that later. Then, with an unprecedentedly serious expression, she asked a question that made Gu Xiao think the company was about to go bankrupt. If you tell the boy you like that you want to see him, and he asks how much you want to, how do you reply without sounding cringy? Gu Xiao, ready to report bankruptcy-level plans, was instantly speechless. President I am a guy. How can I possibly like another guy? After saying that, he gave a light cough. Mr. Lu asked you that, did he not? Hesia was instantly at a loss for words. She shot him a dagger-like glare. Gu Xiao was amused. I never would have guessed. President he can actually say she wants to see someone. Hesia, flustered into irritation, picked up a file and hurled it at him. If you cannot say anything decent, get out. But Gu Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, he caught the file with a smile. President I think Mr. Lu. I did not say it was Lu Chen. Hesia was still stubbornly denying it. Gu Xiao calmly replied. I did not say it was Mr. Lu Chen either. This time, Hesia's defenses completely crumbled. She could only give up pretending. Continue. Gu Xiao cleared his throat. Then he analyzed seriously. In my experience, Mr. Lu is teasing you. That is all. Hesia's eyes dimmed instantly. She had thought Lu Chen was serious. But Gu Xiao did not notice. Instead, he suggested, President the worst thing lovers can do is keep guessing. If there is a question, just say it directly. That one sentence was firmly etched into Hesia's heart. Meanwhile, I waited ages without getting her reply. Only after I got home did I see the 4 words she had sent. Very, very much. That was it. I sat cross-legged on the sofa and could not help typing. President he thought for that long and only gave me 4 words. I am losing out here. When Hesia saw the words taking a loss, she seemed to misunderstand. A moment later, she replied, I will make it up to you. I raised an eyebrow. How was she going to make it up to me? I wondered to myself, but did not ask again. I waited for the fish to take the bait, but just after I finished showering, her call came in. The moment I answered, her voice came through slightly breathless. A breathless voice came from the other end. I am outside your door. My heart skipped instantly. Phone in hand, I ran downstairs. When I opened the door, I saw her standing outside. She seemed to have rushed over from the office. The corners of her long, narrow eyes were faintly red. It gave her exquisite face a strangely bewitching edge. Yet she was wearing a crisp custom suit. That bewitching air was forcibly restrained. I folded my arms and leaned against the threshold. I could not help whistling. I made no attempt to hide my admiration. President did you just come from work? Under my openly admiring gaze, her heart tightened before she realized it. The next second, she noticed my half-dry hair. Only then did she realize I had just showered. So she immediately moved in front of me and blocked the wind from me. She bought some Gangcheng snacks. Consider it compensation. As she spoke, she shook the row of bags in her hand. So this was her compensation. I immediately leaned in to look, but she reached out and pressed down on my head. Go inside first. The wind is strong here. Fine. I could only let her in. Then I casually shut the door. I only have disposable slippers at home. Please make do with them. I took slippers from the cabinet, opened the package, and set them by her feet. Seeing that I was not displeased, the smile in her eyes deepened. Then, She naturally carried the snacks to the dining table. But just as I was about to help, she stopped me. I will do it. I propped up my head and watched her take off her jacket. Then I reached straight toward her. Give it to me. She handed me the jacket. Only then did she slowly undo her cufflinks. She rolled her sleeves up to her forearms. I stared at the faint lines of muscle along her forearms. I understood at once. She must work out often. I hung up the jacket, ran back, and sat down. By then, she had opened more than half the packages. Want to eat this first? She pushed the warm egg waffles in front of me. This place is a time-honored shop. Try it. I shook my head. I will wait until you finish. Then we will eat together. Hearing that, her hands moved even faster. But she still inevitably got some oil on them. I immediately handed her a wet wipe. You are not allergic to alcohol, are you? She shook her head. Only after wiping her hands clean did she sit down. Dig in. Wait a second. I did not move. Instead, I asked her, want some wine? She was visibly startled, but I gave her a mysterious smile. Fruit wine. I brought it from Jing City. This time, she froze. It was the first time I had mentioned where I came from. She must have been wondering whether I was finally ready to open my heart to her. But she asked nothing. She only nodded and said yes. I immediately brought out a sealed jar of wine. The jar was not big, but I treasured it like crazy. This is mulberry wine I learned to make from an old lady. It is seriously delicious. I glanced at her proudly. You are in for a treat. As soon as I said that, I skillfully pulled out the wine stopper. A rich wine aroma instantly rushed toward us. Then, I poured a full large cup for each of us. She looked at the wine glass and seemed a little hesitant. I hurried to explain. I am not trying to get you drunk. This wine really is good. Back home, I was always watched closely. Today, I am drinking to my heart's content. I am only worried you will get drunk. She admitted honestly. It is fine. I do not get drunk. I vowed with absolute confidence. Then I raised my cup first. Cheers. One word. And I shouted it with heroic bravado. She merely clinked cups with me indulgently. She watched me eat and drink, her eyes full of warmth. Almost in our past like that. My second cup of wine was nearly empty too. But more than half the snacks were still on the table. My hands started itching again. It crept toward the wine jar. Hesia helplessly reached out to stop me. If you drink more, you really will be drunk. I will not. With my face flushed red, my eyes were full of seriousness. I stressed every word. Hesia, I will not get drunk. As soon as the words left my mouth, I stubbornly grabbed the hand she had put in front of me. I pulled hard. Somehow, I could not move it. I stared solemnly at her hand. I could not understand why. I had clearly used all my strength. But this hand was so beautiful. Because she was using force. The lines on the back of her hand were sharper than usual. I stared and stared. Then I suddenly stretched out my index finger and gently touched the back of her hand. Under her stunned, shocked gaze, I began tracing the path of her veins. The pad of my finger was unbelievably warm. Her heart suddenly trembled. Heat rose in her throat. Chen, are you drunk? But just as she tried to pull her hand back while I was distracted, I caught it with quick reflexes. Do not move. I scolded her softly. I even glared at her impatiently. Let me feel it properly. I sounded perfectly confident, as if I were completely in the right. Hesia took a deep breath, watching me hold her hand. She felt a throb between her brows. She sighed helplessly. She tried to pull her hand back, only to find she could not move it at all. I let out a mocking laugh. Then I suddenly pulled her hand to my cheek. Then I lowered my head and nuzzled the back of her hand. I like this. Feeling her own heart pounding wildly, Hesia silently used her other hand to move the wine glass away. Apparently, letting me play with her hand was better than letting me fuss for more wine. Who would have thought I would suddenly give another order? Switch hands. That one was too hot. I do not like it. Hesia sighed helplessly again. She could only offer me her other hand. I carefully felt it. After confirming I like this one too, I finally smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. This one is not hot. The moment I said that, her barely composed face flushed bright red in an instant. I understood. Her first hand had been rubbed and held by me so much that it had gone hot from embarrassment. Just as she was relieved my attention was on her hand, my gaze suddenly shifted away. Hesia, I spoke solemnly. I stared at her without blinking. Your face is so red. You must be drunk. My words were perfectly clear. Nothing like a drunk person at all. She slapped a hand to her own forehead. She could only smile bitterly. Chen, do you want to look and see who is actually drunk? Let me look. There is such a good thing. My eyes lit up instantly. Under her stunned gaze, I shot to my feet. Chen, you. She looked at me in confusion. The next second, I strode right in front of her. Pressing her shoulders, I pushed her back. Then I quickly leaned in. Let me look. Before she could react, the tip of my nose was barely a millimeter from hers. If she moved even a little forward, she would touch it. She froze instantly. She was terrified of making a terrible mistake. But I, the one who started it, only grew bolder. My burning hot hand directly pinched her earlobe. It was as if I had found a new toy. Heist, you have earlobes. I rubbed her earlobe curiously. This is killing me. Heist's heart hammered nonstop in her chest. She was almost losing control. Chen. She gritted her teeth. She turned her head aside to avoid my breath. Flustered, she coaxed me. Stop playing. What? I blink. Why will you not let me play? This hand feels amazing. I immediately played dumb and pretended not to hear. Heist was instantly speechless. You heard me. She exposed me without mercy. I was instantly displeased. I lowered my eyes and glared at her, pretending to be fierce. Just when she thought I was about to get angry, my gaze began to move from the tip of her nose to her lips, then downward, little by little, as if I could see through her shirt. Finally, my gaze locked onto a certain place. Chen. Heist jolted from the look in my eyes. She stood up and moved opposite me at the fastest speed of her life. Do not do anything reckless. Even her voice was trembling. She looked like an innocent girl being teased. But I looked at the panic on her face in confusion. I tried to understand. What are you afraid of? She felt like she was about to lose her mind. I was clearly conscious, but my behavior was nothing like that of a sober person. She took a deep breath. Forcing herself to stay calm, she said, I'm not afraid. The more you try to hide it, the more obvious it becomes. I rolled my eyes at her. Then I accused her with righteous seriousness. It is not like I would take advantage of you. Besides, were you not the one who told me to look? When did I? Halfway through, she suddenly realized it. She really had mentioned looking, but this was not what she had meant. She explained helplessly. You heard me wrong. That is not what I meant. I gave a small "oh." Then I glanced at her faintly. The smile on my face vanished instantly. Seeing me like that, her heart clenched hard again. After a long pause, she actually gave in. She walked up to me. She bent down. Resigned to her fate, she said, Look, then. But no touching. At that moment, Heist had only one thought. This was her fault. Why reason with a drunk man? As long as he was happy. I tilted my head. Seeing her so obedient, I finally curled my lips in satisfaction. But I did not actually look. Instead, I stretched lazily. All right. I want to sleep. Sleep? Hearing that, Heist choked up. Then she asked the stupidest question of her life. How do you sleep? The moment she said it, I startled myself halfway sober. But I still began explaining it to her seriously. Wash your face. Brush your teeth. A moment later, she followed close behind me upstairs. When she saw me enter my room, she had just relaxed. But I turned on my heel. I went straight into the guest room. Heist, I called out. When she came over, she saw me holding a new toothbrush. I was smiling at her. For you. And this too. I found a towel too, then stuffed a bath towel into her arms as well. Only then did I leave, perfectly satisfied. Heist held an armful of unopened things. Her feelings were complicated. Even drunk, he was still thinking of her. Suddenly, she felt she might really be completely done for in my hands. Heist, my wine-scented voice called again from outside. She hurried out. Then she saw me brushing my teeth with toothpaste in my mouth. Good night. I tilted my head. As I spoke, I blew a bubble. Heist could not help laughing. She gazed at me deeply. Good night. A few minutes later, she stood by the bed. She watched me, wrapped in the blanket and already fast asleep. Only after a long while did she turn off the light and leave. But she did not go home. Instead, she slept in the guest room next to mine. She left both doors open. She was afraid this drunk might vomit and choke in the night. Fortunately, until the next day, I slept very peacefully. She put the delivered porridge and hangover soup on the table. Only after leaving a message did she go to the company. At noon, I woke up thirsty. Bleary-eyed, I went downstairs and got water from the kitchen. Only then did I notice the 2 insulated food containers on the table. I frowned in confusion. Where did this come from? I set down the water glass. I inspected it for a moment. Only after confirming it was not a time bomb did I open the lid. At once, a burst of rice fragrance rushed out. I swallowed. I really was hungry. But I did not pick up the chopsticks right away. Instead, I looked around. I remembered eating with Hesia last night. And then, as I tried hard to remember, scenes from last night surfaced in broken flashes. I have one special trait. No matter how drunk I get, the next day, if I think back even a little, or even without trying to remember, as long as I pass the place where I acted up while drunk, my brain automatically replays it for me. So, when I clearly realized yesterday how I had taken advantage of Hesia, I froze on the spot. My wide, round eyes were filled with shock. That person who took advantage of her and still acted completely justified was really me. Holy crap. I covered my face and collapsed back onto the sofa. I screamed silently. Destroy me. I cannot live like this. My attraction to her had reached the point where even my subconscious acted for me. How was I supposed to face Hesia after this? Maybe I could pretend I remembered nothing. Would she believe me? At that moment, I wished I could dig a hole and bury myself right there. But the truth was, that idea was completely unrealistic. Just then, the doorbell rang. Dead inside, I drifted over to open it. A few seconds later, when I saw Hesia standing outside, my mind went blank. I immediately shut the door again. By the time I realized what I had done, it was too late. That is exactly what the saying means. The more you try to hide it, the more obvious it becomes. Through the door, I could almost hear laughter from outside. I took a deep breath. Then, resigned to my fate, I opened the door again. I know I went too far last night. Go ahead and scold me. I lowered my head. I looked ready to accept whatever punishment she gave. But Hesia stared at the cowlick sticking up on my head, her smile deepening. She actually raised her hand. Then she rubbed my head like she was petting a puppy. When I looked up in stunned confusion, she curved her lips and asked back, "Wasn't it cute? Besides, how do you know I was not willing?" Had this woman already lost all sense of restraint? I instantly started muttering inwardly. I was just about to shake off the hand on my head. I saw Hesia's face loom closer in front of me. In her deep pupils, I clearly saw my own stunned expression. Chen. Before I could dodge, she asked slowly in that dangerously tempting voice, "Do you know when you were that close to me last night, what I wanted to do?" For some reason, my gaze moved on its own and landed on her sensual, thin lips. I pressed my lips together. I did not know what she wanted to do, but I knew what I wanted to do. As if sensing my thoughts, a tempting laugh sounded by my ear. The next second, she straightened and withdrew her hand. As she walked past me, she left one sentence behind. "My thoughts were the same as yours." What? No, wait. I hurried after her. What thoughts? No, that is not right. How did she know what I was just thinking? Unfortunately, Hesia did not answer me. Her gaze fell on the untouched porridge and hangover tea on the table. "You just woke up." I wanted to keep asking, but thinking about it, that would make me seem to hung up on it. So I only answered with one word. Right after that, I saw Hesia head into the kitchen on her own. With practiced ease, she took out the tableware. Then she served the porridge and soup separately. Guilt instantly crept over me. "You did not clean up the dining room last night too, did you?" "It was on the way." She set the porridge on the table. "Come eat." She took care of everything and thought of everything. It gave me the illusion that she was not courting me, but raising a son. Seeing that she had already pulled out the chair, I walked over and sat down. After taking a sip of Chinese yam porridge, I asked, "You are not having any?" She took out her phone and glanced at me. "I ate at the company cafeteria." "Then why did you?" I was about to ask why she came if she had already eaten. Halfway through, I caught myself. I shut my mouth in time. But Hesia did not let the chance pass. She drawled, "I came to see whether our young Master Lu had gotten up yet." I took a fierce gulp of porridge. as if what I was chewing was not melt-in-your-mouth Chinese yam porridge, but Hesia herself. In the end, Hesia could not hold back after all. She laughed softly again. She laughed so loudly. Her whole body radiated delight. It irritated me just looking at her. I jabbed my chopsticks hard into the bowl. I had not done anything that funny. The way she acted made it seem as if I were her personal stimulant. I quickly finished eating. When I saw Hesia about to get up and clean again, I hurriedly raised a hand to stop her. I am really not useless. I will do it myself. What kind of host keeps making a guest do housework? So I carried the insulated containers and bowls into the kitchen. I rolled up my sleeves and started washing them. But somehow, Hesia had followed me over. She stood in the kitchen doorway, staring at me. At once, I felt strangely awkward. I cleared my throat. Do you not believe I can do housework? No. Hesia shook her head. Then why are you staring at me? I spoke to her, but my hands did not stop moving. Hesia actually said, I was afraid you would get bored, so I am keeping you company. Is that so? I suddenly smiled wickedly. When did our president he change careers and become a chat companion? Does it pay well? The moment I found an opening, I teased her. I was honestly enjoying it. To my surprise, Hesia did not get annoyed. She even played along, putting on a thoughtful expression. Only after she saw me put the bowls into the cabinet did she reply, It does not pay especially well. The main thing is making the employer happy. After saying that, she handed me a tissue. Then she casually took the insulated containers from me. Smiling, she asked, Isn't that right, Mr. Liu? I wiped the grease off my hands. Then I walked past her with a haughty little air. I think it was average. Average. Hesia quickly caught up to me as I tried to slip away. Mr. Liu, why not tell me what was average? I stared at her figure for a long moment. Then I said with feigned regret, Everything else is top tier. You are just too reserved. I even emphasized that a chat companion should be a little more, you know. What is you know? Hesia actually asked with sincere humility. Now I was fired up. I gestured for her to sit. Then I counted on my fingers and began teaching her. First, a chat companion has to be polite. And where does that politeness show? I turned slightly toward her. When you meet a customer as devastatingly handsome as me, remember to call him handsome young man. So, I narrowed my eyes, lifted my chin, and teased her like coaxing a pet. Say handsome young man for me. Hesia looked at me helplessly. Then she refused outright. I am not learning anymore. Why not? I was deeply disappointed. I still wanted to hear her call me handsome young man. Just imagining it felt amazing. But Hesia did not take the bait at all. Yet just when I thought she was giving up, she held back a laugh and suddenly leaned closer to me. The little distance already left between us was drawn even closer. My breath caught sharply. But she seemed not to notice my tension. You like my voice? That question was obviously meant to change the subject. Yet it sounded more like a bewitching temptress at work. I froze instantly. When I praised her voice, was it because I liked her voice? Apparently. That was exactly it. There was nothing to deny. I looked straight at her and admitted it frankly. I do. My answer was open and honest. There was not a hint of flattery in it. But I noticed Hesia's gaze tightened for an instant. She quickly restrained herself. Then the corner of her mouth lifted into a roguish smile. Thank you for liking it, Mr. Liu. I raised an eyebrow on the spot. That is it. Our eyes met. I saw smug triumph in her eyes. She nodded. Her face said it was only natural. That is it. Since I did not get the answer I wanted, I was furious. I pulled back and put some distance between us. Then I complained outright. You are seriously unprofessional. Yet she calmly flattered me instead. That is why I am waiting for you to keep teaching me. She even said that with my experience. Teaching someone should be no problem. Ha! I gave her a flat eye roll, as if she really wanted to learn. She was clearly dancing right on the edge of the trap. She was teasing me for fun. Once I saw through her intentions, my mood vanished instantly. I leaned back against the sofa and gave up trying. I am not playing anymore. This is so boring. This time, I was truly bored. I had already visited everywhere worth going in Gangcheng. Now I woke up whenever I wanted each day and just sat around in a daze. I even kind of wanted to go back to Jing City. Just when I was completely done with life, Hesia suddenly spoke. Do you want to go out to sea? My eyes lit up instantly. I sat up at once. Out to sea? She nodded. Yes. But we need to apply first. If you want to go, I will have someone arrange it. I do. I nodded wildly. I had never been out to sea for fun before. The gloom from a moment ago instantly vanished. I shifted over and scooted right beside her. How soon can we go? The day after tomorrow. There will be heavy rain tomorrow, so it is not suitable. Okay. I quickly nodded. Hesia looked at me. Then she glanced at the time. Suddenly, she said, I have to go back to the company. I found that a little strange. No lunch break. It is only 1 in the afternoon. She explained that the company had a restroom. There was also an important meeting that afternoon. She had to be there to hold the fort. After saying that, she stood and left. I hurried after her and walked her to the door. Then I thanked her sincerely. That was thoughtful of you. President He. You are so busy, yet you still came to check whether I was alive. Hesia waved it off. You are welcome. But before leaving, she actually added, only drink a little less next time. She smiled helplessly. Her eyes were full of indulgent affection. Drunk Mr. Liu is really a handful. I immediately listened like an obedient child. It seemed I really caused her a lot of trouble last night. I will definitely be careful next time. I will not drink too much again. Who knew she would actually say, fine. Then get home safe. After saying that, she waved and strode away. I was stunned on the spot. You may take your leave. I was not some male favorite in her harem. I ranted wildly in my head. But I could not stop smiling. I had just returned to the room and taken out my phone when I saw a message from Guxiao. Lu Chen, are you in Gangcheng right now? My heart skipped. I sent 7 question marks. Guxiao immediately sent another message. So, you really are there. I had not planned to hide it from him. So I admitted it directly. Then I asked, how did you know? Though I already had an answer in mind. Sure enough, Guxiao's next reply confirmed my guess. That blabbermouth Liu Chen said it. Then he sent another message. Then a voice message popped up. I tapped it open and listened. Guxiao's furious voice came through. Liu Chen actually said you latched onto the He family power holder in Gangcheng. He also said you threw your weight around and got his good friend locked up. That friend supposedly spent hundreds of millions and a lot of shares to get free. The ridiculous part is, some idiots actually believed it. Listening to Guxiao's voice, my face instantly turned cold. I could only comfort him first. Do not bother with that. And do not pay attention to them. But I did not expect Guxiao to hear something wrong in my words, because I had not denied the part about latching onto the He family power holder in Gangcheng. With trembling hands, he typed one line. It cannot be true, can it? So, is that He family power holder beautiful? As for Hesia's looks, I had no intention of hiding that from him. So I replied with 4 words. Breathtakingly beautiful. The next second, Guxiao's wail came through. Damn it. Another perfectly good catch is about to be taken by someone unworthy. I completely failed to get why he was breaking down. I was even thinking of sharing Hesia's stunning beauty with him. But then he actually sent this. Lu Chen, block me for a while. Let me calm down. As my fiercely loyal solo fan, he could not accept it right away. The fact that I have fallen for someone else again. Fine, then. I replied guiltily. Then I skillfully blocked him. A few minutes later, I let him out again. Have you calmed down? This was not the first time he had made that request. I was already used to it. More or less. Guxiao sent a weak, lifeless voice message. Then he got down to business. Since we all know you are in Gangcheng, Shen Qingxuang must know too. If she comes looking for you, will you see her? I replied indifferently. Only if she can find me. That was not me giving her a chance. Because I knew perfectly well that if Shen Qingxuang really dared come to Gangcheng, she absolutely would not find me. Unless Hesia did not know about my relationship with Shen Qingxuang and chose not to interfere. But was that possible? Hesia was only obedient in front of me. That did not mean she was truly obedient. I held my phone. Suddenly, I missed her a little. She had clearly only just left. Looking at the cloudless sky outside, it was hard to imagine there would be a downpour tomorrow. Otherwise, I could have seen her sooner. But just as I turned on the television, the doorbell rang again. My heart stirred. Had Hesia come back? After all, in Gangcheng, she was the only one who knew I lived here. Still, I cautiously checked the monitor. But when I saw the unfamiliar man, my brow tightened sharply. The man looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face, but he looked a little disheveled. After making sure nothing around him seemed unusual, I finally opened the door. "Who are you?" The man outside froze when he saw me. He took a step back and checked the door number. Only then did he realize he had the wrong place. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I must have come to the wrong place." Just then, I immediately noticed the wound on his knee was still bleeding. It was also covered with dirt and grit. He lowered his head and was about to leave. As if compelled by some impulse, I asked, "Do you need help?" His movements paused. Though he clearly needed it, he still shook his head. "I am fine. The person I am looking for should live next door." That sounded like an answer to me, and also like he was comforting himself. I leaned against the doorframe. Then I asked abruptly, "Is the person you are looking for surnamed He? You know her?" At that, he instantly looked up in surprise. Seeing his expression, I knew I had guessed right. This man really had come looking for Hesia. Her place and mine were on the same side. The layouts were the same too. It was normal to get them mixed up. At first, I did not want to meddle, but the wound on his knee was too glaring to ignore. I hesitated for a moment. Then I still asked, "Who told you to come here looking for her?" Hesia rarely stayed here. Anyone close to her should not have come here to find her. Besides, had he not contacted her before coming? He seemed not to expect me to ask those questions, but he still answered honestly. "I went to her company. Her secretary said she was here, so I came over." I nodded, looking at how disheveled he was from the injury. I told him directly, "You are too late. She has already left." Zuo Ran was instantly stunned. Then unease followed. His anxious voice came through. "Where did she go?" I refused him outright. No comment. I would never reveal Hesia's whereabouts on my own. Warning him this much, that was already me cutting him some slack as a fellow man. But the moment I finished speaking, the man's eyes reddened at once. Worse still, he seemed unwilling to cry in front of a stranger. He even tilted his head back and forced the tears down. "I am sorry," Zuo Ran choked out. "Sorry to bother you." After saying that, he bowed to me. Then he limped away, ready to leave. I looked at his back. For a moment, I was speechless. Wait, why not come in and treat that wound first? With the way he was moving around. With him moving around like that, even a tiny scrape would not get a chance to heal. I finally understood why such a small scrape kept bleeding nonstop. Zuo Ran whipped his head back. His misty eyes stared at me with helpless hope. "Can I?" I nodded. I stepped aside. "You can. Come in." But after receiving my clear answer, he actually stopped moving again. He bit his lip. After a long pause, he said hesitantly, "But if you help me, I might bring you trouble." I was honestly a little tired, so I asked him straight back, "If I say I am not afraid of trouble, would you believe me?" Who knew that after hearing this, the tears in his eyes vanished completely. Then he looked at me with eyes full of trust and admiration. "I believe you." Then came a crisp, bright thank you. Having suddenly gained a fan, I turned aside and gestured, "Come in." "Okay." Only then did he answer. He limped into the house. But when he reached the entryway, he looked at me with expectant eyes again. "Do you have slippers? I am a little dirty." It turned out he had slid down a hillside. His lower body was covered in bloodstains and mud. I took a spare pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and gave them to him. "Wear these." As he changed shoes, he introduced himself. "My name is Zuo Ran. I am 24 this year." "Why announce your age?" I muttered inwardly. But out loud, I answered honestly. "Chen, 22. You are younger than me." He propped himself up and looked at me. "Then can I call you little bro?" "Little bro." Chen, my little bro. A shiver ran through me. I quickly shook my head. Hard pass. All right, then. Though he looked regretful, he did not force it. After changing shoes, he stared at me with eyes full of expectation. "Fine. I get it. Once you go upstairs, use the second room on your right. Take a shower first. Come down after changing, and I will treat your wound." I brought him to the room. I found all the toiletries for him. Then I reminded him, "Do not rinse the wound for too long. Make it quick." "Okay. Thank you." He was practically moved beyond words. But he did not know that the kind little Chen in his heart had already sold him out. I took out my phone. I sent Hesia a message directly. "Someone named Zuo Ran came looking for you just now. I saw his knee was injured. He looked pretty pitiful. So, I had let him stay. I knew she might be busy. After sending it, I left it alone. By the time I received Hsia's reply, the man named Zhuo Ran was already asleep on the sofa. Then Hsia's reply came in. Just finished a meeting. Right after that, a second message popped up. Is Zhuo Ran still at your place? Has anyone come looking for him? I sat on the carpet watching a drama. I glanced at Zhuo Ran, whose brow was still furrowed in sleep, and replied, I do not quite understand what you mean. The next second, Hsia's reply made my heart jolt. Zhuo Ran probably escaped from the Zhuo family. As for why he escaped, I am not sure yet. I will tell you once I find out. My attention was nailed to the word escaped, thinking of how wretched he looked just now. If it was because he had escaped, then everything made sense. But the Zhuo family Hsia mentioned, could it be the same Zhuo family when Wan had talked about? I was still thinking, when I caught Zhuo Ran's head suddenly slipping from the corner of my eye. I instinctively raised a hand and gently steadied it, but I did not expect that touch to startle him awake. The next second, he saw my hand supporting his head. Only then did the panic in his eyes fade. I calmly withdrew my hand. Go back to the room and sleep. Zhuo Ran frowned. What about you? I pointed at the television. I still have my drama to watch. Who knew he would immediately shift over beside me? He said weakly. I cannot sleep alone. I will stay here and keep you company. Like I would believe that. This was not about being unable to sleep. He was clearly afraid when Wan would come looking for him and take the chance to drag me into trouble. I raised an eyebrow. Seeing the exhaustion in his eyes, I did not expose him. Instead, I got up, made him a cup of honey water, and kept watching television. As a result, now he really could not sleep. Holding the cup, he slid down and sat beside me. As if mentioning it casually, he said, I heard when Wan say, Sister Xia has been close lately with a guy who is very handsome. My eyes shifted. The Zhuo family. So it really was when Wan's Zhuo family. Seeing that I did not respond, he took a sip. Then he asked tentatively, I suppose you are that guy, right? His eyes suddenly dimmed again. It seemed he had thought of returning to the Zhuo family soon, and then he would no longer be able to spend time with me. I watched his mood rise and fall within seconds. The teasing words I had planned refused to come out. I was afraid one careless line would make him cry. I rubbed between my brows. All I could say was, I do not know whether I am that person, but it is true that I am handsome. Ift. Zhuo Ran, whose eyes had been red a second ago, burst into laughter through tears. Lu Chen, you really are full of yourself. But he immediately admitted it seriously. Still, you really are the most handsome person I have ever seen. I accepted it with a smile. Thank you. Right after that, he suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously. Do you want to hear some gossip about Sister Xia? Gossip? About Hsia, no less? How could I not want to hear it? Zhuo Ran thought for a moment. Only then did he continue in a hushed voice. Sister Xia has never dated anyone even now. Not even once. I was stunned. With a face like Hsia's, she did not look that ascetic. He nodded firmly. Then he dropped an even bigger bombshell. People in the circle once suspected she liked women. They even found her a gorgeous woman to be her girlfriend. I was shocked. But my eyes burned even brighter. What happened after that? He hurried on. I do not know the details. I only know that woman did not even get to see Sister Xia before she was driven away. As for the family who sent her, Sister Xia cut off a lot of their business. They were pushed straight to the edge of bankruptcy. I thought there would be some spicy gossip. I did not expect that to be all. Still, that really did sound like something Hsia would do. Seeing that I looked a little disappointed, Zhuo Ran looked around and whispered, Do you know what everyone started saying after that? I raised an eyebrow. What? He coughed once. Then he dropped a huge bombshell. They said, Sister Xia does not know how to do it. Think about it. The He family power holder who commands Gangcheng. And she supposedly cannot even do that kind of thing. How embarrassing would that be? So they figured that to save face, Sister Xia kept both men and women at arm's length. She was afraid people would find out she did not know how. She does not know how. My eyes slowly widened, as if she would not know. He thought I did not understand either. So he actually started explaining it to me. It means she does not know how to do that kind of thing. Now you understand, right? I was completely dumbfounded. Was this kind of bombshell something you could just say out loud? I quickly made a shushing gesture at Zuo Ran. My heart was pounding. Does he see and know about this? To my surprise, Zuo Ran shook his head. His face was certain. Not sure. But no one dares bring it up in front of her. Hearing that, I finally let out a breath. It seemed this kid was not completely hopeless. So I gently pinched his cheek. Then I warned him with solemn seriousness. Do not bring any of this up in front of Sister Sia. Zuo Ran immediately patted his chest and promised. Do not worry. I only told you. I did not expect this little bit of gossip to instantly bring us much closer. But right then, the moment he stood, he hissed in pain. The wound on his knee had been pulled again. My heart tightened. Are you all right? It pulled when I moved. He caught his breath. Then he pointed in a direction. Lu Chen. I am going to the bathroom. I nodded. I was about to get him some ice. Letting him sit there in pain was not a solution. But the moment I stood up, my steps suddenly stopped. I stared hard at the direction he was walking. My brows locked tight. The bathroom was on the right. He was clearly heading toward the front door. Zuo Ran looked as if he had been caught red-handed. He tugged awkwardly at the corner of his mouth. Then he stammered. I went the wrong way. After saying that, he limped toward the bathroom. Looking at him like that, if I still could not tell he had tried to sneak away, then I would be an idiot. After he entered the bathroom, I went to the kitchen and wrapped up some ice. When I came out, he happened to come out too. I handed him the ice. After thinking for a moment, I decided to give him some reassurance. Do not worry. I looked into his eyes. If you do not want to leave, then no one can take you away from my place. The moment I finished speaking, Zuo Ran froze. He stared at me blankly, as if my words had stirred up some sealed memory. It turned out, Sia had once said something similar to him. The year he graduated high school, the Zuo family wanted to send him abroad. He fought desperately to escape. Then he begged Sia to help him. Back then, the Zuo family was waiting outside the He residence. But Sia only had someone pass along one sentence. Since I let you enter the He residence, then apart from you yourself, no one dares make you leave. With that one sentence, he stayed safely at the He residence for 3 days. He waited until Wenwan arrived. And he waited until freedom came. But now, hearing those reassuring words again, Zuo Ran's face was full of guilt. He suddenly wiped his face, as if he had made up his mind. Lu Chen, forget what I said about Sister Sia not being capable. I think she is incredibly loyal. She is practically my goddess. I fell completely silent. My mind went blank. I was still wondering how to respond to that total reversal, when a sharp burst of doorbell rings suddenly sounded. In an instant, Zuo Ran's face turned deathly pale. Both his hands clenched tightly around the ice. He wanted to run, but did not know where to go. I noticed his unease, and the fresh blood seeping through the gauze on his knee. I pressed his shoulder and soothed him. Sit down and ice it first. Your knee is bleeding again. But Zuo Ran could not sit still at all. Even his voice was trembling. Lu Chen. It might be Wenwan coming from me. He lowered his eyes guiltily. I snuck out. Taking me in will cause trouble for you. I looked at his panicked, helpless state. Then I simply shook my head calmly. It will not. Sit down. This time, Zuo Ran surprisingly did not panic. He obediently sat down as I told him. But his reddened eyes followed me closely. As soon as the door opened, a familiar voice came through. Mr. Lu. Zuo Ran's whole body jolted. Only settled despair remained on his face. Wenwan. I blocked the doorway. I cut off Wenwan's probing gaze. Then I got straight to the point. You are here for Zuo Ran? Since she had found my door, it meant she already knew Zuo Ran's whereabouts. There was no need to hide it. Yes. Wenwan was clearly surprised by my bluntness. But immediately after, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Zuo Ran is my fiancé. I am taking him back now. Fiancé. I raised an eyebrow. Then I turned sharply. My gaze shot straight to Zuo Ran inside. Is that true? The sunlight outside was dazzling. Light fell across the side of my face. I could feel Zuo Ran's burning gaze. He was staring hard at me. I knew what he was thinking. As long as he answered no, I would help him. But did he dare? His hand tightened more and more around the ice. His gaze swung wildly between me and Wenwan outside the door. Wenwan's smile did not reach her eyes. That smile made Zuo Ran's skin crawl. He knew far too well. The gentler Wenwan smiled in front of others, the more terrifying she became when she lost her temper in private. He would be locked up, cut off from the outside world, forced to live like a puppet under constant surveillance. Wenwan spoke again. Her tone was gentle, like she was coaxing a lover through a tantrum. "Aran, let us go home." Almost by instinct, when Zuo Ran heard those words, he actually rose slowly to his feet. Though the wound on his knee hurt so badly he grimaced. His feet seemed filled with lead. He could not take a single step. Seeing him stay still, Wenwan's tone sank at once. Her voice grew heavier. "Aran, be good." Through the whole process, I said nothing. I only watched Zuo Ran in silence. I knew he was waiting for me. He was waiting for himself to make the choice. Finally, he met my encouraging gaze. His eyes turned utterly firm in an instant. "No." Zuo Ran suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it rang with conviction. He looked at Wenwan, and also seemed to be looking at me. "I am not Wenwan's fiancé. I never was, and I never will be." Hearing that answer, I smiled. The next second, I shifted back and blocked the doorway again. I cut off Wenwan's dark, piercing gaze. There was a trace of amusement in my voice. "Miss Wen, do not be so fierce. You are scaring my guest." "Mr. Lu." Wenwan's patience finally ran out. "I know Sister Sia treats you with special regard, but my affairs are not yours to interfere with." I gave a soft laugh. Calm and composed, I extended my right hand. "Perhaps there is something you still do not know." I paused. Then I said each word clearly. My voice was perfectly clear. "Let me introduce myself again. Rongsheng Group. Lu Chen. A pleasure to meet you." Rongsheng Group. The moment those words came out, Wenwan's pupils contracted sharply. But I was in no hurry. I only watched her with a faint smile, waiting for her reaction. Sure enough, she stared hard at my outstretched hand. She did not move. "What is your relationship with Rex?" I calmly withdrew my hand. I did not feel awkward at all. Instead, my smile turned a little wicked. "If you mean on the corporate level," I drew out my words, enjoying the way her expression slowly darkened. "Then the Rongsheng shares in my hands are equal to Rex's. If you mean by blood," I watched her face twist with shock. The smile at my lips deepened. "Rex is my sister. As for the word cousin, well, the bond between us as siblings runs deeper than blood." At that, Wenwan had no choice but to reassess me. She stared at me and asked, "Does Sister Sia know?" I could tell she was starting to suspect my purpose in coming to Gangcheng, but I only shrugged. My smile was unreadable. "Perhaps." Wenwan said nothing more, but her gaze suddenly moved past me. It fixed hard on Zuo Ran inside the room. The flickering light from the television lit up a firmness in Zuo Ran's eyes that had never been there before. It also revealed the pain on Wenwan's face. The pain and resentment of years of longing for what she could never have. For some reason, it was as if a knife had stabbed straight into her chest. She actually took 2 slow steps back. Then, she forced out a smile uglier than crying. "Since Mr. Lu wants to keep my fiancé here as a guest, I will not disturb you. Only, I hope Mr. Lu will take good care of my Iran." I fired back at once. "Of course, we are already very good friends now." My words drove into Wenwan's heart like a blade. She understood instantly. My taking care of Zuo Ran had not the slightest thing to do with her. Wenwan's heart sank completely. She knew perfectly well she could not afford to offend me. This time, she was destined to leave in defeat. After she left in humiliation, Zuo Ran dragged his injured leg and limped over to my side. Shock was written all over his face, along with disbelief and confusion. She just left like that. I gave a calm hum. But the next second, I frowned at once. I pointed at his knee. "I told you to sit still. Look, it is bleeding again." Zuo Ran, still dazed, shuffled back again. His whole person looked blank. A level 10 storm was probably tearing through his mind. He could not understand how Rex, someone even Sister Sia had to be wary of, could possibly be my sister. Wenwan, who had just stepped out, hurriedly called Sia. The instant the call connected, she demanded at once, "Lu Chen, is that mysterious eldest young master of the Vincent family? Did you know about this?" But from the other end came Sia's careless laugh. "Looks like things did not go well for you with Lu Chen." Sia. Wenwan sounded a little furious. "Someone that dangerous is in Gangcheng, and you are not going to do anything." Yet Sia only laughed as if it did not matter. No matter what identity he has, in my eyes, he is only Lu Chen. She even said something that nearly made Wenwan choke with rage. Even if he really came for the He family's core secrets, if he wants them, I will simply give them to him. Wenwan completely lost it. Unwilling to accept it, she questioned, "Aren't you afraid he will harm the He family?" But Hesia merely twirled her pen, looked at the sunset outside the window, and sighed softly. "I am only afraid it will rain the day after tomorrow. After all, young Master Lu promised to go out to sea with me. If it rains, what am I supposed to do if Lu Cheng gets angry?" When Wan fell into complete despair, she knew that as long as I interfered, Hesia would never help her. The next second, she changed tack. She asked into the phone, "Sister Sia, I heard you are going out to sea the day after tomorrow." "Yes." She immediately asked again, "Do you want to come too?" When Wan pressed at once, "Can I?" "You can." Hesia's voice sounded very casual, "but I cannot guarantee Lu Chen will bring Zhuo Ran." Hearing that, when Wan began playing the emotional card, "Sister Sia, for the sake of us growing up together, can't you help me?" But Hesia asked back without mercy, "Does Lu Chen look like someone who listens when I advise him? Besides, I warned you about Zhuo Ran long ago. I told you not to go too far. But you all but locked him up. Now that it has come to this, all I can say is that you brought it on yourself." Hesia even brought up last time, if Chu Li had not happened to run into him, when Wan would be guarding a corpse right now. But even so, when Wan still had no intention of restraining herself, "I know what I did was wrong, but I really cannot lose a Ran." When Wan's voice trembled with tears, her eyes were bloodshot. "Sister Sia, you have someone you like now. You should understand how I feel. If one day Lu Chen leaves you, or falls for someone else, could you calmly watch him go?" That question made Hesia fall silent on the other end. Of course she could not. If that day ever came, then it would only mean she herself had not done enough. Thinking of that, Hesia decisively hung up on Wenwan. The next second, my phone rang. I had just finished washing fruit and had not picked up my phone. It rang once, then stopped. 2 minutes later, the call came again. Looking at the caller ID, I felt a smug little thrill. I deliberately waited 2 seconds before answering. As a result, Hesia's strangely haughty voice came through the phone. "Hello." Suspicious, I glanced at my phone. Once I was sure it was not the wrong number, I finally asked, "In that good a mood? That voice of yours is practically floating on air." Hesia gave a soft cough. "It is all right." I explained that I had just been washing fruit. Then I opened the message she had sent. But the more I read, the wider my eyes grew. Shocked, I glanced at Zhuo Ran beside me. "Stay in the living room and entertain yourself for a while. I am going upstairs to make a call." By the time I rushed upstairs in a panic, I had not even caught my breath. I immediately questioned Hesia. Zhuo Ran is Wenwan's adoptive younger brother. Hearing my slightly breathless voice, Hesia still had the nerve to laugh. "Could you not run a little slower?" "How could I possibly slow down?" I collapsed straight into the rocking chair. As I steadied my breathing, I frowned and asked the question I cared about most. Wenwan wants to be with Zhuo Ran. Is it purely because she likes him? Or does she have another motive? I was certain, if it were only simple affection, someone with Zhuo Ran's personality absolutely would not resist this fiercely. The message Hesia sent was clearly only one sentence. Zhuo Ran fled the Wen family because he opposed his engagement to Wenwan. Yet with my startling intuition, I guessed at once that Wenwan's purpose was anything but simple. Thinking of the tangled mess behind it, Hesia also felt a headache coming on. Only after sorting out the timeline did she finally start explaining. On the surface, Zhuo Ran was an orphan adopted by the Wen family. But in truth, he was also the son of Wen Wan's mother's first love. What? My worldview was shattered all over again. Hesia did not seem surprised by my reaction. She merely continued calmly. Back then, Zhuo Ran's father and Wen Wan's mother were forced to break up because their family status did not match. After that, Wen Wan's mother married her current husband, and Zhuo Ran's father, heartbroken and disillusioned, married a woman introduced by a colleague, who became Zhuo Ran's mother. Heartbroken and disillusioned, how impressive. I could not help sneering. A man who could not even clear his heart of her. What right did he have to ruin someone else's life? Hesia heard the anger in my voice. Unexpectedly, her lips curved in a silent smile. She even nodded in agreement. I think so too. Right? Finding someone who understood me lifted my mood a little. I crossed my legs and gave my command. Continue. All right. Hesia answered indulgently. Then, in that lovely voice of hers, she slowly told me the past that had once shocked all of Gangcheng. Wenwan's parents had Wenwan in the first year of their marriage. As for Zhuo Ran, he was born 1 year later. But compared with Wenwan, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, Zhuo Ran's background was far too tragic. At this point, even Hesia's tone carried a sigh of regret. When Zhuo Ran was 3, his mother died of illness. The year he finished junior high, his father fell to his death at a construction site. Later, somehow, the news reached Wenwan's mother. She brought Zhuo Ran into the Wen family and raised him as an adopted son. But Hesia frowned. Mrs. Wen did not like Zhuo Ran. She even loathed him. So Zhuo Ran's days in the Wen family were not good. In just a few sentences, my worldview was crushed again and again. But I quickly caught the key point. In disbelief, I asked, "Do not tell me Wenwan wanted to be with Zhuo Ran, just to spite her mother. Should I praise you for being clever?" Hesia rubbed the space between her brows. She was utterly impressed by my ability to seize the main point. Only after a sigh did she finally admit it. At first, Wenwan approached Zhuo Ran, indeed to retaliate against Mrs. Wen, a teenage girl in her rebellious phase. Learning that her mother had brought home the son of her first love, even if her mother did not dote on him, was enough to make her suspect her mother had betrayed the marriage. So, when Wan deliberately pretended to be close to Zhuo Ran, she even confessed to him very publicly before the Gaokao. Sure enough, Mrs. Wen flew into a rage. She immediately wanted to send Zhuo Ran abroad. Yet when Wan, who had always wanted Zhuo Ran gone, had a huge fight with Mrs. Wen this time. She even threatened to kill herself. In the end, Mrs. Wen gave in. She agreed to let Zhuo Ran attend university domestically, but the condition was that the two of them were forbidden to meet. She thought their feelings would fade if they did not see each other. She never expected that those 4 years apart would be the beginning of when Wan's feelings for Zhuo Ran turning twisted. After Hesia finished saying all this, she carefully chose her words. When Wan was indeed terribly wrong back then, but do not. I cut her off at once. To me, right is right, wrong is wrong. Besides, in this whole matter, the only truly innocent person is Zhuo Ran. I gave a cold laugh. My voice held a chill even I did not notice. Forget what happened back then. From what I see, even now, when Wan still has no intention of letting Zhuo Ran go. After saying that, I immediately realized my emotions had gone too far. So I hurried to apologize. Sorry, I was not snapping at you just now. I know. Hesia's voice came through. She did not seem to mind. Instead, she changed the subject herself. She started talking with me about what we needed to prepare for going out to sea. We chatted for quite a while. Only then did I remember Zhuo Ran was still alone in the living room. So I was the first to end the conversation. Zhuo Ran is alone in the living room. I need to go keep him company. Unexpectedly, Hesia asked in a pitiful little voice. What about me? Hearing that poor, aggrieved tone, I could not help pressing my lips together in a smile. I deliberately teased her. Do you know how the file I got described you? Her voice rose slightly, full of confusion. Then, in an extremely solemn tone, I read out the contents of that file. Hesia, 26 years old, current chairwoman and executive president of Shijing Group, current power holder of the He family, rational by nature, solitary, cold, and ruthless, uninterested in men or women. With every word I said, I could imagine her blushing a little harder on the other end of the phone. Sure enough, Hesia finally could not take it anymore. She cut me off, her voice hoarse with embarrassment. Chen, go keep Zhuo Ran company. I am not done yet. I could not hold back and laughed aloud. My esteemed president, why are you nothing like the file says? I was clearly teasing her on purpose. But after a few seconds of silence, Hesia answered seriously. Because I feel that version of me, probably, is not easy to like. In an instant, her mood sank. Chen, the things you just said, to me, they are all flaws in my character. A sudden ache rose in my chest. Hesia should not be like this. She could be proud. She could even be arrogant. But never this humble. Yes, humble. That word pressed on my heart like a boulder. I immediately shook my head. I told her firmly, the He family needs someone calm enough and strong enough to hold it together. How could the things you have be flaws? Not in your eyes either? She asked, almost unable to wait, as if she wanted to reveal her feelings at any cost. But the next second, she restrained herself again. She took a deep breath. You do not have to answer. No. The words slipped out of me. Hsia's breath seemed to stop. She asked uncertainly, What did you say? I gave a soft laugh. Then I repeated it without holding back. No. The kind of person I admire is exactly the kind who thinks everything through before reaching a goal, and advances one careful step at a time. Even if it takes time. Even if it takes effort. Even if they do it knowing the odds are impossible. They still refuse to slacken. What I favor, what I love, is that lone courage that dares to break free from reason. My voice was gentle, yet firm. Like wind given solid form. It let her truly feel that roaring, unmistakable preference. What I did not know was that, on the other end of the phone, Hsia was repeating my name countless times in her heart. She knew. She had truly fallen hopelessly into my hands for the rest of her life. The moment I entered the living room, Zhuo Ran turned around. He gave me a bright smile. Lu Chen, you are here. I saved you some strawberries. I answered with a sound. Then I quickly walked over and sat beside him. I picked up a strawberry and stuffed it into my mouth. Seeing that I was in a good mood, Zhuo Ran immediately bumped my shoulder. Was that Hsia calling you? I raised an eyebrow. Smiling, I asked back. Was I that obvious? Not exactly. Zhuo Ran shook his head. It just feels like pink romantic bubbles are floating around you. I understood instantly. I grinned. We will take it slow. I prefer the joy of two hearts slowly testing the distance and drawing close. Not a blazing passion that ends in a crash and burn. Just then, Zhuo Ran suddenly remembered something. He handed me his phone to look. Luojia knows I left the Wen family. He invited me out for drinks. He looked at me. Did he invite you too? Are you going? My gaze fell on his injured knee. I was just about to say something, but he gave me a confident look. Do not worry. I have a plan. As a result, the next day, I was pushing him in a wheelchair, and Zhuo Ran and I appeared at the mall entrance. When Luojia saw us, he hurried over. He noticed the scar on Zhuo Ran's leg. With worry all over his face, he asked, Brother Ran, what happened to your leg? Zhuo Ran looked embarrassed. I fell by accident. He probably had not expected that my so-called plan was to prepare a wheelchair for him. Unexpectedly, Luojia did not find it strange at all. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are okay, then let us go shopping. Today, I am buying everything I want. When Zhuo Ran heard that, he immediately clutched his pocket in pained reluctance. But just then, his movement paused. He looked behind Luojia. There is a beauty. Luojia turned back curiously. But he did not notice that the moment I saw that figure clearly, my gaze went cold. The girl walked straight toward us. I'm looking for him. She smiled politely at Luojia. Then her amorous eyes fixed intensely on me. Her gaze was filled with uncontrollable longing. She spoke. Her voice was so gentle it could drown a person. Chen, I came to take you home. Chen. Hearing that name, Luojia and Zhuo Ran exchanged a look. Their gossip instincts blazed to life. But when I heard that name, I subtly raised an eyebrow. I forced down the nausea surging in my chest. I looked coldly at Chen Qingxuang in front of me. What did Liu Chen trade to you for my whereabouts? The Shen family is in Jing City. Its reach does not extend to Gangcheng. Only a local Gangcheng force could lock onto me this quickly. Shen Qingxuang was not surprised that I had guessed it. But she did not answer. Instead, she looked at me with sorrow in her eyes. She said with self-mockery, I thought you would care about me first. Lu Chen, do you know? Every day without news of you was torture. I could not eat or sleep. I spent all my energy looking for you. To find you. I lost a lot of weight. Can you not see it? In the past, I would have noticed her change at a glance. But now, my heart was no longer with her. Shen Qingxuang took a deep breath. A dense ache spread through her chest. Even breathing became difficult. But I remained unmoved. I only watched her quietly, as if the answer mattered more than she did. Shen Qingxuang's eyes reddened. Yet she tugged at the corners of her mouth and forced a smile. Before I could speak, she hurried to defend herself. It is okay. You must be tired from shopping. That is why you did not notice. As she spoke, she tried to step closer. She wanted to act spoiled with me like she used to. But when she saw me frown, She stopped in helpless confusion. I reminded her in a flat voice, ignoring the panic in her eyes. Answer my question. The person before me would be my only preference. But now she had shown up uninvited. I truly could not even give her a polite expression. Shen Qingxuang's hand clenched instantly. Used to my soft voice and gentle words, she simply could not accept my hard tone now. But she also knew that if she did not go along with me now, I would turn and leave without hesitation. After weighing it, she had no choice but to speak. The Liu family wants a piece of a Jing City project, so that was it. That was the condition Liu Chan demanded for selling her my whereabouts. I let out a mocking laugh. Pathetic. If I were Liu Chan, I would have asked for far more. One measly project, as if that were worthy of my status. I think so too. Shen Qingxuang agreed at once. Light flared in her eyes again. In her heart, even a project worth several hundred million could not compare to a single strand of my hair. But this time, I did not spare her even a glance. I pushed Zhuo Ran forward. Let us browse another floor. But Zhuo Ran glanced at Shen Qingxuang without making it obvious. Then he shook his head. I am tired. I raised an eyebrow. I am the one pushing the wheelchair, and I have not said I am tired. Yet you, the one sitting, got tired first? We have not even started shopping. I smiled helplessly. Fine. If you are tired, we will stop. Then I looked at Luo Jia. Come hang out at my place. Luo Jia scratched his head awkwardly. I probably cannot. That silly girl Chiyu is coming to have dinner with me later. Zhuo Ran drew out his tone. He blinked meaningfully. After all these years, you still only like Chiyu. Luo Jia spread his hands. What can I do? Maybe I just like what I cannot have. Zhuo Ran seemed to think of something. He said with a smile. Then the one you ranked first definitely is not the hell-level difficulty one. Luo Jia understood instantly. He shook his head in a hurry. No, Sister Sia is not hell-level difficulty. She would send me straight to hell. Hearing Sia's name, I immediately caught on. I raised an eyebrow. Is he Sia really that scary? Luo Jia gave to fake laughs. Your world and mine seem very different. Then he wiped away an imaginary tear of bitterness. With eyes full of hope, he patted my shoulder. Good luck, Liu Chen. Once you win Sister Sia over, I will have powerful backing too. Just then, a cold voice cut in. Liu Chen, are you close with Sia? Shen Qingxuang could no longer stay calm. She stared fixedly at me. Clearly, Liu Chan's report had mentioned Sia. Shen Qingxuang knew of Sia. Her family background was complicated. She was aloof by nature, and she would do whatever it took. By all logic, I would never like such a troublesome type. So Shen Qingxuang had not believed it at all before. But now, she looked at me with wounded eyes, as if questioning why I had changed. Meeting her wounded gaze, a familiar ache unexpectedly rose in my chest. Damn it. This was muscle memory from the past acting up. My brows drew even tighter. I was about to answer, but a tall figure suddenly appeared beside me. Miss Shen, why not ask me that question? A voice rang out, betraying no emotion. It carried a faint chill. I looked up in surprise. It was actually Sia. Seeing her slightly messy hair, I guessed she had rushed over. I raised an eyebrow at her. My eyes held a hint of teasing. Why are you here? Sia secretly gritted her teeth, but she still had to play along. She leaned closer. A faint smile curled on her thin lips. Luo Jia said young Master Lu was tired from shopping, so I came specially to be your driver. I gave a faint glance at the one who instantly shrank his neck in. Luo Jia had already hidden behind Zhuo Ran. I did not avoid Sia as she leaned close. Instead, I handed her my only shopping bag. Then I will trouble you, President He. Sia did not hesitate at all. She naturally reached out with the hand that had just signed important documents and took it. The car is downstairs. Go down and wait for me first. All right. Her tone left little room for refusal. Fine. I nodded, without even looking at Shen Qingxuang. I turned and left. Shen Qingxuang completely panicked. Sia's appearance was the answer. Liu Chen. She reached out, trying to grab me, but her hand was stopped in midair. It was Sia. The silver watch band on her wrist reflected a cold gleam. Her well-defined hand tensed from the force. With just one look, Shen Qingxuang knew those were the kind of hands I liked. I had a thing for beautiful hands. Only she knew that secret. Shen Qingxuang's heart seemed crushed by an invisible hand. Sharp pain surged through her. She fought to keep her composure. She withdrew her hand. Then she lifted her head proudly. Her sharp gaze fixed on Heist. President He. Why are you stopping me? Lu Chen is only throwing a tantrum with me. It is not appropriate for an outsider like you to interfere, is it? Throwing a tantrum? Heist laughed softly. Her eyes were full of indulgence. Then Miss Shen and I really are different, she said with a smile. I promise I would never let Lu Chen stay mad at me for a month. Besides, Heist's gaze passed over Shen Qingxuang. She looked toward my disappearing back. Her eyes held undisguised possessiveness. As far as I know, Lu Chen had already broken up with you before he came to Gangcheng. Her eyes carried a hint of mockery and even more teasing. That WeChat Moments post is still on Lu Chen's profile. Miss Shen, did you not know? Those words hit Shen Qingxuang right where it hurt, because she was still on my block list. Shen Qingxuang's palm clenched instantly. Her face turned deathly pale. The gloomy pressure around her dropped frighteningly low. But Heist only smiled carelessly. She even swung the shopping bag in her hand as if showing it off. Young Master Lu is still waiting for me to drive him home. Miss Shen. Excuse me. Seeing that she was about to leave, Shen Qingxuang stressed unwillingly. Lu Chen and I are childhood sweethearts. We grew up together. What we have is not something someone else can force their way into. Hearing that, Heist stopped with a cold laugh. She gave a faint, dismissive "oh" first. Then she lowered her voice. Her reminder was full of malice. I wonder, Miss Shen, when you allowed someone else to wedge himself between you and Lu Chen, did you ever think this day would come? Shen Qingxuang's head buzzed. It was as if she had been struck by a heavy hammer. Heist curled her lips in disdain. Then she strode away. Only Shen Qingxuang was left standing there. Her clenched palms had gone white. Downstairs, Luojia leaned against the wheelchair and asked worriedly, why has Sister Xia not come down yet? They are not going to fight, are they? Zuo ran and widened his eyes. She probably won't beat someone up too badly, right? I was speechless listening to them. I'd bet on it. Those two were saying it on purpose for me to hear. I rewarded each of them with an eye roll. Only then did I speak calmly. No. They both looked at me in unison. What do you mean, no? No to all of it. I really could not be bothered with these two childish ghosts. But I still explained. Heist will not lay a hand on Shen Qingxuang. Luojia suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why? Is she not your ex? I could not help knocking him on the head. I mean, Heist won't make a move. I did not say Shen Qingxuang was not my ex. Then I added, an opponent who poses no real threat is not worth Heist lifting a finger. The moment I finished speaking, a teasing voice drifted over. Lu Chen, does that mean you have too little confidence in yourself? Or too much confidence in me? I immediately looked up. Heist was walking over with my shopping bag. She was clearly a regal, domineering woman, yet she was carrying a shopping bag. Somehow, the sight was strangely harmonious and pleasing. Her eyes met mine. A hint of thoughtfulness appeared on her face. I think Shen Qingxuang is still a major threat to me. After all, I am not your childhood sweetheart. I shot her a look. If Shen Qingxuang did not chase after us, that meant Heist had handled it. This woman, she had won and was still pretending to be pitiful. But since she had put in the effort, I ought to give her some reward. Thinking of that, I beckoned to Heist. Come here. Heist paused. Then she strode over on those long legs and stopped before me. She had just steadied herself when, in the next second, my hand suddenly grabbed the collar of her shirt. Heist's pupils contracted sharply. Right after that, I pulled hard, dragging her whole body toward me. She leaned closer despite herself. Her clear, luminous skin filled my vision. Even her breath lingered at the tip of my nose. Her gaze lowered. Her gaze dropped to my lips. She had just opened her mouth to say something, but I spoke first. Heist. The corner of my mouth curved into a pretty smile. Then I raised my hand and gently smoothed her hair. Your hair was messy. My face was perfectly serious. Not a single improper thought showed. The moment I finished speaking, I even turned to leave without hesitation, as if the intimacy just now had been her imagination alone. But after being teased like that, how could Heist possibly let me leave so easily? In an instant, one hand snapped around my wrist. The next second, she pulled me back in front of her. Her other hand braced against the hood of the car. She trapped me directly in her arms. Heist's tall figure instantly enveloped me completely. She lowered her head, her darkened eyes fixed on me. Word by word, she asked. Flirt and run. Who taught you that? The gossip-hungry stares from those to beside us nearly burned straight through me. My cheeks heated for no reason. Still, I forced myself to stay calm and looked up. I met her displeased gaze. My eyes were full of arrogant confidence. You do not like it. I was certain she would not deny it. Sure enough, in the next moment, Hesia's voice came with a hint of shyness. I like it. Before I had time to feel smug, Hesia followed up in a husky voice. So, young Master Lu, can you flirt with me again? She lowered her head. She looked exactly like a large dog waiting for its owner to pet it. The thought in my own head startled me, but I still pressed my lips together. I raised my hand and poked her shoulder. No. Why? Hesia asked, half annoyed and half coquettish. I answered her with 3 perfectly confident words. I am shy. Hesia sighed helplessly. She stepped back to where she had been. Fine. When you are not shy anymore, remember to flirt with me. Deal. I nodded. I watched her step away. Then I lifted my foot and ran without hesitation. But Hesia had been guarding against this move all along. Once again, she reached out neatly and blocked me. Why are you running? I grabbed the arm she had placed in front of me. When did I run? Something as stupid as flirting first, only to be pinned down until my face burned and my heart raced, was something I would never admit, especially not in front of Zhuo Ran and Luo Jia, those to gossip spectators. I cleared my throat. I changed the subject. I want to go home. Then I patted her shoulder with a perfectly serious face. Take me back. Driver Hesia smiled helplessly and shook her head. But she really turned around and loaded everything into the trunk. After moving the things into the living room, I immediately waved at Hesia. Take care, President. I looked carefree, as if I were acting like I'd used someone and tossed them aside. But she raised her hand and gently rubbed my head. Seeing that I did not dislike it, the tension at the corners of her mouth finally softened into a curve. I will have someone bring food over for you tonight. Warmth spread through my chest. I looked at her happily. How did you know I did not want to go out or cook? She merely stated, Are you not tired? If you are tired, rest properly. Smiling, I walked her to the door. Then I turned and went back to the living room. At that moment, Zhuo Ran suddenly spoke. Sister Sia treats you as if you are truly special. I have never seen Hesia be this patient and attentive with anyone. It was not the first time I had heard that. I leaned lazily against the sofa. I looked at the sky gradually darkening outside the window. I sank into thought. Was the Hesia other people saw really that different from the one in front of me? In front of me, she was always so relaxed and at ease. That kind of manner could not be faked. But the woman I knew, and the woman others described, were 2 extremes. Which one was the real her? Just then, Zhuo Ran suddenly called me. Lu Chen, what are you thinking about? I came back to myself. I casually made something up. I was wondering what delicious food Hesia will arrange for me tonight. Unexpectedly, the moment I finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. I immediately stopped the excited Zhuo Ran. I will get the door. You wait here. But when I opened the door, I froze. At the door, besides the delivery worker, there was actually another person. Luo Jia. Why are you here? Did you not say you were going on a date with Chiu? Who knew that in the next second? Luo Jia burst into tears with a sob. Lu Chen. I hate Chiu so much. I quickly comforted him, while signaling the delivery worker to put the food inside. Only after the delivery worker left did I ask what happened. I waited for Chiu for half an hour. Luo Jia accused her through sobs. In the end, she said she never agreed to eat with me at all. She was deliberately making me wait. And Luo Jia gritted his teeth. I just found out from Chu Li that Chiu is sitting around doing nothing at the Chu family home right now. At that point, he cried even harder. His voice had gone hoarse. She would rather sit idle at home than come keep me company. Am I really that annoying to her? Luo Jia cried until he could barely catch his breath. Only then did he ask me pitifully. Lu Chen, am I really, truly that unlikable? I quickly handed him a tissue. Of course not. You are very easy to like. I emphasized seriously. Extremely easy to like. Then why has Chiu never liked me? As the Luo family's only son, Luo Jia had been spoiled since childhood. Yet with Chiu alone, even a smile was something she refused to give him. And she refused only him. He could not understand it. Even a stone should have warmed by now. So, why could he never soften Chiyu's heart? I sighed and said, maybe the people in your life are too limited. Come in first. We can talk while we eat. Luojia froze. Monotonous? Curious, he followed me inside. After settling him down, I first took a photo, then sent it to Hesia. Thank you, President Yi, for your generous gift of food. Your immense kindness can only be repaid by eating and drinking every last bit. Very soon. Hesia replied. What time do you want to go out to see tomorrow? Looking at that message, then at Luojia, who was sobbing too hard to speak, I was instantly stumped. I thought for a moment. Only then did I reply to Hesia. Would 3 in the afternoon work? After all, with Luojia crying like this, none of us should expect to sleep tonight. Hesia replied instantly. Of course. Her schedule had been arranged around me to begin with. Just then, Luojia suddenly asked pitifully. Lu Chen, stop playing with your phone. What exactly did you mean just now? I had no choice but to put down my phone and explain seriously. What I mean is, you should meet more people of the opposite sex. By then, you will realize that Chiyu, who is cold and indifferent to you now, is not actually that unique. Is that so? Luojia sounded half convinced. Unexpectedly, Zuo Ran beside us nodded firmly. I think so. Everyone around you humors you. Only Chiyu treats you coldly. Maybe that is exactly why you are drawn to her. So, you should listen to Lu Chen. Step outside this circle and meet more people. Now, Luojia was troubled. Then how am I supposed to meet more people? His social circle was almost entirely arranged by his family. Suddenly, he and Zuo Ran exchanged a look. Then both of them looked at me in unison. Lu Chen, when are you going back to Jing City? I want to go with you. I counted the days. Only then did it hit me. There were only 5 days left. In 5 days, I would be leaving. 5 days? This time, it was their turn to be shocked. Luojia scratched his head. Then he said excitedly, then I will go back and discuss it with my parents. They should agree. But Zuo Ran looked worried. His brows drew together. He gathered his courage and asked me, Lu Chen, can you take me with you? You want to go too? Luojia was stunned. That woman is a lunatic. If she finds out Zuo Ran wants to leave, God knows what she will do. But even after hearing Wen Wan's name, Zuo Ran did not shrink back this time. He looked straight at me. His gaze was utterly firm. I want to leave. Those 3 words landed with ringing conviction. I was not surprised at all. This seemingly obedient boy was a bold little rogue to the core. Since I let him win yesterday, how could I let him lose today? A smile filled my eyes. I nodded and said, all right, I will pay you. Zuo Ran let out a breath of relief. He pulled a card from his pocket. He pushed it in front of me. In a low voice, he said, this is all the money I earned from drawing during 4 years of university. He seemed a little embarrassed. His eyes lowered. 320,000 in total. I know it is not much, but it is everything I have. Drawing. Luojia beside us was shocked. Ran, you can draw. Zuo Ran nodded. Very few people know about it. To keep the Wen family from finding out, he even used his roommate's identity information and bank card. I asked nothing. I simply put the card away. After the thank you fee, the rest will count as your food and lodging expenses in Jing City. Thank you. Zuo Ran thanked me solemnly. His eyes had gone red. Seeing him finally look at ease, Luojia and I exchanged a glance. We both smiled. The next second, Luojia rubbed his hands together and shouted excitedly, beauties of Jing City. This young master is coming. Zuo Ran also murmured softly, Jing City. I am finally coming back. That night was peaceful and dreamless. Birdsong outside the window woke me from sleep. I opened my eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. Then I suddenly remembered I had plans with Hesia today. I hurriedly felt around for my phone. I checked the time. 11 o'clock. Thank goodness. I breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, a message popped up. It was from Hesia. Tell me when you wake up. I will have someone send you lunch. Looking at those words, my still sleepy eyes lit up instantly. I did not text back. Instead, I called her directly. She picked up immediately, but her voice sounded lower than usual. There was even a hint of panting in it. My mind went sideways. I blurted out, what are you doing? In the middle of the day. No way. I am working out. Hesia did not seem to notice my strange tone at all. Instead, she softened her voice and asked, "Did my message wake you up? Working out?" I smacked myself on the head. Why had my mind gone so dirty just now? I cleared my throat. No. My phone was on silent. Then I will have someone bring you food now. She relaxed. Sure. I answered. Then I could not help teasing. Hesia is so thoughtful. It is really hard not to like you. Unexpectedly, she admitted it openly. Yes. Looks like my efforts were not wasted. Everything she did was meant to make me like her. That directness, paired with her lazy, hoarse voice from working out, tugged at my ears again and again. I felt my ears heat up instantly. So I simply let myself go. Whatever came to mind, I said it. Hesia, the fragrance I said I would give you has arrived. I will bring it when we meet later. All right. Then I will bring a safe. Excitement colored her voice. She made me laugh. That is so dramatic. It is not some priceless treasure. Hesia smiled and spoke slowly. Honestly, it would not matter if the gift broke. What I fear is the person who gave it getting upset. And I would not know how to coax him back. How could that happen? I asked back at once. You have never coaxed me before. How do you know you would fail? I am very easy to coax. Are you? Hesia teased me on purpose. What a shame. There is no chance for that now. Yet the next second, her tone shifted. As if mentioning it casually, she said, Young Master Lu, will you give me a chance to coax you? My brain exploded on the spot. This was no ordinary test between friends. Of course, I would not play dumb. I only replied in a casual tone. Sure. Depends on your performance. I will give you the chance. Whether you can seize it depends on your skill. On the other end, Hesia sounded as serious as if she were making a vow. I will perform well. Meanwhile, inside a 5-star hotel in Gangcheng, Liu Chen walked into the reception room. When he saw the dejected figure by the window, he could hardly recognize her. Sister Shuang. Only when that perfect face turned toward him did he feel certain. The person before him was actually Shen Shuang, the once high-spirited elite young lady of Jing City. Now, had only heartbreak and sorrow left. Liu Chen felt a chill. A name surfaced instantly. Liu Chen. He was far too capable. Not only had he made Shen Shuang chase him from Jing City to Gangcheng, but even after he abandoned her, she still could not let him go. Liu Chen suppressed the jealousy in his heart. He called toward the door. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a suit walked in. It was Yang Wei. When he saw Shen Shuang by the window, his gaze froze at once. Shen Shuang's eyes were lowered. Melancholy clung to her whole body. Under the light, that face was breathtakingly beautiful. His heart jolted. So this was the Shen family heir. With looks like that, people would believe she was an A-list star. He forced down his amazement. He strode quickly up to Shen Shuang. He took the initiative and held out his hand. Hello. I am Yang Wei. But Shen Shuang did not even look at him. She only rasped out two words. Sit down. Yang Wei's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. His smile froze on his face. But he reacted quickly. The woman before him was not one of his usual playthings. So he sat down across from her. He deliberately undid two buttons on his shirt. In an ambiguous tone, he asked, Miss Shen, what did you want to see me about? Shen Shuang had not moved yet, but Liu Chen beside her instantly darkened. Yang Wei. Sister Shuang came to ask about Liu Chen and Hesia. Liu Chen. The moment those two words came out, Yang Wei's flirtatious thought snapped awake. He abruptly sat up straight. He shot Liu Chen a vicious glare. If he had known it was this mess, he never would have come. Shen Shuang noticed his reaction. She gently swirled her wine glass. Her icy gaze swept over him. Young Master Yang, you do not want to help. Why should I help you? Yang Wei might be stupid, but he was not brainless. Offending Hesia for her sake was not something he had the nerve to do. Before he had even finished, there was a heavy thud. Shen Shuang slammed her wine glass onto the table. Yang Wei was so startled his heart nearly skipped a beat. But once he recovered, he smiled smugly instead. He explained unhurriedly. Liu Chen himself is not the problem, but behind him stands Hesia. Miss Shen, you must have heard how ruthless and hard-handed Hesia is, right? The Yang family is nothing in front of her. Cold-blooded. Ruthless. Shen Shuang smiled with faint amusement. I thought those were only rumors. Rumors? Yang Wei looked as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. That is absolutely true. He blurted out. Back then. Then he abruptly shut his mouth. He realized he had nearly let something slip. He changed the subject at once. Miss Chen, what do you want to know? As long as I can say it, I will. Shen Qingxuang had no choice but to step back. She asked the question she cared about most. Has Heist ever had a boyfriend before? Or someone she liked? At that question, Yang Wei shook his head without hesitation. No, not a single one. Shock covered Shen Qingxuang's face. With Heist's status, how could there be no men around her? Yang Wei shook his head again. His tone was absolutely firm. As far as I know, the first person of the opposite sex Heist ever treated specially was Lu Chen, and only Lu Chen. Those should have been the foremost heart-stirring words in the world. But in Shen Qingxuang's ears at that moment, all that remained was endless despair. The next second, Yang Wei and Liu Chen saw the woman who had seemed so perfectly composed just now suddenly reddened around the eyes. Yang Wei looked at Shen Qingxuang like that, utterly puzzled. He could not help asking, "Why are you asking this?" Shen Qingxuang said nothing, but Liu Chen spoke for her, indignant. Because Lu Chen and Sister Shuang are a couple. What? Yang Wei shot to his feet. He nearly overturned the table. His mouth fell open. It took him a long while to force out one sentence. Lu Chen is your boyfriend. We had a fight. Shen Qingxuang murmured. That is why I came all the way to Gangcheng. But I did not know Lu Chen would get so close to Heist. Liu Chen sighed along with her. Exactly. He already has a girlfriend. How interesting. Yang Wei's eyes lit up the instant he heard that. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. He stared intently at Shen Qingxuang. With the last of his reason, he asked, how can you prove it? If Lu Chen really has a girlfriend, then would that not make Heist the other woman? At that thought, Yang Wei trembled with excitement. It was because Lu Chen had helped Yang Dianfeng that he had lost the shares that should have belonged to him. Shen Qingxuang took out her phone. She pulled up a photo. Will this prove it? In the photo, my face and hers were pressed close together. Each of our cheeks had half a lipstick heart stamped on it. The instant he saw the photo, Yang Wei grinned smugly. Lu Chen, with this leverage, let us see how you get out of this. After sending Yang Wei away, Liu Chen saw that the sadness on Shen Qingxuang's face had already vanished. He could not help asking, if you do this, aren't you afraid Lu Chen will hate you even more? I am. Shen Qingxuang leaned back in her chair. She idly turned the wine glass in her hand. Of course I am afraid. But compared with being thrown away like trash, being ignored, being forgotten, I would rather have him hate me. She firmly believed I had loved her for so many years. There was no way I could let go so easily. Winning me back was only a matter of time. Liu Chen looked at the near-mad obsession in her eyes. A chill ran down his back. Meanwhile, at Shengxi Jiajing, I am fine. Luoxia's voice came from upstairs. But Zuo ran and I stood in the foyer, unable to relax at all. He had said that far too many times. We had gone from believing him to doubting him. By now, we were completely numb. A few minutes later, Luoxia ran downstairs, panting hard. He patted his chest as he gasped. This time. This one is really good. Out of habit, I patted his back to help him catch his breath. Only after he recovered did we finally head out. The moment the door opened, Luoxia shouted toward Chu Li by the roadside. Sister Chu Li, come help me carry my stuff. Help you, my ass. Chu Li rolled her eyes, but her feet moved fast. When Wan walked anxiously up to Zuo Ran. Give your things to me. She had not expected Zuo Ran to come. She had thought he would avoid the outing because of her. But Zuo Ran only looked at her coldly, unmoving. There is not much. I can carry it myself. Thank you. After saying that, he ignored Wen Wan's ugly expression. He quickly caught up with Luoxia. Wait for me. Okay. Luoxia stopped at once. Your foot has not healed yet. Walk slowly. He waited for Zuo Ran to catch up. Then he supported him toward another car. Chiyu had already opened the car door out of habit and was waiting. But Luoxia did not even glance at her. He pulled Zuo Ran straight into the car beside it. The car door closed. Chuyu's hand was still stiffly resting on the door handle. She had never expected that Luoxia, who had always clung to her, would give up a chance to be alone with her. A layer of frost seemed to settle over her cold face. Her expression looked frighteningly grim. But this time, Luojia did not turn back to coax her like before. He fastened his seatbelt. He did not even look back. Sister Chu Li. Brother Ran and I can keep you company. Do not let anyone else get in. By anyone else, he naturally meant Chiyu and Wenwan. We had 3 cars in total. The original plan was for Hesia and me to share one. Wenwan and Zuo Ran to share one. And Chu Li, Chuyu, and Luojia to share one. But now Luojia had dragged Zuo Ran into Chu Li's car. So, Chiyu and Wenwan could only ride together. Okay. Chu Li indulged Luoxia's every request. She agreed immediately. Even Zuo Ran dared to give Wenwan the cold shoulder. So, Chu Li had even less to fear. Then Chu Li started the car. She even gestured at me. Lu Chen, we will head out first. With that, she hit the gas, as if afraid Wenwan might catch up. She quickly made her escape. Okay. I waved. I watched their car drive away. Only when there was no more drama to watch did I reluctantly tear my gaze away. I looked at Hesia, who had been watching me with her arms crossed for ages, as if sensing my gaze. Her thin lips curved. She flashed a brilliant smile. Her dazzling white teeth nearly blinded me. Seeing that, I could not help tilting my head with a smile. I beckoned to her. Come here. Hesia laughed helplessly. She strode toward me on those long legs. In just a few steps, she somehow made it feel like she was walking a runway. I stared at her with a strange look. I wondered why this woman today looked like a preening peacock from every angle. Young Master Lu, are you satisfied with my outfit today? Hesia pulled her sunglasses down. Her narrow eyes looked at me teasingly. It is barely acceptable. I coughed twice, pretending to be serious. I absolutely refused to admit I was stunned. Only barely acceptable. Hesia raised an eyebrow. Lu Chen, are you sure your taste is not broken? She suddenly leaned her face close to mine. She said seriously, look again. My gaze slid down from her collarbone. It paused for a moment at her chest. Then it moved on to the waistline that interested me most. But just as my eyes reached those graceful curves, my chin was suddenly clamped in place. Lu Chen. The tips of Hesia's ears were bright red. Through gritted teeth, she asked, where exactly are you looking? She had never expected that what I coveted was not only her face. My face was caught in her grip. She said through gritted teeth, you are a grown man. Do not let your eyes wander every time you see a beautiful woman. Do you understand? I do. I blinked innocently. My face was perfectly calm. Precisely because I am a grown man, I should appreciate beautiful things even more. After saying that, I paid no mind to her grip at all. I caught her wrist and easily moved her hand away. Once my head was free again, not only did I not rein myself in, I kept teasing her. President He, your figure is really good. The moment I finished speaking, I even gave a whistle. I winked suggestively. I kept staring without restraint. Hesia was instantly speechless. She rubbed the warmth still lingering on her fingers. Her hand itched again. She suddenly felt a little curious about how many women's bodies I had actually seen. But before she could ask, I had already strode away. After a few steps, I realized Hesia had not followed. I stopped. I turned back in confusion. Are you mad? Looking at her radiant face bathed in sunlight, I swallowed the words already on my tongue. Hesia's features were exquisitely refined. Her slightly thin red lips carried a cool edge, yet looked deeply sensual. At that moment, she was beautiful and striking, but not fierce. She suddenly looked up. Her eyes met my searching gaze. She lifted the corner of her mouth casually. Why are you staring at me like that? You look a little familiar, I answered with a frown. In the instant she smiled at me just now, my heart skipped half a beat. A bone-deep sense of familiarity suddenly rose in me. Yet I could not remember anything. That strange yet intense feeling collided inside my mind. It made my frown deepen more and more. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing me frown, Hesia's smile vanished. She quickly stepped in front of me. The worry in her voice was unmistakable. Only then did I realize how wrong I looked. I grabbed the hand she had placed on my shoulder, but my eyes stayed fixed on her without blinking. We have met before. My tone was utterly certain. Hesia's hand slowly tightened in my grip. Something seemed to flash through her mind. But in the end, she only rubbed my head soothingly. We have, she recalled. When I was little, I visited the Vincent family manor in White Country. When you were little, the knot between my brows did not loosen. You saw me at the manor? More or less. Hesia gave a soft laugh. I had just entered the manor when I saw you run out and take a spill. I was the one who helped you up. Huh. My eyes widened, but I could not remember it at all. I looked at her suspiciously. What color was my hair back then? Golden curls. She paused for a second, then added, You looked as delicate as a little prince. Gold? Then I know when it was. The year I turned 10, my mom took me to dye my hair blonde. Since Hesia had answered correctly, my furrowed brow slowly eased. I was only 10 back then. How did you recognize me now? She still remembered such a small detail so clearly. That was a little intriguing. I did not recognize you. Hesia rolled her eyes at me and said, I already knew who you were. If I still could not remember that we met as children, then my brain would be far too useless. That was true enough. I was convinced. I forced the lingering unease out of my mind. I coughed lightly and urged, Get in. Luo Jia and the others will get to far ahead. Hesia let out a breath of relief. She opened the car door and let me get in first. Only then did she walk to the passenger seat. As soon as she got in, I offered her a small gift box like I was presenting a treasure. For you. Perfume. I will try it now. She was about to open it, but I stopped her. Try it when you get home. Try this first. I opened the sunglasses case and ordered, Lower your head. There was another gift. It felt as if a foxtail had lightly brushed Hesia's heart. A tingling sweetness spread through her. She half lowered her eyes. She did not want me to notice the emotions in them, but I still caught the slight curve rising at the corner of her lips. I put the sunglasses on her. My cool fingers brushed past her ear. It seemed like an accidental touch. Hesia's lashes trembled. I was watching her every move. Seeing that, I could not help laughing. Hesia. She instinctively raised her eyes. The next second, she fell straight into my fox-like, sly gaze. I curled my lips. Your ears are so red. Hesia said nothing. But in those dark eyes, the emotion she was holding back grew heavier and heavier. I did not dodge. I simply stared straight at her. The air instantly turned charged and ambiguous. Even the temperature inside the car seemed to heat up. A few seconds later, Hesia was the first to look away, flustered. The smile on my face widened at once. Were you just thinking of kissing me? Chen, you. Stung by my laughter, Hesia's voice carried embarrassment turning into irritation. Do not think I do not know. You would not let me. She knew I would not let her kiss me. I seemed to be teasing her the whole time. But my muscles had tensed instinctively. That told her I was still on guard. After a brief stiffness, I relaxed and leaned back against the seat, listening to her near accusation and the engine roaring to life. I lifted my eyelids. I looked at her hand on the steering wheel. That elegant, well-defined hand. What if I did? What? Hesia slammed the brake on the car that had just started moving. My body lurched out of my control. Once I reacted, I glared at her fiercely. Can you drive or not? If not, I will. But Hesia did not care that I had bristled. Instead, she leaned toward me carefully. Her gaze was burning hot. What did you just say? Say it again. There was coaxing temptation in her voice. Like a wolf luring a big white rabbit. I glanced at the pleading look in her eyes. Then I tilted my head with haughty coyness. I don't say nice things twice. Now drive. Hesia's eyes darkened a shade. She stared at me for a long moment before looking away. The car started moving again. I let out a breath without showing it. Just now, I really had been afraid she would kiss me. If she really had kissed me, should I have refused? My thoughts were a mess again. The whole way there, I stared out the window and thought, I am not that casual. But if the person was Hesia, being casual once did not seem like a loss. The car stopped steadily at the seaside harbor. Hesia reminded me while I was still spacing out, still thinking about it. Her tone was hard to read. Clearly, she knew what I had been tangled up over the whole ride. Thinking about what? I pretended not to understand and looked blank. I was just enjoying the scenery. I was not thinking about anything. You had better not be. Hesia did not expose me. She got out and opened my door for me. Let's go. Not far away. Luo Jia waved at me excitedly from the yacht. I answered him. Hesia and I walked one after the other to the yacht. Chu Li, who had been waiting ages, leaned over the rail. She waggled her eyebrows at me and lowered her voice. Sister Sia is being outrageous. I pretended not to hear. Then I deliberately raised my voice and asked, What did you say? Hesia is not human? Hey. No. How could you do that? Chu Li panicked. In an instant, an icy gaze shot over. Chu Li's back went cold on the spot. She glared at me viciously. I did not say that. Lu Chen, do not twist my words. I boarded the yacht. I shook my head at her flustered anger. I looked smug with petty triumph to the fullest. Chu Li watched Hesia approach step by step. Frightened, she kept backing away. Then came the frantic triple denial. It was not me. I did not. He is lying. My dear sister Sia. Do you not believe me? Even with 800 times the courage, I would not dare say that about you. Sweat broke out on Chu Li's forehead. Unfortunately, Hesia did not buy it at all. She calmly walked past Chu Li. She left only one sentence that broke her completely. I heard it myself. Second, sent abroad for training. Brief and to the point, and extremely cruel. The moment Chu Li heard those words, she collapsed. She screamed miserably and chased after Hesia. The yacht's roar mixed with her screams. It was certainly one of a kind. Just then, Luojia came over beside me with a fruit platter. He said, gloating, Sister Chu Li just has a big mouth. Good thing Sister Sia knows how to handle her. I had already noticed that much. But I still did not understand. Why are all of you so afraid of Hesia? At the mention of that, Luojia immediately perked up. He carefully glanced at Hesia in the distance. Then he furtively pulled me aside. Let me correct you. That is not fear. He lowered his voice. The reason we're scared is simple. Sister Sia suppresses us with both status and ability. Then, he revealed a huge secret. Sister Sia may seem to belong to our circle, but in truth, her status and position are on the same level as our grandfathers. Maybe even higher. If anything we do displeases Sister Sia, she does not even need to act herself. Our elders would personally whip us a few times, just to soothe that tiny bit of displeasure for her. So, yeah, no one dares provoke Sister Sia. Luojia said it with a pitiful face. No matter how arrogant I am outside, I have to keep my head down in front of her. After hearing that, I understood instantly. Sympathetically, I poked his cheek, stuffed full of fruit. That kind of pressure really was absurdly strong, but I still found it strange. Chu Li did not seem especially afraid of Hesia to me. Not really. Luoxia's mouth was full. He answered unclearly through his food. He swallowed. Only then did he continue. After all, Sister Chu Li and Sister Sia grew up together. Of course their bond is different. Besides, Luoxia's tone suddenly turned serious. Back when something happened to Sister Sia's family, it was Sister Chu Li who brought the Chu family and stood by Sister Sia without hesitation. That gave her a few more bargaining chips. So there was that hidden layer too. I thought they were simply close since childhood. Just then, Zuo ran off to the side, suddenly spoke hesitantly. When one also mentioned the He family incident years ago, I remember she said, Sister Sia's parents seemed to have died in that very incident. As soon as he said that, Luoxia's expression changed instantly. He immediately made a silencing gesture at Zuo Ran. Then he glanced nervously at Hesia in the distance and warned us. Do not mention that. That is Sister Sia's taboo. Anyone who brings it up is asking for trouble. After saying that, he even made an exaggerated throat-slitting gesture. Now Zuo ran, and I instantly understood how serious it was. Luojia nudged me lightly. Lu Chen, if you are curious, you can ask Sister Sia directly. She treats you differently. She would probably tell you. I am not curious. Not even a little. I shook my head at once. I have no interest in tearing open someone else's wounds just to satisfy my own curiosity. What I really wanted to know was something else. Has Hesia's personality always been like this? Luojia froze for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. He even stopped eating the fruit. No. Sister Sia's personality used to be a little like Chu Li's. You know, that hot-blooded dramatic teenage girl type. You get it, right? He watched me nod, then sighed and continued. Only after that incident did Sister Sia seem to become a different person. Her way of doing things grew more ruthless. Her methods grew more brutal. She became almost the complete opposite of the optimistic girl she used to be. If you had not asked, I would almost have forgotten that warm-hearted, kind Sister Sia. But then, Luojia suddenly changed the subject. The sadness vanished in an instant. He looked at me with sparkling eyes. Lu Chen. Sister Sia is incredibly good to her own people. He patted my shoulder. Do not be afraid of her. I was honestly speechless. With the way Hesia acted in front of me, I could not be afraid of her even if I tried. Just then, A voice suddenly came over. Chen. At some point, Hesia had already shaken off Chuli. She was looking our way. Luojia nearly jumped out of his skin. Only when he saw Hesia was not coming over did he let out a breath. He immediately pushed me. Sister Sia is calling you. Go on, hurry. That was pure better you than me decisiveness. I raised a fist at him. Only then did I walk toward Hesia, reluctantly. As soon as I got close, Hesia stared at me with burning eyes. What were you talking about? You look so absorbed. What were we talking about? Could I tell you that? Of course not. I refused with a perfectly straight face. Children should not pry into adult matters. Hesia looked utterly exasperated, but she did not keep pressing. About half an hour later, the yacht reached the sea fishing area. I stood beside Hesia. I watched her sort the line and hook the bait. My brow instantly tightened. So gross. The bait they had prepared was actually alive. Tiny live octopuses and some kind of many-legged worm. Those things twisted around, full of life. It gave me goosebumps all over. Fishing is pretty fun. Want to try? Hesia handed me the fishing rod she had just cast into the sea. You are giving it to me already. I was a little surprised. Hesia looked at me with a faint, knowing smile. What? Were you planning to hook the bait yourself? Nope. I was not prepared for that. I quickly took the rod. Then I shamelessly enjoyed the fruits of her labor. Soon, Hesia and the others each had a fishing rod in hand. All of them stared solemnly at the sea. But as minute after minute passed, the sea stayed calm and still. There was not even the shadow of a fish. Finally, I could not help asking, are we sure there are fish here? Luoshia's crossed leg swung slightly. His tone was full of uncertainty. Maybe. This is my first time fishing from a boat. So this guy did not know either. I gave him a massive eye roll. Chu Li immediately shot us a look of contempt from beside us. You need patience, okay? Fishing is for cultivating patience and calm. You cannot rush it. Cultivating patience and calm sounded like nonsense to me. An entire hour had passed. There had not been the slightest movement. The sky was almost dark. I was listening to Chu Li talk nonsense when the rod in my hand was suddenly yanked by a tremendous force. A fish? I copied what I had seen on television. I jerked the rod upward hard. The sudden heavy pull made me stand up at once. I was frantic. I shouted straight at Hesia. Hesia, there is a fish. I caught a fish. Seeing how excited I was, Hesia actually smiled. She put down her own rod. Then she strode behind me. Her voice carried a smile. Does it feel heavy? Very heavy. I braced the bowed rod against my ABS, but that force still tried to drag me toward the sea. It was my first time fishing. Beyond the excitement, I was actually a little afraid the fish would drag me into the water. I was so tense my arm muscles locked tight. Just then, Hesia, standing behind me, placed her hands around mine, one above and one below, gripping the rod. Then she began teaching me on the spot. When I pull, you pull with me. This fish is strong. If we do not tire it out, it will be hard to pull up. Her breath brushed past my ear. It tingled a little, but I had no mind to think about anything else. I stared fixedly at the float in the sea. I was terrified the fish I had finally hooked would get away. Luckily, as soon as Hesia took over, I instantly felt secure. Although it was our first time working together, our rhythm was unbelievably smooth. Luojia and the others had already gathered to watch the show. Seeing the fish about to run out of strength, they all looked expectant. But that fish seemed to be playing with us. With one sudden flick of its tail, it darted far away again. Everyone held their breath at once. We could only let out the line and let it run. Then, when its strength faded, we reeled in hard. After going back and forth like that many times, the fish in the sea finally lost its strength. Hesia let go of the rod and went to get the landing net. I stayed braced for battle, gripping the rod alone. Only when the fish was scooped into the net did I collapse weakly into the chair. With no dignity left, I complained. Was I fishing, or was that fish walking me? In the end, nobody paid me any attention. They all ran over to crowd around the fish. Luojia was practically drooling. If it can run that hard, it must taste amazing. Of course it tastes good. Chuyu explained. This is a humpback grouper. It is one of the more valuable kinds of wild grouper. Luojia immediately turned and waved at me. Chen, come look at your prize. Coming. I let out a breath. Honestly, I was too tired to move. But this was the first fish I had ever caught. Excitement beat exhaustion. I shook out my sore, aching arm and prepared to stand. But somehow Hesia had already walked over. She held out her hand in front of me. I understood what she meant. So I did not stand on ceremony. I used her arm for support and stood up. I ran to Luojia and the others and crouched down. But when I saw the fish, I frowned. It was this ugly. And besides, it was not even that big. It looked only about 50-something centimeters long. How did it have the nerve to drag me around like that? Hesia heard the resentment in my voice. Only then did she explain. Wild fish are much stronger. Besides, this humpback grouper is already considered big. There was a trace of admiration in her voice. This fish is very plump. The meat around its belly and fins is visibly thick. I crouched down. My eyes practically glow green. I stared at it like a starving wolf. Let us stew it. The moment I said that, the chef from the kitchen came over at once. He took the fish away to prepare it. I watched my trophy being carried off. I was just getting ready for another round, when suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone's rod twitch. I immediately warned them. Whose rod is that? It moved. As soon as I said it, everyone present turned in unison. The next second, Chu Li let out a scream. Mine, mine. She flew over like a gust of wind. She grabbed the rod and lifted it up. But, in the end, there was no fish on the hook. Even the bait was gone. My fish. Chu Li howled toward the sky. The others gave her a sympathetic look. Then, as one, they returned to their seats. Clearly, no one wanted to end up as miserable as Chu Li. And as the only person there who had caught a fish, I felt ridiculously relaxed. The evening sea breeze felt perfect. It did nothing to dampen everyone's passion for fishing. Only when the kitchen began serving dishes one after another did Hesia speak. That is enough for now. Let us eat first. At sea, of course, it had to be a seafood feast. I was just about to reel in the line, but Hesia simply took the rod from me. I will do it. After all, I was a first-timer. There were many details I did not understand. So, I immediately handed her the rod. I only helped from the side. Once everything was packed away, we sat around the table, looking at the table loaded with seafood. My eyes lit up. Nothing felt better than eating a fish I had caught myself. We almost picked up our chopsticks at the same time. When the tender fish melted in our mouths, everyone let out a satisfied sigh. Very soon, the dishes on the table began to empty. Hesia saw that I was still wanting more. So she took the plumpest, tenderest parts from every fish, half from each, and placed them on the empty plate before her. When Chu Li saw that, she was instantly unhappy. She stared hard at the meat on Hesia's plate. Sister Sia, can you finish that much? She knew perfectly well Hesia did not like seafood. That was clearly meant for me. I cannot finish it. Hesia calmly pushed the plate in front of me. But Lu Chen can. My eyes brightened. I thanked her without the slightest hesitation. Then I continued feasting with relish. The corner of Chu Li's mouth twitched, but she did not dare say anything. She could only glare at me fiercely. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Puzzled, she asked Hesia, "Your fishing skills are amazing. So, why did you only cast once today?" Hesia leaned lazily back in her chair. There was a hint of pride in her eyes. What can I say? Lu Chen has both luck and skill. He is better than me. Hearing her praise me, I straightened my back at once. Although I was very impressive today, it was also thanks to Hesia's help. Otherwise, I would have ended up in the sea feeding the fish. After all, fishing takes real skill. If I handled it badly, I really could not have pulled it in. Luojia agreed to. Exactly. If I did not work out regularly, I could not have pulled one up either. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to notice something. He stared straight at me. Do not tell me you eat this much every time, and do not usually work out. I silently took another chopstick full of fish. When I was little, I did exercise often, but after returning to China, I have barely moved. Luojia immediately let out a breath of relief. That is what I thought. If you did not work out and still did not gain weight, that would truly be unnatural. I honestly did not want to crush him, but seeing how relieved he looked, I suddenly could not resist teasing him. I asked slowly, "Does a post-meal walk count as exercise?" As soon as I said that, even Zuo Ran, who had been eating quietly, looked over in shock. Beside me, Luojia gripped his chopsticks until they creaked. With quick reflexes, Zuo Ran pressed down his restless fist. Do not get mad. Getting angry only hurts you. Iran, look at Lu Chen. He is not even acting like a human being. Luo Jia immediately leaned onto Zhuo Ran's shoulder and wailed on the spot. Seeing his dramatic act, I silently placed a piece of fish into his bowl. Fish is high-quality protein. You will not gain weight from eating more. Enough? 1 second, Luo Jia was still sniffling. The next, he picked up the fish and put it in his mouth. Then he sighed in admiration. So good. But Zhuo Ran shook his head. Not enough. At that, Luo Jia instantly turned on me. He stared straight at me. You have to tell me the secret to not gaining weight. However much I eat, I have to train twice as hard. My life is way too hard. Luo Jia wailed. This time, I truly did not want to crush him. But I really could not make up an excuse. So, I had to tell the truth. It is my constitution. I was born this way. Ever since I was little. Even all the energy from binge eating during puberty went straight into making me taller. Iran, do not stop me. I am taking him down today. This time, Luo Jia truly lost it. He lunged straight at me. And this time, Zhuo Ran actually did not stop him. I dodged to the side, nimbly avoiding Luo Jia's hand. I instantly rushed onto the deck. And so began a grand chase scene. Chu Li slumped in her chair with no image left to protect. Watching the two of us fool round, she sighed to Hesia. I always thought Lu Chen was as steady as you. I did not expect him to be this rowdy too. But Hesia ignored her. Her gaze stayed locked on me. A smile bloomed at the corner of her lips. Her eyes were so gentle they could almost drown a person. Seeing her like that, Chu Li shivered. Then she suddenly asked, "It has been almost a month. Have you told Lu Chen how you feel?" No rush. Hesia still did not take her eyes off me. She replied lightly, "No." Chu Li instantly sat up straight. How can there be no rush? He is only staying in Gangcheng for a month. Once he returns to Jing City, how will you pursue him? Hesia's gaze never left me for even a moment. It is not as if I do not have feet. Chu Li grumbled inwardly. Jing City is so far away. Even with feet, you would run them off. But Hesia said, "I will take a plane. My feet will be fine." So, Chu Li caught the implication. She was utterly shocked. You are planning a long-distance relationship with him. TCH. Hesia finally, reluctantly pulled her gaze away from me. She gave Chu Li a sideways glance. I do not even have an official status yet. What relationship are you even talking about? You are done for. Chu Li collapsed back into her chair. She muttered, "You are done for. Your heart has already run off with him. What status in the relationship will you have later?" Hesia ignored her. Watching me jog back over, she said softly, "They are done messing around." Chu Li was completely speechless. She could only silently wish her success. Night fell. The yacht grew quiet again. I could not sleep. I stood alone on the deck, stretching. I had just spread my arms when a cold wind blew over. I shivered from the chill. Nights at sea were far colder than the daytime. I rubbed my goosebump-covered arms. I was about to go back for my jacket when warmth suddenly settled over my shoulders. A blanket, still carrying body heat, fell over me. I instinctively caught it. I did not even need to look back. I was just about to get my jacket, and you came. Hesia walked to my side. She leaned against the railing. Her long legs bent casually, lazy and effortlessly free. She naturally took the earbud case from my hand. She took out the remaining earbud and put it on. Then, toying with the empty case, she asked, "We still have to watch the sunrise tomorrow. Why are you not sleeping earlier?" A soothing Cantonese song played through the earbuds. It matched the night perfectly. I cannot sleep. I leaned over the railing, letting the sea breeze blow over me. You ate too much, she guessed. I rolled my eyes at her. Eating too much should make me sleepy. Could it be? Hesia brought it up as if casually. You are thinking about leaving Gangcheng. So, you cannot bear to go. She paused. So, you toss and turn. Too restless to sleep. She said she meant I could not bear to leave Gangcheng. But what she wanted to ask was whether I could not bear to leave her. I saw straight through the nerves beneath her casual tone, and I refused to indulge it. Why not just ask if I could not bear to leave you? After a stretch of silence, the lazy ease in Hesia's eyes receded quickly like the tide pulling away. She stared at me without blinking, as if she wanted to read every expression on my face. With all the strength she had, she held back the turmoil and unease inside her. Then she asked in a barely audible voice, "So, is it?" Facing the waves, I shouted to Hesia, "Yes." That is right. I like her, and I have never hidden it. But after Hesia heard my answer, she actually took a step back. She stared at me. My reflection was branded into her eyes. Yet the first thing she said left me instantly stunned. What day is your flight? I will see you off. What? See me off? I looked up in shock. But what I saw was indulgence filling her eyes. Not obstruction. Not even a plea for me to stay. Then she sighed softly. If you are sure you want to go back, I cannot stop you. And I will not try to. I only wanted a reason from you. Something I could give myself. A reason that, when I go looking for you, I will not have to fear I cannot see you. It is that simple. I felt the dimples at the corners of my mouth were nearly drunk with joy. But the next second, her fingers gently touched me. Her fingertips stroked my face again and again, as if she wanted to trap me there. That completely broke my defenses. I have never liked people touching my face. Yet I actually hesitated for several seconds before catching her mischievous hand. No more touching. I tried to sound fierce, but I had no threat in me at all. Yet after Hesia pulled her hand back, I hid my hands behind me. Secretly, I rubbed the fingertips that had just touched her burning palm. That warmth was damn hard to let go of. I told myself it was only because the night was too cold. Seeking warmth is human instinct. But when I looked up, I met Hesia's smiling eyes, as if she had seen through everything. My face instantly flushed bright red. Why are you staring at me like that? I was so nervous I nearly bit my tongue. Hesia gave a wicked smile and held her hand out to tease me. If young Master Lu still wants more, I can reluctantly sacrifice myself a little. I have a serious thing for beautiful hands. Refusing her felt as cruel as taking my life. But I still pushed her hand away. No need to force yourself. But her soft, delicate fingers were so beautiful I could not look away. I struggled for 3 seconds. Then my self-control officially died. I shook my head and blurted out, "Can I touch it once?" The moment I said it, the air instantly froze. I bit my lip in regret. I wanted to die on the spot. Hesia laughed outright. But not only did she refuse me the chance, she actually turned and walked away. If you just like forcing things, forget it. Hey. I panicked. I hurried after her. I just do not want to force myself. Forcing someone else is still fun. Hesia teased me with a smile. Someone of my status cannot be forced. Hesia, how can you do this to me? Anxious, I quickened my steps. I was determined to catch up. Just then, she suddenly stopped and turned around. I could not stop in time. I slammed straight into her arms. Dull thuds sounded. I cried out and looked up. Her brows were furrowed in pain too. Seeing the dark look in Hesia's eyes, I guiltily backed away to steps. Then I forced out a smile uglier than a grimace. If I say I could not stop in time, and was not deliberately taking revenge, would you believe me? Hesia helplessly caught my arm. She pulled me back in front of her. Why are you running? Does your forehead not hurt? She pointed at the mark already reddening on my forehead. Then she pressed me straight down onto a lounge chair. Sit still. I will be right back. Only after she left did I dare rub my aching forehead. It hurt so much I kept sucking in cold breaths. Soon, Hesia came back. She was holding something. Use this warm egg as a compress. Otherwise it will swell tomorrow. She wrapped the egg in a soft cotton tissue and gently placed it on my forehead. Is it too hot? I shook my head. The warmth spread softly through my heart. Her eyes filled with guilt as she apologized. That was my fault. I should not have teased you. I smiled without speaking. I did not mind at all, as long as my face was not ruined. Hesia said nothing more. She only used the warm egg to gently treat my forehead. The wind lifted the hem of her clothes. The atmosphere suddenly grew especially quiet. I leaned back. My forehead was pleasantly warm. Before long, I was too sleepy to keep my eyes open. My head bobbed lower and lower. Suddenly, a warm palm supported my chin. Hesia smiled wickedly and tickled the soft flesh there. Go back to your room and sleep. No. Half asleep, I turned my head. I pressed my cheek into her palm. This spot is so comfortable. Hesia looked at my completely unguarded state. Her gaze grew complicated. The man before her, and the 10-year-old child back then who could survive. In the kidnapper's hands seemed like completely different people. After who knew how long. The egg cooled. Hesia quietly sat down beside me. I barely opened my eyes and glanced at the night sky. Then I yawned and leaned back again. Wake me when the sun comes out. After saying that, I fell asleep again. Hesia stood up helplessly and brought over a blanket to cover me. She quietly stayed by my side like that, all the way until dawn. At 4:30 in the morning, Chu Li and Luo Jia were woken by their alarms. The moment they stepped out of their rooms, the scene on deck nearly made their jaws drop. Beneath crimson clouds, I was leaning on Hesia's shoulder, quiet as a painting. Luo Jia stomped his feet in excitement. He pulled out his phone and snapped pictures like mad. He even thought that was not enough. He ran back to his room and brought out a professional camera. In that moment, no one stepped forward to disturb us. Only when the sun leapt over the horizon did Hesia gently wake me. Lu Chen, the sun is out. I opened my eyes in a daze. What I saw was the red sun rising from the sea. Endless golden clouds spread across the sky. It was breathtakingly vast. But the next second, my vision suddenly dimmed. It turned out Hesia had put sunglasses on me. Her voice was very soft. If you stare too long, your eyes will hurt. Only then did I lift my head from her shoulder. I quietly looked at the view before me. It felt as if only the two of us were left in the world. But that peace was soon broken. Not far away, a storm was brewing. Chu Li lastly slung an arm over Wenwan's shoulder. Her face was all red for drama. You made our Zuo Ran angry again? Wenwan flung her hand off. Resentment radiated off her. When has he ever given me a kind look? Chu Li grinned broadly instead. I am not afraid to make you jealous. But Zuo Ran seems pretty nice to me. Those words instantly ignited Wenwan's anger. She ground her teeth, but her fist still did not swing. Because she knew that if she dared to strike, Zuo Ran would protect Chu Li without hesitation. Just as Chu Li was about to check on her sister, Chiyu, Wenwan suddenly grabbed her. Do me a favor. Luo Jia will definitely drag Ran into your car later. Send him to my place. At that, Chu Li instantly went on guard. Are you insane? Wenwan said nothing. Her eyes fixed intensely on Zuo Ran's back not far away. A paranoid madness burned deep in her gaze. I am insane. Without Ran, I will die. Do you believe me? Chu Li was so furious she clenched her teeth. We warned you long ago. You and Zuo Ran ended up like this because of what you did. If I had not gone too far, I would not even get to see his face. Wenwan growled. We grew up together. You know how much he cannot stand me. Do you not? Back at the graduation ceremony, if I had not forcibly brought him back to Gangcheng, do you think the people my mother sent would have let him go? His heart had already gone wild. Once he got away. The world is so vast. I would never find him again in this lifetime. Wenwan's words left Chu Li completely stunned. Could there be, behind all this madness, an even deeper secret? Chu Li thought for a moment. In the end, she still shook her head and refused. I cannot help you with this. She looked at Wenwan, her eyes full of disbelief. Do you not think your love is suffocating? Suffocating? At those words, Wenwan's face went deathly pale. Even her pupils trembled. Chu Li seemed to realize she had gone too far. She tried to patch it up stiffly. Talk to him properly. He will listen. But the mockery on Wenwan's face made it seem like she had heard the world's biggest joke. Zuo Ran would listen to anyone, but he would never listen to her. Their beginning had not been like this at all. Back then, Wenwan was still a bright, radiant girl. The first time she met Zuo Ran was in her own home. He was a boy in a white t-shirt, with neat, refreshing short hair. When Zuo Ran saw her, a shy smile even rose on his face. Right after that, Wenwan's mother announced, Wan, call him your little brother. Ran will live with us from now on. Wenwan was wild with joy. She thought her mother had adopted a friend's child. From then on, she took that obedient little shadow everywhere she went. And Zuo Ran went from quiet at first to sweetly calling her sister Wenwan. But all that beauty was torn apart completely one afternoon. That day, Wenwan came home early, but she walked in on a terrifying scene. Her mother, who was usually gentle and pleasant with Zuo Ran, was making him kneel in punishment before all the servants. Wenwan's heart ached until she could barely breathe. But before she could rush in, her mother's icy words poured over her like a bucket of ice water. If you were not the child of the person I truly loved, do you think I would bother with you? Boom. Wenwan froze where she stood. The child of the person I truly loved. What did that mean? She kicked the door open at once. She stared hard at her own mother. Then she demanded, So, what exactly is he? Her mother's expression turned ugly. Yet she admitted it without a care. Did you not hear me? He is the son of the man I love. Wenwan held back her tears. She pressed on. Then, what about Dad? Her mother merely sneered. Then she gave the cruelest answer. Your father is only your father. But you do not need to worry. He has his own family outside. It was a bolt from the blue. At that moment, even when Wan's hands were trembling, with tears in her voice, she pointed at Zhuo Ran kneeling on the floor. Then, what about him? Is he also from your other family? But her mother actually shook her head. A trace of regret showed in her eyes. I wish. Unfortunately, he is not. As soon as the words fell, her mother's eyes turned cold again. She walked toward Wenwan step by step. In the end, she patted Wenwan's head indulgently. Good girl. Remember to get along with your little brother. Little brother? Get along with him? What kind of damn little brother was he? The moment when Wan saw Zhuo Ran look over, with those anxious eyes, she snapped. She picked up her school bag. Then she hurled it hard at Zhuo Ran's face. Zhuo Ran did not dodge. The school bag grazed his scalp as it flew past. When Wan saw it clearly, his pupils had widened in fright. He looked exactly like she had when she learned the truth. In that very moment, a twisted rush of satisfaction surged through her. She forced a smile uglier than crying. Little brother Ran, from now on, I will definitely get along with you. From that moment on, there was no softness left in the way Zhuo Ran looked at her. Only fear and hatred remained. He hated her the way he hated his mother. He hated this sister of his. That morning, his eyes had still been full of dependence. How could one angry sentence make him despise her? When Wan watched sadly as Zhuo Ran limped away, she wanted to apologize, but she could not put down her pride. She stubbornly believed that he, an outsider, had ruined her peaceful life. From then on, Zhuo Ran spoke gently to everyone, except to her. Every word was ice cold. How could that Zhuo Ran possibly listen to her? At that thought, when Wan closed her eyes, she turned away. Her voice was hoarse. If you do not want to help, forget it. Seeing this, Chu Li could only sigh. In the end, she walked away helplessly. By the time the sun hung high overhead, the yacht finally docked. Both my feet touched solid ground. Only then did it finally feel real. Hesia walked over. Come on. I will take you home. I nodded. But the moment I lifted my foot, my phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Yang Dianfeng. I answered the call, while following Hesia. But, on the other end, Yang Dianfeng's voice carried an urgency I had never heard before. Lu Chen, are you back yet? My stomach dropped. He was never like this. Not unless something urgent had happened. We just got off the boat. What happened? The next second, his voice sank completely. This morning, Lucia, the Lu family's eldest young lady from Jing City, suddenly arrived in Gangcheng. He paused. His tone was extremely grave. Lu Chen, I suspect she came for you. My steps stopped instantly. Because not far away, several figures were heading straight toward me. My gaze gradually turned cold. No need to suspect. She came for me. They are already right in front of me. Yang Dianfeng instantly lost it on the other end. He sounded ready to rush out at once. I stopped him immediately. Brother Dianfeng, you do not need to come over. Hesia and the others are all here. I will be fine. But Yang Dianfeng voiced a deeper concern. Owing Hesia so many favors doesn't feel right. I knew Yang Dianfeng was truly thinking of me. So I softened my voice. There was even a hint of spoiled coaxing in it. Do not worry. I know what I am doing. Between Hesia and me, there's no real debt to count. Even if we did settle accounts, it is not like I could not repay her. Only then did Yang Dianfeng hesitate and say, if you need anything, call me first. I agreed at once. But just before hanging up, he suddenly asked, that friend of Yang Wei's from Jing City knows Shen Qingxuang. Liu Chan. My heart jolted. But I did not betray any emotion. I know about that. Right after that, Yang Dianfeng dropped another bombshell. My people found out. That through Liu Chan. Yang Wei also met Shen Qingxuang in private. But what exactly they said, or what they did, I have not found out yet. So there was even more to it. I looked at the Lu family members already standing before me. No emotion could be heard in my voice. I will message you later. After hanging up, I spun the phone halfway in my hand. Only then did I look expressionlessly at the arrivals. Hesia stood half a step behind me. She watched these uninvited guests with great interest. Suddenly, she bent down. Her burning breath fell beside my ear. It was unbearably tempting. Need me to do anything? Her clear, cold eyes passed over me and stared straight at Shen Qingxuang. Her gaze was full of provocation. Sure enough, Shen Qingxuang could not take it. She suddenly stepped half a pace forward, then forced herself to stop. Holding back her anger, she spoke first. I heard you made quite a few friends in Gangcheng. I came specially to help vet them for you. My gaze swept over her indifferently. Then I pushed away Hesia's head, which had leaned into close. It tickles. Hesia straightened up with emotion. Her eyes were full of indulgence. I will be careful next time. I ignored her flirtation. Instead, I looked straight at Lucia. What are you doing here? Lucia had long heard that Shen Qingxuang and I had broken up. Now, seeing me so intimate with Hesia, her heart instantly sank. She knew perfectly well that Hesia was not someone she could offend. Yet she still kept a cold face and gave me an order. Come here. Come back to Jing City with me. I was so angry I almost laughed. I lifted my eyes in disdain. On what grounds? My arrogant disregard completely enraged Lucia. She probably could not understand why an illegitimate child like me dared not to take her, the Lu family's eldest young lady, seriously. The next second, she gave a cold snort. Then she roared down at me. Because I am your older sister. Because I am the Lu family's eldest young lady. You are only an illegitimate child. Before I could speak, she ordered again. Come back to Jing City with me. Do not make me say it a third time. You have no right to control me. I had always known she was an idiot, but I had not expected her to be this stupid. I could not be bothered to keep pretending. So I gave a cold snort. Before coming to make trouble for me, did you not ask Lu Qingshan whether I am someone you can afford to provoke? Lu Qingshan is your father. You dare call him by his full name? Are you even human? I was honestly speechless. Big sis, go home and get your head checked. I have already said it this plainly. You still do not understand. I put on my sunglasses. I could not be bothered to waste another word on her. I turned and walked away. But the instant we brushed past each other, Lucia suddenly went mad. She raised her hand and slapped toward my face. Shen Qingxuang, who had come with her, reacted instantly. She grabbed Lucia's wrist. Shen Qingxuang. Lucia gritted her teeth. I stared coldly at this fool. How dare she? I was completely stunned. I never expected Shen Qingxuang's first reaction to be protecting me. After making sure I was fine, Luojia exploded on the spot. He went completely berserk. You dare touch Lu Chen right in front of me. Do you think Luojia, am dead? Seeing Luojia charge over, Shen Qingxuang quietly let go without betraying any emotion. The next second, Luoxia's slap landed squarely across Lucia's face. Lucia clutched her face and was about to hit back, but a foot suddenly shot out from the side and kicked her hard in the knee. Lucia cried out in pain. She dropped straight down. In the end, she sprawled on the ground like a toad. Chiyu drew back her foot. She asked Luojia coldly, "Still want to hit her?" Luojia ground his teeth. "Hold her down. Today I will teach her who calls the shots in Gangcheng." The moment he finished speaking, his fist and feet fell like rain. Lucia let out scream after scream. I leaned out, looking at Lucia, now bruised and battered. I quietly gave Luojia a thumbs up. Beautifully done. Just as I was enjoying the show, Hesia explained softly, "Do not worry. Luojia has been fighting since he was little. He knows where it hurts most, and he knows how to hurt without killing anyone." I could not help swallowing. You would never know it. He actually has that skill. Lucia, beaten half dead, still dared to threaten me. Lu Chen, make him stop right now. Otherwise, I will go home and tell Dad right now. He will not let you off. Before I could speak, Hesia suddenly stepped in front of me. She looked down at her with a dark, oppressive gaze. If you do not want that claw of yours anymore, I can help you leave it in Gangcheng forever. Hesia took a deep breath. She forced down the urge to kill. Then she spoke coldly. Get out of Gangcheng, now. Or else. She did not say what would happen, but the chill in her eyes made Lucia feel as if she had been plunged into ice. She was too frightened to say a single word. So this was the power holder of the He family in Gangcheng. From then on, the name Hesia was branded deep into her heart. However, Hesia seemed to feel this was not enough. She was about to add another little gift for the Lu family. But I patted her hand. I am fine. Let it end here. For Lu Qingshan's sake, since he at least knows his place. Let this matter go. Hesia was still unwilling, but she nodded anyway. Then, my gaze fell on Shen Qingxuang to the side. Chen, I did not know she would lay a hand on you. Her eyes reddened. They were filled with guilt and helplessness. I am sorry. She had wanted Lucia to take me back to Jing City, but she had not expected this fool to attack me directly. At that moment, Shen Qingxuang probably wanted to kill Lucia herself. I only spoke coldly. Take her back. That was the first thing I said to her. And also the last. She was the one who brought her here. So she should bear the consequences. After saying that, I shot a disgusted look at the bruised and battered Lucia. No wonder no one in the Lu family told you my identity. Lucia, you are this stupid. You really are beyond saving. So, what other identity do you have? Lucia's eyes were full of confusion. She watched as Hesia shielded me into the car. After that, Luojia shook out his hand and warned her. You piece of trash. Do not let this young master see you again. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. Only after saying that did he hop happily into Chu Li's car. He looked utterly satisfied. Chi watched Luoxia's back. A sour ache rose in her chest. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. On the other side, Zhuo Ran also pulled free of Wen Wan's hand with a cold face. When Lucia made her move just now, Wen Wan had actually stopped him. Yet Wen Wan gazed at him gently and said stubbornly, "Come home with me. That is your home. It is not mine." Zhuo Ran turned away coldly, without the slightest hesitation. Wen Wan was about to follow, but we, already some distance away, suddenly stopped. I reached out toward Zhuo Ran as he came over. Wen Wan met my warning gaze and stopped unwillingly. After Zhuo Ran got into the car, I lowered my voice and asked Hesia beside me, if I get Zhuo Ran out of Gangcheng and into Jing City, will Wen Wan lose her mind? Hesia's steps paused. She instantly understood what I meant. She rubbed between her brows with a headache. Which day? I immediately waggled my brows and fawned. Which day do you think works best? Wen Wan is your friend. You understand her better than I do. Hesia glanced at Wen Wan. Then she silently looked away. She pressed down her guilt. Tonight? My eyes lit up. Hesia explained casually. Everyone is tired today. No one wants more trouble. Second, you still have a few days before you leave. Wan Wan's guard is not at its strongest yet. I could not have been happier with that analysis. I patted her shoulder, my face full of flattery. Hesia, you really are a good person. May good people live peaceful lives. Heh. Having just sold out her best friend. Hesia could not quite smile. She turned her head to look at me. Then she suddenly asked, so, do good people get good rewards? The moment she said that, I instantly went on alert. What kind of reward do you want? But just as Hesia was about to speak, Shen Qingxuang walked over. Hesia swallowed the words on her tongue. She lifted her eyes to Shen Qingxuang, full of disgust. Miss Shen is still here. But Shen Qingxuang ignored her completely. She had eyes only for me. Chen, can we have a proper talk? I nodded. Sure. At that, Shen Qingxuang, already braced for my rejection, snapped her head up. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Even Hesia beside me changed expression at once. Then, I calmly gave an address. The largest Jixiang cafe in Gangcheng. In 1 hour. We will meet there. Why not now? Shen Qingxuang pressed uneasily. But I did not answer. I only waved at her and got straight into the car. Our convoy drove off in style, leaving Shen Qingxuang standing there, deeply unsettled. She could not understand why it had to be 1 hour later. Just then, the bruised and battered Lucia stumbled over. Shouldn't you take me to the hospital first? I cannot. Shen Qingxuang toyed with the car keys and spat out the words coldly. Lucia froze. Why? Because I want to slap you too. Shen Qingxuang questioned her through suppressed anger. Who gave you the nerve to touch him? I was just furious because of him. Lucia's voice grew smaller and smaller, because the way Shen Qingxuang looked at her had lost all warmth. Shen Qingxuang cursed under her breath, then gave a direct order. I will have someone send you back to Jing City as soon as possible. Lucia still tried to argue. Can I not go to the hospital first? Shen Qingxuang's patience had run out. Do you want to die? This is Gangcheng. Then I will go back to Jing City. Lucia instantly backed down. Meanwhile, I was sitting in Hsia's passenger seat, eating snacks while humming a tune. My mood was soaring, but Hsia kept glancing at me. At last, she could not hold back. Are you that happy to meet her? The car instantly filled with the smell of jealousy. I deliberately sniffed, looking surprised. That jealousy is strong. Hsia, do you smell it? No. Hsia stopped the car. She snatched my chips and chewed them viciously. All I smell is heartless little thing. Aha. I stared at her with a bright smile, ready to snatch my chips back. What does heartless smell like? Hsia laughed despite herself. Then the corner of her mouth lifted. Raise your hand. I raised a brow, but did it anyway. Then I saw her smile in triumph. Lower your head and smell it. Then you will know what heartless smells like. Oh wow. This woman actually dared to order me around. I nearly ground my teeth to dust. Yet I still forced a smile. I think it smells pretty good. Smell it if you do not believe me. As soon as I said that, I stuck my hand in front of Hsia. Hsia's brow twitched. She looked ready to bite. She pinched my wrist between the fingers. I will not. She gave a cold snort. While I was stunned, she finished the chips in a few bites. Then she stuffed the empty bag into my hand and elegantly wiped her hands. Sit properly. I am driving now. I clenched the empty bag. My knuckles cracked. Hsia, are you born in the year of the dog? The car started again. Hsia looked at my puffed up anger and laughed softly. No, I belong to you. I was instantly speechless. That damn cheesy pickup line. I tightened the corners of my mouth and turned straight to look out the window. If I paid her any attention today, I was the dog. The ride was silent. Every time Hsia looked over, all she saw was the back of my head. At last, we arrived at Shangxijiajing. As soon as the car stopped, I immediately went to open the door in a huff. But then, it would not open. I was just about to turn and snap at her when I heard a click. The car lock opened. The words already on my tongue stuck right in my throat, meeting my furious gaze. Hsia innocently made an inviting gesture. We are here. Young Master Lu, please get out. I rolled my eyes at her. She had definitely done that on purpose. Holding back my irritation, I got out. The moment I stepped out, I saw Zhou Rang come out of the house. Lu Chen, you finally made it. Sister Xia had hot pot delivered. It had me drooling. Yes. Luojia also poked his head out. Lu Chen, hurry up. I am starving. Hearing hot pot, I finally turned back to Hsia, who had just gotten out. I raised a brow, waiting for her explanation. I was afraid you would eat too many chips and have no room for hot pot. The woman looked completely innocent. I narrowed my eyes at her. Then why did you not say so earlier? What was all my anger on the way here supposed to be? Seeing that I was still not satisfied, Hsia immediately walked over. She lowered her voice. As the saying goes, nothing a hot pot meal can't fix. Mr. Lu, do me the honor. I gave a haughty little snort. Then I lifted my foot and walked off. After a few steps, I realized she had not followed. I immediately turned back and stared at her. Hsia understood at once. Only then did she stride after me on those long legs. Satisfied, I turned and went inside. Little thing, as if I could not handle you. But when I entered the living room, I realized Chu Li was there too. She immediately gave me a sheepish smile. I came uninvited. Young Master Lu won't be angry, will you? For this hot pot meal. She had thrown all shame aside. I shook my head and gestured for everyone to sit. You are the first friend I made in Gangcheng. I am happy you came. As soon as I said that, Chu Li instantly felt soothed. She immediately started bragging. Lu Chen and I really hit it off. If Sister Xia had not been guarding against me, none of you would have had the chance to be his best bro. Luojia rolled his eyes at her. Go get the operation first, then I will be your bro too. After that, I will be your bro too. Bullshit. Chu Li instantly moved to slap the table and get up to teach Luojia a lesson. But from the corner of her eye, she caught Hsia's half-smiling look. Her hand went weak. Silently, she picked up a crab leg and put it into the hot pot. A lady does not stoop to fighting men. Watching those two clowns, my eyes curved with amusement. I found them unbearably cute. Come on, eat. Watching them bicker, I finally believed Chu Li. She really did treat Luojia like a younger brother. For most of the meal, we watched them argue. Meanwhile, the three of us seized the chance to eat like mad. By the time those two realized it, we were already full. So I was the first to stand. First to finish gets off easy. Last to eat does the dishes. I leave it to you. The moment I moved, they both stopped at once. Luojia asked tentatively, Lu Chen, are you going out? His tone was far too obvious. I glanced at Hesia, who sat there steady as a mountain. I understood instantly. So that was it. No wonder everyone suddenly came to my place for hot pot. So that was the real agenda after all. I nodded. I still have something to do. I need to go out. Luojia shot to his feet. He forced a smile uglier than crying. With so many guests here, if you are not around, that would be bad, right? I waved it off. We are all old friends. Make yourselves at home. I ignored his pleading eyes and pinched his cheek. You all keep eating. I am going upstairs to change. After saying that, I went straight upstairs without looking back. The moment I left, the living room instantly turned into an ice cellar. It was cold enough to make people shiver. Chu Li glanced at the source of the chill. Only after stuffing a piece of beef into her mouth did she dare speak. Sister Sia, Lu Chen insists on meeting his ex. What do we do? Isia's face was expressionless, but her eyes were dark enough to scare people. You lot, aside from eating, what use are you? That did not do much damage, but the insult was devastating. Zuo Ran's chopsticks, which had just reached out, silently retreated again. After thinking for a long while, he asked in a low voice, Sister Sia, if you do not want him to go, why did you not just say so? Before Sia could answer, Chu Li jumped in first. What good would saying it directly do? Right now, she is at most a pursuer. How can she interfere in his private affairs? Sia kicked at her. Her face darkened even more. Luojia and Zuo Ran exchanged a look. Both of them knew perfectly well that if I had a reconciliation of the century with my ex, Sia would be finished, and their whole pack of dubious strategists would be finished too. Just then, an idea struck Luojia. Sister Sia, why not confess to him now? Sia's heart jolted. She was a little tempted. But what if? What if Lu Chen rejected her? The moment she thought of that possibility, it felt like 1,000 arrows through her heart. But she quickly rejected it. No, that would be too casual. She could not confess so rashly. That would be an insult to her feelings. If confession was out, Luoxia's eyes darted. I have another idea. It depends on whether you are willing to go all in, Sister Sia. Seeing Luoxia's sleazy expression, Sia knew it was not a good idea. But there was no other way now. She could only nod. Luoxia gave a wicked little chuckle. He mysteriously blurted out two words. Clatter. Chu Li's chopsticks dropped straight to the floor. Seeing Sia was about to hit him, Chu Li hurriedly lunged over and held her back. Sister Sia, calm down. You have to stay calm. Luojia is doing this for your own good. Sia flicked her eyes over. Let go. Then Sia straightened her clothes and actually asked Luojia, Tell me, how do I do it? Chu Li's mouth fell open. Her jaw nearly hit the floor. Luojia also let out a stunned huh. His doe-like eyes went perfectly round. He barely managed to force out a smile. Sister Sia, are you serious? It was just an idea he had tossed out casually. Sia had actually accepted it. Luojia wanted to slap himself twice, but Sia pressed him. Say it. What exactly should I do? There was no taking it back now. Luojia could only force himself to speak. First, the buttons on your shirt. Undo to more. Sia's hand immediately went to her collar. She was about to undo the buttons at once. Chu Li dramatically covered her eyes. How scandalous. Hearing that, Sia's hand paused. Then she lowered it again. She pressed on. What else? Luojia choked. He hurriedly shook his head. Nothing else. He quickly explained. Doing too much would make it feel forced. Sister Sia, that face of yours is walking sex appeal. One tiny move from you is already lethal. Chu Li really could not hold it in. She burst out laughing. Luojia, you really are something. Luojia smiled smugly and made an inviting gesture to Sia. Sister Sia, I reckon Lu Chen is almost done changing. Please head upstairs. At that, Sia actually stood up. She walked upstairs at an unhurried pace. She stood outside my bedroom door. Her hand settled on her buttons. She undid one. She looked down at herself. Apparently, she felt it was not enough. So she undid another. Her delicate collarbones showed faintly. The tips of her ears flushed red at once. But just as she thought she must be insane, and turned to leave, my bedroom door opened without warning. I had just changed into pajamas and stepped out. At once, I saw her standing at the door. My gaze slowly moved downward, landing on her open collar. I folded my arms and leaned against the doorway. The corner of my mouth slowly lifted. I deliberately drew out my voice, my eyes full of teasing. Heist, standing here half undressed like this. Could this be a seduction ploy? She actually buttoned herself up without changing expression. It was just a little hot from eating hot pot. I did not believe that nonsense for a second. Hot? Seeing that she was about to fasten the last button, I could not even reach out in time. Seeing the way she let out a breath of relief, I could not help laughing out loud. Not hot anymore? She gave a muffled little The corners of her eyes were faintly red. Just when I thought she was about to admit defeat, she suddenly lifted her eyes. A faint glint stirred in them. The heat was secondary. Mainly, I was guarding against a pervert. The smile vanished from my face instantly. There is a pervert in my house. How come I did not know that? Watching her walk to the stairway, I could not get out a single word. Only after her figure disappeared did I wave my fist and curse through gritted teeth. You are the pervert? Your whole family is perverts. Downstairs, Heist heard the faint curses drifting down. Her eyes filled with laughter. He had already changed into pajamas. How could he possibly go out now? So, he would not go meet Chen anymore, right? At 8 that night, I quietly knocked on Zhuo Ran's door. He jolted awake. He reached out to turn on the light. I immediately stopped him. Zhuo Ran. It is me. Do not turn on the light. His hand froze on the switch. By the faint glow of his phone, he came to the door. Lu Chen. What happened? I answered cautiously. Keep your movements quiet. He sensed the seriousness in my tone. The heart he had just settled rose again. He opened the door only a crack. Only after seeing it really was me outside did he let out a breath of relief. Lu Chen. What exactly is going on? He asked in a lowered voice. I did not explain much. I patted his hand and gave the order directly. I am sending you back to Jing City by private jet right now. Someone will pick you up at the airport. Then stay at my place for now. We will discuss the rest after I get to Jing City. Hearing that, Zhuo Ran's mouth fell open in shock. Now, but I gave him no chance to hesitate. Put on your shoes. Hurry up and go. He hesitated for only a moment. Then he hurriedly put on his sleepwear and followed me. In the entire villa, only my room still had a light on. We felt our way through the dark to the rose bushes by the courtyard wall. I crouched down. I cleared out a dog hole. I shook the key in my hand. If Heist had not reminded me, I would not even have known this place existed. Zhuo Ran watched me crouch with my butt in the air to unlock it, his eyes nearly popping out. But the real disillusionment was still to come. I opened the lock. I stuck my head out first to scout. After making sure no one was there, I used both hands and feet and crawled out neatly. My movements were clean and decisive, as if it were not my first time. From outside the hole, I reached back and helped him. He copied me and crawled out too. I led him along the base of the wall, circling around to the back of the villa. With a serious expression, I warned him. Head toward the main gate of the community. There is a black sports car by the road. When you see it, get straight in. Call me after you get in. After saying that, I pulled out a new phone and shoved it into his hand. Use this. Give me your old phone. I had considered everything I could. Zhuo Ran carefully memorized it all. Then he walked toward the community exit without looking back. He carefully avoided the crowds until he saw that sports car. The window rolled down. The driver was actually Yang Dianfeng. He quickly got in. He greeted Yang Dianfeng. Brother Yang, thank you for the trouble. Yang Dianfeng reassured him. Do not worry. Lu Chen will arrange everything after this. The moment the plane took off, as the bright lights of Gangcheng grew farther away, the tears Zhuo Ran had held back the whole way finally broke free. At last, he was free. Just then, I received a call from Yang Dianfeng. The plane has taken off safely. I replied, thanks for the trouble, Brother Dianfeng. No trouble. But Yang Dianfeng hesitated for a moment before dropping a bombshell. News just came in. Shen Xingxuang has been there since noon today, staying in the cafe until now. It looks like she is waiting for someone. Hearing that, I fell unusually silent. A moment later, I coldly said for words, leave her alone. Yang Dianfeng seemed to sense our relationship was not simple. After hanging up, he actually did not even pull back. The people monitoring Shen Qingxuang. Meanwhile, Jixiang Cafe. Shen Qingxuang sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the empty street. There was not the slightest surprise in her eyes. A server came over to remind her. "Miss, we close in 5 minutes." She had sat there from noon until now, waiting for someone the whole time. But no one had come. To their surprise, Shen Qingxuang tossed out a black gold card. "Tell your boss, you are not closing tonight. Name the price, whatever it cost." The server was stunned. Soon, all the cafe staff had left. Only Shen Qingxuang's table remained, with one pale white lamp, burning until dawn. Early the next morning, an employee pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Shen Qingxuang still sitting by the window, she was startled. "Miss, you still have not left." Shen Qingxuang gave them a faint glance, then withdrew her gaze. "I am fine. Go about your work." The coffee on the table had gone from hot to cold, yet she still stared quietly out the window. She had long guessed I would not come, but in the end, she still held on to a sliver of hope. What if I could not bear to make her wait that long? In the end, she moved her stiff, aching body, and left in lonely silence. At 3 in the afternoon, I was dozing off, when Luo Xia's knocking woke me up. I opened the door with a yawn, only to see 6 huge suitcases beside him. My expression went blank for a moment, then I asked in surprise, "Are you planning never to come back after going to Jing City?" Luo Xia pouted. "This is my first long trip, okay?" I looked at him with a smile. "You are going to my territory. Do you really think I would let you suffer?" But just then, I saw the other person who had come with Luo Xia. Wen. I looked at her and asked politely, "Miss Wen, would you like to come in and sit?" Wen smiled elegantly. "No, thank you." She paused, then stated her purpose directly. "Since Mr. Liu is returning to Jing City, it would not be proper for Ran to keep staying here. I came today to take Ran home." She studied my calm expression, but could not read a thing. "Please ask Ran to come out for me, Mr. Liu." "Thank you." Hearing that, I opened my mouth slightly, with just the right amount of surprise. Seeing my reaction, Wenwan's heart sank hard. Her brows were upon tightly. "Mr. Liu, do not tell me. Ran is not here with you." I honestly shook my head. "He really is not. I sent him to Jing City last night. I had never planned to hide it from her." "Lu Chen!" Wenwan roared, her fist clenched, her fury reaching its peak. "Ran is mine. How dare you take matters into your own hands and send him away?" I corrected her coldly. "I did not take matters into my own hands. This was Zhuo Ran's own choice." I calmly met the fury in Wenwan's eyes, and spoke slowly. "When I woke up this morning, Ran had sent me a message." Wenwan immediately pressed me. "What message?" Deep down, she seemed to still hold a trace of hope, hoping that message had something to do with her. But my next words shattered her fantasy completely. I answered lightly. "He said he finally had a peaceful sleep." I said it with a heavy sigh. Sure enough, Wenwan's eyes trembled in an instant. It was as if her heart had been squeezed tight, but I did not look at the pain in her eyes. I changed the subject. "Do you know why? Even though I have not known Zhuo Ran for long, I am willing to help him like this." Wenwan forced out 3 words. "Why?" I stared straight into her eyes, word by word. "Because I do not want someone that good to disappear from this world." The instant those words fell, Wenwan's face went deathly pale. The image of Zhuo Ran standing on the rooftop must have flashed through her mind. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, I understood at once. She had no idea Zhuo Ran was ill. This so-called love was truly laughable and tragic. So I dropped the bombshell outright. "Do you know about the somatic symptoms of depression?" "Depression?" Wenwan's lips moved, but she could not say a word. I sighed. "Did you never notice Ran often zoning out? That his hands would tremble on their own? That he even suffered insomnia night after night?" Wenwan finally found her voice, but it was thick with tears. "I thought his hands shook because he was afraid of me. So it turns out, he was ill." I looked at her, making no attempt to hide my disgust. "Wenwan, you are far too self-righteous, and far too selfish. That day, he came to my door by mistake. I had no intention of meddling, but I knew that if I did not keep him there, he would inevitably choose death." My gaze turned cold. In those beautiful eyes, there was nothing but hollow despair. He reached out for help with his last shred of hope, but failed to grasp it, and that became the only choice he felt he had left. No. When one suddenly screamed, staggering back in collapse. I never wanted him to die. I shot back without hesitation. But you have been driving him toward death all along. My voice was not loud, but every word cut to the heart. Do not use your fake love to bind a free soul. When one clenched her hands until they went white, yet she was still trying to defend herself. You do not understand. I love him. I can give him everything I have. I was so angry I almost laughed. He may not care about what you give him, but everything you forcibly take from him is what he treasures most. I took a deep breath and gave my final ultimatum. I do not care how deep your love is. Today, I am telling you only one thing. Zuo Ran is leaving Gangcheng. No one can make him stay. When Wan instantly calmed down, her eyes turned icy. Chen, do not think that just because you are the eldest young master of the Vincent family, I truly have no way to deal with you. If I really drop all pretense, even the Vincent family may not be able to protect you. I shrugged, with a perfectly straight face. Then you can try. The moment I finished speaking, when Wan lifted her hand slightly, the next second, a dense crowd of bodyguards surged into the villa. She looked at me and threatened me openly. Either bring Ran back, or I will have to invite Mr. Liu to visit the Wen family. Invite me? As if you are worthy. I merely straightened up a little. In an instant, another group of well-trained bodyguards went straight around Wan and formed an airtight wall in front of me. The two sides locked in sharp opposition. The atmosphere froze instantly. Hearing the commotion, Luo Jia ran out. Seeing the scene, he swallowed hard in fear. He immediately spread his arms and shielded me. Then he shouted at Wan, "If you dare touch Lu Chen, Sister Xia will be angry." At the mention of Xia, Wan hesitated for a moment, but the next second, she gave a cold snort. "If I keep him in Gangcheng, Sister Xia will only thank me." I grabbed Luo Jia by the back of his neck and pulled him behind me. "This is between me and her. Stay out of it." But with someone like Wan, there was no talking things through. Seeing that I would not waver, her gaze turned cold and sharp. She swept her hand down. "Do it." Before the fist could come down, a piercing phone ring brought everything to an abrupt stop. A bodyguard handed over a phone. When Wan saw the caller ID, and her eyes changed instantly. She wanted to hang up, but the bodyguard beside her reminded her warningly, "Miss, it is Madam calling." With just that one sentence, everyone, when Wan had brought, stopped moving. I watched her clutch the phone tightly, my eyes full of mocking amusement. The call had barely connected when Mrs. Wen's cold, hard voice came through. "Bring your people back here, now." When Wan pressed her lips tight, stubbornly holding herself silent. But Mrs. Wen gave her no chance at all. She gave the order directly. "Liu Da, take Wan away." "Yes, madam." The bodyguard made a gesture of invitation, cutting off Wan's last hope completely. Furious, she smashed the phone onto the ground. Still not satisfied, she kicked over a flower pot in the courtyard. Only after all that did she suppress her rage and ask me, "How did you do it?" I looked at her and told her the truth, word by word. Every business under the Vincent family will attack the Wen family at any cost. As long as I am forced to leave this place, your Wen family will be reduced to an empty shell. So how could Mrs. Liu not be anxious? When Wan said, "Fine," 3 times in a row, then forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. "Lu Chen, you are ruthless enough." I nodded slightly. "Thank you for the compliment." When Wan stormed off in fury, only then did Luo Jia dare to breathe hard. This is the first time I knew the Vincent family was this terrifying. The next second, he grabbed my arm. "Brother Chen, please take me under your wing." I pushed his head away. "Cut it out, you useless rookie." After saying that, I turned and went inside, then collapsed onto the sofa. But Luo Jia followed me and asked, "Lu Chen, are you not going to tell Sister Xia about this?" I stared at the ceiling and said flatly, "No need." He did not understand. Why would I rather use my family's power? Then turned to Xia, who was right there. Was Xia still not someone I could fully trust? Then all the closeness I had shown her lately, was it all fake? The more Luo Jia thought about it, the less he dared to keep thinking. He took a deep breath and was about to ask again. but met my gaze, as if I had seen through everything. In an instant, every word jammed in his throat, and I had no intention of explaining. I simply stood and left. I am going to sleep for a while. I spent last night waiting for NGÓN to show up. I did not sleep all night. Now I need to catch up on sleep. Luo Jia nodded blankly. Go ahead. But after I went upstairs, just as Luo Jia was about to dismiss the bodyguards, he saw the person he least wanted to see at the door. He Sia. Luo Jia's stomach dropped. He instantly stammered. Sister Sia, when did you get here? He was finished. Had she heard what Lu Chen and I just said? That no need line really hurt. But he Sia did not answer. She only stared at the empty staircase. Nervous, Luo Jia called out again. Sister Sia. He asked carefully. Should I call Lu Chen down? But he Sia lowered her eyes. Then she turned away. Do not disturb him. Her next words were light as air, drifting into Luo Jia's ears as well. And do not tell him that I came. Luo Jia watched he Sia's retreating back, and his heart ached. Sister Sia must have heard it. How hurt must she be? But how could anyone comfort her over this? From Lu Chen's point of view, if he could solve it himself, there really was no need to trouble anyone else. But from he Sia's point of view, she did not want to be that anyone else. He Sia got into the car. Her mind was filled with that careless no need. The moment she got the news, she had rushed over from the office. But Lu Chen, you heartless little thing. You never even thought of telling me. And you called it no need. Thinking of my indifferent tone. He Sia felt pain twist through her heart. In his heart, do I not even count as a friend? So from now on, whenever anything happens, will he think there is no need to tell her? The moment she realized that, he Sia's heart clenched sharply. She truly wanted to rush back into the villa, grab me, and demand a clear answer. But when she thought of my tired voice just now, she could not bear to do it. How useless. He Sia slammed the horn fiercely. Then she hit the gas and drove straight to the boxing gym. Because when NGÓN was there, when he Sia rushed into the boxing gym, when NGÓN had already gone to rounds with the sparring partner, the staff looked at her as if they had seen salvation. He Sia took off her suit jacket, put on boxing gloves, and charged onto the ring. She did not even wait for the staff to open the barrier. She vaulted straight over it. Fight me. When NGÓN spoke first, without the slightest remorse, he Sia shook out her hands, storm surging in her eyes. Come on. The words had barely fallen when the two of them clashed together. Every punch landed hard. There was no technique left. Only when NGÓN's strength gave out, and she fell flat on her back. He Sia finally took off her gloves. With a bruise at the corner of her mouth, she sat beside her. The lights are so harsh. When NGÓN raised a hand to block her eyes, but her voice choked up. Lu Chen said. Her chest heaved violently. Her lips trembled as she struggled to force out one complete sentence. Lu Chen said. Iran has depression. Tears rolled from the corners of NGÓN's eyes. Even her voice was shaking. I went to ask a doctor immediately. Every symptom matched. Lu Chen was not lying. She covered her face in pain, her emotions breaking completely. I thought he was only afraid of me. I never thought he was ill. It was me. I made him sick. When NGÓN murmured Zhuo Ran's name again and again, her heart feeling carved open. The doctor's words echoed in her mind like a curse. Lifelong medication, a very high risk of relapse, and those terrifying side effects. Muscle tremors, a drooping corner of the mouth, dizziness and headaches. When NGÓN suppressed a choke sob, completely breaking down, but he Sia only watched her coldly. She offered not a word of comfort, because when NGÓN had brought all of this on herself, she was not worth pity. And yet, they were still sisters in the end. He Sia did not simply walk away. Only after when NGÓN had vented enough, did he Sia speak in a low, lingering voice. Should I take a photo of you right now and send it to Iran? He would probably be very happy. When NGÓN was bruised and battered, crying in a complete mess, her face darkened, through gritted teeth. No need. The next second, her tone suddenly shifted. Her gaze sharpened. You did not get the upper hand with Lu Chen either, did you? He Sia fell silent at once. She wiped the wound at the corner of her mouth. It burned with pain. Then, she yanked NGÓN to her feet. If you are done, go back and heal. As for Zhuo Ran, if I hear anything, I can tell you. Fine. NGÓN patted her shoulder gratefully. But the moment she smiled, The injury at the corner of her mouth hurt so badly her face twisted. She hissed in pain and complained. What exactly did young Master Lu do to you? Why did you hit so hard? Hesia's gaze shifted. She answered casually. Nothing. But that very nothing was what hurt the most. When Juan saw it all clearly, the disappointment in Hesia's eyes could not be hidden. Hesia kept replaying my hurtful no need in her head. Her heart went cold all the way through. To her, I was someone who always seemed close enough to touch, yet still impossibly far away. Heartless thing. She cursed softly again, but her eyes were full of a tenderness she did not even notice. When Juan's mouth twitched at the sight, that scolding sounded far too indulgent. Hesia was truly beyond saving. So, she could not help reminding her. Lu Chen is about to return to Jing City. Are you really letting him leave like this? You know the Vincent family stands behind him once he leaves. But Hesia only gave her a cold look. What else should I do? Learn from you? Mistreat him now, and regret it when winning him back becomes hell. When Juan was instantly speechless, she laughed at herself. She knew Zhuo Ran was different from me. If she did not force Zhuo Ran to stay by her side, she might lose him forever. But between Hesia and me, there was at least still a chance. The next second, when Juan picked up her phone, her gaze turned resolute. Tell Dr. Zhou, I am coming over now. Time shifted. June 1st, the day I left Gangcheng. 9:30 in the morning. Inside the villa at Shangxi Jiajing, Luojia watched my suitcases being loaded into the car one by one. He took off his sunglasses and questioned me in total confusion. So, you arranged a private jet for Brother Ran, but you are dragging me onto a commercial flight. Without batting an eye, I put his sunglasses back on him. Then I replied calmly, applying for flight route clearance is a hassle. We should keep a low profile. Luojia was instantly speechless. He could only accept it reluctantly. But the next second, he nudged my waist suggestively. He jerked his chin toward a nearby car. Sister Sia is waiting for you. As soon as he said it, the car window really rolled down. Sia's gaze landed straight on me. I instinctively pinched the gold coin between my fingers, fiddling with it lightly. It was a little habit I only had when I was conflicted. I stared at her like that for a long while. Only then did I finally walk over. But as soon as I reached the car, Hesia got out and opened the passenger door for me. I got in as if nothing were wrong, and fastened my seat belt. Then Hesia slid into the driver's seat. Her long, defined fingers gripped the steering wheel. Her fingertips tapped it a few times, as if she had made up her mind. You will message me when you reach Jing City, right? My gaze shifted slightly. I answered cleanly. Of course. I knew she did not believe me at all. But her mood visibly brightened anyway. In the car behind us, Chu Li glanced at Luojia, whose face was full of excitement. Are you really not going to tell Chuyu you are leaving? At the mention of Chuyu, Luojia's expression instantly fell. But in the blink of an eye, he looked carefree again. Sister Chu Li, go back and tell her. I am off to see the wider world and beautiful women. By the time I come back, I will not even be interested in her anymore. Thinking back on how hard he had chased Chiyu all these years, Luojia was truly tired. He leaned lazily against the seat back and closed his eyes. Chu Li rubbed his head with aching tenderness. Have fun in Jing City. Call me if anything happens. Thank you, Sister Chu Li. Luojia thanked her seriously. In the airport lounge, there were less than 10 minutes left before boarding. I looked at Hesia, who kept staring at me without a word. I could only remind her, we have to go. Hesia stood up. I will walk you over. She was far too calm. So calm my heart started pounding. Luojia instantly felt a chill crawl up his back too. He suddenly yanked Chu Li up. Chu Li, I want snacks. Let us go buy some. After saying that, he dragged Chu Li away and ran. He did not care how she reacted at all. In an instant, only Hesia and I remained in the lounge. The atmosphere turned delicate at once. I pressed my lips together, looking at her already by the door. I spoke first. Maybe I should go by myself. Hesia lifted her eyes. Her ink-dark pupils were shadowed. After a long pause, a soft laugh slipped from her lips. You have not even left Gangcheng yet. Isn't young Master Lu tossing me aside a little early? What do you mean? Alarm bells exploded in my mind. Guilty, I frowned. But Hesia did not explain. She only made an elegant gesture for me to go ahead. The smile at the corner of her lips was inexplicably chilling. Since you do not want me to walk you over, I will not disturb you. After you, young Master Lu. I clenched that gold coin tightly in my palm. Pretending to stay calm, I lifted my foot and walked step by step toward the door. The moment I safely passed in front of her, I let out a breath without showing it. I thought that even if she had guessed everything, she would not confront me on the spot. Thinking that, even my steps grew lighter. However, just as I was about to leave the lounge, a faint rush of air came from behind me. I sensed something was wrong. Instinctively, I tried to dodge, but she had clearly prepared for that. My wrist was clamped hard in her grip. Before I could react, her other hand pressed sharply against my collarbone. With domineering force, she pinned me into the corner. Behind me was the cold wall. In front of me was her cool, clean, lovely scent. My heartbeat instantly lost control. Isia. I called her name in a low voice. But when I lifted my eyes, I met her eyes, burning with suppressed anger. Nervously, I swallowed. What are you trying to do? The moment the words left my mouth, I immediately struck toward the side of her neck with a knife hand strike. But Isia caught it with swift reflexes. Then, she calmly gathered both my wrists together. With one hand, she actually pinned me in place. Without hesitation, I bent my knee at once, aiming straight for her. But Isia was even faster than me. The instant I lifted my leg, her knee had already driven upward. A sharp sting shot through my knee. She diffused my attack with ease. Annoyance instantly flashed in my eyes. Isia. I snapped her name in anger, but she curved her lips into a smile. It was bold, reckless, and utterly unrestrained. Does young Master Lu have any orders for me? Her tone was impossibly indulgent, but the strength in her hand did not lessen at all. I took a deep breath and questioned her again, holding back my anger. What the hell has gotten into you? I have not lost my mind. Isia answered seriously. Then her voice paused for a beat. Before I could speak again, her tone sharpened through gritted teeth. I just wanted to ask her young Master Lu something. She stared hard at me. Was toying with me. Fun for you. At that, I was instantly speechless. When exactly had she noticed? I could only force myself to ask back. If I said no, would you believe me? Do I look like I believe you? Isia gave a cold laugh. She suddenly yanked up the wrist she had trapped in her grip. Then, what do you want? Helpless, I admitted defeat. I was not as skilled as she was. I had no choice but to accept it. Besides, I really was in the wrong here. My reason for approaching her had not been pure. I had only wanted to use a new relationship to forget the pain of the last one. So that was why I went to the bar to kill time. To see whether falling for someone else could be easy. Unfortunately, after playing around for ages, not one of them caught my eye. Until Isia appeared. In that exact moment, I knew my heart had moved. Even though she was not my usual type. In that 1 second, my entire sense of beauty changed. But I hesitated. I vaguely sensed her identity was anything but simple. I was afraid I would fall too deep. So, when she no longer wanted to play, I turned and left at once. But of course, she called me back. So everything went according to my plan. As I had hoped, I fell for her. And I forgot all those unhappy things. I thought my fall had been perfectly seamless. How could she have noticed? It could not be just because of those 3 words. While my thoughts were spinning wildly, Isia clicked her tongue impatiently. She snapped at me, displeased. Do not zone out. I immediately protested loudly. I did not, even if I was in the wrong. I still had to sound confident. She was so angry she laughed. Didn't you ask what I wanted? I nodded hard. I looked ready to go through fire and water at any moment. Isia stared at me intensely. Her gaze was dangerously frightening. After you return to Jing City, you are not allowed to cut contact with me. Fine. I agreed at once. But in my heart, I was calculating that once I got back to Jing City, I would be the one calling the shots. Second, you are not allowed to get involved with other women. At that, I fell silent immediately. Gu Xiao had just invited me to a karaoke lounge for a welcome-back party. Supposedly, it would be packed with top-tier young models, and I had already agreed to go. Seeing me look away, she suddenly gripped my chin and forced me to look at her. Not easy. I could feel resentment radiating off her. Inside, I wanted to laugh. But on my face, I looked especially obedient. Not difficult. I promise. She gave a low hum of acknowledgement, but her eyes were still full of distrust. While she was distracted, I tried to pull free from her grip, but I could not break loose at all. She instantly looked over, alert. I quickly changed the subject. Is there a third condition? Looking at my ingratiating smile, Hesia clearly realized this was exactly how I had her wrapped around my finger. There was not a third one at first, but now there is. The next second, her hand slowly moved to the back of my head. Third, her voice was low and hoarse, yet unusually clear. As the victim whose feelings were toyed with by Mr. Liu, I am requesting a little compensation. Compensation? I had a faintly bad feeling. I asked tentatively, what do you want? But before I could finish, her face suddenly enlarged before my eyes. Oh no. She was going to kiss me. I had just tried to turn my head away, but her hand firmly locked the back of my head in place. Her force allowed no escape. Damn! I was so nervous, I could explode. I wanted to curse her out, but she gave me no chance to speak. Like she was tasting a dessert, she carefully licked the corner of my mouth. That inexperienced little motion made me freeze instantly. Yet in the next second, as if she had tasted some delicacy beyond compare, she began taking more with reckless hunger. Her movements went from clumsy to practiced. My trapped hands struggled desperately, but Hesia's strength was astonishing. My breath grew thinner and thinner. My cheeks burned hot. My hands and feet went weak. After struggling several times, I helplessly gave up. This woman's kiss was nothing like her usual restrained, ladylike self. She was domineering and greedy. She wildly stole every inch of my breath, especially after she grasped the trick of it. Her movements became even more unrestrained. Hesia. I finally found a chance to breathe. I had only just called her name when she lowered her head and sealed my mouth again. This woman was completely unreasonable. She gave me no chance to refuse. I felt my body gradually going soft, but just as she was about to go further, my eyes cleared in an instant. A sense of danger surged through me. Without hesitation, I bit down. A strong smell of blood spread between our lips, yet she actually smiled as if she did not care. She even kissed me hard once more before pulling back. She leaned closer, coaxing me in a hoarse voice. Do not be angry. I glared at her without saying a word, but she stared at my bitten lip, her gaze dark and unreadable. Even more infuriating, she wiped the blood from my lips. Then she said lightly, "It is about time. I will take you over." This woman. I was so angry I raised my foot to kick her, but then I remembered I was no match for her at all, so I could only give up. When we reached the boarding gate, Luojia waved at me. He even handed me snacks. How could I possibly be in the mood to eat right now? Outwardly, I was so calm no one could see anything wrong. But when Hesia came over, the way Luojia and Chu Li looked at me instantly changed. Chu Li even teased Hesia outright. Sister Sia, we were apart for only a moment. Did you get a sore on your lip? Hesia immediately glanced at me, guilty. I pretended not to hear. I lowered my head and played with my phone. I could not even be bothered to lift my eyes. I wanted her to know I was truly angry this time. Just then, staff came to hurry us onto the plane. I shot Hesia a sideways glance. She immediately handed me my bag. She even dared to tell me to call her when I landed. I gave her a cold smile. I took the bag, then walked away without looking back. Let her panic by herself. But once I boarded the plane, I noticed Luoxia's gaze kept drifting toward my mouth without him realizing it. Seeing his hesitant, words on the tip of his tongue expression, I could only give in helplessly. Ask whatever you want. Sure enough, he asked the next second. What exactly did you do? What did you do to Sister Sia to make her look like that? I froze on the spot. I do not know. That was exactly what I could not understand. Hesia had clearly heard my conversation with Luojia. With her temper, if she did not flare up right then, it should have been over. So, why did she suddenly settle scores with me today? What happened in between that made her defenses crumble this badly? I truly could not figure it out. At the same time, outside the airport, Chu Li was asking Hesia the same question. Hesia, sitting in the back seat, instantly turned cold-eyed. She answered flatly. Shen Qingxuang came to see me yesterday. Who? Chu Li whipped her head around. Shen Qingxuang? Lu Chen's ex. Hesia nodded. Then she slowly repeated Shen Qingxuang's exact words. She said Lu Chen deliberately got close to me to forget her. At that, Chu Li instantly bristled. Was that not stabbing Hesia right in the sore spot? But she still could not understand. Such an obvious attempt to drive a wedge between you two. You believed it. I did not. Hsia's voice was very cold. Then why are you still sulking at Lu Chen? Hsia pinched the fallen gold coin. Her tone was full of helplessness. Even if Lu Chen did not approach me to forget Shen Qingxuang, his reason for getting close to me was not that pure either. That little treasure was using me to soothe his wounds. What? A remedy? Chu Li was shocked. Lu Chen really knows how to play, huh? A trace of toothache sweetness and irritation slipped into Hsia's voice. He does. She remembered the crowd lined up in front of me at the bar that day. If she had not answered when I said the word play, she probably would not even have had the chance to become my remedy. But how had Hsia seen through it? In truth, she had sensed it long ago. There was always a faint sense of boundaries between me and her. Aside from wanting to go out and have fun, I basically never took the initiative to contact her. Hsia used to think it was because I did not like her enough. Until she heard me say the 3 words, no need. With Shen Qingxuang's little nudge on top of that, she instantly understood what game I was playing. At first, she was furious. But later, she thought that if she could make him happy, how was that not love? Still, one thing is one thing, another is another. This debt has to be settled. Had to be settled with me properly. Otherwise, with how guilty I looked, once I got back to Jing City, I would definitely delete and block her in one full sweep. So before I left, she had to do something I could not forget. That way, when I got upset later, I could still scold her a little. At least I would not come away completely at a loss. Hsia ignored Chu Li's gossip-hungry stare. She simply pushed her head away. Have someone send me the diamond bracelet you bid on earlier. Consider it your congratulatory gift in advance. Chu Li instantly looked pained to part with it. That is antique-level jewelry. It has 8 top-grade sapphires. The moment we left the airport, a wave of stifling heat rushed into my face. I frowned instinctively. I hate summer most. Everything feels sticky. But Luo Jia was wildly excited. He kept looking all around. His eyes were full of curiosity for this new world. The next second, he leaned in and asked, Lu Chen, where is the person picking us up? I lifted my chin. I signaled for him to look left. Here he comes. The moment I said it, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove steadily toward us. Luo Jia dramatically took off his sunglasses and cried out, I think I just saw a seriously handsome guy. I said calmly, the driver is Gu Xiao, my brother and college roommate. Of course, he is also the department heartthrob of Jing University's Department of Foreign Languages. The future's most handsome diplomat. Holy crap. Luo Jia was shocked the moment he heard Jing University. But he quickly caught on. His eyes went round as he stared hard at me. Wait, roommate. So, Lu Chen, you go to Jing University too? I nodded. Humbly speaking, I have won so many awards my hands went soft collecting them. Luo Jia clung to my arm and howled at the sky. Family background. Looks. Figure. Brains. What flaw did God even give you? Tell me, is there anything you are not good at? Just then, the Cullinan stopped smoothly. The window rolled down. A teasing laugh drifted out. His taste in women is terrible. Luo Jia immediately turned around. Meeting Gu Xiao's friendly smile, he actually grew a little embarrassed. He quickly stood properly. Hello, I am Luo Jia. Gu Xiao nodded. Gu Xiao. Right after that, the rear window rolled down too. Zuo Ran poked his head out. Luo Jia, I came to pick you up too. Seeing someone familiar, Luo Jia got excited again. He rushed over and pinched Zuo Ran's slightly rounder face. While they were chatting, Gu Xiao had already gotten out and pulled me into a big hug. But the next second, he raised his eyebrows. It was as if he had discovered a whole new continent. You gain weight? I was instantly speechless. What else could happen after eating and sleeping every day in Gangcheng? Waking up and eating again, with someone feeding me on schedule. It would be strange if I did not gain weight. With a smile that did not reach my eyes, I squeezed out one word. Get lost. Only after everyone had buckled up did Gu Xiao speak. Someone will send the luggage over. For now, I will take you to eat first. I turned back to Luo Jia. What do you think? His eyes were full of longing. He shouted without hiding it at all. I want to eat. Gu Xiao immediately laughed. Then let us go. With a low roar, the Cullinan vanished down the airport road. Meanwhile, a certain number 1 private room in Jing City was already packed with people. Shen Qingxuang, future heir of the Chen family, was leaning back in the middle of the sofa. She looked as if she had fallen asleep. Suddenly, Mei Liangshan was scrolling through WeChat moments. Her eyebrows lifted in surprise. Lu Chen is back in Jing City. The moment she said it, the noisy private room fell dead silent. Shen Qingxuang, whose eyes had been damp, suddenly opened them. She reached straight toward Mei Liangshan. Let me see. Mei Liangshan quickly handed over her phone. You can look, but do not comment recklessly. I do not want her to block me. After all, Shen Qingxuang chased him all the way to Gangcheng a few days ago, and still could not get me off the blacklist. That shows how angry he is. Shen Qingxuang took the phone. She opened my WeChat moments. Her gaze locked on the buildings outside the floor-to-ceiling window behind me. It really was Jing City. Shen Qingxuang's eyes softened instantly. The next second, she dropped the phone and stood up. That is it for today. Everyone can leave. With that, she rushed out of the private room without looking back. At that moment, at Fuyun Private Kitchen, the four of us were raising our glasses in celebration. Luo Jia rubbed his overstuffed stomach. His face was full of satisfaction. Zuo Ran looked at him helplessly. I told you not to eat until you were stuffed. Luo Jia waved him off. The happiness of being full to bursting beats owning the whole world. Gu Xiao had eaten quite a bit too. He looked at me by the window, where I was getting some air. Do you want to go back and rest? Or go walk off the meal? I yawned. Seeing their eager eyes, I said helplessly, you guys go. I'm in a carb coma. I want to go home and lie down. Gu Xiao did not try to persuade me. He drove me straight home. Then he took Luo Jia and the others out to have fun. I had barely stepped inside when the doorbell rang behind me. Aunt Zhao quickly stopped me. Are you not tired? Go upstairs and rest. As she spoke, she walked toward the front door. She opened the security feed and looked. Her expression changed slightly. Then she shut off the screen without betraying any emotion. I did not hear the door open. I glanced back. Aunt Zhao immediately said, someone we do not know. They probably came to the wrong place. Fine. Yawning, I went upstairs without thinking much of it. But after I slumped into the lounge chair and came back to myself, I suddenly sat up. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, I saw a familiar figure standing outside the gate. Shen Qingxuang. She looked impatient. Clearly, she had been standing there for a long time. Thinking of Aunt Zhao's line about someone we did not know, I understood at once. I could see her, but she could not see me. I calmly withdrew my gaze. Then I went into the bathroom to wash up. But when I came out and looked outside again, she was still there. My brows drew together slightly. Having her block the gate was truly an eyesore. So I picked up my phone and contacted security to have her removed. A few minutes later, watching Shen Qingxuang being forced away in anger, I finally felt comfortable. Holding my phone, I dropped onto the bed. I was about to scroll through short videos for a while. Then Hsia's message popped up. That flight sure took a long time. Did it circle the Earth already? Mr. Liu still has not arrived in Jing City. Just looking at those words, I could picture her passive-aggressive face. Then I thought of that kiss from earlier today. I jabbed her profile picture open viciously. Without hesitation, I blocked her outright. But the moment I blocked her, my phone actually rang. The caller ID showed Hsia. This woman was shameless on another level. I hesitated for a moment. In the end, I answered. Who knew she would pull out the big move the second she spoke? I have gossip. Would Mr. Liu like to hear it? Well, damn. That move had me completely wrapped around her finger. I immediately pulled back the finger that was about to hang up. I cleared my throat. Go on. A soft laugh came from the other end of the line. It brushed over my heart like a feather. My heart skipped. Why did this woman have to laugh so temptingly? Then, Hsia really did drop a bombshell. You got drunk. My interest sparked at once. Tell me everything. But after she finished, she actually started lecturing me with righteous seriousness. Lu Chen, we absolutely must not learn from Chiyu. The implication was, do not fail to cherish someone while they are still beside you. I narrowed my eyes dangerously. Why do I feel like you are taking a jab at me? She immediately argued back. How would I dare? You had better not. I threatened her with pretend ferocity. Then I yawned. Hsia immediately asked, right, if you did not have gossip, I would already be asleep by now. To my surprise, she went along with it. Then go to sleep. I gave a quiet hum. I raised my hand to hang up. Wait. She suddenly stopped me. The next second, her voice came through with a hint of uncertainty. Can you not hang up? Before I could answer, she added in a voice barely above a whisper. I can tell you a story. I can coax you to sleep. I froze for a second. Tell me a story. I answered her directly. I am past the age for bedtime stories. After saying that, I decisively hung up. But as I looked at the darkened screen, as if compelled by some impulse, I took her off my blacklist. I even called her back. The call connected quickly. I did not speak. She was too nervous to make a sound either. In that strange silence, I actually fell asleep. Only the sound of my steady breathing remained on the line. Early the next morning, I woke up to find the call was still connected. Looking at the phone screen, I could not help smiling. So I sent Hesia a message first. Only then did I hang up. But as soon as I came out of the bathroom, I saw her reply. Good morning. I typed as I went downstairs. President, he is not busy. That instant reply speed does not look like a CEO's at all. Replying to you has little to do with whether I am busy. If someone cares enough, there is always time to squeeze out. I sat down at the dining table. I took a photo of breakfast and sent it to her. I am having breakfast. Hesia replied with one word. Good. Then she said nothing more. The moment my chat with her ended, I called Gushao. I turned on speakerphone while I was at it. But as soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end sounded groggy and flat. My head started to ache. Do not tell me you guys stayed out all night. I only fell asleep a little while ago. Gushao rolled over. After that, his voice disappeared. Clearly, he had fallen asleep again. Aunt Zhao walked over with a smile. You could go out and have fun more often. Look at you. Since coming back, your energy and spirit are much better. You have even gained a little weight. Gain weight? I swallowed the wonton in my mouth and immediately argued back. I will slim it back down as soon as possible. Aunt Zhao looked surprised. You are going to work out? Hesia's smoking hot figure instantly flashed through my mind. So I nodded firmly. I will train. I absolutely have to train. Once I get 8-pack abs, I'm going to force a kiss on that woman too. Thinking of it that way, my whole body filled with motivation. But by evening, after struggling in the gym for an hour, I staggered out on shaky legs. My whole body slumped over the railing. I was dead inside. Actually, being a little chubby is not so bad. Aunt Zhao came over carrying something. She laughed as soon as she saw me. If you cannot do it, stop torturing yourself. No. I shook my head. Step by step, I shuffled to the sofa and collapsed. I am not the kind of person with no willpower. Aunt Zhao patted my head. Then work hard. My face fell instantly. I really do not want to work hard. Just as I was resentfully refueling, Gushao and the others actually arrived. The group came in. Seeing me half dead like this, they were all terribly amused. What happened to you? Gushao sat down beside me. I sighed. Exhaustion. I just worked out for an hour. A whole hour. It nearly killed me. The moment I said that, Gushao and Luojia, both of whom could easily spend 3 hours in the gym, instantly fell silent. They both looked at me like they did not know me. Zuo Ran suddenly looked serious. Lu Chen, there is something I want to tell you. Ajia and I discussed it. We are planning to move out. What? I sat up straight at once. Why? I have plenty of empty rooms here. But Zuo Ran shook his head. We have already decided. I did not plan to keep persuading them. But I smiled. I still have a large luxury flat downtown. It is too noisy there, so I rarely stay in it. But it has everything you need. I looked at the two of them. It is perfect for you too. Free of charge. The moment I finished speaking, those two walking disasters rushed over. One started pounding my legs. The other kneaded my shoulders. This humble servant thanks you, young master. I grimaced in pain. MMHMM. You may take your leave. With that much force, are you trying to kill me? After dinner, Gushao left first. So I drove Luojia and Zuo Ran downtown. But I had barely dropped them off and stepped out of the garage elevator when I looked up and saw the person I least wanted to see. Shen Qingxuang. I frowned. I raised an eyebrow and questioned her. You came here to ambush me. Her eyes dimmed instantly. Her voice carried a trace of pleading. Lu Chen, can you not just talk to me properly? I pulled out a cold smile. Do I look like I want to talk to you? I could not be bothered to look at her again. I stepped past her and walked toward my car. Who knew she would instinctively reach out to stop me? But before her hand could touch me, there was a sharp slap. A solid slap landed across her face. I shook out my numbed hand. Then I smiled at her stunned face. Does it hurt? Her lips moved before she could speak. My voice rang out again. Remember this slap. If you dare have someone follow me again, the next one will hurt even more. I thought she would cry and make a scene. Instead, she gave up pretending and laughed. She touched her cheek. She looked at the disgust in my eyes. Was that slap enough to cool your anger? If not, I'll do it again. Then I'd slap her again. I let out a cold laugh. Then I turned and left. What a waste of strength. But she rushed in front of me again. I stood you up. And you got your revenge. You gave me the silent treatment and found another woman. Now you have hit me too. Surely all your anger should be vented by now. I genuinely questioned her intelligence. Do you really not understand what people are saying? I took out my phone and opened WeChat Moments. We have already broken up. Do I need to explain what a breakup means? Her face turned pale. She cried out, heart-twisting. But I never agreed. Then she hurried to explain. That day, Xiao Chesheng ran out into the heavy rain. I could not just watch something happen to him. Lu Chen, you have always been kind. Why are you so heartless about this? Those words made me sick. My brows pinched tight enough to trap a mosquito. So, you worried about your colleague. But you were fine leaving me, your boyfriend at the time, waiting outside in the pouring rain for hours. If you had returned even one call, I would have had someone from home pick me up. I would not have stood there like an idiot waiting for you. She was instantly speechless. I looked at her. Then I cut straight to the truth. It was not that you did not know I had called. You were just afraid to answer. Because once you faced my questions, you might make a choice against what you truly wanted. She was so guilty, she did not dare meet my eyes. She could not refute a single word. Looking at her like this, I slowly separated her from the one in my memory. That bright, radiant girl I once knew. I shrugged. Shen Qingxuang. Since you have already made your choice, do not regret it. And do not look back. But the next second, tears rolled from the corners of her eyes. She stared at me pleadingly. Her voice trembled. But I already regret it. Lu Chen, can we start over? I shook my head. Under her confused gaze, I smiled. No, it is too late. After saying that, I got straight into the car. But Shen Qingxuang kept staring. Her mind was full of confusion. When did I ever learn to drive? Then, a name suddenly flashed through her mind. Hesia. Could she have taught me? Thinking of how intimate we had seemed then, Shen Qingxuang felt a sharp ache in her chest. Only then did she understand what I meant by too late. But she could not accept it. How could I let her go so quickly? How could my heart move for someone else? In a blink of an eye, the Gaokao ended. At Shengyi, Jing City's top club, the place was wildly lively. The sound system was deafening. I sat on the sofa. I watched Luo Jia grin until his eyes vanished as the female staff flirted with him. I looked at Gu Xiao. Those women. Before I could finish, Gu Xiao cut me off. Relax. Everyone on our side is clean. Only then did I nod. I held my wine glass and tilted my head back for a sip. Just then, Shen Qingxuang walked in with her group. She had been heading upstairs, but her steps stopped abruptly. Mei Liangshan, beside her, stared in shock. That is Lu Chen. The others were stunned too. He never used to come to places like this. Why did he book a booth himself today? Can the Lu family even afford that spot? Even his sister Lucia could not reserve it. Spending money like this. His sister must be furious. Suddenly, someone tossed out a line. Could he be doing it just to spite you, Sister Shuang? Shen Qingxuang knew this had nothing to do with me. But watching me surrounded by other women, that jealous anger lodged hard in her chest. So the next second, she changed her mind. She walked straight toward me in the center of the main hall. Every gaze in the room snapped over. They were all waiting for the drama of her trying to win me back. At last, she stood in front of me. The atmosphere instantly hit its peak. The light above me was blocked. Gu Xiao looked up by instinct. Then he gave a mocking laugh. Miss Shen, what can I do for you? But Shen Qingxuang ignored Gu Xiao completely. Her gaze landed firmly on me. I kept watching the beauty dancing in front of me. I did not care at all. Shen Qingxuang's eyes darkened. She said in a low voice, "Come to a private room with me." I looked at her impatiently. I gave her one word. Get lost. That word struck Shen Qingxuang's face like a slap. Even Mei Liangshan beside her froze. After all, the old me would not even raise my voice at her. Yet Shen Qingxuang swallowed the pain in her heart. She looked at me with pleading eyes. She still tried to persuade me. There are too many eyes around in the main hall. You do not want to become gossip, do you? Someone beside her immediately stepped forward. Lu Chen. No one gossiped about you before because of Sister Shuang. Do not turn on her after using her. Who knew that as soon as he said that, Luoxia's eyes widened. He looked at me, then at Shen Qingxuang. Finally, he asked in total confusion, "You still need to borrow someone else's backing?" I raised an eyebrow. Probably not. That person sneered on the spot. The Lu family really is not fit for the big stage. Aren't you afraid of spraining your tongue with all that bragging? Luoxia suddenly understood. Oh, so you mean the Lu family? He was happily stirring the drama. Do you really think Lu Chen needs the Lu family to give him status? Shen Qingxuang's gaze flickered. She seemed to sense something, because she had never uncovered my other identity. I could not be bothered with these eyesores anymore. I sat down again. I signaled the dancer in front of me to continue. But the moment they moved, Shen Qingxuang stopped them with one look. Her patience was gone. Her voice turned icy. Lu Chen, if you do not want me to take action, you had better obediently come to a private room with me. That sickening voice made me lose the last of my patience. I picked up the wine glass on the table. Then I splashed the entire glass of wine into her face. In an instant, the deafening music came to an abrupt stop. The whole room went dead silent. At that moment, a very soft laugh suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. At the sound, Luoxia's lazy air vanished. He visibly trembled all over. And I, who had been fearless a moment ago, now felt like a quail caught by the throat. Guilt hit me instantly. Shen Qingxuang spun around. She looked at the person who had appeared behind her at some point. Her eyes filled with wariness and jealousy. She forced out a smile. Hesia came all this way. Lu Chen, and I should properly welcome you. Hesia acted as if she had not heard. She walked past Shen Qingxuang straight to me. She braced both hands on the sofa. Her body leaned slightly forward. With a faint, teasing smile, she looked at me, who could not look away. In an intimate, suggestive tone, she asked me, "Young Master Lu, how do you plan to welcome me?" It was clearly a title I had heard countless times. But from Hesia's lips, it carried a lethal kind of provocation. It made the tips of my ears burn. My heartbeat instantly spun out of control. The impatience and disgust in my eyes were replaced in an instant by a soft, scattered glow. The corners of my lips slowly lifted. My mood recovered fast. This setup we have right now, you will not look down on it, will you, Hesia? Of course not. Hesia smiled and came to my side. She took the empty glass from my hand. Then she casually pulled out a wet tissue. She took my hand. She lowered her head and carefully wiped the red wine from my fingertips bit by bit. The way she focused so seriously made it look as if she were polishing some priceless treasure. But just then, Shen Qingxuang spoke and shattered the beautiful scene. I did not expect Hesia to grandstand like this. Yet Hesia only smiled elegantly. She threw away the tissue. Only then did she lift her eyes to the visibly rattled Shen Qingxuang. She answered in an even, mild tone. "I think you misunderstand, Miss Shen. There is only one person I need to please." The next moment, my delighted voice cut through their stare down. "Hesia." I held her wrist. Then I pulled her straight to my side. I ignored Shen Qingxuang completely. "All right." Hesia followed my pull. She sat right beside me. Right after that, the manager received a call. The music started again. Even the beauties on the dance floor began moving again. But as Hesia watched how hard they were dancing, a shadow darkened her eyes. I was just about to speak to her. Then I turned and met her ink-dark gaze. My mind went blank. What I had promised her at the airport suddenly surfaced. My guilt rose again. Sure enough, before I could make excuses, Hesia leaned close to my ear. "Lu Chen, did you not promise me you would not look for women outside?" I was instantly speechless. After a moment of silence, I forced down my guilt and explained. "They are just staff. That does not count as outside women, right? Does it?" Hesia lifted her chin. She signaled for me to look at those suggestive dance moves. But when I actually looked, she suddenly raised her hand and blocked my view. Through gritted teeth, she said, "You really looked. Were you not the one who told me to look?" I muttered, wronged. Yet my eyes still drifted toward the stage. Hesia was helpless. She could only grab my hand and stand. I don't want you hosting me here. My feet followed her steps, but my mouth still would not let it go. They danced so well. That face, that waist. Chen. Her annoyed voice cut me off. Look at me. Do not look at them. I stared at her without blinking. Then I asked, want to take a walk? Yes. She nodded without hesitation. As long as you stop looking at these women, I will go anywhere. I gave a soft laugh. I looked toward Gu Xiao nearby. With just one glance, he understood what I meant. Go on. I will look after Luo Jia and the others. Watching me cheerfully pull Heisia away, Gu Xiao finally looked at Shen Qingxuang, who had stood there motionless for a long time. Miss Shen, are you still not leaving? Shen Qingxuang's clenched fist slowly loosened. She withdrew her gaze. She tried to head upstairs, but the moment she lifted her foot, her step suddenly faltered. Mei Liangshan reacted quickly. She caught her at once. For a moment, our steps slowed. Only then did I calmly let go of Heisia's hand, which I had been holding all along. When did you arrive in Jing City? Have you eaten? But the warmth around her wrist vanished instantly. Heisia only lowered her eyes to her now empty wrist. She did not answer my question. Instead, with a trace of helplessness, she asked me back. Chen, are you using me and then tossing me aside? I was completely stunned. What? I raised an eyebrow. Do you think I was using you just now? Using her just to provoke Shen Qingxuang? She is only an ex. Would that really be necessary? But I saw it in her eyes. A barely noticeable flash of disappointment. I hope not too. Her dejected expression made my heart tighten for no clear reason. Suddenly, I cupped her slightly lowered face in both hands. I made her look at me. When her gaze finally landed on me, I emphasized each word. Congratulations. Your hope came true. I smiled slyly. But what I said was exactly what she wanted most to hear. Today, I was only surprised because you appeared. Heisia, I happened to be missing you. And then you appeared. The joy in my eyes was almost spilling over. I am happy. Very happy. The warmth of my palms flowed steadily to her. I saw her half-lowered lashes tremble lightly. They completely betrayed the turmoil inside her. But the next second, she suppressed all those surging emotions and suddenly threw herself into my arms. My hand settled on her back. At once, I clearly felt her heartbeat racing wildly for me. Realizing that, my smile deepened. People passed all around us. Countless eyes were on us. But I did not hide. Only when Heisia reluctantly let go of me did I smile and ask again. Back to where we started. When did you get here? Have you eaten? My plane just landed. Once I knew you were here, I came straight over. We walked forward side by side. She answered unhurriedly. I saved my appetite so I could come mooch dinner from you. So no, I have not eaten. In that case, I stopped walking. I will take you somewhere I think is good. Heisia nodded. Indulgence nearly overflowed from her eyes. Mr. Lu's personal selection. Of course I approve. Seeing her like this, I could not hold back the smile at my lips. To keep her from seeing my foolish grin, I turned and walked ahead, pretending to be carefree. Heisia simply followed one step behind me, proud by association. She let me have all the attention to myself. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. For the graduation ceremony, I got up early to get ready. But before I had even finished, Gu Xiao was already waiting outside my house. Aunt Zhao had just invited him upstairs. When I suddenly yanked open my bedroom door, I struck a dramatic, explosive pose at him. Am I handsome? Startled, Gu Xiao looked utterly confused. I raised an eyebrow in confusion. Not handsome? 1 second, Gu Xiao was pretending to be speechless. The next, he shouted and lunged at me. So handsome. Let me hug you, brother. I nimbly turned aside and dodged. He pounced at empty air. Then he turned and chased after me again. The two of us laughed ourselves silly in the room. Only after we had messed around enough. Gu Xiao collapsed on my bed, gasping for breath. He turned his head to look at me. Then he suddenly said, When Heisia came last night, I noticed you were ridiculously happy. I answered honestly. I really was happy. I did not expect her to appear out of nowhere. So, in that moment, it was a surprise. Gu Xiao was speechless. That is because you were hoping for it. Chen, you have fallen for her. I turned to look at him, and I did not deny it. The first time I saw her, I knew I would like her. Do you believe that? This woman, she suits your taste that well. Gu Xiao sat straight up. His face was full of surprise. I only smiled and said nothing. Then I took Gu Xiao downstairs for breakfast. After breakfast, we took the car to school. As soon as we reached the school square, it was already packed with people. The moment I appeared, many senior schoolmates waved at me from afar. I had no choice but to wave back one by one. Gu Xiao asked with a smile, "How does it feel being Jing University's campus celebrity?" With perfect seriousness, I waved at a passing junior schoolmate. Then I said smugly, "Fantastic." However, just as Gu Xiao was about to tease me again, he suddenly shut his mouth. What a buzzkill. The smile at my lips vanished instantly, too, especially when that person walked straight up and stood in front of me. My expression turned ice-cold. Xiao Chesheng seemed to sense our hostility. Before he even spoke, his eyes were already full of tears. Senior Lu. He lowered his head pitifully. Even his voice was trembling. Could you ask Sister Qingshuang not to kick me off the project team? When Gu Xiao heard that beside me, he was ready to strike on the spot. But the moment he lifted his foot, I reached out and stopped him. There were cameras everywhere. I did not want to drag him into this. Go to your department's gathering point first. My tone brooked no refusal. Though Gu Xiao wasn't happy, he still turned and left through gritted teeth. He did not look like he was going to gather with his department. He looked more like he was going to kill someone. Once he was gone, I lowered my eyes to the delicate, thin Xiao Chesheng before me. Why is Shen Qingshuang kicking you out of the project team? My voice was terrifyingly calm. I sounded nothing like someone confronting a third party. He answered immediately. Because I made you unhappy, senior. The moment those words came out, the people around us who did not know the truth instantly frowned. After all, my relationship with Shen Qingshuang was common knowledge. Now, in their eyes, Shen Qingshuang was abusing her power to please me by driving out an innocent person. Just then, someone nearby held back those itching to step in. Do not be impulsive. You do not know what really happened. Once those words were spoken, the people who had wanted to defend Xiao Chesheng quickly calmed down. Then, the person who stopped them made a shushing gesture. They looked ready to watch the drama in silence. And I, as the focus of every gaze, actually laughed after hearing Xiao Chesheng's words. Why would you make me unhappy? Xiao Chesheng pressed his lips together. He looked deeply wronged. Because I accidentally picked up the call you made to Sister Qingshuang, Senior. That was all. I asked him straight back. Then your sister Qingshuang truly has no grace at all. Then I shifted tone. My voice suddenly rose. Since her character is that poor, you should be grateful to leave her project team. Otherwise, in the future, who knows what disgusting things she might do next. As soon as I said that, Xiao Chesheng froze. He had never expected me to throw the blame straight onto Shen Qingshuang. He hurried to argue. That is not it. It is not Sister Qingshuang's fault. She only. If that is not it, then what is it? I raised an eyebrow. I gave him no chance to finish. If Shen Qingshuang is not the one at fault, then it can only be you. Junior schoolmate. My smile was bright and handsome, but my voice was gentle as a knife. If you were kicked out because you lack ability, then work hard to improve yourself. Do not make excuses to defend yourself. If you were kicked out because your character is lacking, my smile vanished instantly. The chill was enough to make people tremble. Then as your senior, I suggest you go back and be remade from scratch. So, you do not ruin Jing University's academic atmosphere. Good. Senior Lu Chen is right. I did not know who started cheering. Xiao Chesheng hunched over at once. He wanted to refute me, but he could not say a single word. He could not understand why I had not fallen into the trap he set. He had thought I would deny it, that I would try to prove my innocence. But the moment I spoke, I pointed straight at Shen Qingshuang. In the end, I pushed all the fault back onto him. I pulled myself out of it completely clean. As the unspoken stares around us fell on him, Xiao Chesheng knew he had failed. Just as I was about to walk around him and leave, he steeled his heart. Then he shouted at my back. It was because I caused you and Shen Qingshuang to break up that Shen Qingshuang kicked me out of the project team. Senior Lu, please ask her to let me go back. I cannot lose this opportunity. Hearing that, my steps abruptly halted. He actually began to cry. He kept bowing to me again and again. I am sorry. I did not mean to. I did not expect Sister Qingshuang to come to me that day either, or that she would stand you up because of it and make you to break up. Senior Lu, Please help me. I truly never meant to ruin your relationship. I stepped aside to avoid his bow. My voice was full of helplessness. Student Xiao, since you are charming enough to make Shen Qingxuang stand me up, why come begging me now? Are you doing some absurdist bit? Shen Qingxuang could even damage her own character for you. Try a little harder. Getting back into the project team should not be difficult. I paused. Then I said, word by word, why come show off in front of me? With just one sentence, I instantly became the victim. And his pleading from moments ago suddenly became an unspoken form of showing off. I had covered every possible angle. The pitiful situation he had carefully created now looked utterly ridiculous. Seeing that I was about to leave, surrounded by the crowd, Xiao Chesheng chased after me, unwilling to give up. Xiao Chesheng questioned me in a gut-wrenching voice. Aren't you relying on the Shen family's connections too? Lu Chen, what right do you have to look down on me from above? When it comes down to it, you and I are no different. His voice was shrill and piercing. He sounded like a completely different person. Yet I only paused for that one moment. Then I calmly kept walking. I could not even be bothered to glance at him. As time passed, students arrived one after another. Just then, I saw Shen Qingxuang arrive late. She was just about to walk toward me when someone suddenly grabbed her. Immediately after, I saw her expression change. She stopped in her tracks. She turned and asked something. That person pointed off to the side. I followed her gaze. Heh. Xiao Chesheng was staring at her with hope written all over his face. Shen Qingxuang's brows were tightly furrowed. She seemed to say to have someone take him back. But before anyone could act, the host on stage had already spoken. The graduation ceremony officially began. Time flew by. The program soon reached its final item. Then the host announced loudly, next, let us welcome outstanding graduate. Lu Chen to the stage for his speech. The whole venue erupted at once. Lu Chen, Senior. Amid a deafening wave of screams, I walked onto the platform with a smile. Then I calmly adjusted the microphone. After that, I made a shushing gesture to the audience. My finger had only just touched my lips. When the audience fell silent in unison, I cleared my throat. My voice carried through the microphone across the whole venue. Respected leaders, fellow students, good morning, everyone. It is my honor to stand here as the student representative. So I won't waste everyone's last moments with the classmates beside you. I will keep this brief. I hope that after all of you enter society, you will still remember the ideals you began with. My pace was neither too fast nor too slow. I guided the mood of the room with ease. Then, I shifted tone. Finally, with the school's approval, I would like to insert one announcement. I deliberately paused for a moment. I kept everyone in suspense. The next second, I announced with ringing conviction, Lu Chen, Asia Regional Head of Rongsheng Group. Representing Rongsheng Group, in welcoming all students, including our juniors, to attend Rongsheng Group's recruitment fair. Thank you, everyone. After speaking, I gave a slight nod. Then I turned and walked off the stage. Below the stage, there was dead silence. Everyone's mouth hung open in shock. Finally, someone reacted first. Who did Lu Chen say he represented? Rongsheng Group. And he is the regional head. Oh my god. Did I hear that right? Isn't he young Master Lu? Wait, look at Rongsheng Group's official website. Oh my god. I heard someone get onto the official website. At a glance, they saw the pinned congratulatory letter. And it was actually written in Chinese. It clearly read, congratulations on your appointment as Asia Regional Head of Rongsheng Group. The Vincent family, together with all group employees, extends warm congratulations to the eldest young master. The Vincent family. The eldest young master. Those few words instantly set the whole venue off. I saw Xiao Chesheng in the crowd take out his phone. He went completely blank. The moment that Chinese congratulatory letter came into view, the hand holding his phone began to shake. I heard waves of mocking laughter around him. He was just mocking him for relying on a woman. Turns out, the guy is from a top global elite family. I don't get it. Shen Qingxuang gave up a real god-tier man like that. So why insist on getting tangled up with that fake innocent manipulator? Those voices were like knives, stabbing into Xiao Chesheng's ears. Only then did he realize in terror that my connections and backing had never been the Shen family. All his doubts from moments ago were now laughable to the extreme. Just then, I saw people from the Department of Computer Science all look toward the front row at once. On Shen Xingxuang's face, beyond shock, there was even a barely perceptible trace of resentment. Yet I, the one who had dropped this bombshell, was the calmest person there. As soon as the graduation ceremony ended, I got up and left. A classmate waved at me as usual, but then remembered my identity. Her hand froze midair, but I walked over with a smile. I lightly tapped her palm. Happy graduation. My attitude was no different from before. That tiny sense of distance she had just felt vanish at once. After saying goodbye to classmates along the way, I received a message from Heist. She said she had already arrived at the school gate, so I quickened my pace. Who would have thought? As I passed the fountain in front of the main gate, I overheard several students in a heated discussion. Holy crap! Guess who I saw at the school gate? An unbelievably stunning beauty. How stunning! You know our campus Belle, Chen Xingxuang, right? The woman outside is at least twice as beautiful as her. But she was holding flowers. No idea which lucky bastard gets to enjoy that. My steps paused. I suspected that lucky bastard they meant was me. Holding back a laugh, I could not help walking even faster. Finally, I saw that tall figure at the gate from a distance. But for some reason, my steps slowed on their own. I looked down at my clenched hand. Why was I suddenly so nervous? At that moment, Heist at the school gate noticed me too. Her previously lazy stance instantly composed itself. She stared at me without blinking. Before she could come back to herself, I had already jogged up to her. I deliberately rose onto my toes and struck a pose I thought was handsome. Stunned by how handsome I am, right? Heist's gaze softened at once. She actually nodded with complete seriousness. I almost could not snap out of it. Just that one sentence made me feel embarrassed at once. Noticing the awkwardness in my eyes, she smiled even more happily. Then, she handed me the flowers she had prepared. She congratulated me softly. Happy graduation. But after looking over the wrapping, I immediately looked at her in confusion. You got ripped off. This wrapping is so ugly it almost looks professionally done. No way a florist did this. At that, Heist's face instantly darkened. She glared at me. You guessed it, and still had to tear me down. Do you have any conscience? My smile vanished. I do. But not much. Who knew? Unwilling to be bullied by me, she suddenly stepped closer. I abruptly lifted my eyes. In my line of sight, her face was drawing closer bit by bit. My pupils contracted sharply. I panicked at once. Heist, you cannot. We are at the school gate. But her breath brushed across my cheek. It fell beside my ear. A soft, seductive voice sounded. What can I? Then she continued, slow and unhurried. I only wanted to say, Mr. Liu, your outfit today is one I like very much too. I instantly realized I had taken the bait. Heist. I took a sharp step back. Through gritted teeth. You have learned bad habits. But she admitted it openly. Her eyes were full of warmth. I learned from the best. Student Liu taught me well. Damn. I was done for. I really had no way to refute that. Just then, a loud male voice suddenly rang out. I looked toward the sound. Only then did I realize the school gate was packed with people. A junior schoolmate asked me loudly, Senior Liu Chen, is the woman beside you your girlfriend? The moment that question came out, I felt Heist's heartbeat stop. I lifted the corner of my mouth. I answered openly. She is the person I like right now. But we are not together yet. I put on a troubled expression. She has not confessed yet. I have to wait for her confession before I can give her an official place. Huh. That young junior immediately looked at Heist in disapproval. Big sis, with a face like yours, you still do not dare confess. Heist sighed with a bitter look. Maybe you do not know how hard your senior is to pursue. The next second, she said something shocking. Even this chance to pick him up and take him home today. Even this chance to come pick him up today was something I had to earn by using my charm. My smile gradually stiffened. What kind of wildly suggestive thing was that? I did not. She is slandering me. That young junior even followed up. Senior, can we hear the details of how she sacrificed her looks? I laughed from sheer irritation. Heist, flustered into anger. You can explain the details to them yourself. After saying that, I turned and walked away. Hearing footsteps chasing close behind me, I spun around. I glared at her fiercely. Through gritted teeth, I demanded, Sacrificed your looks? When exactly did you sacrifice your looks? Hesia raised an eyebrow. I thought she was angry because she had said something she should not have. I never expected her to think I was angry because she had not done it yet. Holding back a laugh, she said directly, I can do it right now. I was instantly speechless. Hesia, can you be a little more subtle? Before, you only baited me in secret. Now you are doing it openly. Who knew she would look completely innocent? I was afraid that if I were too subtle, you would complain to your junior schoolmates again. Seeing my expression about to change again, she quickly raised her hands in surrender. I was wrong. I will dare again next time. A breath lodged in my chest. I lifted my chin with spoiled pride. What were you wrong about? Amusement spilled through her eyes. I was wrong not to invite our young Master Lu on a seaside vacation sooner. Vacation. The seaside. Swimsuit beauties. My eyes lit up instantly. She seized the chance and pressed me. Is young Master Lu satisfied with my apology? I cleared my throat. How could I not be satisfied with perks like that? So I nodded with feigned restraint. It is acceptable. Hearing that, Hesia smiled in satisfaction. Then I will go get the car. Wait for me here. I did not wait long. A dark green Bugatti pulled up beside me. I realized she favored cool tone colors. Thinking of the auction catalog I had given her 2 days ago, I instantly had a new plan. The car drove out of Jing University. But this was not the direction to Hesia's home at all. Still, I did not ask. She could not possibly sell me off. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. The caller was Gu Xiao. I answered casually. Who knew? The moment the phone reached my ear, Gu Xiao's booming voice exploded through it. Your president, he is kind of unhinged. That word unhinged startled me so badly I nearly dropped the phone. I quickly coughed twice. Then I lowered my voice to warn him. Hesia is right beside me. But Gu Xiao actually asked back. Is she even more unhinged now? I was instantly speechless. Today had used up a lifetime's worth of speechlessness. Yet Hesia, sitting beside me, still thought things were not lively enough. She leaned over and added, Please thank your friend for the compliment. The corner of my mouth twitched. So I simply turned on speaker and let her hear for herself. On the other end, even Gu Xiao fell into a rare silence. Only after a few seconds did he speak, sounding indescribably conflicted. I have realized something. The thing you to match best on is not your looks. My stomach dropped. I had a bad feeling. What is it? Gu Xiao held back a laugh. Then he spat out two words. Shamelessness. My heart skipped. I was doomed. Sure enough. The next second, Hesia clenched her back teeth. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous edge. Lu Chen. I think the signal here is not very good. I immediately agreed. I think so too. After saying that, I decisively hung up. Yet not even 3 seconds later, Gu Xiao called again. The moment I answered, he begged for mercy. I will not mess around next time. I gave a cold snort. Talk? What do you need from me? On the other end, Gu Xiao instantly turned serious. Lu Chen, I never expected your real identity to be. My heart jolted. Before he could finish, I hurried to explain. Before, the family situation was unsettled. Telling you would only have put you in danger. If anything happened to me, you would definitely be dragged into it. So I truly had no choice. I did not mean to deceive you. Who knew Gu Xiao would laugh? I am not angry. Why are you so nervous? Hearing that, my suspended heart finally settled. Then he dropped a bombshell. I called because Shen Qingxuan came to see me just now. She came over to question me. She asked whether I had known your identity all along. Ha 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 ha. I lied and said you told me long ago. That scumbag woman's face turned green on the spot. The more Gu Xiao spoke, the more excited he became. Lu Chen. After fighting her for so long, this was the most satisfying win I have ever had. Do not let it slip. Only then did I realize he was helping me vent. I promised in a low voice. She probably will not bother me again. After all, the Shen family shareholders will not let her make an enemy of me. That is not guaranteed. Gu Xiao muttered under his breath. When Shen Qingxuan came to question me today, she clearly had not let you go at all. In fact, after seeing the video where you admitted you liked Hesia, she even cried in public. It was pitiful, but she brought it on herself. We talked a little longer. Only then did we hang up. I put down my phone. Then I noticed the car had slowed. I looked up. Before us stood an old, elegant courtyard residence. The stone lions at the gate, and the plaque above the door, all carried the weight of age. I looked at Hesia in confusion. Why are we here? The large character on the plaque was not unfamiliar to me. Zhou, a prominent Jing city family from more than a decade ago. My mother had mentioned them before. I had even looked up how the Zhou family declined. The impression had stayed with me. Why had Hesia brought me here? Hesia got out. Then she personally opened my door. Seeing the confusion on my face, she finally spoke softly. I came to retrieve something. We had just gotten out when a middle-aged woman walked out of the Zhou residence. Her expression was calm, as if she had known we were coming. Or rather, known that Hesia would come. I turned it over in my mind. I let Hesia hold my hand. Step by step, we entered this once glorious Zhou residence. After passing through the long corridor, we arrived at the main courtyard. But the woman only bowed slightly. Please wait here, both of you. After saying that, she turned and left. I sensed something was wrong with Hesia. There was a trace of sorrow in her eyes that I could not understand. The confusion in my heart deepened. I clasped her hand back, only then realizing it had gone cold. It is all right. We are already here. But more than 10 full minutes passed. The door before us remained tightly shut, and the woman who led us in never appeared again. Just then, I saw Hesia's gaze turn cold in an instant. Then she abruptly turned to look at me. Let us go. I grabbed her at once. Why? You have not gotten the item yet. Why leave now? Hesia's voice softened. You are tired. I will take you back first. We can come another day. Hearing that only made me more confused. While we were waiting just now, her other hand had kept clenching and loosening with nerves. This woman, usually calm in any crisis, was actually this uneasy. I understood at once. The thing she came to retrieve, she had to get today. I gently slipped free of her hand. Then I turned and stared at her. Now, answer a few questions for me. The next second, I asked directly. The thing you came to retrieve, is it very important to you? Hesia's hands curled in at once. She nodded hard. Her eyes had actually reddened. Very important. Before she could finish, her voice carried a barely hidden choke. It is my mother's relics. The word relic sounded so light, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, slamming hard into my heart. So that was it. After her mother died back then, the Zhou family had forcefully taken from her her mother's ashes and every relic she left behind, to get back what belonged to her mother. Hesia had supported this declining family again and again, but they used the relics in their hands to toy with her for all these years. And today, right in front of me, they dared to play her again. I did not comfort her. Instead, I stepped to her side, and staring at the tightly shut door, asked my second question. The Zhou family's previous power holder was your grandfather. Hesia nodded in silence. So that was it. They had once been that close. Her mother had even trusted the Zhou family enough to leave Hesia's things there. But once her mother died, that so-called grandfather never saw her again. Thinking of that, I understood at once just how annoying this tightly shut door was. I patted Hesia's hand. Have they stood you up again and again? She nodded again. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes. I gave a cold laugh. In that case, I will not be polite. The moment I finished speaking, I strode forward and lifted my foot to kick the door. Bang! There was a tremendous crash, but I clutched my ankle, grimacing in pain. Damn it! The door had not budged. Hesia watched my exaggerated reaction. Amusement actually spilled into her eyes. I shot her a glare. My little glare was fierce as anything. What are you waiting for? Kick it, as you command. The next second, Hesia stepped forward. She put force into it. With a low boom, the great door crashed to the ground before us. A group of people rushed over in panic at the sound. Their eyes met Hesia's head-on. She raised an eyebrow. A teasing smile curled at her lips. Sorry. I did not control my strength. What an act. I muttered under my breath. Then I folded my arms and stepped straight over the threshold. Hesia, who allowed you to come in? How dare you? The man leading them was her uncle, Zhou Zhailin. He opened his mouth with an accusation. I turned sharply. Then I walked straight to the main seat. I adjusted my clothes and sat down calmly. I did. When Zhou Zhailin saw what I had done, he flew into a rage. You cannot sit there. Get up. Unfortunately for him, I was already seated firmly. I crossed one leg over the other. Then I leisurely looked around the room. I ignored him completely. Zhou Zhailin was fuming with rage. He gestured to the people beside him. Help this gentleman up. Just then, Hesia suddenly stepped in front of them. Her expression was cold as ice, touching my person right in front of me. Do you think I will still lower my head this time? Zhou Xiaolin was cowed by her presence, but he still forced himself to argue. This is the Zhou family. I am your uncle. I laughed. My voice came from behind Hesia. You are her uncle. You are not mine. Then I called out, Hesia, come here. The cold edge in her eyes softened instantly. Ignoring Zhou Xiaolin's livid face, she walked to my side. I tipped my chin toward the seat beside me. Sit. My domineering tone made Hesia laugh, and she actually sat beside me with a smile on her lips. Zhou Xiaolin's mouth twitched wildly. Hesia, sitting at the main seat, was she trying to defy heaven itself? Hesia. He was just about to scold her when I picked up a teacup from the table and hurled it at him. The teacup flew straight over Zhou Xiaolin's head, then smashed hard onto the floor. It shattered into pieces. The reception hall fell into dead silence. I slowly picked up another teacup and toyed with it. My smile was not quite a smile. Speak properly. I do not like people being loud and shouty. You. Zhou Xiaolin pointed at me, so frightened he could not even finish a sentence. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then I introduced myself unhurriedly. Lu Chen. A pleasure. Who? Zhou Xiaolin's pointing finger froze. The name sounded strangely familiar to him. The next second, someone beside him reminded him in a whisper. Mr. Zhou. He is the one from the trending topic. Those two words, trending topic, made him remember who I was at once. Rongsheng Group. The Vincent family. The hand pointing at me snapped back like lightning. His back, which had been ramrod straight moments ago, hunched over in an instant. I did not know young Master Lu had arrived. May I ask what brings young Master Lu to the Zhou family? A trace of surprise flashed through my eyes. With that speed at changing faces, it was a shame he was not an actor. Seeing Hesia's calm expression, I understood at once. Zhou Xiaolin was the kind of bastard who bullied the weak and fawned over the powerful. Relying on his status as Hesia's uncle, he had bullied her without restraint. Absolutely despicable. I set down the teacup and leaned back. I came today to accompany President He. I deliberately emphasized the words President He. Only after Zhou Xiaolin's expression changed sharply did I continue. We are here to retrieve what her mother left her. Zhou Xiaolin pressed his lips together anxiously, still trying to struggle. Young Master Lu, this is our private family matter. It may not be appropriate for you to interfere. I smiled. I think it is perfectly appropriate. I turned to ask Hesia, what does President He think? She immediately nodded in agreement. I think it is perfectly appropriate too. He was standing up for me, firmly, without hesitation. Warmth wrapped around Hesia's heart in an instant. I gave Zhou Xiaolin an innocent, harmless smile. 2-1. Your opinion no longer matters. Zhou Xiaolin was still unwilling to give in. He kept signaling desperately at Hesia with his eyes. Sia, this is our family's private matter. We can discuss it another time. But this time, Hesia did not yield. Uncle, I do not want this to get too ugly. Her tone was calm, but her stance was utterly firm. What belongs to me? Please bring it out. Zhou Xiaolin gritted his teeth. He knew he could not dodge this today. Still, he took a deep breath and forced up his courage. We can hand the things over, but they must be exchanged for resources. The moment he finished speaking, I let out a contemptuous laugh. Mr. Zhou, I rather like the Zhou family's assets. I began playing with the teacup on the table again. Zhou Xiaolin's scalp went numb. Then he heard me speak in a low, leisurely voice. Why do you not offer something in exchange? Otherwise, the Zhou family will belong to me. It was his family's property. Yet I was demanding that he trade something for it. That was practically robbery. Zhou Xiaolin could not hold it in. He gave a dry laugh. Young Master Lu, you must be joking. I answered calmly. I also think Mr. Zhou was joking. My expression turned cold in an instant. I pressed the teacup down hard on the table. So, do we still need to trade something with you? If you insist. I think this Zhou residence is quite nice. If I truly wanted it, Mr. Zhou would surely be willing to part with it. It was an unspoken threat. He knew that with one word from me, the Zhou family would fall into utter ruin. Zhou Xiaolin finally understood. I had gone in such a wide circle, only to stand up for Hesia. He sighed. He admitted defeat completely. I will have someone inventory everything and bring it out at once. Much obliged. I nodded in acknowledgement. I did not miss a single courtesy. Zhou Zhailan tugged at the corners of his mouth. His smile looked worse than crying. I thought the matter was over. But just then, someone else came out through his side door. The moment she saw him, Hsia's expression changed instantly. I was wondering who this person was. When he bowed deeply to Hsia, "Miss, the old master wishes to see you." Hsia rose at once. She softly addressed the white-haired man. Seeing her eyes soften immediately, I understood at once. This old man meant a great deal to her. So I stood up as well. Uncle Joe's face was carved with deep lines, yet it was full of kindness. "It has been so long. Have you been well, miss?" Hsia nodded. "Everything is well. Thank you for thinking of me, Uncle Joe." Then Uncle Joe's gaze fell on me. "Young Master Lu, my old master would also like to meet you." A man in his 70s or 80s was speaking to me so respectfully. I immediately gave a slight bow. "Please, there is no need. Just call me by my name." The smile in his eyes deepened. "In that case, Mr. Lu Chen, please," Hsia asked me quietly. "Do you want to go?" Only after she saw me nod did she follow with peace of mind. On the way, she explained to me. Uncle Joe watched my mother grow up. He also cared for me when I was little. I understood at once. She could refuse anyone else's face. But if Uncle Joe personally came to invite her, she could not refuse. That old master of the Joe family had truly calculated her weak spot. I patted the back of her hand to reassure her. "Since we are already here, there is no harm in meeting him." I could feel that she was not completely without feelings for her grandfather. Otherwise, she would not have let Zhou Zhailan, that petty villain, control her for so many years. As we spoke, Uncle Joe stopped before a separate small courtyard. An inescapable medicinal smell rushed toward us. From inside came faint, suppressed wheezing. I turned to look at Hsia. Seeing her brows drawn tight, my stomach dropped. This was not longing for his granddaughter. This was clearly a trap disguised as an invitation. Uncle Joe pushed open the door and made an inviting gesture. A wave of disgust rose in me, but I betrayed no emotion and stepped into the room with Hsia. An old man sat on the couch beneath the window. He was emaciated like dry wood. His white hair looked withered and lifeless. A pair of yellowed eyes stared fixedly at us. He shifted back slightly and sat straighter against the wall. A weak, hoarse voice sounded. "Sia, you have grown up." Hsia let go of my hand. She stepped forward and pulled the fallen blanket back over him. "Grandfather has grown old too." Her gaze fell on the old man's hand, covered in needle marks and bruises. I knew her heart was hurting. She clearly hated him for forcibly taking her mother's ashes back then, and for using her all these years. Yet seeing him terminally ill like this, she could not stop her heart from aching. Human feelings are never purely black and white. She lowered her eyes. Her voice was hoarse. "Grandfather, did you ask for me because something happened?" The old man was also staring at her intently. This granddaughter he had once been proudest of was now calm, mature, and carried the commanding air of someone in power. She really had grown up. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and began coughing softly. He took a sip of hot water and caught his breath. Then he pointed to the wooden box beside him. "The thing you have always wanted is right there." Hsia looked in the direction of his finger. The old man continued, "I have always kept the most important part. The rest is with your uncle. Take it all with you later." The thing she had long dreamed of was right before her. But Hsia did not move. She stared hard at the old man. "Grandfather, what are your conditions?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Huan shook his head. His expression was full of sorrow. "Nothing. Take the things and leave." The moment he said that, Hsia's hand clenched at her side. Looking at her, I knew she was about to take the bait. Just as she was about to press him, at the critical moment, I suddenly spoke. "Hsia." My voice instantly broke the strange atmosphere in the room. The old man on the couch looked at me in displeasure. I ignored his murderous stare and walked straight forward. I picked up the wooden box and stuffed it into Hsia's arms. Then I put on an obedient smile. "I forgot the gift I prepared for your grandfather in the car. Go get it from me." She held the wooden box tightly, but her eyes stayed fixed on me without blinking. She could not guess what I was trying to do, but she still nodded. "All right." Then she turned and left with the wooden box in her arms. As soon as her figure disappeared, my expression changed at once. I walked over and shoved open another tightly shut door. Blinding sunlight poured in instantly. The old man narrowed his eyes in discomfort. When he opened them again, I was already standing before him. He asked weakly, "You sent Sia away. What are you trying to do?" I smiled. I smiled brilliantly. "Obviously, I am stopping you from morally blackmailing her." I knew perfectly well, if I had not spoken just now, he would next have named a condition that Sia could never refuse. The old man was choked speechless by my words. His gaze shifted again and again. After a long moment, he covered his mouth and coughed violently, copying Sia. I also poured him a cup of water, but he would not take it at all. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What? Afraid I poison it?" At that, he coughed even harder. Either way, he refused to take that cup of water. We live in a society governed by law. I curled my lip indifferently. "With a body like yours?" I did not finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. In his state, would I even need to lift a hand? Once he caught his breath, I could not be bothered to act anymore. "Let us speak frankly." Zhou Wan frowned. "Why would you say that?" He was still keeping his guard up. The smile vanished from my eyes. "If you truly wanted to give her those things, you had plenty of chances over the years. But you never did. Yet you chose today, the day she fell out with her uncle. It is hard for me not to suspect you have another motive." He narrowed his cloudy eyes. "Could it not be that I do not have long to live, and wanted to see my granddaughter before I die?" I shook my head, firm and decisive. "Impossible. When something is this abnormal, there has to be a reason. If you had even a shred of pity, you would not have let Zhou Xiaolin toy with Sia for so many years. You did not see her before. You did not see her yesterday. But today, suddenly, you had to. Say he has no purpose? No one would believe that." The way he looked at me changed. There was even a hint of appreciation in it. But aloud, he said, "Kid, you will not get anything out of me. Leave." I laid my cards on the table. "In that case, I guarantee you will not get anything from her either." At that, Zhou Wan's gaze sharpened instantly. "Aren't you afraid she will turn against you?" Hearing that, I only smiled without concern. If Sia cannot tell right from wrong, then why should I be afraid? With that one sentence, Zhou Wan fell silent for a long time. At last, he sighed helplessly. "You kid, you see things far too clearly." I smoothly thanked him. Only then did he seem to compromise. He let out a breath. Then he looked out the window and began recounting the past. Sia's mother, Zhou Qiuyun, was my youngest daughter. I had her late in life. I treated her as the apple of my eye. But she risked everything to marry into the He family in Gangcheng. His voice carried nostalgia and endless regret. I thought she would be happy for the rest of her life. But 10 years ago, his voice suddenly turned sharp. His face flushed crimson. 10 years ago, my Qiuyun died, all because of the He family's internal strife. His withered hand struck his chest again and again. I regret it. I regret letting her go to Gangcheng. All I could do was bring her ashes home. This is where her home truly was. This deep father-daughter love was indeed moving. But I had not come to hear a story. As soon as his emotions steadied, I pressed him. "If you loved her so much, why were you so cruel to her only bloodline?" Who would have thought he would blurt out in a roar? "Why did she not die with her?" "What?" I froze instantly. He seemed to realize it himself too. All strength left him, and he slumped down. Tears slid from the corners of his eyes. I was always thinking, why was she not the one who died? Did my Qiuyun die to protect her? I wish she died too. She should have died too. He muttered to himself. Every word cut to the heart. I could not listen anymore. I snapped in a harsh voice. "Absurd." I stared at him coldly. "By your logic, you should have died too. Your daughter loved you, her father. Did she not?" He covered his face. Stifled sobs leaked through his fingers. But I felt no sympathy at all. If you hate her, then hate her outright. But what did you do? You hated her, while still using her. You exploited her childlike filial attachment to you, and drove her to toil for the Zhou family. You people are disgusting. I was shaking with rage, and my voice trembled with heartache. Even today, you are still using her. Sia came here full of hope. And what happened? She became the punchline of a cruel joke. I lifted my head and wiped the tears from my eyes. How can there be people in this world who take their own cowardice and force it onto someone else's blame? Word by word, I tore through his final disguise. You knew exactly who killed your daughter. But you did not dare take revenge. Because you could not fight the He family. So, you took that cowardice and guilt and dumped all of it onto Hesia. Even when she was avenging you, you did not dare help her once. Now that she has become the He family's power holder, you have all grown jealous, hypocritical, selfish, greedy. Every word was like a knife, ripping open what he'd hidden for years, laying bare the rotten core beneath. Joe Wan broke down on the spot. He burst into loud sobs. But my face stayed blank. I tipped the teacup in my hand onto the floor. Then I set down the teacup. I turned and left, without looking back. One more second there, and I would have suffocated. I walked out of the room. There was no one behind the door. For the first time, I felt deeply relieved. Thank God Hesia had not understood my hint. I immediately deleted the recording from my phone. Then I walked out, pretending to be relaxed. But when I stepped out of the Joe residence gate and saw that figure beside the car, saw the sorrow in her eyes that she could not hide, the tears in my eyes could no longer be held back. My voice was hoarse. You heard everything. The moment I said it, tears rolled down. Hesia lifted her head, trying to pretend she was fine. But her reddened eyes betrayed her completely. The next second, she strode forward and pulled me hard into her arms. So tightly it was as if she wanted to press me into her very flesh. She stroked the back of my head again and again. Her voice was gentle enough to break a heart. How sad. Our Lu Chen found out I was hurting. So she had escaped long ago. She was only afraid I would blame myself. But she did not know how much my heart ached for her. I reached out and held her waist tightly. In a low voice, I repeated again and again. They are bad people. You did nothing wrong. They are the ones at fault. Do not be sad. She gave a soft hum of agreement. Then she lowered her head and carefully wiped the tears from the corners of my eyes with her fingertips. Did you not say not to be sad? Then why are you still crying? I pouted at her. I wanted to say I was sad for her. But before I could speak, my tears fell even harder. She instantly panicked. She looked at me with aching tenderness. No matter how she wiped, the tears would not stop. Her already reddened eyes filled with tears again. I am sorry. She hurriedly pulled me tight again. She repeated, I am sorry, baby. Please stop crying, okay? Baby? I asked in a muffled voice. Does it mean baby in Cantonese? She nodded. Yes. I clutched the hem of her clothes and missily wiped the tears from my face. But the next second, my face fell. Do I look really pathetic like this? My eyes are as red as a rabbit's. Do I look so ugly it is absurd? But she immediately cupped my face with absolute seriousness. Not pathetic. Not ugly. Very handsome. If you worry about that, how is anyone else supposed to live? My emotions finally settled a little. I took out my phone and opened the front camera. Hold this for me. She obediently became my human phone stand. But her gaze stayed fixed intently on me. I checked from every angle. Once I confirmed my eyes were only a little red, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when I looked up, I met the tiny sparks of laughter in her eyes. I immediately demanded fiercely, What are you laughing at? She simply handed my phone back. Then she smiled and opened the passenger door. I just think our young Master Lu looks very good. I will take you home. As I got into the car, I said, I am hungry. I want something to eat. She answered at once. All right. Then we will eat first. As the car started, I glanced back at the tightly shut Joe family gate. A flash of coldness passed through my eyes. Hesia seemed to notice my gaze. Suddenly, she spoke. I will handle it myself. Do not dirty your hands. I immediately raised an eyebrow. I let the end of my voice rise theatrically. As expected of our ruthless and decisive president, the heaviness in my chest vanished in an instant. She even nodded. After all, only this way can I team up successfully with you. Huh. My brows twitched. What kind of awkward nonsense was she up to now? But the next second, she continued with a perfectly serious face. Is venomous beauty not a fixed pairing? My brows were upon tightly. So you are the beauty? To my surprise, she denied it with a solemn expression. I am the venom. Thanks, I hate it. Beauty Lu Chen. I looked away in disgust. This was not awkward flirting. This was pure absurdist nonsense. At dusk, the car drove into Jing City's top villa district. Full and satisfied, I directed her to park the car. Then I opened the door and got out myself. but she rested one hand on the car window. At a time like this, should you not open the door for me and show a little gentlemanly grace? I tilted my head and smiled. Are you not the venom? I am the beauty. What gentlemanly grace am I supposed to show? She beckoned to this grudge-holding man. Come here. My eyes filled with suspicion. What for? Unexpectedly, she unbuckled her seat belt and got out. Then she went straight to open the trunk. Only then did I follow her curiously. But when I drew closer, she suddenly hid what she had taken out behind her back. My face was full of question marks. The way she looked, this did not seem like giving a gift. It looked more like she was guarding against a thief. I held out my left hand, like a young master waiting to be helped. The next second, a cool touch settled on my wrist. I looked down. She was holding her breath. Her fingers trembled slightly. With careful focus, she fastened a bracelet around my wrist. By the time it was clasped, fine sweat covered her forehead. I lifted my wrist and examined it closely. Set into the bracelet were all top-grade cashmere sapphires. I gently moved my wrist. Light shimmered and spilled across it. Puzzled, I looked up. For me. She nodded. An apology gift for making you angry at the airport last time. Do you like it? I raised an eyebrow and asked back. The bracelet, or something else? Our eyes met. Her lips moved. Can you not ask both? I nodded. Of course. If you mean the bracelet, I like it very much. I paused. Then I suddenly raised my hand and cupped her exquisite, lovely face. Before she could react, if you mean you, then I super like you. Every time I said super, I lightly bumped my forehead against her. We were so close I could feel the heat of her body. She stared hard at the sincerity in my eyes. The flutter in her chest nearly spun out of control. But this time, before she could break free, I held her face and drew her closer to me. The next second, our breaths tangled together. Her pupils widened. My face was reflected in them. She wanted to read my expression like last time, but I used my warm palm to cover her eyes directly. He see ya. Her gaze was too dangerous, as if she wanted to devour me whole. She obediently closed her eyes. Her lashes brushed against my palm. It tingled, soft and numbing. My movements grew bolder too. The hand covering her eyes slid down past her brows. It stopped at her neck. Beneath my fingertips, her strong pulse clamored. I tapped my finger lightly. He see ya. This place is very dangerous. Except for me. No one else is allowed to touch it. Her voice was hoarse. Okay. At some point, her hand had settled on my lower back. Her eyes were full of indulgence, yet carried a trace of dissatisfaction. She coaxed me in a low voice. Chen, it is not enough. I curled the corner of my lips. I think so too. Just when she thought she would get what she wanted, I only gave her a fleeting brush. A brief kiss. Then I abruptly stepped back. Shamelessly, I said. But I am tired. Her eyes filled with astonishment. She clearly had not expected me to pull such a move. You can't do that. I blinked innocently. Of course. She gave in helplessly. I immediately waved. Then I am going home. Bye-bye. But just as I was about to leave, she sighed softly. She caught my wrist and pulled me back into her arms. I met the question in her eyes. She spoke slowly. There is one more gift. I immediately stood still like an obedient child. My eyes lit up. President He, you are too generous. But, when she brought out the wooden box from old Master Joe, I froze. She stared at the wooden box and slowly began. My mother loved collecting things. These are what she prepared for me. The gifts she prepared for her future son-in-law. As she spoke, she carefully opened the wooden box. Then she took out a smaller box carved with vines. The moment it opened, I saw a complete jade thumb ring inside. Holding back the ache in her heart, she took out the red jade thumb ring. She threaded it onto a red cord and held it out to me. My mother personally chose the material for this thumb ring and had someone carve it. It was made as a pair with mine. Chen, this is my mother's meeting gift for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the thumb ring swayed in the wind. Then again, I seemed to see her mother, gentle and full of expectation. I reached out my hand. As if receiving a treasure, I took it with great care. But just then, an image flashed through my mind. At the He family old residence, she had held the thumb ring broken in half. The texture, the style, they were exactly the same. Only hers was a little smaller. But why had hers broken? I frowned without thinking. Seeing my expression change, she asked worriedly, "What is wrong? Do you not like it?" I immediately came back to myself. I shook my head. I put the thumb ring around my neck. "I like it very much. I was distracted just now, because I remembered your thumb ring, the one broken in half." I brought it up as if casually. "How did yours break?" At that question, her eyes clearly changed, but her face showed little else. She explained softly, "It broke by accident during the incident that took my parents." She was telling the truth, yet I felt she was hiding something. But I did not press her. I tucked the thumb ring under my collar. "Thank Annie for me. Another day, I will go with you to visit her and uncle." Hearing that, tenderness instantly filled her eyes. "Okay." I waved at her. I was just about to tell her to go back, when suddenly, the courtyard gate behind me flew open from inside. I turned back. My gaze met Aunt Zhao's smiling eyes at once. I pressed my lips together. "Aunt Zhao, why did you come out?" Aunt Zhao looked at me but did not answer. Instead, she tilted her head toward Hesia behind me. Smiling, she asked, "And this is?" I instantly choked. "Girlfriend." But we were not officially together yet. However, Hesia thought I did not dare acknowledge her. A wave of disappointment rose in her heart. Then she withdrew her gaze and gave Aunt Zhao an obedient little smile. "Young Master Lu is my patron." I was completely dumbfounded. She clearly did not know Aunt Zhao's temper. How could she dare say that? Sure enough, the next second, Aunt Zhao's face was about to change on the spot. I hurried to explain. "Aunt Zhao, hear me out." "No, wait. Hear my explanation." But Aunt Zhao would not listen at all. She glared fiercely at Hesia. "You little vixen." The next second, she dragged me into the courtyard. Then she slammed the gate shut with a bang. Outside the gate, Hesia rubbed her nose awkwardly. She was about to knock and explain. But before she could move, my shameless laughter suddenly rang out from the courtyard. "Ha ha ha. Aunt Zhao, you acted way too well." I heard Aunt Zhao say proudly. Our Lu Chen would never do anything that irresponsible. I glanced at Hesia outside the gate. Smugly, I bobbed my head at her. Only then did I pull Aunt Zhao inside. Outside, Hesia finally realized she had been pranked. At the same time, in Gangcheng, young Dianfeng stood at the Yang family gate. There was not a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. He ordered coldly, "Break the door." In an instant, his men filled the Yang family villa. Amid the mess, he walked into the living room without changing expression. Then his men dragged out the disheveled Yang Liuyao and a strange woman. He went straight to the sofa and sat down. Then he asked coldly, "Where is Yang Wei?" Yang Liuyao burst into curses. "Yang Dianfeng, you brought all these people barging in. Are you trying to rebel?" Yang Dianfeng smiled with refined calm, but his eyes were full of mockery. Then, he took the photos he had just taken and sent them one by one to Yang Wei's mother. Seeing this, Yang Liuyao's expression changed drastically. Yang Dianfeng smiled innocently. "What happened today was only an accident. I mainly came for Yang Wei." He tossed over a file. That idiot Yang Wei actually dared contact the media to smear young Master Lu. He gave a cold laugh. If I had not stopped it in time, the one coming for you now would be Hesia herself. At the sound of Hesia's name, Yang Liuyao stopped struggling. Even his hands were trembling. Yang Dianfeng reminded him, "Dad, I think you should look at the financial news first." The moment he saw that name in the news, Yang Liuyao's face turned ashen. Yang Dianfeng watched him at leisure. "Now, can you tell me where Yang Wei is?" Yang Dianfeng spoke coldly. "As long as Yang Wei pays the price, young Master Lu may not drive the Yang family to ruin." "What do you think, Dad?" He kept calling him Dad. But to Yang Liuyao, every word sounded like a death warrant. He roared in despair. "Dianfeng, you have wanted to destroy the Yang family all along, haven't you?" But Yang Dianfeng only smiled with contempt. "Dad, you only realize that now. Isn't it a little late? If I cannot have it, then I destroy it. It is not too late. It is not too late." Yang Liuyao completely panicked. Shaking his head, he begged urgently. "Dad will leave everything in the Yang family to you. I will give it all to you, all right." But Yang Dianfeng slowly shook his head. "Dad, you got all of this through threats and temptation. How can you regret it now?" Just then, a piercing screech of sudden brakes came from outside. The next second, a woman rushed into the living room. Wang Shuji had arrived. When she saw behind Yang Liuyao, the woman wearing only a loose bathrobe, she broke down instantly. Wang Shuji lost every trace of noble lady composure. She yanked off her high heels and lunged at that woman. But this time, Yang Liuyao, who had always protected her before, shoved her away without hesitation. Instead, he shielded the mistress behind him. "What are you doing? Look at what you have become." That woman was something else. She complained pitifully, while clinging tightly to Yang Liuyao's arm. Wang Shuji completely lost it. Tears smeared across her face. She rushed forward again, clawing wildly. "Let go of my husband. Let go." Yang Dianfeng watched the once dignified woman turn into this. His eyes were full of grim satisfaction. The scene before him was history repeating itself. The mistress beside Yang Liuyao was standing exactly where Wang Shuji once had. And Wang Shuji, now crazed with jealousy, looked exactly like Yang Dianfeng's mother back then. No, she was nothing like her. Back then, when my mother discovered her husband was rotten to the core, she only ended her life in despair. She never threw a hysterical tantrum like this. Yang Dianfeng could not be bothered to hear more of that shrill fighting. He simply gave a look to the bewildered Yang Wei at the doorway. His men closed in at once. That idiot Yang Wei instinctively tried to run. But how could his speed possibly match Yang Dianfeng's bodyguards? The next second, he was pinned down in the courtyard, unable to move. Yang Wei immediately tried to beg the people inside for mercy. Unfortunately, they were fighting fiercely inside. No one paid him any attention. Yang Dianfeng slowly walked up to him. A cold smile curled at his lips. "Yang Wei, did last time's lessons still fail to give you a brain?" Who knew he would still dare argue back? Shen Qingxuang told me all of that herself. I even saw their photos together. He pointed at Yang Dianfeng resentfully. Lu Chen is a two-timing scumbag. As long as Hesia learns the truth, she will never help him. Yang Dianfeng, you are protecting him. Aren't you afraid of angering Hesia? Yang Dianfeng was rendered speechless by that nonsense. He even began to doubt whether he was truly Yang Liuyao's son. After all, Yang Wei and Yang Liuyao shared the exact same stupidity and confidence. That was one trait he truly did not have. My idiot allergy is seriously acting up. Yang Dianfeng rubbed his aching brow. Then he ordered directly, "Take him away." Yang Wei panicked the moment he heard that. He burst into curses. "Yang Dianfeng, you bastard! Where are you taking me?" As the car started, his shouting finally faded away. But the farce inside the house was not over yet. Yang Dianfeng checked the time. Enough. Back to the company. He had only come today to catch Yang Wei. Who knew he would stumble onto such filth? This gain was already beyond expectation. But he never imagined an even more unexpected gain was still waiting. Before his men even reached the company, his informant inside the Yang family called. "Mr. Yang." Madam pushed old Yang down. He hit the stairs. When the servants went in to check, old Yang seemed to have lost consciousness. The voice on the phone was frantic. "The Yang family is in total chaos now. Should we intervene?" Hearing that something had happened to Yang Liuyao, Yang Dianfeng was surprisingly calm. He looked out the car window at the dark night. Coldly, he gave to words, "Call the police." After hanging up, he tossed the phone aside. Then he closed his eyes. Again and again, his mind replayed the image of his mother dead in the bathtub. Did he truly want Yang Liuyao dead? More than that, he wanted him alive, miserable and suffering. Only that could make up for everything he had lost. Yet the very next day, he learned that rescue efforts for Yang Liuyao had failed, and he had been declared brain dead. At that moment, he could not help letting out a low laugh. Sunlight from the window fell over him. It was so warm. But as he laughed, his strength gave out and he sank to the floor. He wrapped his arms tightly around himself, curled up in the corner. He let his tears soak his clothes. Finally, it was over. Alone in the room, he broke down sobbing, as if all the grievance and hatred of these many years had to pour out at once. It was right then that my call came through. As soon as he answered, I asked worriedly, "Brother Dianfeng, are you all right?" He carried the phone aside. His voice was a little hoarse. "I'm fine. I just suddenly feel hollow." I understood at once. When an emotional anchor of so many years suddenly disappears, of course it feels strange. Yes, hatred is also an emotion. He let out a soft breath. He felt lighter than ever before, as if he could finally live for himself. On the other end, I smiled. In that case, you have to live even more freely and handsomely from now on. After all, you are now the one in charge of the whole Yang family. Hearing my comfort, Yang Dianfeng's hollow heart somehow filled again with anticipation for Wang, Shuji, and Yang Wei's fate. And at that moment, I was leaning at the window. At a glance, I saw that familiar car at the courtyard gate. The person stepping out was Heist. Seeing her, I immediately waved. Then I pointed at my phone, signaling her to wait. Heist obediently stopped. Then she made an okay sign at me. I blew her a kiss in return. To my surprise, I made her laugh. She leaned straight against the car, pulled out her camera, and zoomed in on me. Was she secretly photographing me? I put down the phone. Then I turned and jogged downstairs. In the living room, Aunt Zhao was watching a family melodrama. Without even looking up, she asked, "Your little canary is here." I could not help laughing. My little canary invited me hiking. Now Aunt Zhao was genuinely shocked. "You are actually willing to go hiking?" Then she laughed again. "Looks like this little canary of yours is truly favored." I walked to the door and shrugged. What can I say? My little canary has very clever methods. Actually, I saw a video last night and suggested it to her on a whim. I did not expect her to set the time today, as if she was afraid I would change my mind. Aunt Zhao waved a hand. Just as I was about to go out, she suddenly reminded me. "Mr. Liu said the cufflinks you ordered have arrived. They should be delivered tonight." I answered, "All right." Before she could say anything else, I had already vanished. The moment the courtyard gate opened, I charged up to her with fierce momentum, secretly photographing me. Heist looked at my pretend anger. Her eyes were full of laughter. Yet she argued back with a perfectly straight face. "I was photographing you openly." As she spoke, she opened her phone album and handed it to me. In the photo, my eyes were half lowered, with a smile at the corner of my lips. I looked devastatingly handsome. Nice skills. Satisfied, I handed her phone back. Then I started teasing her. "President He, with that face and that figure, if you entered showbiz, I would make you famous." Unexpectedly, she lifted her head and leaned close to me. Her breath brushed me, warm and fragrant. "Since Mr. Liu is my patron, who else would you promote if not me?" I simply pinched her chin and studied her from side to side. Somehow, I could not find a single flaw. I pretended to be troubled. "Maybe because you are too perfect." Her stunned expression instantly hit the exact spot that delighted me. I took the chance to lower my head and gave the corner of her lips a light kiss. "Not bad. I am very satisfied." Our eyes met. The mood was just right. The next second, Heist mercilessly pushed my hand away. With perfect seriousness, she announced, "Mr. Liu, in our line of work, we sell our art, not our bodies." I froze on the spot. So, turns out I was the clown all along. She laughed happily and turned to get into the car. 2 hours later, Heist's off-road vehicle stopped at the foot of a mountain. I jumped out of the car. A wave of dry heat mixed with the smell of earth rushed at my face. I was dumbfounded on the spot. I looked at her pitifully. "Do we really have to climb this mountain?" But Heist ignored me completely. She went straight to the trunk and took out a backpack. Then she planted a sun hat on my head, took my hand and started walking. She said with bright enthusiasm, "If we go up now, we can overlook Jing City's night view." Seeing how excited she was, I swallowed the words on the tip of my tongue. "Fine. We climb, then." I followed her onto the mountain path. Only then did I realize, to my surprise, that there were especially many hikers today. They all looked like students who had just finished the Gaokao. Their faces were full of youthful, energetic smiles. Even more outrageous, when they saw me slowly inching upward, they all started cheering me on at once. "Handsome guy, keep going. We will wait for you at the top." "Hey, handsome young man. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Can we take a photo together?" All kinds of lively voices poured into my ears. Somehow, I felt less tired. I squeezed Heist's hand. I could not help asking, "You did not arrange these paid plants, did you?" Heist smiled helplessly. "Where would I find that many extras for you?" I immediately muttered with shameless vanity. "Then I must be naturally charming." As I said that, one kept mumbling, "Today is not bad. I am not that tired." Maybe because Heist is holding my hand, so it saves energy. I deflated like a punctured ball. I plopped down on the steps. I did not want to take another step upward. Hesia looked helplessly at me as I tried to act spoiled. You really are not going up. I nodded decisively. I tilted my head up and pouted at her. I really cannot do it anymore. My feet, my body, and my willpower have all abandoned me. Who knew Hesia would not make things hard for me? She immediately said, fine. Then we will go down. After saying that, she pulled me up. She patted the dust off my pants, then turned and started down the mountain. But after only 2 steps, she realized I had not followed. Hesia turned back and saw me silently heading toward the summit. A soft laugh slipped from her lips. She had known all along I would not go down. That had just been reverse psychology. She strode after me and handed me a drink. She coaxed me patiently. Drink some, get your strength back. I tipped my head back and took a big gulp. Only then did I complain. You clearly knew I would not quit halfway, and you still provoked me on purpose, she said with a smile. Was I not just seeing how miserable you were and trying to give you an easy way out? Looking at the endless packed steps ahead, my irritation flared all over again. I suddenly roared, Summit, watch me trample you flat. The moment the words left my mouth, I charged forward in long strides. I was so fast even Hesia could not keep up. Finally, at the last moment before the sunset, we successfully stood at the summit. At the sight of the sunset glow, I forgot all my exhaustion. I quickly squeezed over to the railing and stared at the crimson clouds. Hesia had barely walked up behind me when I immediately struck a pose. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Hurry and take photos of me. My first summit since returning home. If I do not post 180 WeChat moments, I will have suffered today for nothing. Resigned, she took out the camera and began photographing me in the dusk light. Each time she pressed the shutter, she could hear her own heartbeat clearly. After who knew how many shots, I waved at a boy passing by. Hi, could you take a photo of the two of us? The boy hurried over. Of course. He took the camera and even started directing Hesia. Please stand a little closer to him. Hesia lowered her head to look at me. I was looking up at her. She stepped to my side. My shoulder pressed close against her arm. The wind stirred her hair, brushing it across my cheek. The look in Hesia's eyes grew darker and darker. The boy clicked the shutter again and again. Excitedly, he directed us into all kinds of poses, until the sun disappeared completely. And the moment night fell, Hesia suddenly looked at me. Chen. Just as I lifted my eyes to her in confusion, she wrapped both hands around my shoulders. Turn around. As I whipped around, countless fireworks burst at once in the direction of Jing City. Pink, yellow, blue. Fireworks filled the sky and lit up the whole night. I knew she had prepared this for me. The moment I turned back, I knew. Hesia took a deep breath and tucked the loose hair at her forehead behind her ear. Actually, I wanted to wait a little longer. Wait until you like me a little more. But I cannot wait anymore. As she spoke, nervous mist gathered in her eyes. Yet her voice was utterly firm. I want an official place in your life. A place you can openly speak of. One where, whenever anyone thinks of you, they will think of us as one. She asked me solemnly, word by word. Chen, let me be your girlfriend. Will you? I thought I had already made my feelings clear enough. But now it seemed nowhere near enough. The next second, I stepped forward. I reached out and wrapped my arm around her waist. Then I kissed her without hesitation. In the brief space between breaths, I smiled and said, Hello, girlfriend. She stopped holding herself back. Her arms suddenly tightened around me. She pressed herself hard into my arms. But it still was not enough. She lifted her head again and deepened the kiss once more. She drew in my breath almost desperately, as if only this could confirm I was really there. Just then, the crowd watching the fireworks nearby suddenly gasped. The people who had just been lost in the fireworks all turned at once to look at us. I was instantly mortified. I turned my head away from them, but she held me with forced composure and gave the crowd an apologetic smile. Sorry for disturbing you. The boy who had taken our photo immediately started cheering us on. You are not disturbing us. We like watching. Kiss more. At that, Hesia's ears went red enough to burn. She turned and asked me, I am a little embarrassed. Should we leave first? I snapped my head up and met her frighteningly red face. I could not help laughing. What a coincidence. I am embarrassed too, but I have not seen enough fireworks yet. So I shook my head. I have not finished watching the fireworks. She held my waist and spoke pitifully. I'll set off more fireworks for you at home. They are all staring at us. I looked back. Sure enough, a group of people were watching us with eager interest. My embarrassment instantly doubled. I could not stay there another second. I packed up without hesitation and ran down the mountain holding Hesia's hand. On the way down, it was just the two of us. Moonlight and street lamps stretched our shadows long. I swung the hand holding hers. The shadows behind us swung too. My eyes lit up. I want to take a photo. Stand still and be good. As I spoke, I had her stand properly. Then I deliberately moved to the side and clearly photographed our two shadows holding hands. But I still was not satisfied. I wanted another one. Happily, I stood 2 steps above her. I bent down and brought my head close to her ear. But Hesia's eyes stared straight at me, not at the camera at all. I had to pinch her face and turn it aside. Look at the camera. Do not look at me. She hummed yes, but her gaze still clung to me. I was completely helpless. I could only threaten her. Look at the camera. If we do not get a pretty photo, you are done for. After saying that, I even ground my teeth fiercely. But the threat had no force at all. Hesia only smiled indulgently. Finally, she looked at the phone she was holding up. With a click, the photo froze our bright smiles in place. I took the phone and flipped through the photos with satisfaction. I completely forgot the exhaustion of coming down. But the moment I got home, I belatedly realized my feet were about to give out. Dragging my exhausted body, I lay on the bed and called her. I wailed dramatically. I feel like my feet are not mine anymore. But she had earbuds in and answered while changing clothes. If they are not yours, mail them to me. I instantly bristled. Hesia. She panicked for a second. Then she hurried to fix it. Mail them over. I'll massage them for you. Then mail them back. Hearing that, I finally rolled around under the blanket in satisfaction. That is more like it. Then I thought of the fireworks across the city. I could not help asking her, did you never think, what if I had not held out today? Wouldn't all your arrangements have gone to waste? But she said, if you could not keep going, then so be it. It was never a big deal. We still have a long time ahead of us. She would have countless chances to show me how she felt. My feelings mattered most. At that moment, lying under the covers, the corners of my mouth rose uncontrollably. I was done for. I felt myself turning love-brained. Just then, she suddenly said, Chen, I am about to take a shower. I instantly came back to life. My eyes flew open. I cleared my throat and deliberately teased her. What? You want to video call me? That does not seem appropriate. At the bathroom door, Hesia froze. Her ears flushed red in an instant. A little helplessly, she said, Chen, are you a pervert? I answered with perfect confidence. I just do not want Arcia's gorgeous figure to gather dust. To my surprise, that address made her lose focus for a second. She gave up on the bathroom and turned back into the room. She asked urgently, what did you call me? Say it again. I refused on purpose. Unless you video call me. Her ears burned hot, but she refused to back down. I dare to turn it on. Do you dare to watch? I was born contrary. So I shot back at once. I dare. The next second, the call was cut off. A video invitation popped up immediately. I sprang upright from the bed. No way. She was serious? I stared at the invitation screen. I hesitated for a long time. In the end, I timidly hit decline. She instantly sent back a question mark. You do not want to watch anymore. I immediately typed with righteous seriousness. The Buddha says I should abstain today. She was just about to tease me when a voice message came through. She tapped it open. It was me, seriously calling her baby. She silently saved the voice message. Then she typed a line. Thanks for indulging me, young Master Lu. But that sweetness did not last long. A storm was already quietly brewing. Meanwhile, Chen rushed into the gathering in a panic. He immediately started interrogating Mei Liangshan. Chen is from the Vincent family. Did none of you know anything before? Ever since he learned my identity, he hadn't slept well once. He was terrified I would settle scores later. But Mei Liangshan only smiled sarcastically. Scared now? She admitted she had been shocked too. But now she finally understood. My earlier calm had not come from relying on anyone. From beginning to end, I simply had never taken her seriously. Male Yangtzen's words made Liu Chan's face turn livid. But he did not dare refute her. He could only keep bluffing. After all those years of affection, I do not believe Liu Chen does not care at all. But Mei Liangxin looked as if she had heard the world's biggest joke. She gave a cold laugh. Affection? What affection is there between you two? Do you really not know? You pretended to be his friend, while secretly trying to steal his girlfriend. Mei Liangxin frowned, her eyes full of contempt. If you like someone, pursue her openly. Playing dirty behind people's backs. Doesn't that embarrass you? She had once actually pitied this hypocritical thing. Now she felt disgusted with herself. Liu Chan's stomach dropped, but he still kept bluffing. If Liu Chen had not relied on saving her life, then who ended up as Qing Shuang's boyfriend was still up in the air. Mei Liangxin fired back at once. Then why didn't you save her? If you had been there, you probably would have run so fast you lost your shoes. That fire burned the place into an empty shell. If not for him, Shen Qingshuang would have been ashes long ago. Those words struck Liu Chan right in the sore spot. He immediately shot back. If I had been there, I absolutely would have saved her too. Mei Liangxin sneered. Like hell I believe that. Your mouth opens and closes. So of course you can spout whatever nonsense you want. Liu Chan was fuming with rage. Suddenly, he smiled coldly. Mei Liangxin, you are defending Liu Chen this much. Do not tell me you like him too. Mei Liangxin looked utterly disdainful. Do you think I am you? With nothing in your head but women? What I feel for him is pure admiration. But Liu Chen attacked her like a madman. You just know your place. You know he would never look twice at you. Mei Liangxin instantly went all in. At least I know myself. Unlike you. You cowardly turtle. Just then, a sharp shout cut everything off. In the corner, Shen Qingshuang slowly sat up. Liu Chan's face went deathly pale. She had been there the whole time. Shen Qingshuang rubbed her brow. Without even glancing at him, she got up and left. Liu Chen immediately followed, trying to support her. But the moment he touched the edge of her clothes, she flung him off hard. Shen Qingshuang even slapped hard at the spot he had touched, as if he were something filthy. That sight made Liu Chen collapse inside. And of course, Mei Liangxin burst out laughing right then. Her laughter was unbearably piercing. He clenched his teeth hard. He could not understand why Shen Qingshuang was still hung up on him. In the end, he followed her out, full of bitter resentment. Meanwhile, I knew nothing about any of this. The next day, I woke from sleep. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Aunt Zhao come back carrying a fruit basket. I asked with a smile, Aunt Zhao, did you raid the market again? But Aunt Zhao shook her head. Her smile was mysterious. This was sent by that little canary of yours. Little canary. Hesia. Aunt Zhao nodded. They are freshly picked likies. Very fresh. Sweetness bloomed in my chest. I nodded at once. Good. But the next second, something occurred to me. I immediately asked, where is the person who delivered them? Already gone. Aunt Zhao walked toward the kitchen, while looking back at me. That little canary of yours is the one you met in Gangcheng. The one surnamed He, right? I nodded. I gave her full name directly. Her name is Hesia, the current power holder of Shijing Group. The moment I said it, Aunt Zhao's expression changed instantly. Shijing. It was as if something had occurred to her. Seeing her like that, my heart skipped. I immediately pressed her. What is it? But she shook her head at once. She handed me a lychee she had just peeled. Nothing. You really like her? I nodded. I pretended not to notice her odd reaction. We got together last night. Aunt Zhao looked shocked. That fast? She looked me up and down, as if confirming something. Only then did she say, bring her home sometime. I agreed immediately. Then I asked, sounding casual, Aunt Zhao, do you think we suit each other? Looks wise, no question. She smiled. She gently smoothed my hair. What matters most is that you like her. If you like her, that is enough. Hearing that, the worry in my heart finally eased. From her reaction just now, I had almost thought Hesia was some mortal enemy of mine. Now it seemed, even if there was something in the past, she probably meant me no harm. At that, I fully relaxed. I finished the likies in a few bites, then turned and ran upstairs. Aunt Zhao called after me. What do you want to eat? I will make it for you. I waved without looking back. Not eating. I am going to go hang out with Hesia. Before the words had even fallen, I had already changed at lightning speed. Then I drove straight to Hesia's place. to give her a surprise. I did not call. I went straight upstairs. But after I knocked for ages, there was not a sound inside. My heart sank. Just as I was about to take out my phone, the door suddenly opened. But what opened the door was not at all the steamy cheating in bed scene I had imagined. Instead, it was someone in a pale blue shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a cool, untouchable beauty. It was Heist. Her beauty nearly blinded me on the spot, but I still folded my arms and scrutinized her. You took this long to open the door. I was already imagining a whole drama where you were hiding a handsome man away. She lowered her head and placed a restrained kiss between my brows. Only then did she explain. I was in a meeting with headphones on. I did not notice. So if my call had not made her realize something was off, she would not have known I was here at all. She naturally pulled me into her arms. Her voice was low and gentle. It was my fault. Do not be angry anymore. All right. I naturally hung onto her neck. My eyes clearly said, "Coax me already." But the next second, Heist suddenly reached out and grabbed me. She pulled me straight into the room. My mind went blank. As the door closed behind me, I instantly went on alert. What are you trying to do? But she only drew me inside and calmly said 5 words. There are cameras in the corridor. Then she released my hand. Then she crouched down, took off my leather shoes, and gently changed me into disposable slippers. Then she added, "Besides, I do not want anyone else seeing you act spoiled." I wiggled my newly freed feet. I was baffled. Was I acting spoiled just now? Wasn't I here to demand an explanation? A rare flicker of confusion crossed Heist's eyes. Wasn't it? I gave a cold snort. Then I went straight to the point. Where were you having your meeting just now? The study. The moment she said it, I bolted toward the study. Heist tried to stop me, but it was already too late. By the time she chased after me, I was already standing there awkwardly, greeting Chu Li on the video call, and a group of Shijing executives. Hello. I waved with a stiff smile. Chu Li's head was almost pressed against the camera. The gossip in her eyes nearly spilled out of the screen. Chen. Why are you at Sister Sia's place? I instantly adjusted my expression. I blinked. My face looked innocent. If I said I just got here, would you believe me? Chu Li chuckled. I believe you. Like hell I do. One look at that sleazy expression, and I know exactly what you are thinking. I quickly lifted the bag in my hand, trying to prove my innocence. I have evidence. I really came to deliver something. Let me see what it is. Chu Li waggled her eyebrows at me. Her expression grew even sleazier. Now there was no explaining it. I sighed. So I simply started talking nonsense. Fine. Since you found out, I will not hide it from you anymore. Sure enough, Chu Li took the bait. She asked excitedly. No way. For real. What have you been hiding from me? The next second, I gave her a wicked grin. Send me 100 yuan red packet if you want the rest. Huh. Chu Li's disdainful voice came from the computer at once. I was only teasing you. Do not even think about scamming my money. I curled my lip. I could not be bothered with her. Then I looked apologetically at the others on the screen. I'll hand Heist back to you. Sorry for the interruption. With that, I slipped out of the study. At the doorway, I pointed at the computer for her, signaling that she should continue. She smiled gently. She mouthed to me, I will be quick. I made an okay sign. Then I ran to the living room and put on headphones. I started a game. From the study, I only heard Heist's voice carrying a hint of threat. Cut the nonsense. Waste my date time. And your bonuses are halved. Half an hour later, the meeting ended. Heist hurried over to my side. Without looking up, I asked, Do you still have work after this? She leaned in to watch my gameplay. Then she answered softly, I can stay with you for the next few hours, but I have an international meeting at 7 tonight. I answered casually, I was going to invite you to karaoke. Then we will go by ourselves. I will pick you up after it ends. After saying that, I picked up the gift bag I had brought. I gave her a mysterious smile. Guess what this is? She actually raised an eyebrow. Then she guessed, Are you proposing to me? I rolled my eyes at her. Dream on. I shook my head. Then I took a jewelry box from the bag. Inside were a sapphire brooch and matching earrings. With practiced ease, I pinned the brooch to the collar of her shirt. Then I asked expectantly, Do you like it? My gaze could barely move away from her collarbones, made even fairer by the gemstone. Who knew she would notice where I was looking? She directly held her hand out in front of me. After a pause, she said, "I like it very much." I looked up in confusion. I did not understand what she meant. But the next second, she said, "Do you not like them? You can play with them." My eyes lit up at once. I stared at her expectantly. Really? She could not help smiling. A perk reserved for boyfriends. But the moment our eyes met, I did not touch her hands at all. Instead, I straightened up and stared intently at her soft, moist lips. I even could not help swallowing. A flicker of amusement crossed her eyes. The next second, she actually sat right beside me. She looked like she was yours for the taking. No need to be so eager. You can kiss me. My mind went blank for a split second. But she had already caught the back of my neck and kissed me steadily. Yusia's kissing skills had improved way too fast. I fell apart instantly. Just as my thoughts were running wild, she reminded me in a hoarse voice, "Chen, do not get distracted." I felt like I was about to run out of air. I was just about to push her away when she caught my hand. Her mouth said, "Do not push me away." Her tone sounded pitiful and wronged, but the hand gripping my waist was utterly domineering. She would not let me dodge at all. This woman, she was too good at this. I stared at the fierce possessiveness in her eyes. My heart pounded hard. With reddened eyes, I complained. Too fierce. Unexpectedly, after hearing that, her eyes only darkened further. She coaxed me in that refined scoundrel tone. "Be gentle with me." I meant to shake my head, but looking at her like that, I was bewitched again. After a long moment, I demanded firmly, "I want to take the lead." She actually smiled and agreed. She even tapped her own lips. "They are yours," holding back a laugh. I began lightly brushing along the edge of her lips. But then she suddenly warned me, barely holding back. "Chen, if you play like this, something is going to happen." I understood what she meant at once. The heat of her body, which I had ignored just now, and her quickened breathing suddenly became clear. My eyes flew wide open. The next second, I nimbly got up and stood far away. Then, wearing a concerned expression, I asked, "Do you want to take a cold shower?" Yusia looked utterly speechless. She took a few deep breaths, and somehow, she returned to normal just like that. That fast? Her self-control amazed me. But when she looked at me, she seemed a little defeated. "I would never hurt you. You do not have to guard against me like this." I shook my head. Then I told her, word by word, "I am not guarding against you. I am guarding against myself." Yusia's face nearly darkened. "You always have so many strange theories. And somehow, I cannot even refute them." Just then, the food Yusia had ordered arrived. Once all the food was on the table, she finally called me over. After eating and drinking my fill, I started getting sleepy. Yusia asked gently, "Will you rest here, or should I take you home?" I yawned. Then I lazily leaned into her arms. "Home. Never mind. I will sleep here." She pinched my cheek. Her tone was indulgent. "Sleep in the guest room. Is that all right?" I was so sleepy I could barely open my eyes. "Anywhere is fine." So, once we entered the guest room, I rushed straight into the bathroom. "I am washing my feet." "All right." Yusia opened a cabinet and took out a disposable towel. But when I came out in dripping wet slippers, she actually crouched right in front of me. Seeing that, I got so startled I instinctively pulled my foot back. "What are you doing?" She raised the towel in her hand. Her face said it was only natural. Before I could react, she added, "I thought taking care of the person you like this way was normal." In Yusia's childhood memories, her mother had always taken care of her father like this. I immediately tucked my feet back in fright. I refused again and again. No. I am ticklish." Was she kidding? Since I was little, I had feared people touching my feet most. If I let her wipe them, wouldn't I wriggle like a worm in front of her? To protect my image, I snatched the towel from her hand. Then I went through a fierce flurry of moves. After finishing, I even raised my eyebrows at her proudly. "See? Done." But Yusia actually praised me with an indulgent look. So impressive. I instantly gave her a look of baffled disbelief. "Come on, lady. At my age, I do not need that kind of praise, okay?" I yanked up the blanket and rolled into bed. "I am going to sleep. Hurry and go out." But she stood by the bed without moving. Just as I looked up at her in confusion, she suddenly bent down. Then a soft kiss landed lightly on my forehead. My whole body froze. My wide eyes stared straight at her, so close to me. Hesia saw the smile in my eyes. Unable to resist, she kissed the corner of my eye too. Her voice was gentle through and through. Good afternoon. Watching her leave, I suddenly understood the happiness my parents had talked about. As long as she was there, every kind of happiness felt real. When I woke again, Hesia was the one waking me. She sat beside my bed, holding my hand. Time to get up. I immediately went into spoiled refusal mode. I clutched her hand and would not let go. Even if you pull me, I am not getting up. I want to lie here a little longer. Unexpectedly, she smiled indulgently. She just waited quietly for me. Only when I was about to fall asleep again did she gently shake my hand. If you sleep more, you will not sleep tonight. Only then did I yawn and struggle to sit up. But when I looked down, my clothes were all wrinkled from sleep. Only then did I discover a fatal problem. I had not brought a change of clothes. Just as I was about to ask Aunt Zhao to send someone with clothes, Hesia spoke first. I already had someone send you a change of clothes. Try them on. Ugh. My defenses crumbled on the spot. What kind of heavenly girlfriend was this? I suddenly threw myself over and hugged her. I nuzzled my cheek by her ear, shamelessly acting spoiled. Hesia, how are you this good to me? So thoughtful. I am going to be unable to live without you. These tiny little details are not things everyone would think of. But Hesia only stroked my head gently. Then she whispered one sentence by my ear. I am only good to you. Not only did she say she was only good to me, she added, and you do not need to worry. Whenever you need me, I will be there. I fell completely in that instant. Only after I had leaned on her shoulder long enough did I go try on the clothes she had prepared, utterly satisfied. But when I opened them, I found they were all shirts and suit trousers. I immediately looked at Hesia. Unexpectedly, she understood my look instantly. She explained at once. I had them sent according to what you wore today. I understood at once. This woman was damn thoughtful. So I picked a white shirt and black suit trousers. When I came out again, Hesia's eyes lit up. I looked at her proudly. Be honest. Were you already charmed by me the first time we met? To my surprise, she nodded frankly. Yes, but then her tone shifted. But not at the bar. I froze on the spot. If not at the bar, then where? At the airport. She said she saw me stand up for a boy that day. I was just about to brag and ask if she thought I was especially kind. But her next words caught me completely off guard. Mostly, I thought you were incredibly good with words. She looked down at me. Her eyes were full of laughter. In that instant, I thought, someone this impressive must deserve someone truly outstanding. Later, after thinking it over and over, who could be more outstanding than me? She was absurdly narcissistic, but I could not laugh at all. I suddenly stared into her eyes with absolute seriousness. The whole point of love at first sight is the love itself. Hesia, you understand that, right? She lowered her eyes. Then she met my gaze without dodging. She answered with perfect clarity. Lu Chen, I will love you forever. Those words struck my heart hard. Before I could recover from the shock, she gently took my hand. Even after we were in the car, I was still lost in her confession. When the car stopped, I only came back to myself when she came over and opened my door. I pretended to be reluctant. Then I am going. She nodded, but then she bent down and kissed the corner of my lips. Message me before you are done having fun. I will come pick you up. I was afraid she would be too tired, so I hesitated. Will it be too late? Hesia looked at me. My boyfriend can only be picked up by me. My heart burst with joy, so I happily gave her a smacking kiss on the cheek. Be careful on your way back. I got out of the car. Then I turned and made a big heart at her. I could almost hear her indulgent laugh from inside the car. Only after I watched her car disappear completely did I turn and walk into the lobby. But the instant I turned around, the warmth on my face faded at once. In its place was an icy, unapproachable coldness. In the vast, empty hall, only the sound of my leather shoes echoed. By the time I reached the elevator, everyone's eyes had fallen on me. Good evening, Mr. Liu. I did not know who spoke first. I knew. In the past, when they called me Mr. Liu, it was out of respect for Shen Qingxuang. But now, it was because I was Lu Chen. I only gave a faint nod in response. When the elevator doors opened, everyone instinctively waited for me to enter first. I pressed the button for the 8th floor. At that, those who had been about to invite me Instantly understood I already had plans tonight. Because the 8th floor was private room only. Without a reservation, no one could get in. I stepped out of the elevator. Whispers immediately rose behind me. But I did not care what drama they were hoping to watch. I found the private room we had reserved. Then I pushed the door open and walked in. Chen. Luojia was the first to run toward me. But his new hairstyle startled me. He had actually gotten a buzz cut. I looked at him in surprise. Why did you suddenly decide to cut your hair? He scratched his head a little embarrassed. This makes me look more energetic. I had to admit. This haircut made him look sunny and handsome. He looked like a completely different person from Luojia and Gangcheng. Without hesitation, I gave him a triple compliment. Very handsome. Very cool. Super stylish. Luojia instantly smiled until his eyes curved like crescent moons. Chen, I knew you had the best taste. Otherwise Sister Sia would never have fallen for you. I could not help it. I gently ruffled his head. Only then did I look towards Zuo Ran by the window. But when my gaze landed on his face, my brows tightened at once. What was with the dark circles under his eyes? I immediately asked, have you been having insomnia again these days? Zuo Ran shook his head with a wry smile. No, I have been drawing the ending of my manga. Only then did I learn that a publisher wanted to publish his manga. That was why he was rushing the pages. At the mention of that, Luojia grew excited too. I never knew Gangcheng was drawn by Iran. When it went on hiatus, I was upset for ages. When I heard that, I was completely stunned. That Gangcheng, the one that had driven the whole fandom wild. I looked at Zuo Ran in front of me. My eyes instantly filled with admiration. The next second, I rushed over and took his hand. I put on an ingratiating smile. Master, I have a collaboration to discuss with you. The moment I finished speaking, Gu Xiao, beside us, made a sputtering sound. He sprayed out all the wine he had just drunk. I could not help shooting him a dagger-like glare. He quickly waved his hands and shook his head. You to talk. Go on, talk. Zuo Ran understood perfectly. He asked me directly, is this about an adaptation? Although this manga has pirated copies, all the rights are in my hands. Hearing that, Zuo Ran actually came over eagerly and started kneading my shoulders. Even his way of addressing me changed. Then how would Mr. Lu like to negotiate with me? Seeing him like this now, I was genuinely happy for him. Then my expression turned serious. The professional details will be handled by the person in charge at Rongsheng Entertainment. But my tone shifted. My voice was extremely serious. I can give you one guarantee. After the adaptation, the team will never randomly alter your characterizations or plot. And you will hold full adaptation authority. How does that sound? Although I had not finished reading it, I still knew Gangcheng had vast world building. It absolutely could not be turned into a tacky romance drama. Keeping the characterizations and plot from being butchered was every creator's deepest concern. The moment I said that, it hit him exactly where it mattered. I knew I was definitely not the only one who wanted the rights to Gangcheng. Sure enough, the full adaptation authority I offered was a condition he could not refuse. That move put him completely at ease. Zuo Ran nodded firmly. I am willing to talk with your company. Thank you, Chen. But I immediately added, looking at him with absolute seriousness, do not factor in our friendship. If the terms are not right, reject them outright. Zuo Ran's serious expression instantly cracked. He smiled and nodded. All right. Once the serious business was done, the mood changed completely. Luojia squeezed straight between us and shouted, come on, people. Sing your hearts out. The microphone was shoved into my hand. But the instant I took it, Zuo Ran sharply noticed Gu Xiao desperately holding back laughter. Zuo Ran looked utterly confused. What are you two hiding from us? Gu Xiao looked mysterious. You will know soon enough. 3 minutes later, I opened my mouth and belted out the first line. The whole world went silent. Zuo Ran's mouth fell open in a perfect O. He carefully edged over beside Gu Xiao. His face was full of disbelief. Chen is actually tone deaf. Luojia was even more petrified on the spot. My demonic singing drilled into his ears. He wanted to laugh but did not dare. Who knew Gu Xiao would calmly pour himself a glass of wine? He looked completely used to it. The next second, he put down the glass and rushed to my side. Somehow, he matched my rhythm perfectly and danced along. Luojia stared, dumbfounded. He even gave a thumbs up. That is insane. You can follow that without going off key. Right after that, Zuo ran and Luojia lost it too. They shouted along at the top of their lungs. The four of us stood in a row, singing and dancing. We were so happy we could fly. But happy moments are always short-lived. When the four of us were about to leave, we ran into the people I least wanted to see. The moment I stepped out of the private room, I came face to face with Shen Qingxuang. And not just her. Liu Qian and Xiao Zhesheng were behind her too. I sneered to myself. Then I openly waved at them. What a lively scene. As expected, Liu Chen spoke with a forced smile. What a coincidence. Liu Chen, you came too. What was that supposed to mean? Was he trying to imply I came here just to run into Shen Qingxuang? He wanted to set a trap for me. I smiled. Seeing his face fill with shock, my smile deepened. I came to see Shen Qingxuang, that filthy thing. I paused. My gaze swept over her, and Xiao Zhesheng managed to attract flies like you. The moment I finished, I looked at their three wonderfully changing faces. Then I offered my final blessing. Now I have seen it. You three are perfect for each other. Blessings. Stay locked together forever. Sure enough, after hearing me say that, all three of their faces turned green. Even when we took the elevator downstairs, Luojia was still wildly excited. Oh my god, Liu Chen, you were way too cool. You looked at me with eyes full of worship. How did you even come up with the you three are perfect for each other curse? Blessings. Stay locked together forever. I flicked him straight on the forehead. What nonsense are you saying? Do not slander my character. Luojia clutched his head. He still refused to give up. Details. Come on, tell me everything. I helplessly rubbed my forehead. It is a kind of talent. Luojia did not believe me. Then Gu Xiao nodded in confirmation. That is right. He is just brushing you off. But the next second, Luojia suddenly behaved himself. He obediently called out, Sister Sia. I looked up. Then I immediately smiled and walked toward her. In front of everyone, I pulled her into my arms. She hugged me back. Then she asked softly, Did you have fun? I nodded at once. My eyes were practically shining. I did, especially because I just watched a great show. I stirred her curiosity. She pressed me, asking what kind of show it was. Of course, I did not hide it from her. I immediately told her everything that had just happened. Then I complained. I did not mean to insult them. They brought it on themselves. To my surprise, after hearing it, Hesia looked utterly indulgent. Exactly. Being insulted by my Liu Chen is a blessing for them. That unconditional favoritism was simply perfect. Beside us, Gu Xiao could not stand it anymore. He was the first to speak. My driver is here. I am leaving first. Once Gu Xiao left, I immediately said to Luojia and the others, We will drive you back. But Luojia glanced nervously at Hesia. He waved his hands and said, We can just take a taxi. I gave him no chance to refuse. I grabbed him and dragged him along. No, I am not comfortable with that. But once we got in the car, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Hesia looked into the rearview mirror. Then she suddenly asked Luojia in a cool voice, How much longer do you plan to keep playing around in Jing City? Luojia instantly sat up straight. He asked carefully, Sister Sia, why are you asking that? Hesia's tone was calm. Before I came, your parents contacted me. They hoped I would arrange for someone to send you back, so you can complete your engagement with Chu Li sooner. Engagement? Luojia exploded on the spot. How can my parents do this? Chu Li and I asked to call off this marriage ages ago. And then they turned around and made our engagement known to everyone. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. They only care about family interest. They never considered what Chu Li and I wanted. That surprised me a little. You and Chu Li proposed dissolving the engagement. Luojia nodded. His face said the whole thing was absurd. I treat her like an older sister. She treats me like a younger brother. How are we supposed to get married? After saying that, he immediately turned to Hesia for help. Sister Sia, please help me talk to my parents. But Hesia suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. You want to clarify this matter? Because of Chuyu? Chuyu. At the mention of that name, Luojia instantly froze. But he quickly answered in defeat. Even if I said no, you would not believe me. He muttered softly. When Sister Chu Li and I decided to dissolve the engagement, Chu had not even arrived at the Chu family yet. His voice was low. but we all heard him clearly. I looked at Luo Jia, who seemed utterly dejected. Then I looked at Hesia, driving without the slightest expression. My head was full of questions, but I said nothing. Only after we sent the two of them to their place, and personally saw them upstairs, I finally couldn't help asking Hesia. Luo Jia is the Luo family's only son. How could he be forced into a marriage alliance? Hesia looked at me. She seemed to have known I would ask. Then she slowly began, revealing a huge hidden scandal. The Luo and Shu families' businesses overlap by more than 70%. In the early years, the two families fought to the bitter end. But later, they realized that if they kept fighting, only outsiders would profit. So the two families tacitly chose cooperation. And cooperation required a show of enough sincerity. I understood at once. So, Luo Jia and Shu Li's engagement was the sincerity offered by both sides. Hesia gave me an approving glance. Exactly. To guarantee the cooperation, the two of them were betrothed before they were even born. More than that, Chu Li was also designated the Chu family's sole heir because of it. I drew in a sharp breath. This was a complete and utter transaction. Hesia continued. So, unless the two families openly break with each other, their engagement can never be dissolved. That is why, when I introduced him before, I deliberately said he was Chu Li's fiancé. But I still could not understand. So I pressed her. Then why can Chu Li tolerate Chu Yu's existence? She is proof that her father betrayed her mother, an illegitimate daughter. How could she accept that so calmly? She even allows her own fiancé to fall for her. It is absurd beyond belief. But unexpectedly, Hesia, who usually answered every question, fell silent this time. After a long while, she finally spoke. This question involves Chu Li's privacy. I cannot tell you right now. Fine. I was not the kind of person who had to pry into someone else's privacy, so I could only suppress my curiosity. Hesia drove me home. As soon as I entered, I immediately sent her a message. Remember to message me when you get home. 1 minute later, I sent a second message. I am going to wash up now. I will drink some honey water first. I shouted too much tonight, and my throat is dry. Then came the third message. I am already lying in bed. Now I am waiting for our President He to get home. Before long, my phone screen lit up. She had replied to my messages one by one. The last one said, I am going to sleep too. Good night. I stared at the good night Hesia had sent. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When I thought of her returning to Gangcheng the next day, to handle a mountain of piled-up documents, my heart felt hollow. No, I could not just let her go back alone like that. So I made a crazy decision. Early the next morning, I packed my suitcase at top speed. Then I headed straight for the airport. Sure enough, just as Hesia was about to board, I appeared in front of her. She was striding toward the boarding gate. But the moment she saw me, her steps stopped short. Hesia stared at me in a daze. Her eyes were full of disbelief. I tilted my head and smiled at her. The next second, I let go of my suitcase. I walked over and wrapped her in my arms. The moment I held her, I could clearly feel Hesia's heart take a hard, sudden hit too. The loss in her eyes melted instantly in that burning embrace. Her voice was full of joy she could not hide. Another surprise? I looked at her and teased deliberately. Of course, I still have half a month before I start work anyway. Naturally, I should bestow more favor on my beloved consort. Hesia kissed the corner of my lips. Then she laughed softly. Then thank you, Your Majesty. After saying that, she let me pull her along to board. After the plane landed, we had just left the airport when we saw Chu Li waiting at the entrance. But I never expected someone surprising to be standing beside her. Chu Yu. I instantly turned to look at Luo Jia beside me. His expression froze on the spot. I asked him quietly, Are you coming with us? But Luo Jia calmly moved his gaze away from Chu Yu. He was frighteningly calm. I called a taxi. It will be here soon. Once he said that, even Hesia looked at her in surprise. Then she waved at me. Lu Chen, come hang out with me when you have time. Well, damn. In my heart, I immediately gave this brother of mine a big thumbs up. You still have the mood to hang out. Chu Li, already in the car, was still urging us. Get in first. The company is waiting. Then, she fussed over Luo Jia like an old nanny. Send me the license plate number. Tell me when you get home. Luo Jia sighed impatiently. I know. It is not like I do not have a brain. Yes. Our young Master Luo has the best brain of all. Chu Li stepped on the gas. The car drove straight off. Luo Jia stayed where he was, watching Chiyu catch up to him. Not a ripple showed in his eyes. Chiyu reached out to take his luggage. I will take you back. But Luo Jia abruptly stepped back. The movement was quick and distant. No need. He declined politely. The car picking me up will be here soon. No need to trouble you, Miss Chu. That one Miss Chu instantly pulled the distance between them to opposite ends of the world. Chu Yu's face went pale in a flash. Her heart felt smashed by a heavy hammer. The pain was almost unbearable. Seeing the hurt in her eyes, Luo Jia tightened his grip on the suitcase handle. But the instant he wavered, a taxi happened to stop in front of him. That trace of pity vanished in an instant. He told himself that since he had decided to let go, he could not be indecisive. The next second, he pulled his suitcase and walked past Chiyu. Without looking back, he got into the car. By the time Chiyu came back to herself, there was already no one in front of her. She could only give a self-mocking bitter smile. Then she turned and left. At that moment, Hesia and I were stepping into Shijing headquarters. Instantly, every employee in the lobby shot their gaze toward us in unison. However, their focus was not Hesia. It was the suitcase she was carrying. And me, standing beside her with my head down, playing on my phone. Oh my God. Who is he? He actually made President he carry his luggage. Quick, quick, quick. Send this to the group chat. This gossip is huge. While the company group chat was refreshing like crazy, Hesia had already brought me to her office. She directly had me sit in her office chair. Then, she gave me a brief, clear set of instructions. You can use anything in here. If you get sleepy, go rest. My phone will be on silent during the meeting. If anything comes up, come straight to the meeting room. Also, someone will bring you snacks soon. But do not eat until you are full. Tonight I will take you to eat Aunt Lee's cooking. I stared straight at her. She actually looked a little unable to handle it. Suddenly, after Hesia turned back to confirm the office door was shut tight, she leaned close to me reluctantly and said in a soft, aggrieved voice, "Now that you are here, I do not want to go to the meeting." She was actually acting spoiled. Was this still the cold, ruthless president he from the rumors? I cupped the face she had leaned toward me. With smiling eyes, I coaxed her. Everyone is waiting for you. Go on. She lowered her eyes, looking pitifully wronged. She let my hands knead her face. Then I am going. But just as she turned around, I suddenly grabbed her hand. Hesia looked back. My face instantly enlarged before her eyes. A gentle kiss landed on her lips. Before she could savor it, I pushed her toward the door with my face flushed red. Go on. Do not keep everyone waiting. Only then did Hesia press her lips together and stride toward the meeting room. I was the only one left in the office. I immediately opened the Gangcheng branch documents and started reading. Before long, someone knocked on the office door. I lifted my eyes. Come in. A young female assistant poked her head in. Mr. Liu. President, he asked me to bring you snacks and milk tea. Sure enough, they had arrived. I smiled and thanked her. Then I picked up a coconut milk cube and put it in my mouth. It melted the moment it touched my tongue. I noticed the girl named Kexen was still standing there. So I pushed the box toward her. Want one? Unexpectedly, she waved her hands again and again. Her face was tense with nerves. No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Liu. After saying that, as if suppressing enormous curiosity, she turned and ran out of the office. Outside the office, when they saw Kexen come out, a group of people immediately crowded around her, sneaky and furtive. Is he President He's boyfriend? Outside the door, Kexen wore a miserable face. I did not dare ask. Mr. Liu has a bad temper. Everyone was puzzled. Kexen immediately shook her head. No, it is just that when those eyes of his looked at me, I froze from awkwardness. Then she dropped another bombshell. But when I went in, Mr. Liu was sitting in President He's office chair. The moment those words came out, everyone understood. Who would dare touch Hesia's private space? Someone once deliberately dirtied the cup on her desk. They were fired on the spot. They were even quietly blacklisted across the industry. But now, not only was I sitting in her chair, I was also using her things. It was almost certainly confirmed. Everyone reached the same conclusion instantly. But just then, the office door suddenly opened. I walked out. Mr. Liu. The crowd scattered in an instant. The people who had just been packed together quickly spread out. They were terrified of upsetting me, but I only gave them a friendly smile. My gaze landed on Gangcheng. I want to order afternoon tea for everyone in the company. Could you tell me how many portions to order? Gangcheng's eyes widened instantly. All employees? I nodded. After getting the exact number, I immediately messaged the shop. Then I looked up at Gangcheng, who was still frozen in place. I smiled a little apologetically. I might take a nap in a bit. When the afternoon tea arrives, could you help sign for it and hand it out? Would that be all right? Gangcheng nodded at once. Her face was full of gratitude. Of course. It is just that you are spending so much, Mr. Liu. It is nothing, as long as everyone is happy. After saying that, I smiled at everyone. Then I turned and went back into the office. I read the documents for another half hour. Sleepiness surged over me. I got up and walked toward Hsia's restroom. When I reached the door, I started entering the password she had just given me. 5 to 51 SE. Wait, I love my Lu Chen. My heart gave a hard jump. Was I overthinking it? Or was that exactly what she meant? I decided I had to ask Hsia properly when she came back. Maybe I could even take the chance to tease her. Thinking that, I pushed the door open and entered the restroom. The room was filled with the scent of sunlight. Not long after I lay down, I fell asleep. But what I did not know was, while I was sleeping soundly, a storm was quietly closing in. At 3:40 in the afternoon, at Gangcheng Airport, the appearance of a middle-aged couple instantly drew everyone's attention. The man actually knelt on one knee in public, just to tie the woman's shoelace. That thick sweetness nearly blinded the passers-by. And this enviably loving couple was none other than my parents. Siki said Lu Chen came to Gangcheng today. I can finally see my baby. Mu Wan looked thrilled, but Lu Sheng glanced at the time and frowned. I will call him right now. Mu Wan immediately stopped him. No. What if he is sleeping? Have you forgotten he gets headaches when he does not sleep well? So, they turned around and called Lu Siki instead, asking her to check my current location. When they learned I was actually at the company with my girlfriend, my dad immediately grew puzzled. Lu Chen seems to really like that girl from the He family. Back when he was with Shen Qingxuang, he was never this clingy. But my mom smiled softly. That girl is so beautiful you cannot find a flaw. And our Lu Chen is a sucker for beautiful faces. He would be drawn in at first sight. My dad gave a displeased snort. Back when he was with that Shen Qingxuang, was he not the same? My mom patted his hand and soothed him softly. Do not resist it so much. Our son has been sensible since he was little. He knows what he wants. While my parents were worrying themselves sick over me, I suddenly opened my eyes in my sleep. I rolled over and groggily grabbed my phone. The next second, a message on the screen jolted me fully awake. It was from my mom. Baby, Dad and I will go to your place in Gangcheng first. Come find us after your date ends. After my date ends. Gangcheng. My brain roared. My parents had actually returned to Huaguo, and they had gone straight to my place in Gangcheng. I was doomed. I threw off the blanket and rushed out at once. I could not care less about my image. I ignored the startled cries of the co-workers behind me. There was only one thought in my head. I absolutely could not let them know I was living with Hsia. But the moment I got into the taxi, my mom's call came through. I took a deep breath. The instant I answered, I started whining. Why did you come back to Huaguo without telling me? Do you not love your precious son anymore? Hearing my wounded little voice, Mu Wan's heart softened at once. It was Mom's fault. Blame your dad. He insisted on suddenly appearing to surprise you. Now our baby is upset. It is all his fault. When it came to making me unhappy, Mu Wan and Lu Sheng had always been ready to shift the blame onto each other the second they could. Beside her, Lu Sheng looked miserable, anxious, but unable to grab the phone. He leaned in, trying hard to explain himself. Your dad has been wronged here. I did not tell you the exact time, but I did tell Aunt Zhao we would be returning to Huaguo soon. Did she not tell you? At that last sentence, I froze. I remembered how rushed I had been that day, and how Aunt Zhao had not finished speaking before I went out. A wave of guilt rose in my chest. I think she did, but I did not listen to the end. What does that mean? Mu Wan asked. I sniffed. It means I ran off before Aunt Zhao finished talking. So I did not hear it. Then this cannot be our fault, right? Having one backup point, Mu Wan cleared her throat. So, it was because of that girl from the He family again? After that brief guilt, I, exposed as I was, grew confident again. So what? That girl from the He family has the kind of beauty that could turn your baby into a besotted fool, right? I think she is average. Thinking of Hesia's flawless features in the photos, Mu-won gave an unwilling little huff. Come back early after your date. Your dad and I both miss you very much. My voice suddenly dropped. Mu-won's gaze instantly turned dangerous. Chen, no matter how late you stay out, you still have to come home. Lu Sheng listened from the side, and worry surfaced in his eyes too. Chen, Dad knows you like that girl from the He family, but you two are not married yet. Stop. Seeing that the two of them had already started imagining other things, I quickly surrendered. I am already in the car on my way home. You little brat. All you know is how to tease your old man. Lu Sheng scolded me with a laugh, but he finally relaxed completely. After chatting with me a little longer, Lu Sheng finally hung up. More than half an hour later, my car arrived at Shangxi Jiaojing. At the entrance to the villa district, I had just gotten out when I saw my parents waiting at the gate, looking at the two people I had not seen for almost half a year. My eyes, just like before, filled with tears before I could stop them. Mom. I rushed over and hugged her tight. I missed you so much. Mu-won had missed her only treasure just as much. She gently patted my back and soothed me. This time, Dad and I are settling back in Huaguo. From now on, the three of us can be together every day. Are you happy? Settling here? I jerked my head up, my bright eyes fixed on my mom. After making sure she was not lying, I nearly rolled around from joy. But remembering we were outside, I forced myself to hold it in. Why did you not tell me in advance? I turned and linked my arm through my mom's. Then I clung to her, boneless with spoiled affection. Lu Sheng came over and rubbed my head. Come lean on your dad. You are too heavy. Your mom will get tired. My face showed disdain, but deep down, I still envied them. After all these years, my parents were still as sweet together as when they first fell in love. Mu-won rolled her eyes at him. How long has it been since I last saw my son? What are you trying to steal him for? Lu Sheng scratched his head awkwardly. He shot me a pleading look. I understood completely. I stepped forward and linked one arm through Mom's left arm. With the other, I hooked onto that poor man. I led them both into the living room. Sister Sia had someone decorate it for me. Looks good, right? Mu-won put on the slippers I handed her. Lu Chen, did you thank her properly? Do I look like I want to get beaten? I turned and handed another pair of men's slippers to Dad. The moment I get too polite with Sister Sia, she thinks I have done something wrong to her. Is that not because you were too mischievous as a child? Mu-won sat beside me. Her face was full of indulgent affection as she said, I heard from your sister. That girl from the He family taught you how to drive. At the mention of Hesia, my expression did look less awful than before. I nodded. I got the hang of it on the first try. Pretty amazing, right? Mu-won smiled and nodded. Very amazing. That girl from the He family is not bad either. She is very good. Thinking of Hesia teaching me to drive, and how completely relaxed she had been. I felt that if, back then, Hesia had not acted so casual about it, I might not have picked it up so quickly. Mother and son leaned together, chatting about everything and nothing. Lu Sheng sat beside us, occasionally picking up the topic and adding a few words. Before we knew it, the sky had darkened. I glanced at the sky outside. It looked like a storm was about to break. I stood up. Mom, Dad, rest for a bit. I will go buy some groceries. When I get back, we will have a family reunion meal. Hearing that I was going out, the two of them followed me outside, letting me go alone in the face of a coming downpour just to buy food was something my parents could not bear. But as soon as we walked out into the courtyard, we saw a car parked at the gate. Mr. Lu, the person who got out of the car, carried meal boxes over to us. President, he was worried the heavy rain would make it hard for you to go out later. So she asked me to bring some food over. That way, you would not have to trouble yourself. There are quite a lot of dishes today. I looked at the insulated bags in their hands and sighed with feeling. The other person seemed to understand something. They quickly said, President, he said Mr. Lu's parents were here too. A few extra dishes would better suit your parents' taste. How considerate. I saw through Hesia's little scheme at once. Inside, I was already laughing so hard I nearly doubled over. But my face stayed perfectly calm. I see. Then thank you for the trouble. With that, I stepped aside and let them come in to put everything on the dining table. Lu Sheng watched from the side, eyes narrowed. Why do I feel like that girl has ulterior motives? TSK. Mu Wan slapped Lu Sheng lightly on the arm. What are you saying? The child is being thoughtful. How is that ulterior motive? And from the look of the sky, the rain will be heavy. So, she is wrong for keeping your precious son from getting soaked. If you put it that way, that is not wrong either. Lu Sheng muttered, aggrieved. After the delivery person left, they turned back toward the living room. Then they looked up and saw me lifting my feet and running upstairs. Lu Sheng's expression darkened at once. Why are you running so fast, kid? Nothing. I am making a call. I will be down in 3 minutes. As soon as I said that, my bedroom door opened and shut, and I vanished. Lu Sheng was so mad he ground his teeth. He really forgot his parents the moment he got a wife. Mu Wan watched from the side and kept laughing. All right. She sent over so much food. Your son should at least thank her, right? Lu Sheng gave a cold snort. But since his own wife had spoken, even though he was still unhappy, he said nothing more. Upstairs. As soon as I entered my room, I called Hesia. Are you done with work? Hearing my breathless voice, Hesia instantly guessed that I must have sneaked upstairs to call her. At that thought, Hesia's heart sank a little. She truly had no experience pleasing future in-laws. In just a few seconds, Hesia imagined far too much. If my parents did not like her, would she be forced to break up with me? But Hesia hid all those emotions well. I finished a meeting 40 minutes ago. Then, the moment I left the conference room, my staff told me you had rushed off in a panic. At the time, I was thinking, could someone be trying to steal my man while I was working? Then I saw the message you sent me. So, I naturally picked up the thread. So after you learned my parents were here, you had someone send us all this good food. Mainly because Mr. Liu barely ate his snacks and desserts. By now, he should be hungry. As she spoke, Hesia picked up a piece from the box, one of the coconut milk candies I had not finished, and put it in her mouth. She did not actually like sweets very much. She found them so cloying they made her teeth ache. But whenever she saw how satisfied I looked eating them, she could not help craving them a little. I am a little hungry. I was just about to buy groceries and cook for my parents. Then your people arrived with food. I lay spread-eagled on the bed. I tilted my head, watching raindrops hit the glass and scatter. With rain this heavy, how will you get home? And what about dinner? Has someone already brought you food? Or are you eating at the cafeteria? Hearing the concern in my voice, the smile at Hesia's lips deepened. If I had been in front of her, she definitely would not have resisted kissing me. But now, Hesia sighed softly. I cannot go back. Aunt Lee has already had dinner sent to my office. The point is, Hesia sighed softly again. I was full of disappointment. I will not get to see my baby today. Lu Chen, should you compensate me a little? What does not seeing your baby have to do with me? I pretended not to understand what she meant. The key was, the compensation she meant would definitely require me to use my charm. I was not stupid. Hesia knew this was not the moment to keep teasing me. So she urged me. All right. Do not keep Uncle and Annie waiting. Go eat. When I went downstairs, Mom and Dad had already plated all the dishes. Feeling guilty, I hurried over to serve them rice. Father, please dine. Mother, please dine. Lu Sheng and Mu Wan exchanged a glance. Then they both laughed. After I sat down too, Lu Sheng finally asked me, done with the call that quickly? Of course, I knew why my dad asked that. I explained. She knew Mom and Dad were waiting for me to eat. So, she would not keep me talking forever. At least she knows how to behave. On that point, Lu Sheng had nothing to criticize. Back when he had just won Mu Wan over, he wished he could stick to Mu Wan 24 hours a day. Forget meals. Even if he were taking a dump, he'd still want to stand guard over his childhood sweetheart. After dinner, once everything had been cleaned up, Lu Sheng, who had been thinking for a long while, finally asked, after you broke up with that Chen family girl, is she still pestering you? I lifted my eyes to my dad. With a grin, I said, the people you sent to look into this should study a few more years. Lu Sheng walked over and sat beside me. What do you mean? What Shen Qingxuang is doing is not pestering. It is acting desperate. I climbed onto the sofa and sat cross-legged. At last, I had somewhere to pour out all the bitterness from these days. Tell me, is someone like Shen Qingxuang just completely messed up? When I was serious about dating her, when I poured my whole heart out to her, she insisted on flirting with someone else and disgusting me. But once I stopped caring about her, she acted like she could not wait to give me her whole heart. I cannot understand it at all. After reaching that conclusion, I shook my head, speechless. Then I turned toward Mom. Why did I agree to date Chen Qingxuang back then? Mu Wan knew the answer better than anyone. She gazed at me gently. When you were injured, Chen Qingxuang stayed with you in the hospital every day. She patiently coaxed you and made you happy. A girl like that was bright, warm, and passionate. It was only natural that your heart moved for her, even though you were injured because you saved Chen Qingxuang. Second, Mu Wan paused. She seemed to remember something very funny. Back then, Siki told you, once you fell in love, your singing would have feeling, and Chen Qingxuang happened to be by your side. So, you got together with her. Hiss. I remembered it too. Full of regret, I thumped Dad's thigh. This is all Sis Siki's fault. Singing off-key and without feeling is the lifelong pain of my existence. I told Mom everything. So many details I could barely remember myself were perfectly clear in Mom's memory. Seeing my frustrated look, Mu Wan patted my hand. Back then, when you dated Chen Qingxuang, you truly liked her. Getting together was only a matter of time. The fortunate thing is, now you have truly let go. After all, you had known each other for 12 years and loved each other for 4. When your dad and I learned you had broken up, we were genuinely afraid you would not get through it. At that, my gaze went distant for a moment. The moment I learned the truth about Chen Qingxuang standing me up, I really could not make sense of it. Chen Qingxuang, who had always kept a safe distance from other men, had somehow blurred that line. Had I done something wrong? Or was the person who made her willing to blur that boundary really so wonderful that she was willing to betray me? But that thought only passed through my mind once before I rejected it. Chen Qingxuang had always wavered between me and Xiao Chesheng. She enjoyed my unconditional love, while also enjoying Xiao Chesheng's worship and dependence. That was Chen Qingxuang's fault. She was the one who had suddenly rotted from the inside out. It had not the slightest thing to do with whether I was good enough. As for Xiao Chesheng, his morals certainly had problems, but the only person who truly hurt me was Chen Qingxuang. So I never truly held it against him, nor did I lay a hand on him. Just then, Mom suddenly spoke. Should we give Chen Qingxuang something to keep her busy? Hearing that, I frowned. What do you mean? Mom said casually. The Shen family has been negotiating a partnership with a foreign company recently. Have your sis Siki say a word to them. Holding up their contract would not be difficult. She said it lightly, but her tone carried a sharp authority commanding enough to shake the business world. I was instantly stunned by Mom's dominance. I leaned over to cheer her on. Thank you, Mom. Mom is the prettiest. Unexpectedly, Mom asked offhand. Then what about Hesia? I was silent for 1 second. Then I immediately tailored my words to my audience. Of course Mom is prettier. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to a son as handsome as me? Only you would be that quick. Mom pinched my nose. Your dad and I are going back to our room to unpack. You should rest early. I know. I stood up. Then I kissed Mom on the cheek again. Only then did I go upstairs with a grin. Behind me came Lu Sheng's laughing scold. Who said you could kiss my wife? In the days after we returned to Gangcheng, Hesia was visibly busy, and I was busy keeping my parents company. For 5 whole days, Hesia and I had not seen each other once. When I finally realized it, I felt completely off. I rolled my desk chair around and opened our chat. After typing and deleting for ages, I finally sent a message. Still love me? She replied instantly with 1 word. Yes. My heart skipped a beat. I immediately typed 2 words. Come out. To my surprise, she replied instantly again. But the moment I saw those 2 words, my brain nearly crashed. I rushed out into the courtyard. Sure enough, a Bentley was parked steadily in front of me. The car door opened. Hesia stepped out. I walked over, unable to resist teasing her. Dressed so formally today. Hesia looked at me. Her eyes were full of longing. I was afraid that if I dressed too casually, your parents would think I was not taking this seriously. Then she asked tentatively, I would like to visit your parents today. Could you introduce me? I looked at her with a wicked grin. What do I get? Seeing the hand I held out before her, Hesia gave a soft laugh and placed the car keys in my palm. Then I will trouble you, young Master Lu. MMHMM. I shook the keys in my hand. If I remember correctly, this car is not available on the market, and you are just giving it to me. It was always meant for you, Hesia explained. After I taught you to drive last time, I contacted someone to have it custom made. You can try it later and see if you like it. We were not even together then. Seriously. You were not afraid you would never get to give it to me. No. Hesia's gaze was filled with love. I will keep trying until the day you're willing to accept my gift. I suppose you had foresight. I lowered the hand holding the keys. Then I stared at Hesia's solemn expression. A wicked itch stirred in my heart. Look up? I ordered. Hesia was just about to obey, when a low cough suddenly sounded in the courtyard. At that sound, I no longer had the nerve to tease Hesia. I quickly stood straight and turned around. Then, toward the man who had appeared at some point, I gave Dad an obedient smile. When did you come out? Dad looked at me. He shook the juice in his hand. I came to bring you juice. I hurried over and took the glass. Thank you, Dad. Dad, you worked hard. Not hard. Just cursed with a hard life. Lu Sheng had only been back in the country a few days. Yet he had already been corrupted by comment section lines. I took a deep breath. I waved to Hesia, who was standing politely outside the courtyard. Then I turned and explained to Dad. Hesia has been so busy these past 2 days that she could not get away. The moment she had time today, she came to visit our chairman Lu. Dad, give me some face, will you? Watching me work so hard to speak up for Hesia, Lu Sheng felt his heartache. After all, he had never met Shen Xingxuang before, nor had he ever seen how I got along with her. So, Lu Sheng had never truly felt the reality of his precious son dating some other family's troublesome girl. Now, he finally felt it in full. How should I put it? He felt his son had the makings of a lovesick doormat, and I could also smell a faint trace of blood around Hesia. No matter how he looked at her, something felt uncomfortable. But since I had already spoken up, he would not embarrass me by refusing. So Chairman Lu glanced coolly at the woman smiling politely, as she waited outside the courtyard, then gave a soft snort. Come in. Hesia inclined her head. But she did not enter the courtyard at once. She said apologetically to Lu Sheng. Uncle Lu, please wait a moment. I need to get the gifts I prepared for you and Annie. With that, Hesia turned and opened the rear car door. Seeing that, I shoved the glass back into Dad's hand. Then I immediately ran over to help. When I got closer, I saw the car was packed full. I could not help asking, this much? It is all right. Hesia rubbed my head. I can carry them myself. No. I refused firmly. I am not the kind of person who abandons an ally. After saying that, I took the things from her hands. Then I turned and entered the courtyard. But I did not go straight inside. Instead, I headed straight to Dad, who was watching, and blinked at him. The next second, without a word needed, Dad took the glass in his hand and swapped it for the things I was carrying. Go inside. Mu Wan came out after hearing the commotion. She happened to see the scene. What happened? Can you hear how loudly your little treasure is taking an outsider's side? It even disturbed you. Pfft. Hearing Lu Sheng's passive-aggressive line, Mu Wan understood at once what had happened. She walked outside. I will go see where my baby's elbow has been off to. It has made his father this jealous. Mom, Dad, I can hear you. I looked helplessly at the married couple teasing me. Mom smiled and rubbed my head. Only then did she look at Hesia, who had come and carrying another pile of gifts. This must be little he, right? Hesia gave Mu Wan a modest smile. Annie, just call me Sia. That is what my family calls me. You are just as beautiful as you were as a child. No wonder Xiao Chen likes you. Mu Wan knew better than anyone how much her son was a sucker for beautiful faces. Hearing that, Hesia was a little surprised. Annie, you still remember me. Back then, your parents brought you to our house to discuss business. I noticed you at first glance. You looked like a little doll. If I remember correctly, Xiao Chen ran too fast that day and fell. You were the one who helped him up. Yes, remembering how I had sprawled flat on my back then, yet stubbornly refused to make a sound. Hesia found it adorable. Come in. Next time, there is no need to buy so much. Perhaps because Hesia had left a good impression on her as a child. Mu Wan was very fond of the woman before her. It is not much. They are all things Uncle and Annie can use in daily life. Hesia followed one step behind Mu Wan into the house. Mu Wan added warmly, You came at just the right time. I just made fresh orange juice, Xiao Chen's favorite. Would you like ice? Yes, please. Thank you, Annie. Xia answered politely. Her posture was so proper no one could find a single fault. Holding my phone, I quietly took a photo of Xia. It was rare to see her sitting so obediently. It would be a shame not to keep a memory of it. Lu Sheng came over, seeing me hurriedly hide my phone. He gave me an exasperated look, frustrated because I should know better. Then he sat across from Xia. Xia. Uncle Lu, please just call me Xia. Lu Sheng nodded. Xia. How much older are you than our Xiao Chen? Hearing that question, Xia inexplicably grew nervous. Xiao Chen was born on October 18th. By that calculation, I am 3 years, 6 months, and 27 days older than him. That precise? I looked astonished. Dad glanced at me. Precise, you say? Can't you tell this girl said it that way on purpose? Although Xia was being deliberately strategic, Lu Sheng was not displeased. He said calmly, almost 4 years. When you were in high school, Xiao Chen had only just started middle school. That age gap. Is that how you calculate it? I could hardly believe what my own father had just said. But before I could argue, Xia said evenly, Xiao Chen has only just entered society. I have already spent years fighting in the business world. The experience I gained in those extra years can help pave the way for Xiao Chen. Makes sense. I immediately agreed. Then I received another dagger-like glare from my dear father. I wisely made a motion of zipping my mouth shut. I might not know exactly what experience Xia meant, but Lu Sheng knew perfectly well. Without betraying anything, he warned her. These days, society values harmonious development. Some methods are no longer suitable. Xia, you should rein yourself in a little. Xia's gaze shifted. A cold, sharp gleam flashed through her eyes. She lifted her eyes and met Lu Sheng's perceptive stare. Then she curved her lips and replied, respectful, but unbowed. Each generation has its own path. Whether it suits us or not, can only be known after we walk it. Lu Sheng was my father. Xia could give him enough respect, but blindly yielding would only make the other person think she had no temper. So, when faced with Lu Sheng's undisguised dislike, Xia did not lower her head again. As their eyes met, a silent battle spread between them. When Mu Wan came out, she saw those two locked in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, I was beside them, yawning nonstop, drowsy enough to fall asleep. Mu Wan immediately asked with curiosity, what are you two talking about? Why is it so sleep-inducing? I instantly swallowed my half-finished yawn. Then I complained like a child reporting trouble. Dad is giving Xia an ideological lecture. And on some ideas, they are already locked in sharp opposition. They are about to fight. Both of them fell silent for a moment. The next moment, Xia inclined her head and took the initiative to yield. Uncle Lu was sharing some business world experience with me. Is that so? Mu Wan smiled and sat beside Lu Sheng. She teased. Looks like you rather like Xia, too. Could Lu Sheng say he did not? Obviously not. Facing his wife's smile, which carried a hint of warning, Lu Sheng wisely nodded. Xia is young and accomplished. She is quite good. If the person dating Xia were not his own son, Lu Sheng would have praised her for 3 days and 3 nights. They knew, more or less, what had happened to the He family years ago. After her parents died, the shares she inherited as next in line became a juicy prize the rest of the He family coveted greedily. From the cruelest point of view, if Xia died too, that would have been the perfect ending for every other He family member. So, during that time, Xia had no time to grieve her parents' deaths. She had to learn, utterly alone, how to survive in that wolf's den. Lu Sheng and the others did not know what methods Xia used to finally become the He family heir. But from the news they had received alone, among Xia's uncles, aunts, and male cousins, half ended up dead or disabled, and the other half went to prison. Only Xia stood at the end intact. Xia's ruthlessness was laid bare by every incident that happened in the He family. From then on, they knew the fiercest wolf in the He family was Xia. That was the main reason Lu Sheng was reluctant to let me date Xia. If she were not the woman his son loved, no matter how ruthless Xia's methods were, Lu Sheng would have called her a genius. But because she was the person I loved, and because we had already made our relationship official, Lu Sheng, as a father, could not help worrying that one day Xia's schemes and ruthlessness would be turned on me. So, when he judged Xia now, he was inevitably harsher. Likewise, Mu Wan also understood why Lu Sheng was so severe toward Xia. She gently held Lu Sheng's hand. Only then did she explain to Hesia, "Your uncle does not dislike you. It is just that with anything involving Chen, he always becomes much more cautious. And as for your past, your Uncle Lu and I know a little about it." Hearing that, a shadow flashed through Hesia's eyes. She had never told Lu Chen about her past, because whether it was the small, helpless version of her after losing her parents, the version who clung to survival, or the cold-blooded, ruthless version who fought for inheritance, the version who used every possible means, all of them were existences everyone hated and feared. She did not know whether I would hate that side of her too if I knew. So, when Animu mentioned these things, was she going to tell Lu Chen about her past? Hesia's heart seemed to stop at once. If Lu Chen learned about her past and hated her, or feared her like everyone else did, what was she supposed to do? The instant that thought appeared, Hesia felt as if black cloth had suddenly covered her eyes. She could see no color at all. Her ears rang. Her mind went completely blank, just as she slowly sank into an endless abyss. My puzzled question reached her ears. Hesia's past? What past? 3 pairs of eyes landed on me at once, but I only looked at Hesia with a bright smile. "Have you ever killed anyone?" Hesia swallowed, her throat dry and hoarse. She replied, "No. The deaths of those he family members had no direct connection to her. Otherwise, she would never have been able to sit safely in her current position." I narrowed my eyes. My gaze was very dangerous. This question was even more absurd. Yet Hesia still obediently shook her head. "No. Then have you been married? Divorced? Had children? Or do you have some hidden idealized old flame you deeply love?" At once, the desolation in Hesia's heart was disrupted by my ridiculous joking. She looked seriously into my eyes. "I have never married and never divorced. There are no children either. And also, what is an idealized old flame? I do not love any old flame. I only love you." Perfect. Full marks for that answer. I took her hand, pale from how tightly she'd been gripping it. Then I domineeringly slid my fingers between hers. Then I turned to Lu Sheng and Mu Wan. "Mom, Dad, Arcia is so well behaved. Even if she did something wrong in the past, someone else must have forced her into it." The warmth of my palm slowly traveled through her hand and reached Hesia's heart. The only color left in her vision was enough to sketch my outline. The steady me. The me protecting her without the slightest hesitation. Just like last time at the Zhou family. That abyss deep enough to swallow her whole had reached its bottom, and what appeared before her now was a whole mountainside of fragrance. Everything she had once feared, before me, standing here firmly defending her, became nothing more than decoration for her happiness. Hesia's grip on my hand slowly tightened, but she controlled it so carefully it would not hurt me. She took a deep breath. Her gaze fell on Lu Sheng and Mu Wan, whose expressions revealed neither joy nor anger. "Uncle, Annie, I will never hurt Xiao Chen. I do not need you and Annie to believe me, but I will spend my whole life proving it." Her eyes were so sincere and firm that Lu Sheng and Mu Wan could not help being moved. Most importantly, they never stopped me once I had made my decision. Lu Sheng gave a soft sigh. That fierce protectiveness is just like me. My stance in protecting Hesia was already obvious. Lu Sheng knew saying more would be useless. He stood up. He placed a hand on my shoulder and one on Hesia's. "As for you two, your mother and I will not interfere anymore." "See ya." Lu Sheng's gaze returned to Hesia. This time, he no longer hid the admiration in his eyes. "You're Annie, and I mention your past. Not because we think you did anything wrong. It is precisely because you did well. Because you did the right thing. That your excellence made me wary of you. I suppose I am getting old. I cannot help thinking, when I can no longer protect him, what will happen to my Xiao Chen? So, I thought it would be best to stop the danger before it could grow. But your excellence also forced me to admit that with you before him, this brat will probably never like anyone else again. Our chairman Lu is so capable. That day will never come." Seeing my old father's reddened eyes, I let go of Hesia's hand, stood up, and hugged him. "I am still young. Dad, you still have to keep working hard. I still want to coast for a while. You brat. You and Sia can work hard yourselves." Lu Sheng looked helpless. After saying that, he turned and took his wife's hand. "Your mother and I are going on a date. You two can arrange your own evening. Since coming back, we have had to stay with you every day. No matter how precious you are, watching you every day still gets annoying. Mu Wan laughed at the father and son's banner. From the corner of her eye, she saw Hesia staring at them and thought for a moment. Then she gently patted Hesia's arm. Although you and Xiao Chen are not yet at the marriage stage, Annie wants to say something to you as a mother. Arcia is wonderful. Whether as a child or now, you have always been an excellent, truly excellent child. Mom will always be proud of you. When Mu Wan said those words, Hesia's pupils trembled almost imperceptibly. It was almost the exact same tone. Mom will always be proud of you. Those were words Zhou Qiuyun often said to Hesia. Hesia thought she would never hear them again in this life. But she never expected. Even after Lu Sheng and Mu Wan left, Hesia still stood there motionless. Rings of red spread around the corners of her eyes. Her mist-filled eyes looked as if tears might fall at any second. This version of her was like a piece of porcelain that might shatter at any moment, so fragile no one dared touch it. But I pulled her into my arms without hesitation, almost by instinct. Hesia hugged me back, but when she lifted her eyes to look at the person holding her, a tear slipped silently from the corner of her eye. Hesia. I wiped away the damp tear track at the corner of her eye. I feel like I am getting the short end of this. Hesia looked at me in confusion. How so? Those 3 brief words still could not hide her sadness. My heart clenched, but I knew any comfort would sound pale. You have already met my parents. I still have not met yours. Of course I am losing out. As I spoke, I pinched her soft, smooth cheek. So, let's go visit Uncle and Annie. Thump, thump, thump. The instant I said that, Hesia heard it with startling clarity. The sound of her own heartbeat. Reason told her my words meant nothing more. But the greed in her heart tore at the cage where reason had locked it away. At last, Hesia stopped restraining herself. Her hands locked tightly around my waist. Our bodies pressed together. There was almost no space between us. The red at the corners of her eyes no longer carried that heartbreaking fragility from before. In its place was fierce possessiveness. Her gaze locked intensely onto me. Lu Chen, do you know what it means for a man to pay respects to the woman's deceased relatives? I have not really looked into that, but if I had to guess, it probably means I intend to marry you. Her voice was low, but afraid of frightening me. She immediately added, I do not mean to force you to marry me. My finger lightly brushed the soft flesh beneath her chin. Then I smiled and asked back, then how do you know I am not planning to marry you? Lu Chen. Hesia's heart shook hard. She was just about to say something. When I rolled my eyes at her, I suddenly broke free from her arms. We just started dating, and you already want me to marry you. Why do you not just ask for the moon? At that, she froze like a statue. But the next second, she grabbed me again. Her beautiful face was full of pitiful pleading. I'm the one who didn't know better. Young Master Lu, please do not be angry, all right? I leaned straight in and gave her a gentle kiss on the lips. But before she could deepen it, I immediately pulled away. Under her unsatisfied gaze, I smiled and said, come on, my Sia. Let's buy flowers for my future mother-in-law and father-in-law. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the cemetery. The rain had already stopped. All around us was so quiet that only insects could be heard. I held her father's favorite lily of the valley. Hesia held white chrysanthemums. We walked side by side along the blue stone-paved path. Before long, Hesia stopped. Before the gravestones set close together, I watched her bend down with practiced ease and clean the fallen leaves and mud from the stones. Then she solemnly laid down the white chrysanthemums. So I obediently stepped forward too and laid the lily of the valley down. But just as I was about to step back, Hesia suddenly caught my hand. She said nothing. She only stared intently at the photos on the gravestones. Her grip on my hand tightened without her realizing. I could feel her trembling, so I tightened my hand around hers. Only then did her grip slowly ease. Suddenly, she spoke softly. Seeing you here, my parents would be very happy. Her eyes were filled with longing. It was as if she could see that scene. If my dad saw the son-in-law he had been waiting for all these years, he would definitely smile so proudly. My mom would praise me for having such good taste too. That is my precious daughter. Then, she pushed down the pain in her heart and looked at me. Do you know, when my mom saw you at the Vincent family manor, when we were little, she started talking about wanting a son. I was stunned. What? Did I not fall flat on my face back then? Annie saw me looking that pitiful and still wanted one. But Hesia laughed. Lu Chen, Do you have some misunderstanding about your own looks? She began to remember. What truly moved her mother back then was not your adorable appearance at all. It was the way tears welled in your eyes after you fell and got hurt, while you stubbornly pouted and told yourself, "It does not hurt." She admitted, it was not only her. Even her mother at the time had been charmed by the way I endured the pain. I accepted the praise without the slightest modesty. But when I folded my arms and seriously looked at her parents' photos, that vague sense of familiarity returned. And deep down, I knew that feeling was not just because of what she had described. This was not the first time it had appeared. I knew part of my childhood memories were missing. Whenever I tried to ask, my parents would immediately change the subject. There had to be something hidden there. And what unsettled me most was that I felt the part one had forgotten involved not only Heist, but even her parents. I frowned. I was just about to ask clearly, when her phone suddenly rang. "It is Chu Li," Heist said, and turned on speakerphone. But before she could speak, Chu Li's anxious voice exploded from the other end. "Sister Xia, come to the Luo family, quick." Luo Jia got into a huge fight with his parents and is threatening self-harm. The moment she said that, even I was startled. Was he not fine when he came back? What happened now? Hisia's gaze sharpened. "We will be there right away." After saying that, she hung up. I hesitated a little. Should I go too? After all, this is their family matter. It would not be appropriate for me to go, right? But Hisia nodded without hesitation. "I may not be able to persuade Luo Jia. Right now, he listens to you most. You being there will be more useful than me." All right. Once she put it that way, I could not worry about anything else. I grabbed Hisia and hurried out of the cemetery. Meanwhile, at the Luo family home, the dagger in Luo Xia's hand had already cut into his skin. His mother was crying as if her heart were breaking. "My good son, put the knife down, please. Mom is begging you." Luo Jia was crying too, but his eyes were full of resolve. "I want to call off the engagement with the Chu family." His mother was furious and frantic. "Put the knife down and we can talk this through. You and Chu Li grew up together. What is wrong with marrying her?" "Everything is wrong with it." Luo Jia was emotional. "Chu Li sees me as her little brother. I see her as my older sister. How could we possibly get married?" Seeing the dagger wavering at his neck, his father hurried to placate him. Fine. We will do as you say. If you will not marry Chu Li, do you want to marry Chiyu instead? That works too. I will go discuss it with the Chu family right now." As soon as those words came out, everyone present turned in unison toward Chu Li, who had just hung up with Hisia. They thought Chu Li would fly into a rage, that she would be angry. But she was not. Instead, she looked calmly at Luo Jia. "I have already called Sister Xia. Lu Chen is coming too." "Luo Jia, you can resist, but you should not gamble with your life." "I do not care." Luo Jia growled stubbornly. Then he looked at his cold-faced father. "Is it true that aside from someone from the Chu family, I have no other choice?" Luo Xia's father answered without hesitation. "Yes." One word. It shattered every last illusion. Luo Jia laughed through his tears. "In your eyes, the family's interests will always matter more than me." His voice trembled. "Even though I am your only son." "That is not true." His mother shook her head through her tears. "Your father loves you. Put down the knife. Mom will agree to call off the engagement, all right?" "No." But Luo Xia's father immediately snapped back. He pointed at Luo Jia and roared. "This is because you spoiled him too much. That is how he became this lawless brat." "Luo Jia, I am telling you clearly today. The engagement will not be called off. You either marry Chu Li, or you marry Chiyu. Choose for yourself." He had long since seen through it. If Luo Jia truly wanted to take his own life, he would not have made such a huge scene. So he was not afraid at all. But when Luo Jia heard those words, the disappointment in his eyes turned completely into despair. "I knew it. In your eyes, I will never matter as much as the Luo family's business. To you, I am just a tool to secure cooperation with the Chu family." As soon as he said that, his mother's legs nearly gave out. She pleaded through her tears. "My child, Mom is begging you. Put the knife down. Do not scare me anymore." "Mom." Seeing his mother like that, Luo Xia's heart clenched with pain too. He had thought about it too. What was wrong with marrying Chu Li, who treated him so well? But what if? What if one day Chu Li met the man she truly loved? That feeling of a heart racing out of control, of eyes following someone without looking away. What would I do then? If Chu Li met her true love, what would I do? And when that time came, if I could give her nothing, what would Chu Li do? I do not want that. I absolutely do not want to trap her in that kind of pain. If I died, would all of this be solved? That thought grew stronger and stronger. He gave his mother one last reluctant look. The hand holding the knife suddenly lifted. Then it came down swiftly and decisively. Luo Jia. When his father saw this, he scrambled toward him in a panic. But when he saw more and more blood on the floor, it was as if his soul had left his body. He could not move. Just then, a startled cry suddenly rang out. Chu Li, are you crazy? Luo Jia's mother quickly looked up. Only then did she see that Chiu had somehow circled behind Luo Jia. She had caught the falling blade with her bare hand. One part of her hand gripped Luo Jia's hand, while the other was pressed between the blade and him. All the blood on the floor was flowing from her palm. The instant she grabbed the knife, Luo Jia tried to pull back his strength, but he had struck with the resolve to die. That force could not be withdrawn at all. I am not crazy. Chu Yu's bloodshot eyes stared hard at Luo Jia. Her voice shook with fear and shock. You really wanted to die. If she had been 1 second later, if her hand had not blocked the blade, Luo Jia really would have died. Her whole body trembled with lingering fear. Why use such an extreme method? How can you care so little about your own life? What does it have to do with you? Let go. Luo Jia stared fixedly at her hand gripping the knife, but she only held it tighter, watching more and more blood pour from her palm. Luo Jia was frightened. He could only admit defeat. He was the first to let go. The next second, Chiu snatched the knife away. Blood dripped faster and faster. Anyone who saw it would feel the pain. But at that moment, Chiu only stared at the wound on Luo Jia's neck. Stared at the wound on Luo Jia's neck. Pain flashed in her eyes. Just then, Chu Li arrived. As if seeing his last lifeline, Luo Jia cried out urgently. Chu Yu's hand. Hurry and take him to a doctor. I know. Chu Li patted his head soothingly. But promise me first. No more impulsive moves. She could see it clearly. If not for Chu Yu, Luo Jia would already be dead. Luo Jia pressed his lips together. Though he said nothing, Chu Li knew he probably no longer had the courage to try a second time. Only then did she look at Chu Yu. Come with me first. Let us treat that wound. They had barely left when Luo Jia's father rushed up to him. He did not even look at the wound on Luo Jia's neck. Instead, he shouted furiously. Absurd. If you had really died, that would be one thing. But now you have made second Miss Chu's hand end up like that. How am I supposed to answer to the Chu family? Why did I have a senseless thing like you? Luo Jia finally saw his father clearly, so he let out a cold laugh. My mother gave birth to me. What does that have to do with you? Those words enraged him completely. He actually raised his hand high in front of everyone. But Luo Jia did not dodge. He just stared stubbornly into his eyes, trying to find even a trace of softness there. But there was nothing. There was only anger in his eyes. Anger that Luo Jia had defied him. The last shred of hope in Luo Jia's heart vanished completely as that slap came down. Just as that hand was about to strike Luo Jia's face, a cold voice suddenly cut in. Mr. Luo, what a temper. Xia made a commanding entrance, and behind her was me, her little tagalong. With that one short sentence, Luo Jia's father's hand froze in midair. The next second, Luo Jia's mother immediately shielded him behind her. Like a mother hen protecting her chick, she glared at Luo Jia's father. How can you still bring yourself to hit him? If you had not forced him into a marriage alliance with the Chu family, none of this would have happened today. He is your only child. How can you bear to do this? Luo Jia's father still tried to argue. If he had just obeyed me. Slap? Before he could finish, a crisp slap rang out. It was Luo Jia's mother. She had actually slapped Luo Jia's father hard. Her chest heaved violently. She screamed word by word. How much more obedient do you want him to be? He knew you did not like him. The friends he made, the things he studied, all of it followed your demands. How much more obedient do you want him to be? Listen to me, Luo. I only have this one son in my life. If you want to trade my son's life for money, then divorce me. Go find another woman and have another child. The moment those words came out, Luo Jia's father was completely stunned. He covered his face, awkward and cornered. Listen to what you are saying. How can I possibly find another woman? But Luoxia's mother ignored him completely. She spun around sharply. She looked toward Hesia, who had just spoken. Did Chu Li ask you to come? In Gangcheng, probably only Chu Li had that kind of influence to invite Hesia over at any time. Hesia nodded. Then her gaze fell on Luoxia. She said nothing, but that icy look seemed to say everything. The next second, Luoxia's mouth trembled. Tears dropped one after another. Before Hesia could scold him, Luoxia hurried behind me. He wanted me to put in a good word for him. But this time, I did not defend him as I had before. I turned sideways. With both hands, I gripped his trembling shoulders. Then I looked at him coldly. The moment Luoxia saw the severity in my eyes, he cried even harder. Lu Chen, please do not scold me. Seeing him like this, I could not quite say the rebuke on the tip of my tongue. So I sighed helplessly and said, putting a knife to yourself is the most pathetic thing you can do. My smile was clearly gentle. Yet everyone present felt an inexplicable chill. While Luoxia was trembling with fear, I spoke again. Remember this next time. Aim the knife at the person you hate. After saying that, I abruptly turned my head. I looked at Luoxia's father, whose face was still ashen. Chairman Luo, do you think my words make sense? The man who had come with Hesia was not someone Luoxia's father dared defend, but agreeing to that would be the same as admitting he was the person Luoxia hated. There was no way out, so he could only ask Hesia cautiously. And this gentleman is? Hesia withdrew her gaze. Her voice was steady. Rongsheng Group's Asia regional head, Lu Chen. As soon as she said that, Luoxia's father's expression changed instantly. Young Master Lu is absolutely right. He immediately lowered his head. His manner was full of flattery. I gave a soft scoff. I lowered my eyes to Luoxia. Your father only has you. Everything he is guarding now will be yours one day. If you die now, wouldn't that be a massive loss? Luoxia sniffed at once. Then he nodded hard. I understand. Seeing his father's ugly expression, Luoxia suddenly felt strangely satisfied. I curved my lips in satisfaction. Then I asked him again. So, what are you going to do now? Luoxia's eyes went blank for a moment, but soon, they turned utterly determined. He spun around. Facing his father, he roared. I'm calling off the engagement with the Chu family. This is not a discussion, and it is not a plea. It is a notice. If you insist on keeping this so-called engagement, then go become the Chu family's live-in son-in-law yourself. Luoxia's father almost blurted out, unfilial son. But the moment he met my dark gaze, those two words stuck in his throat. His face turned green with rage. But this time, Luoxia refused to yield an inch. He stared straight back at him. I mean what I say. At worst, I stopped being the young master of the Luo family. The shares my mom gave me are enough for me to squander for a lifetime. Once my mom divorces you, I will take her out to hire male models every day. Now that was an interesting ambition. I could not help laughing out loud. Then I walked to Hesia's side and took her hand. Luoxia's father was so furious he clenched his fist. He wanted to slap him across the face. But he looked at Hesia, then looked at me. In the end, he swallowed it down in humiliation. This time, Luoxia finally got a taste of satisfaction. He finally understood the joy of throwing his weight around. Then his eyes darted. With a grin, he pulled out his big move. If you do not call off the engagement tomorrow, I will sell every share I have to the Chu family. Then your Luo family can belong to the Chus from now on. You unfilial son. How dare you? This time, Luoxia's father completely lost composure. But Luoxia merely curled his lip. Try me. See if I dare. He had struck his father's vital weak point. After all, he held 8% of the Luo family shares. That hit Luoxia's father exactly where it hurt. He had no choice but to compromise. But then, Luoxia's father's expression suddenly went calm. He stared at Luoxia with a sinister chill. What if calling off the engagement gets Chu Li expelled from the Chu family? If so, do you still want to end it? The moment he said that, Luoxia's brows tightened at once. What do you mean? He could disregard himself. But he could not disregard Chu Li, the sister of his. But before Luoxia's father could look pleased, Chu Li walked over. Uncle, isn't it going too far to use me to threaten Luoxia? Besides, she folded her arms and stood beside Luoxia. Her wine-red hair was especially striking. Whether I am the one who cannot leave the Chu family, or the Chu family is the one that cannot do without me, is still hard to say. Unexpectedly, Luoxia's father gave a disdainful smile. Confidence is a good thing. Unfortunately, you do not get to speak for the Chu family. His eyes seemed to say, you are only an illegitimate daughter. How dare you make noise here? But this involved Chu Li's reputation. If he said it aloud in front of so many people, Hesia would likely mark it down against him. That would not be worth it. Looking at Luoxia's uneasy eyes, his father smiled strangely. Do not do something you will regret for the rest of your life. After saying that, he turned and left. Luoxia wanted to chase after him and demand an answer, but Chu Li grabbed him and held him back. He was frantic. What did my dad mean just now? Why would ending the engagement get you thrown out of the Chu family? Chu Li rubbed his head. She said lightly, do not listen to his nonsense. Besides, I have Sister Xia protecting me. Even if I leave the Chu family, I will not starve. What are you afraid of? But that was not the answer Luoxia wanted. He looked to his mother for help, but Luoxia's mother could only shake her head helplessly, because she truly did not know. Luoxia's eyes dimmed completely. The next second, he whipped around and stared at Chu Li. If you will not tell me, then I will not call off the engagement. He took a deep breath. Then he said something even harsher. At worst, I will just marry you. You will treat me well anyway. You brat. What nonsense are you talking? Chu Li directly flicked Luoxia on the forehead, but seeing his eyes swollen red from crying, her heart softened again. Do you blame me for not making the Chu family bring up ending the engagement? I am the one who wants to end it. Why should you have to bring it up? Luoxia looked at Chu Li and said seriously, you have treated me well all these years. I am not that ungrateful. At least you still have a conscience. Chu Li smiled indulgently. She wiped away the tears Luoxia was about to shed again. She looked toward Chiyu, whose wound had already been stitched. There are some things I plan to tell Luoxia. Do you want to come too? Once she said that, Luoxia's gaze moved to Chiyu before he could stop himself. Seeing the gauze wrapped around her hand, Luoxia's feelings grew complicated. Chiyu quietly hid her injured hand behind her back. You to talk. I will not go. All right, then. Chu Li nodded. She did not really mind whether Chi was present. After all, she had only asked, because Chuyu was one of the people involved. After leaving the Chu family, on the way to Chu Li's place, Luoxia was anxious the whole time. After the car was parked, Chu Li opened the door first and went in. No need to change shoes. Just come straight in. After saying that, she went straight upstairs. I had already guessed in my heart that what she wanted to say might be the private matter Hesia had mentioned. Out of respect, I asked Hesia quietly, how about I wait outside? But Hesia shook her head. If Chu Li minded, she would have said so beforehand. Just then, Chu Li came downstairs with the document envelope. Luoxia asked urgently, Sister Chu Li, what exactly have you been hiding from me? Chu Li patted his shoulder. She signaled for him to sit. Let me show you something first. She handed over the envelope. Luoxia and I opened it at once. Inside were the parentage test reports. The first stated that, based on existing data and analysis, Chu Ding was supported as Chu Li's biological father. When Luoxia saw that, his expression did not change much. But when he saw the second report, his whole body froze. It read, Lanzu is excluded as Chu Li's biological mother. Excluded. Lanzu was Chu Ding's current wife. She was Chu Li's mother. Yet the result was exclusion. Luoxia's eyes went wide and round. Even his voice was trembling. What does this mean? Chu Li's smile looked uglier than crying. She slowly spoke. Every word felt impossibly heavy. I am not my mother's child. Chuyu is. Or rather, I am the illegitimate daughter. Those words struck like thunder. They crashed down on the two of us who had known nothing. Luoxia looked at Chu Li, several times wanting to comfort her. But when the words reached his lips, he did not know what to say. No wonder, whenever he went to the Chu family, he always felt the atmosphere there was strange. When they were little, Aunt Lanzu had clearly doted on Chu Li. But ever since Chuyu came to the Chu family, whenever Luoxia visited the Chu family, he rarely saw Lanzu and Chu Li speaking to each other. Before this, Luoxia had always thought Lanzu was unhappy because an illegitimate daughter had appeared in the family. That was why she had become like this. But the truth was actually this. So Aunt Lanzu had learned that Chu Li was not her child, and that was why she stopped paying attention to Chu Li. Seeing Luojia look as if he wanted to speak but could not, Chu Li slowly let out a breath, as if she meant to pour out all the emotions she had suppressed for years. When I was 17, my father brought Chu back to the Chu family and publicly announced her status as an illegitimate daughter. But the first time I saw her, I felt something was wrong. Chu Li recalled what happened back then. At 17, Chu looked more like my mother than I did. I was not the only one who noticed that. My mother noticed too. So, without my knowing, my mother had someone do a parentage test for her and Chuyu. The results showed that Chuyu and she had a biological mother-daughter relationship. But the test between her and me showed the opposite. After realizing Chuyu and I might have been switched back then, my mother took the results to my father. With the evidence laid before him, my father finally admitted it. Back then, the woman he kept outside and my mother had become pregnant almost at the same time. To keep his child with his mistress from suffering, he switched the two babies. Who could have imagined that? Chu Li laughed at herself. The Chu family young lady everyone envied turned out to be the damned illegitimate daughter. No, wait. Uncle Chu must have something wrong with his head. Luojia was truly stunned. It was bad enough that he cheated. Why did he have to do something this disgusting and hurt you two? There is seriously something wrong with his brain. Seriously. After Luojia cursed the culprit behind all this, he finally said to Chu Li, "You did nothing wrong, and you should not be blamed." Luojia's righteous outrage finally made Chu Li laugh. She gave Luojia a smile that was almost relaxed. Ever since learning the truth, my mother had always wanted to restore Chiyu's true identity, but my father kept suppressing it. Because of that, she hated me even more. Although I believe I did nothing wrong in this matter, as the one who benefited from it, I could not calmly enjoy everything that should have belonged to Chuyu. So I decided to give all of it back to Chuyu. Chu Li did not care about the Chu family fortune. What she cared about was family. It was just that, when she reached this point, Chu Li began speaking through clenched teeth. When I had prepared everything and was ready to reveal the truth, my rotten father directly threatened me with Chuyu and my mother. At the mention of Lanzu, gentle to the bone, even Chu Li could not help feeling wronged on her behalf. Lanzu clearly wanted so badly to restore her biological daughter's identity. Yet she also worried that after Chu Li left the Chu family, the young masters in their circle would bully and mock her. She also feared Chu Li would suffer after losing her comfortable life. So, when she learned Chu Li meant to reveal everything, after hesitating again and again, she chose to stop her too. The ridiculous part was, Chu Ding, the father who seemed to dote on Chu Li, had one main reason for stopping her. He had always thought Luojia liked Chu Li. To maintain the cooperation between the two families, Chu Li absolutely could not leave the Chu family. Otherwise, what if Luojia refused to marry her? Because Chu Ding believed that. Even now, Luojia's father still believed that if Luojia dissolved the engagement with her, she would not even have the right to remain in the Chu family. Only later, she gained another reason, to be qualified to stay in the Chu family. That was her friendship with Hsia. After all, Hsia had taken control of the He family through forceful means. In everyone's eyes, she was a highly sought-after connection beyond reach. Chu Li's friendship with her was enough to make many people envious, to keep my rotten father from sending Chuyu away. And so my mother could see her biological daughter every day. I had no choice but to compromise. I had already been quietly pulling the Chu family shareholders to my side. I was only waiting for the right chance to force the old man down and take power myself. Then whatever happened next would be up to me. But I did not expect, you little brat, to risk your life just to dissolve the engagement. Could you not have discussed it with me first? I only knew you did not like me. I did not know you had other plans. Chu Li said, exasperated because he should have known better. Luojia shrank his neck. If I had known there were so many complicated twists behind this, I definitely would never have brought up dissolving the engagement. But then, as an onlooker, I suddenly spoke up. Puzzled, I asked Chu Li, why did you not tell Luojia about this earlier? If Luojia had known sooner, today's mess never would have happened. But Chu Li did not even need to answer that question. Luojia gave an awkward laugh and said it himself. Because before, I could not keep anything to myself. He flashed a mouthful of bright white teeth, especially in front of my father. To please him, I would tell him anything I knew. Sister Chu Li did not tell me her plan, probably because she feared I would turn around and tell my father. Then my father would tip off Uncle Chu. Before this, to please Luoxia's father, Luoxia really kept no secrets at all, except for the fact that he liked Chuyu. You two really are in sync. I looked, a little impressed, at the two of them grinning foolishly. What I had not understood before finally made sense now. Though the whole mess was twisted enough to make my head hurt, because Luoxia did not want to return to the Luo family. He stayed at Chu Li's place to rest. After Heist and I left the Chu family, the cool night breeze blew over us. Only then did my mind finally clear. Holding Heist's hand, I strolled slowly forward. You knew about Chu Li from the beginning. Yes, Heist nodded. Without a trace, she slipped her fingers between mine. She looked at our interlocked fingers and curled her lips in satisfaction. Only then did she continue. I knew from the moment she began to suspect it. What is Chu Li planning now? I asked. I noticed Heist's little move, but simply indulged her, then let her be. Pull Chu Ding down from the chairman position, and support Lanzu in taking power. I raised an eyebrow. Chu Li does not plan to take over herself. The Chu family is at least a second-tier wealthy family in Gangcheng, and Chu Li is just handing it over. Chu Li is stubborn to a headache-inducing degree. Thinking of Chu Li's personality, even Heist sounded a little helpless. Yet she also felt that this was the real Chu Li. She continued. Toward anyone who treats her well, even if they are only a little kind to her, Chu Li will repay it tenfold, 100-fold. Before Antlan stopped Chu Li from revealing the truth, Chu Li could not bring herself to hurt her in the slightest. And later, for Chu Li's sake, she even chose to wrong her own daughter. So, whatever belongs to Antlan and Chuyu, Chu Li will not touch a single bit of it. Knowing Chu Li's plan, you never thought to make her leave herself a way out. I looked suspiciously at the woman beside me. I felt sure the two of them had kept a backup plan. Heist was not Chu Li. This woman was full of wicked little schemes. She had far too many tricks up her sleeve. After I saw through her so easily, Heist was not annoyed at all. She even lowered her head and nodded happily. Young Master Lu is so clever. Chu Li did leave herself a way out. She said, Xingsu Entertainment. Chu Li is the largest shareholder. My steps paused. I turned to look at Heist, who was grinning like a fool. Xingsu Entertainment has developed so well these past few years. Its artists have gone popular one after another. I always thought there was some expert guiding it from behind. So the expert was our president he all along. Thank you for the compliment. Heist lifted her chin proudly. If young Master Lu likes it, I can give you my shares in Xingsu. Please do not. I swatted away the hand she tried to sneak onto my cheek. I ignored the way her gaze gradually darkened. As a major shareholder of Rongsheng Group, if I took shares in Xingsu, I might not be able to resist swallowing Xingsu whole. Then Chu Li would not even have a place to cry. I analyzed it rationally. But Heist's mind was filled only with my lips moving as I spoke. Today, we had not even kissed yet. Heist, noticing the desire filling her eyes, I grew a little annoyed. I raised my hand. The web between my thumb and forefinger clamped onto Heist's jaw with perfect precision. My index finger lightly brushed her cheek. Then I suddenly realized it felt very nice. So I gently pressed it twice more. Only then did I threaten her with my eyes and question her. I am talking to you. What are you thinking about? Heist caught my hand. Then she rubbed against my palm coaxingly. Only then did she answer slowly. I was thinking. I am about to send young Master Lu home. So, when is young Master Lu going to kiss me? Seeing me stay silent, Heist did not retreat. She pressed closer. She held my hand even more pitifully. She let the full weight of her head rest in my palm. Then she guided my hand upward. She stopped only when one dip of my head would let me kiss her. Then she paused and asked again. I have already been this forward. Is young Master Lu really not considering rewarding me? Sometimes I truly suspected Sia had gone somewhere to master seduction. Her half-lowered eyes showed weakness, yet carried a lingering, moving tenderness that pinned you in place. It made it impossible not to be moved, impossible not to sink into it. I have never been someone who wrongs himself. So the moment Sia's voice fell, I lowered my head and kissed her. The moment I closed my eyes, a flicker of successful mischief crossed Sia's eyes. The hand that had just been holding mine settled at the small of my back. Her palm was slender, yet full of strength. It covered my lower back with effortless ease. With just a little force, her hand pulled me fully into her arms. When she sensed my lips trying to pull away, Heist coaxed me in a breathless whisper. Not enough. As soon as she said it, without waiting for my answer, her other hand cradled the back of my head. After holding me in place, she deepened the kiss with even fiercer possessiveness. Only when I got annoyed and stepped on her foot did Heist reluctantly let me go. You really are. My lips were kissed red and slightly swollen. I glared at the woman who still looked unsatisfied. I racked my brain but could not find the right word. The culprit herself supplied it unhurriedly. Ravenous. In an instant, I could not hold back my laugh. You really do have some self-awareness. Heist just looked at me like that. Her heart felt filled to the brim. After her parents died, Heist had never imagined what she would look like if she fell for someone. But ever since she met me, she had pictured scenes like this more than once. And now, when imagination had become reality, she found herself far happier than she had expected. Far, far happier. One evening a few days later, a wail rang out from a villa in Shangxi. I actually failed to get one. Mu Wan and Lu Sheng looked at me, clutching my phone and howling on the sofa. They both burst out laughing. Lu Sheng adjusted his glasses. I did not get one either. Though Mu Wan clearly did not want to admit it, she still replied as well. Same. Neither of them quite understood my behavior. With my status, if I wanted to attend someone's concert, I could simply say a word to the organizers. Yet I insisted on fighting for tickets myself. I even said it was true fan spirit. I know. Stop talking. I made a stop gesture at them. Then I wiped away tears that did not exist. Tickets to my idol's concert are just that hard to get. I was mentally prepared. No sooner had I said that, I quickly shifted in my seat. A sly smile spread across my face. Good thing I have connections. After saying that, I immediately video called Heist. Are you busy? First, I heard an exaggerated laugh from the other side. Only then did Heist's voice sound. Chu Li is here with me. Baby, did you get tickets to your idol's concert? Right after that, the screen shook. Then Heist's face finally appeared on my phone. Clearly, she had just finished setting up the phone stand. Oh my, baby. Before I could even speak, Chu Li's affected voice floated over again. Meeting Heist's warning look, Chu Li not only refused to stop, she was even ready to deliver some grand truth. But the words had barely reached her lips when Heist picked up the file on her desk and threw it at her. Helpless, Chu Li scrambled to catch the file, while shouting, "This humble maidservant has never heard my president call anyone baby before." Her voice came through in broken bursts, but I still heard every word clearly. My grin nearly stretched to my ears. See ya. Since Chu Li is there, ask her to do me a favor. Thinking I had something serious to say, Chu Li stopped doing her absurdist bit. She immediately strode over and stood before Heist's desk. She asked loudly, "What favor? If it is your favor, I will definitely help. I remember Song Fei is an artist under your company. Isn't that information anyone can find online? Did you really need to ask?" Chu Li could not quite figure out what I wanted. Still, she answered honestly. I know Song Fei pretty well. He works very hard, and he has an easygoing temper. Why are you asking about him? To get tickets to his Jing City concert. I am about to cry. This was already the third ticket release, and I still failed to get any. I did not just try myself. I even asked Gu Xiao and the others to help. But if you cannot get them, you just cannot get them. Hearing that, Chu Li's anxious heart instantly settled. I thought something terrible had happened. Do not worry. I will say the word and have someone send you the tickets. Absolutely the best seats. Good. Thank you, Chu Li. After thanking her, I added another line. Once Song Fei's contract with Xingsu expires, I will definitely poach him. Then I won't have to trouble you anymore, Chu Li. Chu Li's face darkened at once. Lu Chen. Young Master Lu. Chairman Lu. Please spare my cash cow. Besides, it is not like you are short on money. Chu Li begged for mercy so fast it caught me off guard. I chuckled. I neither agreed nor refused. Seeing that, Chu Li immediately turned to Heist for help. You have a stake in Xingsu too. Are you just going to watch? Heist lifted her eyes and glanced at her. What nonsense are you saying? Isn't everything of mine his? The corner of Chu Li's mouth twitched. Fine. Now I finally understand what love brain means. She looked at Heist, speechless. Then she leaned toward the phone standing on the desk and put herself in frame. When she saw my ridiculously handsome face on the screen, Chu Li had to admit she was stunned all over again. Now I understand why our president, he is love-brained. If I had a husband this handsome, I would give him everything too. Hesia pushed her head aside in disgust. My baby does not want to look at you. Chu Li, forced to tilt her head away, had only one thought at that moment. She wanted to destroy every love-brained couple in the honeymoon phase. Watching Hesia face Chu Li, and seeing the warmth in her eyes, I suddenly felt a little grateful. Grateful that, in all the years after she lost her parents, she had Chu Li, this sun-like, bright and cheerful girl, by her side. Chu Li, I suddenly spoke. When Chu Li looked over in confusion, I said, you helped me with a favor. So, let me help you with one too. What do you mean? Chu Li still did not understand why I had suddenly said that, but Hesia's eyes had already changed. Find the right opportunity and convene a shareholders meeting, I said seriously. With Rongsheng added as a bargaining chip, the Chu family shareholders will stand on your side without hesitation. The shares in Chu Ding's hands only exceed Lanzu's by a few percentage points, as long as you gain the shareholders' support. Replacing the chairman will not be difficult. What did you say? Hearing my words, Chu Li was so excited she nearly picked up the phone and kissed it twice. But with Hesia there, she truly did not have the nerve. So she bounced twice in place, and could not help lowering her head to confirm with me. Are you serious? I smiled non-committally. Absolutely true. Good. Chu Li had originally planned to wait a while longer. Now, as long as I cooperated and released a little news, those shareholders would surely know how to choose. After all, as long as they built a connection with me, it would be all upside and no downside for the Chu family's future. With such a huge opportunity suddenly dropped into her lap, Chu Li no longer had any interest in being a third wheel here. She thanked me again and again, then immediately left Hesia's office to prepare. Only Hesia remained in the office. Looking at her, my heart ached a little. Still not off work this late. I'd just finished an international meeting. After answering my question, Hesia looked at me and said, thank you, Lu Chen. I could have stayed out of Chu Li's affairs, but I had taken the initiative to help. This way, Chu Li would certainly be able to sooner shake off the heavy shell of the Chu family. But I merely winked at her. After all, Chu Li helped me too. That was what I said. But Hesia understood perfectly. It was only a concert ticket. I had countless easier ways to get one, and she had been right there just now. I could have asked her directly. But the moment I knew Chu Li was there, I immediately turned and asked Chu Li for help instead. My purpose was simply to let Chu Li accept my help with peace of mind. Lu Chen, seeing the emotion in Hesia's eyes, I smiled at her. Did you not say that from now on? What is yours is mine. If I help Chu Li break free from the Chu family sooner, she can wholeheartedly make money for me at Xingsu. I think I come out ahead. Yes. Hesia watched my sly smile, and her heart softened completely. My baby is the best at planning. I raised an eyebrow. Do you still need to keep working? Do you need a handsome, considerate, gentle baby to keep you company? How would you keep me company? Hesia looked at me with interest. Just keep the video call on like this. You do your work. I will do my own thing, I said with a smile. After my parents returned to the country, I no longer had to worry about company matters for now. I was happy to take it easy. Hesia already wanted to cling to me every moment, even if it was only through a video call. After getting Hesia's affirmative answer, I said goodbye to my parents, who were curled up together beside me watching financial news. I greeted my parents and went upstairs, watching my light, quick figure from behind. Lu Sheng let out a sigh. That girl Hesia has some skill. She has our precious son completely bewitched. Mu Wan laughed softly. I never imagined Xiaoya would be this obedient in front of Chen. She seems to have no temper at all. Whatever Chen says goes. She is nothing like the Hesia everyone thinks they know. It is all just her way of seducing my son. Lu Sheng saw through it and said it outright. After speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Mu Wan's forehead. She barely has a bit of my old self in her. Seeing how smug he looked, Mu Wan gave a soft snort. I wonder who was so hopelessly in love with me back then, yet still stubbornly said he would introduce me to a boyfriend. Then after I agreed, his defenses crumbled. He sat downstairs from me all night. After sitting in the cold wind, he had a high fever the next day, and he still refused to go to the hospital. Instead, he came pitifully to me, acting miserable so I would soften. Mu Wan thought of the foolish things Lu Sheng had done back then. Her eyes were full of laughter. But if Lu Sheng had not taken the initiative, With her reserved and insecure nature at the time, she probably never would have confessed her feelings to him. Thinking of that, Muwan tightened her hold on Lu Sheng's hand. Thankfully, he had always run toward her with unwavering certainty. Seeing Muwan recall the past, Lu Sheng's expression showed a rare trace of embarrassment. But very quickly, he regained the initiative. He lowered his head and lifted his wife into his arms. In that case, my dear wife should be a little softer with me tonight too. At noon the next day, in Jing City, when the three of us came out of the airport, it was the hottest part of the day. Even though the airport had air conditioning, the dry air still made people drowsy. I leaned listlessly against Mom. Behind my sunglasses, my eyes, from all the constant yawning, were already filled with tears. The family driver was supposed to pick us up today, but his wife had suddenly fallen seriously ill. So Aunt Zhao decided to let him go to the hospital first. As for the car, it was already parked in the lot. While I was yawning nonstop, Dad had already found someone and gotten the keys. Since Mom and Dad had not gotten domestic driver's licenses yet, the job of driving could only fall to me. I patted my own face. Then I hopped twice in place. After forcing myself awake, I took the keys from Dad. Value your life. Do not drive tired. Hearing me mutter to myself, Mom and Dad both curved their lips into smiles. Muwan and Lu Sheng had been to Jing City before, but whether they came for business or to visit me, neither of them had ever really looked closely at the city. Now that they finally had nothing weighing on their minds, they watched the passing scenery the whole way home. Every now and then, they chatted a little. Listening to them, I would occasionally add a few words. Mom, after I finish the concert, I will find some time to take you to see my school. Sure. There was longing in Muwan's eyes too. Jing University is one of the country's top schools. Your dad and I definitely have to see it. But speaking of that, Muwan suddenly smiled. Your dad and I only hoped he would be healthy and safe. We never imagined you would get into Jing University. After I returned to the country, I no longer had Mom and Dad by my side, and Aunt Zhao spoiled me terribly. So from the very beginning, Lu Sheng and Muwan only hoped my values would not go off track, and that I would stay healthy. They never expected me to get straight into Jing University after the Gaokao. That truly gave them a huge surprise. You had way too little confidence in me, I replied while watching the road. Besides, I am going to inherit our family fortune one day. Without some real ability, I might get cheated. I really am. Dad could not help raising his hand and tapping me on the head. If I say you are useless, you got into Jing University. But if I say you are promising, all you think about is inheriting the family fortune. Can you have some other dream? I tuck my neck in. Our family fortune is that huge. Isn't it meant for me to inherit? And even if I worked hard, it would be hard to surpass the empire Mom and Dad built. The empire I built for my good son. Right? To be fair, there was nothing wrong with that. Lu Sheng sighed in resignation. Yes. It is all yours. Once you enter the company and fully get the hang of it, I will transfer all the shares to you. Although Lu Sheng spoiled his son, he would not gamble with the futures of all those people who depended on the company for their living. If I were not capable, he would rather let me be a carefree, pampered freeloader for life. He would never let me destroy so many people's hard work and futures. Good. Then it is a deal. I parked the car steadily in the space outside our house. Then I turned back and gave Dad an obedient smile. Seeing me deliberately act sweet, Lu Sheng and Muwan exchanged a glance. They both knew they had no way to deal with me. After we got home and ate the lunch Aunt Zhao had prepared, I went straight back to my room to catch up on sleep. When I woke up that afternoon, I saw Mom, Dad, and Aunt Zhao still sitting there chatting. Curious, I went over to them. When I saw Aunt Zhao holding videos from after I returned to the country, I hurriedly covered the screen in embarrassment. Aunt Zhao, how do you even have the video of me nearly burning down the kitchen while cooking? Seeing my embarrassed irritation, Mom raised her hand and stroked my head. Your dad and I missed too much of your childhood because of the company. I am grateful Aunt Zhao specially recorded so many of your first as you grew up for us to see. If you feel embarrassed, go out and have fun by yourself. We have not finished watching yet. It was clearly a very gentle comfort, but I somehow heard a trace of annoyance that I was interrupting my dear mother watching videos. I sighed helplessly. Fine. Watch them. I am going to see my idol. After saying that, I turned and went out. By the time I reached Jing City Stadium, There were only a little over 20 minutes before the concert began. I looked back at the venue, which was almost completely full. I opened wide-angle mode on my phone, took a photo, and sent it to Heist. I am already at the stadium. Soon, I received Heist's reply. Who is picking you up when it ends? I drove here myself. I will slip out after the last song. I probably will not get stuck in traffic. Alright. Then I wish young Master Lu smooth travels. Seeing Heist's reply, I curled my lips into a smile. I put my phone away. Then I picked up my camera and kept taking photos. The countdown to the concert had already begun. There were barely any empty seats left in the whole venue. I put my camera away. I was ready to seriously watch my idol's concert. But at some point, a figure had appeared beside me. Hello. Could you let me pass? That voice. I suddenly lifted my head. My gaze instantly crashed into the deep, gentle eyes of the person before me. See ya. Startled and delighted, I looked at the person who had appeared so suddenly. Did you not have things to handle? I finished. I felt I could make it in time. So I rushed over to keep you company. As she spoke, Heist naturally picked up the camera from my lap, which I had not packed away yet, and put it into the bag. Seeing the crisp business suit she was wearing, I knew. She probably had not even had time to change before rushing over. It would be a lie to say I was not moved. When a person is already materially satisfied, emotional resonance becomes the most captivating thing. I held Heist's hand and had her sit beside me. Then I placed my hand in her palm. I let her fingers slide into mine. You don't need to worry. I only like you. That word only was more moving than any confession. Heist badly wanted to kiss the person beside her. But considering this was a public place, she restrained herself. The countdown to the concert sounded by my ears. Yet I still could not move my eyes away from Heist. What we did not know was that, in those few brief seconds of eye contact, countless stunning photos had already been captured from every angle. I never thought I would come to my fave's concert and end up shipping such an amazing couple. Those looks, that aura, if they do not marry on the spot, how is that fair to us? Soon, photo after photo climbed onto the trending topics. While we were immersed in the concert atmosphere, the outside world and the internet had already exploded. The tag God tier looks non-celebrity couple hit trending topics on every platform. One got pushed down, and another rose right back up. Sharp-eyed people instantly sensed that our identities were not simple. Then they shipped us even more wildly. What is this? A wealthy young heir and a domineering female CEO come to life. You are telling us not to ship them? Then we are absolutely shipping them. Lost in the concert. I had no idea Heist and I, because of our looks, had already trended several times. When it reached the song where the concert always released streamers, I pulled Heist sideways with our backs to the stage. We took a cheek-to-cheek selfie. Amid the streamers fluttering down, I smiled wide and looked at Heist beside me, only to find she was looking at me too. Our eyes met, and all that noise, the phone I held up, froze the photo at that exact moment. Without hesitation, I seized the chance and kissed the corner of Heist's lips. Then I smiled naturally, turned back, and sat properly again. Heist, caught off guard by the sneak attack, froze. She had always thought I was the type who did not like being to animate in public. My love might be intense, but I still knew the occasion. But just now, with so many people around us, I had actually kissed her. Heist's hand unconsciously settled on the spot I had just kissed. A doting smile she did not even notice hung on her face. By the time she came back to herself, she found me staring in shock at a staff member holding a camera and filming straight at us. And beside him, another staff member was holding a microphone. I quickly realized this was the song request sing-along segment at Song Face concert. Heist gave the staff member handing her the microphone a polite smile. Give it to my boyfriend. He is Song Face fan. I came with him today. The woman's voice carried a lazy, casual drawl as it echoed through the stadium. The doting tone in the words "my boyfriend" instantly made the audience scream. At those screams, I nodded proudly as if honored by association. But once I realized what Heist had just said, the smile on my face stiffened. Give it to me. Oh my God. I did not think I had ever sung in front of Heist. Even tonight. Why had I held back all night and not sung a single word? Was it so I could embarrass myself in front of even more people now? Only, the staff gave me no chance to refuse. They put the microphone directly in front of me. No way to back out. That phrase floated through my mind. Yet my hand honestly took the microphone in front of me. On stage, Song Fei walked to the very front. He watched me with a warm smile. Before the song request segment begins, I have a little gossip question to ask. Would that be all right? I let out a breath. Everyone else thought I was nervous. Only I knew that I really was nervous. But I was not nervous about talking to my idol. I was nervous about soon humiliating myself in front of my idol and all his fans. I pressed my lips together. Meeting Song Fei's curious gaze, I nodded. Sure. Go ahead. Hearing that, Song Fei relaxed as well. He boldly asked me, "Are you and the lady beside you a couple?" Before I could answer, the other fans shouted in unison, "Yes." That volume made it sound like they would fight anyone who tried to break up this couple. Then I admitted it openly. She is my girlfriend. She is the person I like most. Song Fei could not hold back. He let out an admiring wow. Then he looked toward Hesia. You are very lucky. Yes. Hesia looked at the microphone I tilted toward her. She said softly, I am the lucky one. Across 3 lifetimes. Oh my god. How am I being force-fed couple PDA at a concert? I am eating it up. Lock them in, lock them in. Please stay locked together forever. My fave has such good taste. When the crowd's chatter finally quieted a little, Song Fei asked me again. So, what song would you like to request? I thought about it. I decided to choose the ballad I was best at. Corridor. Song Fei seemed a little surprised that I knew a song he had written when he first debuted. His eyes curved with a smile. He settled it at once. Then let us sing Corridor together. As Song Fei's voice fell, the accompaniment began. I held the microphone and waited for Song Fei to start. Seeing my lips pressed tight and my body tense, Hesia held my hand in silent encouragement. I felt the warmth of her palm. I moved the microphone farther away and leaned close to Hesia. I do not think I ever told you. I sing beautifully. Enjoy it properly in a moment. Hesia truly had never heard me sing. Hearing that, she nodded seriously. All right. The singing began. The melody was sorrowful and lingering, paired with Song Fei's story-rich voice. It easily pulled people into the song and the heartbreak of its protagonist's breakup. When the chorus arrived, Song Fei began from the stage. Confidently, I brought the microphone to my lips. Confidently, I started singing. In an instant, the hands waving glow sticks froze right where they were. Even Song Fei on stage slowly widened his eyes. His gaze was full of disbelief at what he had just heard. Oh my god. My fave and this guy are singing the same song. Right? They should be, right? A word or two lands on pitch now and then. No, wait. This song is so emotional. How did he make it sound like a pig being slaughtered? Help me. By the time half the song was over, amid the dead silence, I did not even dare look up at Song Fei's expression on stage. All I could say was that, with me singing like that, Song Fei still had not been dragged off key by me. That proved he truly had skill. I leaned sideways and bumped Hesia's shoulder. Did it sound good? When I asked, the microphone was still in my hand. Although I deliberately moved it away, it still caught a bit of my voice, with the whole audience trying not to laugh. Hesia answered with a perfectly straight face. It sounded good. Her firm, utterly sincere voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked like, wow. So this is true love. On the big screen, the corner of my bitten lip curved up without restraint. After returning the microphone to the staff, I smiled and leaned onto Hesia's shoulder. I like the way you lie with such a serious face too. I clasped Hesia's hand. When we get home, I will reward you with a kiss. Hearing that, Hesia quietly let out a breath of relief. Only heaven knew that the moment her precious troublemaker opened his mouth, Hesia had thought through every serious thing before she managed to keep her expression steady. The concert continued. Now I no longer had to hold myself back. I sang along to every song, not missing a single word. By the end, my voice had gone a little hoarse. When it came time for everyone to jump and dance together, Hesia naturally stood behind me, watching me wave my glow stick and bounce along to the rhythm. The corners of her mouth lifted unconsciously. So, what if my baby sings off-key? It did not affect her feelings for him at all. On the contrary, she was overjoyed to know him in all his imperfect fullness. When Song Fei was halfway through his final song, I took Hesia's hand and slipped away. When we reached the parking lot, Hesia offered first. I will drive. Let me do it. You definitely have not rested today. You can sleep for a while. After saying that, I opened the passenger door and urged Hesia in. Get in, get in. Hesia really was a little tired today, so she did not insist. She went along with me and sat in the passenger seat. Soon, the car left the stadium, just as I had expected. Traffic had not started backing up outside yet. Still, I did not waste any time. Only after the car had left the roads around the stadium did I slowly lower my speed. While waiting at a traffic light, I turned my head, about to speak to Hesia. But the person who had been chatting with me not long ago was already asleep against the seat. Her expression was clearly relaxed, but exhaustion still lingered faintly between her brows. My heart ached a little. I drove even more steadily. I did not wake Hesia. Instead, I took her straight home. There was a guest room she could stay in anyway. When we reached the front door, Hesia woke at the slight movement. As soon as she lifted her eyes, she met my intent gaze. Sorry. She shifted her slightly stiff waist. I fell asleep by accident. If you are tired, you should rest. Why apologize? As I spoke, I led her into the house. I brought her to the guest room. I prepared everything she might need and handed it to Hesia. When I left the guest room, I said, "Good night." Hesia nodded. Sweet dreams. After returning to my room, I did not go to sleep right away. Instead, I pulled up the photos from the day Hesia and I went hiking, along with the couple photos we usually took, and the photos from today's concert. I chose 9 of them. Then I added the caption, "Mine." Meanwhile, after receiving the special WeChat Moments notification, Hesia opened my WeChat Moments. When she saw the post, her heartbeat sped beyond her control. She stared at the page for a long time. Only then did she reply beneath it, "Yours?" After posting that WeChat moment, I said good night to Hesia again. Then I tossed my phone aside and went to sleep. At the same time, at Chengyi, a cry of shock rang out from the private room, from someone who had been playing on their phone. Mei Liangxin glanced at them but said nothing. She simply reached out and snatched away the wine Chen Qingshuang was about to drink again. Even if you drink yourself to death, Lu Chen will not come look at you. What is the point of torturing yourself like this? There is no point. Shen Qingshuang snatched back the wine Mei Liangxin had taken. She tipped her head back and drained it clean. Her once seductive, amorous eyes were now filled with frightening red veins. She swallowed the harsh wine. She felt the fiery burn in her stomach. Then she murmured, deceiving herself, "Why have I gotten drunk so many times? And he still has not come to see me. Clearly, he used to care so much about me. Why does he not want me anymore?" Liangxin. Shen Qingshuang asked the person beside her in confusion. Was my mistake really that unforgivable? Mei Liangxin was silent for a moment. Is there really any difference between one person and 10? Even I can see that Lu Chen left you, because he can no longer trust you. As soon as those words came out, Shen Qingshuang's already shattered heart trembled. She leaned weakly against the sofa. She raised a hand to cover her tear-soaked eyes. Did she really not know why Lu Chen had left? She simply did not want to admit she had lost him like this. Holy crap, it is actually real. As the oppressive mood spread on the side, another cry of shock rang out. Shen Qingshuang kicked the drinks table in front of her. She looked up and snapped angrily. Can you stop freaking out over every little thing? The private room went quiet for an instant, but someone still took out a phone and handed it over. You should look at your phone before you lose your temper. Mei Liangxin frowned. As Shen Qingshuang took out her phone, Mei also leaned in. She wanted to see what had happened. The next second, the temperature in the entire private room seemed to drop to freezing. Shen Qingshuang stared at the messages. Her breath seemed to be cut off. She shook her head. Her voice came out hurried. I do not believe it. These are photoshopped pictures. Shin, give me your phone. After saying that, she reached toward Mei Liangxin. Mei Liangxin hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping herself. In the end, she still handed Shen Qingshuang the phone. Shen Qingshuang's hands trembled. Slowly, she opened Mei Liangxin's WeChat Moments. The first post was the one I had made a few minutes earlier. Seeing the 2 words, mine, Shen Qingshuang nearly lost her grip on the phone. Even so, she still enlarged every photo I had posted and examined them one by one. She saw the happy, blissful smile in my eyes. She saw how, in every photo, his gaze rested on me. Shen Qingshuang's heart felt as if countless knives cut it apart and pieced it back together. only to cut it apart again. How could this happen? It had only been a little over a month. Shen Qingshuang murmured unconsciously. Her eyes were filled with pain and bewilderment. Why was he with Xia after just over a month? Qingshuang, you and Lu Chen have already broken up anyway. If you ask me, let it go. Mei Liangshan looked at her best friend with some heartache. But when Shen Qingshuang heard that, her clenched fist would not loosen no matter what. Let it go? Let what go? She gritted her teeth. We were childhood sweethearts. He even risked his life to save me. How could he stop loving me just like that? But Lu Chen and Xia have already made it official. Mei Liangshan said helplessly. It is only an official announcement. Shen Qingshuang cut her off. She fell silent for a moment. It was as if she had found a reason to comfort herself. They are not married. She still had a chance. She definitely still did. Shen Qingshuang tossed the phone back to Mei Liangshan. Then she staggered to her feet and headed outside. Seeing this, Mei Liangshan moved to follow her. But Shen Qingshuang snapped at her to stop. Do not follow me. Mei Liangshan was worried. But seeing the plea in Shen Qingshuang's eyes, she hesitated for a moment and did not follow. Only after Shen Qingshuang left the private room did Pei Lulu, beside her, ask, Are you really okay letting her go? What do I have to worry about? Mei Liangshan gave Pei Lulu a cold glance. But you clearly could have chosen not to tell Qingshuang just now. Why say it out loud? Seeing that her thoughts had been exposed, Pei Lulu gave a low laugh. It is simple. I just think people who betray sincere love deserve unbearable agony. As soon as she said that, Mei Liangshan's gaze froze for a moment. Then she said with certainty, Your feelings for Lu Chen really are not simple. That is right. Pei Lulu stood lazily. She admitted openly. They are not simple. But I have never tried to ruin what Lu Chen and Shen Qingshuang had between them. Wasn't it? Did you not ruin it because you did not want to? Mei Liangshan asked in return. For once, the usually sharp-tongued Pei Lulu did not immediately argue back. It was not that she had not wanted to. It was that she had no right. If she had known she would later fall for Lu Chen, she would have kept herself clean all those earlier years. She would not have dated anyone. After a long while, she gave a self-mocking smile. I do not deserve him. My dirty self is not worthy of Lu Chen. Otherwise, how would Shen Qingshuang ever have had a chance? Shen Qingshuang knew nothing about what happened in the private room. By then, she had already reached the underground parking garage. But those final few glasses of strong liquor were already hitting her. She stumbled through the garage, searching for her car. But her vision grew blurrier and blurrier. I cannot pass out. Shen Qingshuang clenched her teeth hard. After looking around, she finally found her car. She hurried toward it. But after only a few steps, a familiar figure appeared in the garage. Shen Qingshuang listened to the footsteps echo through the garage. Without blinking, she stared at the person approaching. He was wearing a gray hoodie that had once been Lu Chen's favorite color. Shen Qingshuang shook her head. But no matter what, she could not make out his face. Then she smelled the pine fragrance on him. In that instant, Shen Qingshuang was certain. This was the man she had been longing for. She buried her head against his neck and nuzzled him with practiced familiarity. Lu Chen, I knew you would not abandon me. My Lu Chen could never truly stop loving me. Lu Chen, only love me, okay? I will never make that mistake again. Only love me. Please, if you get angry in the future, you can hit me or curse me. Just do not love another woman, okay? I love you so much. She pointed at her heart. Her voice choked with tears. Without you, it hurts so much here. So much. Shen Qingshuang spoke in broken fragments. She did not notice the face of the man she leaned against growing darker and darker. Who could have imagined that someone as proud as Shen Qingshuang could humble herself this much for Lu Chen? Liu Chen raised a hand and gently stroked Shen Qingshuang's hair. He knew exactly why Shen Qingshuang had mistaken him for Lu Chen. Come to think of it, the fragrance he was using was one Lu Chen had left behind in a private room during a gathering. He looked at the woman who had fallen peacefully asleep against his shoulder. Liu Chen gestured to the men he had brought with him. After having them carry Shen Qingshuang into the car, Liu Chen stared greedily at Shen Qingshuang's face. He made no attempt to hide the twisted possessiveness in his eyes. But he did not dare speak. He was afraid Shen Qingshuang would wake up the moment she heard his voice. Only when the car arrived at the hotel did Liu Chen have them carry Shen Qingshuang inside and lay her on the bed. Then he sat there at the bedside. Quietly, he watched her sleep. Do not blame me, Qingxuang, he murmured softly. Only then did he reach out and tug Shen Qingxuang's collar into disarray. Then he pulled her jacket zipper down a little. He deliberately made her look disheveled. Right after that, Liu Chen lay down sideways beside Shen Qingxuang. He also mussed up his own clothes. Then he took out his phone and snapped several photos. After thinking for a moment, Liu Chen sent the photos to Liu Chen. But the moment the photos were sent, he discovered he had been blocked. Damn it. Clearly, Liu Chen had not expected that and cursed through gritted teeth. His eyes shifted. He immediately forwarded the photos to Gu Xiao. Soon, Gu Xiao replied with a question mark. Liu Chen did not answer right away. Instead, he waited until the message could no longer be withdrawn. Only then did he reply, pretending to be surprised. Sorry. Sent that by mistake. On the other end, Gu Xiao frowned and held the phone a little farther away. Be more careful next time. Those were ugly enough to hurt my eyes. What the hell? Liu Chen could not help cursing, but he did not reply to Gu Xiao again. As long as Gu Xiao knew about it, Liu Chen would know too. His goal had been achieved. Now, he had something more important to do. On the other side, Gu Xiao received no further message from Liu Chen. Gu Xiao gave a cold snort. Idiot. Liu Chen's whole heart is with Hesia now. Why would he still care about Shen Qingxuang, his ex? Only garbage eaters like Liu Chen would treat Shen Qingxuang like some treasure. After muttering to himself, Gu Xiao tossed his phone aside and went to rest. Early the next morning, Gu Xiao had just woken up. When he picked up his phone, he saw that the many group chats he had joined were flooded with messages. When he tapped in to look, he found private photos taken from sly, compromising angles. And the person in those photos was Liu Chen. At that, the last trace of Gu Xiao's sleepiness vanished. He quickly called me. As soon as I picked up, he hurriedly asked, have you seen the messages in the group chats? I was doing morning exercise outside the villa. His words left me puzzled. I had not checked my phone this morning. What happened? Gu Xiao said helplessly. I did not want to disgust you with this. But now that it has blown up this badly, you will find out sooner or later. As he spoke, Gu Xiao told me what had happened last night and what he had just discovered. Those photos of Liu Chen are everywhere now. I suspect Shen Qingxuang is behind it. Hearing that, I frowned slightly. To be honest, if this really was Shen Qingxuang's doing, I was not surprised at all. But there was a hint of worry in Gu Xiao's voice. If Shen Qingxuang does this, she may completely offend the Liu family. So, what if she does? I said as I walked forward. Do you think Shen Qingxuang did this without considering the Liu family first? Since she did consider them, why would she still do it? Gu Xiao asked. Then something seemed to occur to him. The Liu family has been under investigation lately. Was that Shen Qingxuang's doing too? That is right. I smiled without denying it. Shen Qingxuang did not secure her position as Shen Corporation's future heir by relying on her father. If she did not have real ability herself, the Shen family's collateral branches would never submit to her. I smiled. The Liu family. What a huge slice of the pie. Since Shen Qingxuang has already made her move, we might as well take our share. Gu Xiao froze. Do not tell me Rongsheng has already started taking the Liu family's market share. I curled my lips into a smile. We have only just begun. Gu Xiao had always thought his own mind worked extremely well. But many times I had already thought several steps ahead of him. Still, these matters were not Gu Xiao's burden to worry about. He sighed with feeling. At this rate, Shen Qingxuang may end up doing all the work for your benefit. Then I thank her, I said calmly. But when I lifted my eyes, my gaze landed squarely on someone standing only a few steps away. I had fully expected Shen Qingxuang to come looking for me, but I truly had not expected her to look this haggard and wretched. Liu Chen, why did you stop talking? Gu Xiao waited a moment and heard me say nothing, as if something had occurred to him. He asked in alarm. Do not tell me Shen Qingxuang came to find you. Congratulations. You got it right. I answered with a smile. But there is no prize. You still have the nerve to joke. Leave now. What if she loses it? Gu Xiao did not dare think any further. Relax. I should be fine. Gu Xiao was very worried about me, because he felt Shen Qingxuang had been unstable lately. All right. Stop nagging. I comforted him briefly. Only then did I lower the phone. When Shen Qingxuang came closer, I noticed the obvious scratch marks covering her arms. Not just her arms. Around Shen Qingxuang's collarbones. And along her neck were the same frightening marks. I frowned. Shen Qingxuang seemed to know what I wanted to ask. In a flat voice, she answered before I could. I scrubbed myself raw in the shower. I nodded in understanding. I could not be bothered to say more. Shen Qingxuang looked at my perfunctory expression, her eyes full of hurt. She asked sadly, "Can you not even show me one word of concern?" I thought for a moment. Inwardly, I could not understand what concern I owed an ex. Still, I said politely, "Do you need me to call the police for you?" The moment I said that, Shen Qingxuang felt as if a knife had been driven hard into her heart. The pain and sorrow in her eyes were painfully clear. But I only looked at her with distant indifference. Only when she could no longer bear the coldness in my eyes did tears gather at the corners of hers. Why? It was just one mistake. One that could easily be corrected. Why would you punish me so harshly for it? Then did you ever correct that mistake? I told you more than once that Xiao Chesheng's motives were not pure. But did you ever avoid his impure gestures and attempts to get close? Shen Qingxuang opened her mouth. She could not explain her mistake back then. She could only insist. I do not even like him. I only love you. Many people love me, whether in the past or now. I gave a soft scoff. But what I want is absolute preference. There are too many impurities mixed into your love. It feels dirty to me. At the word dirty, Shen Qingxuang's body stiffened involuntarily. Seeing the disgust in my eyes, Shen Qingxuang's lips moved several times, but she never managed to find her voice. Finally, when my gaze passed over her and looked behind her, Shen Qingxuang seemed to realize something. She asked quickly, "You know what happened last night?" I drew my gaze back to her. Calmly, I stated, "Liu Chen sent your photos to Guxiao, that blabbermouth." "No. Nothing happened between us." Shen Qingxuang denied it in a panic. When she woke and saw Liu Chan's phone and his chat history with Guxiao, Shen Qingxuang knew I would definitely learn about it. So after dealing with Liu Chan, she rushed over without stopping to explain it to me. Her eyes filled with hope as she said, "I woke up right after Liu Chan took the photos. Nothing really happened between us." Shen Qingxuang knew my red line. After all our years together, the most intimate thing between us had only ever been kissing. So, when Liu Chen reached out to tug at her clothes, Shen Qingxuang suddenly jolted awake. After confirming the man before her was not me, Shen Qingxuang slapped Liu Chan on the spot. Then she had people give Liu Chan a proper lesson. Did he not like taking photos? Then let him be photographed to his heart's content. After saying that, Shen Qingxuang pointed at the frightening red marks she had scrubbed onto herself. Every place he touched, I washed it carefully clean. I washed them over and over again. Many times. Shen Qingxuang wished she could tell me everything that happened last night, down to the smallest detail. But hearing footsteps rushing up behind her, Shen Qingxuang's heart slowly sank into an ice cellar. Finally, the footsteps behind her stopped. Hsia's detestable voice rang out. "Liu Chen." And he said she made your favorite breakfast. "If you do not go back now, it will get cold and lose its taste. So, I came to pick you up." Her tone was so confident, because Hsia believed I would definitely leave with her. And that was exactly what happened. Shen Qingxuang watched me walk past her without the slightest hesitation. Her heart hurt so badly she could barely breathe. She knew I was not walking over for some breakfast. It was only because Hsia was the person I like now. My affection had always been this frank and direct. I gave the person I loved all my preference, without hiding it. And that preference had once belonged to her. Finally, the moment my body fully passed hers, Shen Qingxuang reached out and grabbed my wrist. "Liu Chen." She lowered her head. She did not dare look at my impatient expression, but she stubbornly refused to let go. Her thin, weak voice was full of pleading. "I am not dirty. I am really not dirty." Sensing me trying to pull free of her hand, Shen Qingxuang instinctively tried to grip tighter. But Hsia gave her no chance. Hsia clamped down on her wrist and pried her fingers from my hand one by one. The moment I was free, I pulled my hand away without hesitation. Seeing that I was about to turn and leave again, the tears at the corners of Shen Qingxuang's eyes finally rolled down uncontrollably. Words I had once said suddenly surfaced in her mind. "Qingxuang, if we ever fight in the future, do not grovel when you try to coax me. Take me to eat something good. Take me somewhere fun, and I will stop being angry. I have always believed love should not make someone lose all their dignity. But at this moment, Shen Qingshuang truly could not hold back her tears. She threw away all her pride. She looked at me with pleading eyes. I am begging you. Please, do not abandon me, all right? Hearing the word beg from Shen Qingshuang, this golden girl, did surprise me for a moment. But the person I should feel sorry for now was not Shen Qingshuang. I gave her an apologetic smile. Then I took Hsia's hand beside me, her face dark with anger. I stopped the slap she had already clenched her hand to deliver. Let me finish this. Be good. I had known long ago that Hsia's good temper was reserved only for me. So I was not surprised at all that she wanted to hit Shen Qingshuang. But to avoid more trouble, we could let that slap go. Hsia gave a soft hum. Then she turned her hand and held mine firmly in her palm. She became a bystander. Only then did I continue speaking to Shen Qingshuang. I already have someone I like very much. Right now, I like her very much. Then, what about me? Shen Qingshuang watched our interaction and questioned me in despair. What about more than 10 years of us being childhood sweethearts? What about the bond from when you carried me out of the fire? Is none of that worth more than your barely month-long bond with her? Hearing her say that, I suddenly understood where Shen Qingshuang and Xiao Chesheng got the courage to flirt without fear. I raised an eyebrow. So, you flirted with Xiao Chesheng without guilt, just because we had known each other for so long? Because I once risked my life to save you? The instant she heard that question, Shen Qingshuang's thoughts seemed to be cut off all at once. Her mind went completely blank. Was that really what she thought? Yes. Even if Shen Qingshuang did not want to admit it, she could not deny that for a very long time. Even now, she still thought exactly that. Then she heard me say, almost coldly, Shen Qingshuang, I think you may have misunderstood. Back then, I saved you only because I believed I could get you out. Only because I was kind. I smiled faintly. Even if it had not been you that day. Even if it had been a cat. Or a dog. As long as I judged that I could still protect my own life, I would still have chosen to go in and save it. But I shook my head. If I had known everything that would happen afterward, I would never have saved you. My kindness comes from the way I was raised. But my kindness is not without limits. If I had known the person you became would disgust me this much, I would never have risked myself to save you. I gave Hsia's hand a little shake. Then I said pitifully, I twisted my ankle while practicing earlier. It was fine a moment ago. But after walking a few steps, it hurts more and more. The moment Hsia heard that, her brows drew together. Let me see. As soon as she said it, she bent her knees and crouched down. She lifted my trouser leg. When she saw the swollen bruise behind my ankle, her heart ached so much she forgot everything else. While it is not serious yet, let us hurry home and treat it. I nodded, looking terribly aggrieved. My right arm naturally wrapped around her. The next moment, Hsia supported me and started walking me home. As for Shen Qingshuang, under my deliberately pitiful act, Hsia forgot her completely, and I had never taken 1x to heart at all. Besides, Shen Qingshuang would have plenty to keep her busy next. After all, even a weakened old power still has weight. Now it depended on whether the Shen family could withstand the Liu family's counterattack. On the way home, I asked Hsia with a bright smile. So, is my esteemed president he satisfied with how I handled my ex? She knew perfectly well I was fishing for praise. But Hsia still cooperated and nodded. Very satisfied. My clear-cut, love it or hate it nature. Hsia truly loved me to the bone. After all, it meant that once I loved her, she would receive all of my love. Then why are you still unhappy? I lifted my head a little toward Hsia. The corners of your mouth have been tight this whole time. I had always been sensitive to people's emotions, and Hsia was the person I liked. I could tell at once whether she was happy or not. I am not unhappy. Hsia stopped walking. The scar on your arm is from back then, from when you saved Shen Qingshuang, is it not? Hiss. My heart sank. How had I forgotten that? Hsia would not get jealous over this, would she? I tugged at the corners of my mouth. Then I explained. I really was not risking my life for love. I know. After that, Hsia fell silent. Only after a long while did she lift her head and keep walking. I was just thinking, how did someone as afraid of pain as you survive it back then? When Hsia said this, her voice was very, very soft, as if she feared I would think she was upset. I had not expected that Hsia's tense mouth had been because of this the entire way. I opened my mouth, but I did not know what to say. How could it not have hurt? Back then, every dressing change felt like it was taking my life. The gauze would stick to the wound. They had to soak it with saline, then peel it off slowly. But how could there be no sticking at all? So every time, I cried through the dressing change. Sometimes, when I was on the phone with mom and dad, I had to force myself to endure that burning, stabbing pain. I did not want my parents, already exhausted and worried, to feel even worse. That was the courage it took to stay silent through every dressing change. But later, the itching as the wound healed tortured me just as much. And all those scar treatments afterward, all those medical procedures, were things I would never forget. I had thought all of that was already behind me. But now, seeing the ache in Hsia's eyes, I suddenly felt wronged all over again for no reason. Back then, I got through it by clinging to one thought, that I was a good person doing the right thing. But when we reached the front door, I suddenly looked up at Hsia. How did you know I am afraid of pain? It was true that I was afraid of pain. But ever since I had met Hsia, I did not seem to have shown it in front of her. Yet faced with my confusion, Hsia answered as if she missed nothing. I just found out. Thinking of the injury on my foot, I fell silent again. All right. I could not argue with that. Because of my foot injury, I was ordered to stay home and recover for 2 days. Even so, I did not miss a single bit of the drama outside, especially since the Liu family and the Chen family really tore into each other, just as I expected. But the Chen family's foundation was far deeper than the Liu family's, so a lot of news unfavorable to the Chen family was suppressed the moment it surfaced. The Liu family, on the other hand, under Shen Qingxuang's reckless suppression, was completely removed from wealthy elite circles. As for Liu Chen, after his photos spread all over the internet, he immediately called the police. He wanted to drag Shen Qingxuang down with him. Unfortunately, the way those photos had been spread had been technically covered at every source. There was no way to trace who was behind it. The police could not get evidence. Naturally, they could not do anything to Shen Qingxuang, so the matter fizzled out without resolution. As for all of that, all I could say was, this drama was delicious. Delicious. I loved it. A few more days passed. The injury on my foot was almost healed. It just so happened that Hsia came over from Gangcheng again. So we agreed to go shopping. Mainly because bored at home these past 2 days, I had started playing a dress-up game. And as I played, I thought of Hsia. My girlfriend had a face so good-looking it should be illegal, and a phenomenal figure. I could hardly imagine how explosively eye-catching she would be once she wore the outfits I picked for her. Because today was the weekend, the underground parking lot was already full, so we could only park outside. As I got out of the car, I complained. I actually forgot today was Sunday. Bad move. Bad move. Hsia watched me complain, while my steps toward the mall entrance did not slow at all. She silently curved her lips. Her baby was so cute she wanted to kiss him at any moment. Thinking that, Hsia calmly started driving the car toward the outdoor parking lot. Just then, several startled cries rang out from the roadside, one after another. Hsia frowned and looked toward the sound. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply. A black SUV was barreling recklessly toward the mall entrance. And over there was exactly where I was standing. I seemed to hear the commotion behind me too. I instinctively glanced back. When I saw clearly what was happening behind me, I changed direction without hesitation and ran to the right. If I kept running straight ahead, at that car's speed, I definitely could not escape. But the moment I changed direction, that car followed me. The pedestrians nearby screamed warnings at the driver, but the driver acted as if he heard nothing and kept charging at me. In that instant, a suspicion formed in my heart. He was probably coming straight for me. But what made me feel even more helpless was, I had nowhere left to dodge. Watching the SUV get closer and closer, my legs, already running with all their strength, began to ache and swell with fatigue. But I still could not outrun it. Finally, the car was only a few steps away from me. It was also then that when I looked back, I saw the driver, and I saw the vicious thrill in his eyes. It was Liu Chen. Why was this lunatic hitting me instead of Shen Qingxuang? I cursed him furiously in my head. Yet I had to accept that I might die here. Just as Liu Chan's car was about to slam into me, a dark green blur shot across in front of me. It crashed straight into the black SUV barely an inch from me. Inside the dark green Bugatti, Hsia stared coldly at the vehicle pressed against her hood. The car she had forced back. Then, without hesitation, She roared the engine and pushed the other car toward a wall pillar not far away. Compared with the crowded mall, the pillar outside, only a few meters wide, was the most suitable barrier. The violent impact left Hesia's whole body and ears numb. But she knew she could not stop. Once she stopped, I might be in danger again. Seeing the car ahead try to accelerate and scrape past her front bumper, Hesia narrowed her eyes with ruthless force. She turned the wheel hard to the left, then floored the accelerator again and pressed in. The right side of her car's front end drove forward at high speed, pinning the black SUV ahead of her into the wall pillar. Another thunderous crash rang out. The violent screech of tires against the ground filled my ears. It nearly deafened me. At that moment, aside from the buzzing that kept echoing through my mind, countless unfamiliar yet familiar images kept flashing. But right then, I had no time at all to process those memories in my head. There was no relief in my heart, and no joy at surviving disaster. Lost and helpless, I looked at the cars crushed together not far away. The dark green Bugatti seemed to have the accelerator pressed to the floor. Even now, with the black car pinned against the pillar, its tires were still spinning wildly. Terrifying sparks scraped out beneath them. Sia. My throat felt blocked by something. Why did you ram into it? I turned my body round and ran toward the wall pillar without hesitation. But after the shock, my stiffened muscles simply could not support me enough to run over. The moment I lifted my foot, I lost balance and fell to the ground. With red eyes, I stared fixedly ahead, unable to look away for even a second. I prayed that Hesia would step out of the car in the next moment. But second by second, time passed. Over there, apart from the constant flashes of sparks, there was no other movement at all. I gritted my teeth, forced down the discomfort, and stood up. Then I ran toward that side again. No, you cannot go over there. The fuel tank is leaking. It could explode. The pedestrians who had come to their senses hurried forward to stop me. But all I could see was that car, its wheels slowly stopping. I pushed away the pedestrians trying to block me, and staggered toward Hesia. Did anyone call the police? Did anyone call an ambulance? The pedestrians' urgent questions rang out behind me, but the tears in my eyes only kept growing. Hesia. I repeated her name over and over in my heart, praying nothing had happened to her. Finally, when I reached the car door and saw Hesia turn her head to look at me, my tears broke free and rolled down. You are still awake. I repeated it unconsciously. With a trembling hand, I gripped the handle and yanked hard. The car door opened. I immediately leaned in to check Hesia's condition. Where are you hurt? Can you still move? Hesia did not answer me. She only gazed at me in silence. Thank God. Thank God her Chen was still alive and standing in front of her. Thank God he was safe. How could you ram into him like that? You could have died. What if you could have died? Hesia, how could you be so reckless? When I heard no answer from Hesia, I questioned her, suppressing my worry and anger. But my hands did not slow for a second as I checked her injuries. Hesia looked at the tears brimming in my eyes and comforted me with aching tenderness. I'm fine. Don't cry. You call this fine? My gaze fell on the back of her right hand pierced by glass shards, and on her thigh, where a triangular piece of glass was embedded. I could not bear it and looked away, then forced myself to look back the next second. I could not hide the urgency in my voice. We have to get out of the car first. The fuel tank is leaking. It is dangerous. Sia. I tried hard to keep myself calm. I know it will hurt, but we have to get you out. All right. Don't cry. It does not hurt. Hesia raised her still trembling hand and gently touched my tear-streaked cheek. Then she reached her left hand across her abdomen and unfastened the seat belt. But even that simple movement pulled at the wounds on her body. The pain made cold sweat break out all over her. She drew her hand back, moved her left foot out first, then tried to move her right foot. But the moment her right foot shifted, a dark stain spread again across her white shirt. I bit my lip and watched Hesia's every move. I was sick with worry, yet realized I could do nothing. At last, Hesia's left foot touched the ground, and she laboriously moved her right foot down as well. That brief half-minute seemed to drain every bit of strength from her body. Panting, she leaned against my shoulder. But after only a moment, she stood straight again. Let's go. I did not dare delay. I helped the limping Hesia to the side. Sit here and wait for the ambulance. A kind passerby ran over with a chair and set it in front of Hesia and me. I thanked him gratefully. then helped Hesia sit down. Seeing her temporarily out of danger, I stood and said to Hesia, "Wait here for me. I will go check on Liu Chen." Hesia seemed to understand why I had to check on Liu Chen. If he died, it would be a serious problem for Hesia. Fortunately, Liu Chen had only passed out. After I asked some bystanders to carry him out of the car, I returned to Hesia's side. Hearing the sirens of the ambulance and police car, the breath I had been holding finally eased. But before I could speak again, Hesia's head tilted, and she slowly slumped into my arms. Hesia. Noticing the change in her, I hurriedly lowered my head to look. Only then did I see her face covered in cold sweat. Her breathing had turned rapid. The color in her lips was fading. Something was wrong. If these were only external injuries, Hesia's expression and body temperature would not be dropping this fast. Holding her faintly trembling body, I shouted to the medical staff running over. "Her temperature is dropping fast. She may have internal bleeding. Hurry." I handed Hesia over and watched them put her on the stretcher. Then I immediately got into the ambulance and rushed with them to the hospital. After getting in, I immediately called my father and told him everything that had just happened from beginning to end. Only then did I say, "Dad, I want the best lawyer. I want Liu Chen to spend the rest of his life in prison." Hearing the cold fury in my voice, Liu Sheng immediately agreed on the other end of the phone. "Dad will arrange it right away." Only, just imagining the danger I had been in made Liu Sheng's eyes redden. He confirmed anxiously, "Xiao Chen, are you really all right?" "I'm fine," I sniffed, but my words came out in a complete mess. "Hesia saved me." "Dad, it was Hesia. The person who left with me that day was Hesia." Hearing me say that, Liu Sheng's eyelid twitched. For a moment, he could not tell whether I was frightened and speaking incoherently, or whether it was something else. So after arranging the lawyer, he hurried to the hospital with Muwan. Only by seeing me with their own eyes could they finally set their hearts at ease. When the two of them arrived, I was still sitting outside the operating room. Even from far away, I could see the worry written all over my parents' eyes. But my own gaze was hollow. As if unable to focus, I stared blankly at the operating room doors in front of me. Medical staff occasionally walked past, but I did not move, as if I saw nothing at all. The sight made Liu Sheng and Muwan stop in place, instantly uneasy. Muwan even did not dare take another step forward. Why is Liu Chen like this? Could his memories have returned? If that was true, Muwan did not dare think any further. Liu Sheng was just as deeply unsettled. He held Muwan's hand, damp with cold sweat. "We will know once we go over and see." With that, Liu Sheng led Muwan toward me. Yet even when they were standing beside me, I did not turn my head to look at them. It was as if I could not sense anything around me at all. Realizing that, Liu Sheng's heart clenched. "Liu Chen," he spoke cautiously. Hearing a voice suddenly beside my ear, I turned my head in confusion. Seeing my parents' eyes filled with worry, I tried to tug up the corners of my mouth, only to realize I could not smile. I pouted, and tears shimmered in my eyes. "Hesia is still in surgery. She will be all right." Muwan came over, heart aching, and stroked my head. She let me lean into her arms, her hand gently stroking my hair again and again. "Mom and Dad will wait with you until Xiao Ya comes out. When she can leave the hospital, we will bring her home to stay with us. We will take good care of her." "Okay." I nodded. I leaned obediently against Mom. My thoughts began to drift again. It was as if a wash of blood red covered my vision. But before I could sink into the memories of the past, Dad started talking to me again, interrupting my thoughts. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. During that time, my parents took turns talking to me, afraid that dead, empty look would return to my eyes. Finally, the operating room doors opened. I immediately rushed forward. "Doctor, how is Hesia?" The surgery was very successful. The doctor looked at me. "She has already been sent to the ward. Family may stay with her." Good. "Thank you, doctor." After thanking him, I ran toward the ward arranged when I was admitted. On the way, I did not say a word. Not until I entered the room and saw Hesia wearing a breathing support device, lying there quietly, did my scattered soul seem to find somewhere to return. I sat down by the bed. I sat by the bed, quietly watching Hesia sleep. At the same time, I listened to the nurse's instructions and carefully committed every single one to memory. I no longer had the mind to think about anything else. My head was full of what to do after Hesia woke up. What should I do first? What should my first words be? Seeing that my gaze and attention stayed fixed on Hesia, Lu Sheng and Mu Wan quietly breathed a little easier. Finally, as the sky was nearly dark, Hesia, who had been unconscious all along, showed signs of waking. I watched her fingers move slowly. I was just about to turn and tell my parents when I met Hesia's gaze. Perhaps she was not used to the ward's lighting. Her eyes opened and closed several times, but she could not fully open them. Noticing that, I immediately raised my hand to shield her eyes. Only after she slowly adjusted did I ask softly, "Does it hurt a lot?" "No. Seeing my baby here makes it stop hurting." Hesia gazed at me gently. When she saw I was still wearing the same clothes from the afternoon, her brow creased slightly. "Have you been watching over me this whole time? Did you not rest?" "I'm not tired. I can only relax after seeing you wake up. Our Lu Chen is so good." As Hesia said that, her gaze fell on Lu Sheng and Mu Wan standing behind me. She smiled apologetically. "I made uncle, and any worry?" Lu Sheng shook his head. "I should be the one thanking you. If not for that collision of yours, whether Xiao Chen could still be standing here would be another matter entirely." Mu Wan also said, "Just stay in the hospital and focus on recovering your uncle, and I will arrange everything else." "All right. Thank you for the trouble, Uncle Annie." After Hesia finished speaking, the doctor and nurses who had received the alert arrived to check on her condition. I stepped aside on my own after they finished the examination and left. I sat back down beside Hesia. My eyes never left Hesia for even a moment, as if I feared she would vanish if I blinked. Sensing my unease, Hesia wanted to hold my hand and give me a little strength, but the moment her fingers moved, I stopped her. "Do not move around." My tone came out a little fierce. Hesia somehow looked a little wronged. She gave a helpless little laugh. "Then you hold my hand." I really wanted to, but seeing the fur needle on the back of her hand made me hesitate. "It isn't for catheter. As long as I do not move much, it will not affect anything." Hesia saw straight through my thoughts. Hearing that, only then did I carefully place my hand into Hesia's palm. Then I held her hand. Unlike the warm feeling from before, Hesia's hand was cold now, holding back the ache in my heart. I said to Hesia, "The doctor said the glass in your right hand did not cut the bone or tendons. Once the wound heals, it will not affect daily life. But the wound on your leg is a little deep. Still, it did not injure the bone. The most serious injury was internal, bleeding from a ruptured spleen." Thankfully, the ambulance arrived in time. At the thought of that, my eyes reddened again. My grip on Hesia's hand tightened before I realized it, then slowly loosened again. "Do not let there be a next time. I cannot bear a future bought with your life." I knew what I was doing. Hesia badly wanted to raise her hand and hug her boy, but she had the will and not the strength. Looking at the bright tears at the corners of my eyes, Hesia said slowly, "The right side of my car took the worst impact, and I hit the rear of the other vehicle." So, at this point, Hesia was so tired she paused to catch her breath before forcing herself to finish. "So, whether it was me or the other driver, neither of us would die on the spot. I still want to walk with our Lu Chen until our hair turns white. How could I let myself die? Besides, I guessed, if I really died, my baby would be heartbroken, wouldn't he?" Hesia's current condition did not let her stay awake for long. After calling Chu Li and telling them to watch the company, she drifted back into a heavy sleep. My parents saw that all my attention was on Hesia. After exchanging a glance, Lu Sheng lowered his voice and asked, "Lu Chen, can you take care of Xiao Ya by yourself?" "I can." I turned back and smiled at them. After thinking for a moment, I reassured them, "Do not worry. I will be fine." I knew perfectly well how wrong my own state was. There was no way my parents had not noticed. All these years they had kept completely silent about what happened back then. It was only because they feared I would remember and sink back into the pain of the past. Looking at the broken smile in my eyes, Mu Wan was still worried deep down, but in the end, she said nothing more. She took Lu Sheng's hand. "If anything happens, call Mom and Dad right away." I nodded. "I know." After my parents left, the ward instantly fell quiet and cold again. I sat by the bed, keeping watch over Hesia. My gaze traced her brows and eyes bit by bit. Before I knew it, my thoughts began to drift again. After all these years, apart from her brows and eyes growing a little sharper, Hesia looked almost like a perfectly scaled-up version of her childhood self. Back then, Hesia had short ink black hair. Her eyes were clear and delicate. Even her lips were a beautiful shade of red. I remembered falling down then, and Hesia helping me up. I even forgot the pain in my knees. I just stared fixedly at the girl before me, who was far too pretty. I had grown up overseas until I was 10. The older girls in the family were either mixed race or much older than me. So, when I first saw someone like her at such close range, I was instantly dazzled by the girl in front of me. But before I could get closer to this unfamiliar big sister, the sound of pursuing footsteps came from behind me. At the time, my cousin and I were playing hide and seek. To avoid being caught, I immediately slipped away in another direction. When the game ended and I returned to the reception hall, Hesia had already left with my parents. I regretted that for quite a while, especially after learning Hesia was Chinese, and that the two of us might never have the chance to meet again. My regret reached its peak, because I thought I might never again see that beautiful big sister. But I never expected that the person I thought I would never see again in this lifetime would appear before me the very next day. Remembering this far, my grip on the sleeping Hesia's hand tightened unconsciously. Looking at her, tears slowly gathered in my eyes again. Who could have imagined that the reunion my young self had longed for would happen in the terrorist organization's lair? I remembered that night I had originally planned to finish the homework Mom had assigned after dinner, but Luda said his parents had brought him something and asked me to go with him to the manor gate to get it. Luda was my younger paternal cousin, 5 years younger than me. He had also been the playmate who stayed by my side all those years. Besides, it was not the first time his parents had come to the manor to bring him things, so I did not have much guard up when I went out with Luda. But the instant the car door opened, Luda, who was supposed to get the things, turned and grabbed me instead. I sensed something was wrong at once. I tried to break free, but too middle-ached. Women immediately got out of the car and forced me inside. By the time the bodyguards at the manor gate chased after us, the car had already sped away. I did not know how many times we changed cars along the way. Every time I saw a chance to call for help and tried to struggle, Luda tightly covered my mouth. After that happened several times, the woman who had carried me into the car forced sleeping pills into me. When I woke up again, I found myself locked inside a warehouse-like room. The walls were covered in patches of mold. There was a rolling shutter door on both the east and south sides. Perhaps they were meant to ventilate the goods inside. Several barred windows had been opened on the west and north walls, but now, the glass was already gone. Only the rusted frames remained. Now and then, sea wind carrying a fishy smell swept in. It brought a chill that crawled under the skin. I looked down at the unfamiliar coat on my body. Only then did my gaze leave the surroundings around me and move to the people in the corner of the room. There was a man and a woman, and also a girl. The three of them were tied back to back. My gaze quickly settled on the girl. Her top was already stained in uneven patches. The black track pants on her lower body looked like they belonged to the same set as mine. Her hands and feet were tied too. Then how had the clothes on me been taken off? By the dim yellow light in the room, I carefully studied her. Soon, I recognized the girl before me. She was the big sister who had helped me up after I fell yesterday. I remembered her surname was He. I looked at her in surprise. I opened my mouth, but asked nothing. After being betrayed by the younger brother I had grown up with, I could not trust anyone again so quickly. I wriggled, slowly moving into a corner. Only then did I curl up and think about what to do next. If these people had kidnapped me for money, then my life should not be in danger for now. If they wanted my life, they could have killed me directly. There was no need to abduct me at all. That meant they must have another purpose. Whether it was money or something else, at least I was safe for the moment. I thought through what my parents had taught me since childhood. With my eyes lowered, I quietly considered my next move. But before long, Luda came in carrying food. The moment I saw him, I made no attempt to hide the disgust in my eyes. Get out. No matter how clever and sensible I was still only a child. Seeing the person who had caused my kidnapping, a fierce loathing erupted in me at once. Meeting my hateful stare, Luda's steps paused for an instant, but only for an instant. He walked up to me. He set the food down. In a gentle voice, he said, "You need a full stomach to have the strength to be angry." I glared at him. I stretched out my foot and kicked the tray in front of me away. The bowls full of food instantly shattered across the floor. Seeing this, Luda frowned. I grabbed the coat on me and hurled it at Luda. It missed and fell by his feet. I was afraid you'd poison me. I spoke viciously. Get out. I do not want to see you. Lu De had been sent to me when he had only just learned to walk. His parents had brought him over to keep me company. So of course he knew I was not simply throwing a tantrum. After a moment of silence, Lu De lowered his head and picked up the bowl shards one by one. I will have someone bring you something else to eat, he said. I gave a cold laugh. Spare me the crocodile tears. Hearing that, Lu De said nothing. He only left in silence. After his figure disappeared, I crouched back into the corner again. As for the coat on the floor, now filthy beyond recognition, I did not pick it up. Not long after. After Lu De brought food again, and I refused it again. He put a thick coat on me, one he had found from somewhere. Then he had someone tie me up separately. After Lu De and the kidnappers left, the place fell back into dead silence. Listening to the deafening music outside, I moved my body, stiff and numb from lying there. In the end, I could not help inching like a caterpillar toward the coat on the floor. I struggled to hook the coat open with my heels. Then I shifted my position and picked up the ceramic bowl shard hidden beneath it. I did not dare lift it openly to inspect it. I only rubbed it a few times with my fingers. After confirming it was still fairly sharp, I began to use it. I pinched the shard tightly between my right thumb and fingers and rubbed it against the rope round my wrist. The rope binding them was nylon. It was as thick as an adult woman's little finger. The only thing I was grateful for was that my hands were tied in front. It was easier than having them tied behind my back. I did not know how long I struggled. I could clearly feel the shard in my hand turn sticky and slick from the blood on my fingers. But I did not dare stop. I could only grip the shard even harder. So the cuts on my fingers bled even more. Not far away, Jo Kyo-yoon watched me like this. Her heart ached terribly. She wanted to tell me to come over, so they could help too. But remembering the wary look I had given them earlier, she could not bring herself to say it. After who knew how long, when the bird calls outside sounded again, the ceramic shard dropped from my hand. At the same time, I loosened the cut rope in a few quick motions. Then I tucked it inside my coat. After doing all that, I moved my swollen, aching wrist and walked toward Jo Kyo-yoon and the others. I crouched down, looked at the ropes binding Hesia and the others, and asked, "Why is your coat on me?" When they brought you in, Sia noticed you were trembling, so she had them take off her coat and put it on you. Jo Kyo-yoon explained gently. Her voice was full of pity. Hearing that, the wariness in my eyes did not lessen. But Dad had said that when danger came, I had to learn to use everything around me that could be used. These people were tied up here just like me. No matter how I looked at it, they were my best allies. I took a deep breath. Then I raised my hands and began untying Hesia's father, Gangcheng. The kidnappers had used a handcuff knot. Untying that kind of knot alone was almost impossible. Seeing my blood-soaked hands fall onto the ropes before him, Gangcheng's eyes reddened at once. As a father, all he could do was thank me weakly. I shook my head. We have to hurry. Their patrol time is almost here. I have a pretty good sense of time. About every half-hour, someone came to check on us. All right. Once he was free, Gangcheng immediately untied the ropes around his feet and the ropes binding all of us together. Then he helped me free the other two. After we regained our freedom, footsteps sounded outside just as expected. We immediately wound the ropes back around ourselves. We lowered our heads weakly. We made ourselves look painfully uncomfortable. The kidnapper outside the window confirmed we were all still there. Then he relaxed and turned away again. He went back to the party. As soon as he left, those of us who had been putting on an act a second earlier all pulled the ropes off our hands at once. We stood up. I pointed at the window on the west side. It has already rusted through. If we can loosen one bar, we can get out. The mountain is right outside the window. That is the best direction to escape. Use the rope. Hesia spoke. Wrap the rope around the rusted spot. Two people pull the rope at the same time. Then one person holds the iron bar steady. That will make the least noise. With the music covering it, the chance of us being discovered will be low. Jo Kyo-yoon and Gangcheng exchanged a glance. They immediately did as the two children said. Soon, the moment the iron bar came loose, Hesia gripped the swaying bar tightly. She kept it from clanging against anything. We pushed the iron bar upward. Then we repeated the process with the bar beside it. After bending it upward the same way, the opening below was wide enough for us to crawl out. Hesia was the first to stick her head out and look. After confirming no one was guarding the side, She braced herself on the windowsill and climbed out. Next was Zhou Qiuyun. After both of them were outside, Gangcheng lifted me up in one motion. He made it easy for me to lean over the window. Outside, Zhou Qiuyun immediately caught me in her arms. Then she gently set me down. Soon, Gangcheng climbed out too. Go, Gangcheng said in a low voice. We bent low and started running up the mountain. But after only a few steps, I stopped. What is it? Gangcheng asked. I rubbed the blood on my fingertips. Wait for me. As soon as I said that, I immediately circled around to the left. Gangcheng looked in the direction I had gone. There was a tent over there. Hesia frowned. Dad, that tent looks like where they keep their weapons. Weapons? Gangcheng's throat tightened. Looking at his daughter, who was already eager to try, he suddenly felt as if he had truly gotten old. How were these two children each calmer than the other, and each one bolder than the last? Go over and take a look. Do not let him go alone, Gangcheng said, knowing what I wanted to do. Gangcheng naturally would not let me risk it by myself. In the distance, the deafening music still blared. The kidnappers were having a party. I stared at the man guarding the weapons tent. My brows drew tight. I had only come to try my luck. Now that someone was guarding it, the best strategy was to retreat. But just as I was about to pull back, a large hand gently pressed down on my shoulder. I whipped my head around. Gangcheng made a silent gesture to me. Then he lowered his head and picked up a fairly sharp stone from the ground. Bent low, he slowly crept toward the guard at the tent. Seeing the man still staring at the flickering lights ahead, the corner of Gangcheng's mouth curved. In an instant, he raised a hand and covered the man's mouth and nose. He tossed the useless stone aside. Before the guard could make a sound, he drew the dagger from the man's waist. Then he swiftly slit the man's throat. When he turned back, ready to tell us it was safe to come over, he found that Hesia and I were already choosing weapons. Gangcheng froze. These two children really did not seem like children. We took handguns that were easier to carry. On top of that, Gangcheng shouldered a submachine gun. He also casually stuffed a few more weapons into my coat pockets. Feeling the heavy weight of my clothes, I looked helpless. Uncle, I am only 10. I could not help reminding him. My dusty little bun face puffed up innocently. My eyes were full of accusation. Zhou Qiuyun could not hold back and smacked Gangcheng. Can you act like a human being? Do you not know your daughter has pockets too? After saying that, she grabbed half the guns from my coat pockets. Then she mercilessly stuffed them into Hesia's pants pockets. Seeing her waistband sag downward, I laughed at a rather inappropriate moment. Hesia looked at my little pouting expression. She reached into my pockets again. Then she packed her own pockets even fuller. Hesia was already 14. She was already a little over 1.60 meters tall. If not for her still youthful features, no one could tell she was still a child. I gave her a sweet smile. Thank you, sister. After tightening her belt, Hesia smiled and rubbed my head. Her starry eyes were full of warmth. It is all right. Your big sister can fit them in. After that brief delay, we quickly turned and fled into the mountains. There was not much time before the next patrol, so we ran into the depths of the forest as if our lives depended on it. The farther we ran, the greater our chance of escape. At first, Hesia had worried that my small body would not keep up with their pace. But once we started running, she realized my stamina was frighteningly good. Even when my face was covered in sweat from overexertion, I still gritted my teeth. I followed behind them in silence, pushing myself hard. Noticing that my breathing was growing more and more ragged, Hesia crouched down directly in front of me. Get on. I will carry you. Panting hard, I stared at the blurry back in front of me. No. I can do it myself. I can manage. I was so exhausted I could barely get the words out. But I knew very clearly that in this situation, if I did not push through, I would become a burden. But Hesia gave me no chance to refuse. In the darkness, she grabbed my hand and placed it on her shoulder. Then she hoisted me straight onto her back. The others ran forward even faster. As time passed, light gradually seeped into the forest. Our stumbling steps steadied a little. I patted Hesia's shoulder. Sister, I have rested enough. All right. Hesia crouched down. She set me down. If you get tired, tell me. She rubbed my fluffy head again. Then she kept running ahead. But we had not gone far before Gangcheng, who had gone ahead to scout, returned with an ugly look on his face. Noticing his expression, Zhou Qiuyun's stomach dropped. She asked uneasily, What happened? He Hansheng looked at his wife and daughter. His lips moved. Only then did he speak. In about 20 more minutes, we should be able to get out of this mountain. But, thinking of what he had just seen, He Hansheng pulled the corner of his mouth into a bitter smile. Beyond the mountain is the sea. If those kidnappers have any brains, they have already sent people to wait in ambush by the shore. My brows twisted tight. I asked in a childish, piping voice, "Uncle, then what do we do?" He Hansheng wiped the sweat from my face with aching tenderness. Right now, the best option is to stay in the mountain and wait. But if rescue never comes, the final result. He Hansheng did not finish. But we all understood. If rescue did not come, we would starve to death in this mountain. Besides, those kidnappers certainly would not let us go so easily. This mountain was not large. With enough men, finding us would not be difficult. They had not chased into the mountain overnight, probably because it was too dark to search. Now daylight had come. That made our situation even more dangerous. He Hansheng was still thinking. Beside him, Zhou Qiuyun raised her eyes to him. The most dangerous place can be the safest. If most of them have come out to search for us, then the place we escaped from is actually the safest. He Hansheng nodded. Clearly, he had been thinking the same thing. He said, "And there are vehicles in their camp. If we can get a car and break out, we still have a slim chance of survival. But if we all go back, we will be too big a target. They will easily notice our movements. If someone draws their attention away, maybe the rest can return safely." After turning it over in his mind several times, He Hansheng made his decision. "My wife, take the 2 children back. Then, what about you?" When Zhou Qiuyun asked that question, she already knew the answer in her heart, but she still could not control the worry inside her. He Hansheng raised a hand and covered my eyes. Then he lowered his head and kissed his wife, reluctant to let go. "I will draw them away. My wife." This was no time to say sorry, but that did not mean He Hansheng felt no guilt. If she had not followed him overseas to discuss a partnership, Zhou Qiuyun would never have had to suffer like this. Sensing his self-blame, Zhou Qiuyun immediately held him. She deepened the kiss. Then she smiled with free-hearted courage. "The day I married you, I knew what I would have to face." Chen. Zhou Qiuyun knew that if He Hansheng went back, he would very likely pay with his life. But we had no other choice. Holding back the tears in her eyes, she embraced him again, unwilling to let go. Choking back sobs, she said, "I love you." Zhou Qiuyun had said those 3 words to He Hansheng countless times before. But this time, they sent dense, needle-fine pain spreading through He Hansheng's heart. He looked at his wife greedily, wanting one more look, then one more after that. But no matter how reluctant he was, they still had to part. As he used to, he gently pinched Zhou Qiuyun's cheek. Only then did he look at Xia. "Girl, take good care of your mother and little brother. We will wait for you to come home together." For the first time, the 14-year-old girl tasted the pain of parting. Her eyes turned red, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. He Hansheng smiled silently. Only then did he release the hand covering my eyes. He lowered his head and reminded me, "Stay close to your sister." I pressed my lips together. In a clear little voice, I answered, "Okay." Actually, even though Uncle covered my eyes, I still knew what they were doing. Whenever my own parents could not help kissing, they covered my eyes like this too. I was little, not stupid. Still, I tugged at He Hansheng as he turned to leave. "You have to try hard. My mom and dad will come find me. When they do, I can definitely save you." "Got it, little rascal." My tiny, earnest appearance softened He Hansheng's whole face. If he could survive this, he and his wife would definitely have a son as clever and adorable as me. Pressing down that fragile hope, He Hansheng said nothing. He turned and left with grim resolve, watching his figure disappear into the distance. Zhou Qiuyun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She held one child in each hand. "Let's go. We have to hurry." The 3 of us kept squeezing through the dense jungle, inching forward bit by bit. Whenever we ran into pursuers, we hid in the bushes. We waited for them to leave. Then we continued onward. I was so tired I could barely lift my feet, but I did not dare waste anyone's time. I gritted my teeth and followed. When we were nearly halfway back, Zhou Qiuyun had just lifted me onto her back, when a deafening gunshot rang through the forest. Zhou Qiuyun's body froze violently in place. Her heart felt as if someone had wrenched it tight. "Annie, Uncle will be all right." I covered her ears. I tried not to let her hear the gunshots growing more and more frequent, feeling those little hands pressed over her ears. Those small hands trying so hard to comfort her. Jo Kyo-yoon's tears still rolled down uncontrollably. He will be all right, she murmured at once. She did not dare let herself stop. She could only keep rushing toward the kidnappers' camp. Gunshots kept sounding behind us from time to time. But we were getting closer and closer to the camp. Finally, when the camp was right before us, Jo Kyo-yoon led us down flat on the ground to observe what was happening inside. Just as we had expected, only 2 or 3 figures were patrolling the camp now. Jo Kyo-yoon forced herself to calm down. She focused all her attention on the kidnapper nearest to us. He was only about 400 or 500 meters away. He was right beside the tent where they kept the weapons. Maybe the weapons inside had not all been taken yet, so they had deliberately left someone behind to guard it. Jo Kyo-yoon's gaze locked tightly on the gleaming ring of keys at his waist. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her eyes. "Mom, let me go." Hesia had learned shooting since childhood. She was even more familiar with guns than Jo Kyo-yoon. Firing a gun will draw the others over. Jo Kyo-yoon shook her head. She searched desperately for another way. I do not know what came over me. Suddenly I turned to look at Hesia. If I draw his attention, can you take him down? Ambush him from behind like Uncle did. To be honest, Hesia had never fought anyone barehanded before. But after replaying He Hansheng's movements from last night over and over in her mind, she nodded without hesitation. I can do it, but that would put you in danger. I shook my head and said firmly, they will not kill me. The Vincent family's deterrence is real. As long as I am alive, they still have leverage to negotiate. But if I die, my parents will raze this place to the ground. So, do not be afraid. As long as the Vincent family still exists, my life will not be in danger. That is what my parents taught me since I was little. All right. Hesia was not the hesitant type either. Seeing that she had agreed, I circled halfway around and moved toward the kidnapper's tent. But I did not show myself directly. Instead, I lay on the ground and scuffed the pebbles with my foot. Soon, the kidnapper over there noticed the movement. At night, my gray-black coat made me hard to spot while lying low. But by now, the sky was fully bright. Once he had a rough direction, the kidnapper only had to look a little closer to see a color that did not match the surroundings. He pulled out his gun. Then he pretended to casually move closer to me. The orders they had received were clear. That couple and the girl could be killed on sight. But if it was the boy, he had to be brought back alive. So he did not fire right away. Seeing him about to reach me, I, already exhausted from lying there, stood up with terror all over my face. I turned as if to run. Joy immediately crept into the kidnapper's eyes. He looked at me and threatened me in English. If you run again, I will break your legs. The boss only said he wanted you alive. He never said it mattered whether you were crippled. Hearing that, my eyes instantly filled with terrified tears. I watched him approach in fear. I made myself look utterly scared out of my wits. Seeing this, the kidnapper smiled smugly. He put away his gun, walked up to me, and reached out to grab me. The boss said whoever catches this kid gets double the reward. Today, luck had fallen right into his lap. Thinking he was about to succeed, the kidnapper's grin turned greedy and vicious. But the moment his hand landed on my shoulder, I seized it hard. At the same time, Hesia and Jo Kyo-yoon struck together. The instant Hesia leaped up from behind and locked her arm around his neck, Jo Kyo-yoon swiftly pulled out the dagger at his waist and passed it to Hesia. The instant she took the dagger, Hesia, who had never hurt anyone before, drove it hard into the man's throat. He struggled once. Soon, he stopped moving. Hesia pulled the dagger out. Blood instantly sprayed all over me, standing in front of them. I stared speechlessly at Hesia's confused face. I wanted to complain, but I did not even know where to start. But very soon, the smell filling our noses made both of us retch at the same time. While we were gagging, Jo Kyo-yoon had already searched this man's body and gathered up all his keys. Fortunately, one of them was a car key fob. It even had the car brand's logo on it. We hid and watched the garage for a while longer. At last, we found cars with the same brand as the key. There were 2 of them, but they were parked side by side. When the time came, we could press the key and unlock the right one. Once we confirmed that, we continued sneaking toward the garage. Thankfully, the way there was fairly smooth. But just as we neared the garage, someone suddenly walked out from inside. We immediately pressed ourselves against the wall and hid. He seemed to be checking the cars. He kept circling around inside. It looked like he would not leave anytime soon. Jo Kyo-yoon frowned. She looked back at the forest, where the gunfire had already faded. She bit her lip hard. Soon, she said to Hesia, I will draw him away. You take your little brother and go. No. Hesia shook her head at once. I will go. Sia, listen to me. Jo Kyo-yoon stroked Hesia's head. Take your little brother and leave. Maybe. What if I go? I blink. They will not kill me anyway. I can find another chance to escape. I did not like watching this kind of final parting. Besides, I liked both this big sister and this Annie. But Jo Kyo-yoon rejected my suggestion at once. They will not kill you. But they will definitely kill us. Mr. Vincent, only if you and Sia are in the same car. Well, they have to hold back. That is the only way Sia has a chance to survive. So, she looked at me. Tears blurred her eyes. Please, leave with a ya. Then I am not leaving either. Although Sia knew leaving was the best choice. The person before her was her mother. Her eyes were red. She pleaded helplessly. No rule says a mother has to sacrifice herself for her child. I can draw them away. But Jo Kyo-yoon only shook her head firmly. Sia, Mom has never asked anything of you. But from this moment on, I hope you grow up strong. You must live well. When she said this, no one knew how much pain tore through Jo Kyo-yoon's heart. The child before her was her only child. If she could, she truly wanted to stay by her side every moment, to watch her grow up, to watch her become the person she wanted to be. By then, she would surely be so proud of her. Only, she would not live to see that day. Jo Kyo-yoon lowered her head. Her forehead gently touched Hesia's. It was something mother and daughter often did. But after Hesia turned 10, they rarely did it anymore. This time, it was very likely the last time she would comfort her daughter like this. Jo Kyo-yoon gently wiped away Hesia's tears. Remember this. The people who brought us to this point are your eldest uncle and second uncle. If our Sia makes it home alive, you must stay far away from them. Your grandfather is the only one who will not take your life. But that does not mean he loves you very much. So, do not rely on him too much. And your grandmother, Sia, Mom may never be able to visit your grandfather again. If you have time in the future, go see him more often from me. Under Jo Kyo-yoon's repeated instructions, Hesia finally broke down, sobbing aloud. I silently cried with her. My little brain spun desperately, but I could not come up with a better plan. Because the longer we delayed, the more likely the people in the forest would confirm we were not there. If word came back, or the men searching for us circled back, it would be even harder for us to leave. Now was our best chance. Jo Kyo-yoon did not give us much time to grieve. Seeing the man in the garage rise to check the next car, she pried Hesia's hand off hers. Then she got up and ran in the opposite direction. Before long, a burst of curses rang out over there. The kidnapper checking the cars noticed the commotion. He immediately ran over to check. The moment he left, Hesia wiped the tears from her face. She took my hand and ran toward the car we had already chosen. The instant she pressed the key, the lights of the car on our left flashed. Hesia opened the passenger door and lifted me in. Then she quickly moved to the driver's seat. She inserted the key, started the engine. Hesia was so nervous she kept taking deep breaths. This was her first time driving, without Gangcheng beside her. Hesia was still too young to get a driver's license, so Gangcheng had only ever taken her to practice for fun on the He family's private mountain road. Put on your seat belt, she reminded me through choke sobs. Then she slammed down on the accelerator. The car shot out of the garage. In the rearview mirror, Jo Kyo-yoon was seized by the kidnappers who found her. In the next instant, deafening gunfire rang out. Hesia bit her lip hard. She watched the figure in the mirror slowly collapse to the ground. Tears kept streaming down her face. But she did not dare look back. She dared even less to stop. This road had been paved for us with her parents' lives. She wiped her tears away messily. Hesia had bitten her lip until it bled. But even after we burst out of the kidnappers' camp, she still did not let go. The car kept charging forward with no clear direction. I do not know how long passed. When our car passed an abandoned industrial area, a row of iron road spikes lay ahead. Hesia realized it was too late. Even though she slammed on the brakes, the tires were ruined when they ran over the spikes. Hesia took a deep breath. Her fist struck the steering wheel. Those bastards must have left these here on purpose. She frowned and looked at me. We have to get out and find somewhere to hide right now. Okay. I nodded obediently. After getting out with Hesia, we ran toward the buildings not far away. This industrial area was huge. There were many buildings. We chose a factory that was neither too near nor too far, with lots of debris and several higher floors, and ran inside. When we passed some plastic bags by the road, Hesia wrapped one around her foot. After making sure it would leave lighter footprints, she immediately wrapped my feet too. Only then did we keep climbing upstairs. At one point, I truly had no strength left, so Hesia carried me on her back for a while. When we reached a middle floor, Hesia found, by the bathroom window, a small space outside. That spot could probably fit one grown woman with room to spare. It was perfect for hiding the two of us. She leaned out and took a look. After confirming no one had come yet, Hesia immediately lifted me inside. Then she climbed in after me. Before crouching down, she even wiped the mud stains from the window clean. Sister, there is a hole here too. I pointed to a hole beside my hand, about the size of 2 bricks, and told Hesia, with this hole, we can watch outside without standing up. Hesia leaned over to look. She found that from this spot we could see the car we had driven here, now with blown tires. By then, kidnappers had already gathered around our car. After checking and finding no sign of us, one of them kicked the car hard. Then they scattered to search for us. Besides that, I also spotted someone familiar among the kidnappers. Hesia clearly recognized him too. She asked me, "Why do you know that person?" At the mention of that, I, who had stayed calm the whole way, immediately gritted my teeth and muttered, "He used to be my little brother. Now he is the person I hate most. If not for him, I never would have been kidnapped." Hearing that, Hesia's eyes darkened at once. "So he was your family too." She too had been betrayed by family, framed, and robbed of her parents. Bullshit. I spat out the word in righteous anger. I raised my hand and held Hesia's hand, still trembling from grief and fear. Only people who treat you well count as family. Those people are wolves in sheep's clothing. Sister, they are not your family. They are the killers who made you lose your family. So, do not be sad. My round little bun face was utterly serious. Live well. When you grow up, make them pay and avenge your uncle and aunt. My parents once said that when people are in despair, they need hope to hold on and keep living. I was terrified that this sister, who had fought to escape with me, would lose hope too. So, I did everything I could to comfort her. I liked the eyes she had yesterday, full of stars. Not these eyes now, filled with helplessness and sorrow. Eyes that made anyone hurt just by looking at them. Okay. Hesia did not know how the child beside her had learned so many solemn truths, but she had to admit that I had comforted her. "What is your name?" Looking at the adorable boy beside her, Hesia could not help asking. Then she spoke first. "My name is Hesia." "Si," as in longing. "Ya," as in elegance. "Have you learned those characters yet?" I blinked at her. "I have, sister." My dirty little face was full of seriousness. "My name is Anthony Vincent. You can call me Anthony, sister." While we were talking, Lu De, who had appeared below with the kidnappers, was suddenly kicked to the ground by their leader. Hesia and I looked over at the same time. Neither of us understood why they would attack Lu De. The next moment, the kidnapper picked up a loudspeaker. After a burst of harsh static, the kidnapper's rough voice carried far through the loudspeaker. "Mr. Vincent, I assume you do not want anything to happen to your brother, right?" "Of course I do." I gave a cold snort. I wanted him to pull the trigger at once. After waiting a few minutes and still not seeing me appear, the impatient kidnapper fired straight into Lu Dai's leg. A bang rang out. The sudden gunshot made my body tremble. A red pool spread across the ground. I stared into the distance in disbelief and murmured, "How could this happen? They really fired. Wasn't Lu Dai on their side?" The kidnapper picked up the microphone again. "From now on, every minute that passes, I will shoot him once. Mr. Vincent, guess how long your brother can last?" He must be lying to me. My small hands clenched tight. Yet my eyes did not dare leave the scene below. For as long as I could remember, my younger cousin Lu De had always been with me, from studying to daily life. Whenever mom and dad were too busy to stay with me, Lu De was there through all those moments. To me, Lu De was the closest person in the world after my parents. That was why I hated him so much after he tricked me out of the manor. But now, watching the blood spread beneath Lu De, I could not stop myself from worrying. Grief rose in me too. Hesia held my trembling hand. She wanted to comfort me, but did not know how. At a time like this, any words would have sounded painfully hollow. When the next minute arrived, another gunshot rang out. Red spread across the ground beside Lu Dai's arm. I stared fixedly below. Several times I tried to stand, then forced myself back down. I could not go out now. It would expose the sister beside me. But weren't they on the same side? If they were on the same side, they should not kill him. I clung to that sliver of hope. But I did not dare look away for even a second. As time crawled by, the roar of vehicles suddenly came from afar. From the sound, there was far more than one car. My eyes lit up. I immediately looked toward the sound. When I saw the cars flying the Vincent family's distinctive flag, my eyes brightened again. Hope surged through me at once. Mom and Dad came to find me. I said it happily, but as soon as the words left my mouth, my worried gaze dropped back below. The kidnappers had clearly heard the engines too. The leader's expression changed. If the Vincent family caught them, getting away today would be difficult. Thinking that, the kidnapper shot a vicious look at the boy, who already had 3 gunshot wounds. Then he gave an order with a cold laugh. Soon, one of his men brought over a can of gasoline from a car. Then he poured it all over Lu De. What are they doing? A wave of dread rose in my heart. I was about to stand, but Hesia held me back. If you go out now, they will grab you and threaten your parents. No, Xiao De cannot die. I struggled. I cannot just watch Lu De die like this. But below, the kidnapper had already flicked a lighter on. He threw it toward Lu De. Flames burst from Lu Dai's body at once. None of us had expected the kidnappers to be this cruel. Forced to watch it happen, my eyes widened beyond my control. I screamed, completely losing control. Hesia reacted fast and clamped a hand over my mouth. Then she covered my eyes. She kept soothing me, over and over. Do not look. Forget what you just saw. You cannot look. Anthony, do not look. Do not listen. The kidnappers placed the loudspeaker beside Lu De. His suppressed cries of pain and screams came through whenever he could no longer hold them back. I thrashed wildly in Hesia's arms. Her hand blocked my sight, but it could not block Lu Dai's broken wails. Xiao De. My mind was filled with the image of gasoline igniting on him, of him rolling frantically on the ground, struggling in agony. How could this happen? When I finally wore myself out struggling, Hesia still did not dare let go. She did not know whether those people had all left. What if she released me now, and those people found us? Hesia forced herself to stay calm. She protected me in her arms. Not until Lu Sheng and Mu Wan arrived, and found us downstairs, did Hesia stand and tell them where we were. Soon, Lu Sheng and Mu Wan found their way up. Hesia lifted my sobbing, strengthless body up for Lu Sheng to catch. I collapsed into Lu Sheng's arms. My mouth was open, but no words would come out. I whimpered in pain, but the harder I tried, the less I could speak. I could only point outside. I looked at Mom and Dad pleading. Seeing this, Hesia reminded them from beside me. He wants to ask about his younger brother. The moment she said that, Lu Sheng and Mu Wan's expressions visibly darkened. After a long silence, Lu Sheng finally, with aching tenderness, held me tight, my eyes swollen red from crying. Xiao Chen, don't worry. Dad will avenge Xiao De. My crying stopped for a moment. The next second, I could not even cry anymore. My mouth hung open. Tears kept falling, but I could not make a single sound. They watched me suffer like that. They tried everything to comfort me, but nothing worked. Finally, I failed to catch my breath and passed out completely. Lu Chen, what's wrong? A familiar voice echoed again and again beside my ear. My unfocused gaze slowly settled on the anxious person in front of me. You cannot move. The instant I came back to myself, I stopped Hesia, who was about to sit up. Then I said nervously, the doctor said you have to stay on bed rest. All right. Seeing my gaze return to her, Hesia's heart eased a little, but she was still worried. Lu Chen, you were crying. Hesia's eyes were full of heartache. Her wound had woken her with pain. She had not expected to open her eyes and see me crying with an empty stare. The instant she saw it, Hesia's heart seemed to be clenched by an invisible force. It hurt her countless times more than the wounds on her body. Looking at the worry in Hesia's eyes, I finally realized my face was already wet. I wiped my tears away in a messy rush. I tried hard to lift the corners of my mouth, but it was useless. After a long moment, I gave up on the fake smile. I just remembered some bad things. I tried to make my voice sound normal, but it still came out broken and unclear. Realizing what state I was in, I pressed my lips together. I knew my explanation sounded terribly hollow. With Hesia's intelligence, she would never believe it. But the person before me only smiled gently. It's all right. No matter how many bad things there were, they have already passed. Now that you're looking at my face, how do you still have room to think about anything else? To be honest, the usual cold sharpness was gone from Hesia's eyes and brows. But that sickly fragility she had now only magnified every advantage of her features. She was so beautiful it made my head spin. It made me want to tease her a little. My gaze traced her eyes and brows. At last, the corner of my mouth lifted on its own. My expression relaxed too. True. Arcia is so beautiful it makes heaven jealous. I really should not ignore that face of yours. I meant every word. Hesia was clearly pleased by my serious expression. She insisted on talking with me a while longer. Only then did she fall asleep from exhaustion. This time, I did not sink back into that memory. Although back then, because I did not step out on my own, Lu suffered such a terrible death. Even knowing the outcome, if I had to choose again, I still might not rush out impulsively. There is a difference between those closest to you and everyone else. If those kidnappers had used me to threaten my parents, I could not have accepted that even more. Besides, beside me then, was Hesia, who had escaped with me only after losing her parents. If I had stepped out, I would have failed even more people, and even taken 10,000 steps back. What led Lu to that ending? Was his parents' greed for the shares in my parents' hands? It was the wrong choice he made. It was those kidnappers who would do anything for money. But it absolutely was not me, the victim. If, even today, I still could not let it go, then all these years would have been lived for nothing. After I figured that out, my gaze fell on Hesia, sleeping soundly. I could not help bending down to kiss the space between her brows. Sweet dreams. Sia. It was Hesia's 10th day in the hospital. Chu Li and Wenwan came to Jing City to visit Hesia. But the moment they came in, they caught a delicious, savory aroma. Chu Li looked at Hesia, who could already sit up and use a computer to handle company affairs, and clicked her tongue. You landed yourself in the hospital. I thought you were living a miserable life. But now you look all rosy. As Chu Li spoke, she grew envious again. Looks like Chen has been feeding you well. Originally, after learning something had happened to Hesia, the two of them had planned to come the next day. But Gangcheng needed someone to hold the fort. Chu Li was ordered to stay behind. Wenwan had come twice, but each time, she came and left in a hurry. She never stayed long. Hearing Chu Li say that, Hesia gave her a faint glance. If you cannot speak properly, go back to school for 2 more years. I had been caring for her every day lately. I had visibly lost more weight. Hesia was almost sick with heartache over it, and Chu Li still had the nerve to make snide remarks. Hesia's words woke her up instantly. Chu Li gave me an apologetic smile as I came out carrying the fish soup. Chen, I said the wrong thing. Punish me by making me drink all this fish soup you cooked. In your dreams. Hesia snapped at her. If she had not been unable to move too violently, Hesia would have kicked her already. Come serve yourself. I glanced at her. Chu Li had been staying in Gangcheng these days. She had to handle company matters and worry about Hesia's condition. She must have been exhausted too. It was only a bowl of fish soup. I was not reluctant to spare it. After glancing at Chu Li, who trotted over eagerly to beg for soup, I turned to Wenwan, who had already found herself a seat. Wenwan, I will get you a bowl too. No. Thank you. After saying that, Wenwan covered her mouth and coughed twice. Then she left again without saying much to Hesia. I blinked. I kept feeling Wenwan was strange. Every time, she seemed to come specially to visit Hesia. But once she arrived, she never stayed long. I could not figure out why she did that. But I did not meddle. After all, everything was fine with Zuo Ran. No one was disturbing him. With that thought, I instantly put all my attention back on Hesia. Is it good? Hesia nodded. Divine. After a pause, she added, these past few days of your cooking have spoiled my palate. So, when I recover, I will cook for you too. I cannot be the only one whose palate gets spoiled. You can cook? I raised my brows in surprise. Hesia nodded. She absolutely refused to admit that after discovering I loved Aunt Lee's cooking, she had deliberately learned from Aunt Lee every day. All right, but the doctor said after you are discharged, you cannot do heavy work for a month. So, when the time comes, I will help you toss the wok. Hesia raised a brow. Lu Chen, are you looking down on me a little? Does tossing a wok count as heavy work? Does it not? My gaze swept over the bandage at her waist. You need to use your waist for that, right? But, Arcia's tiny waist is getting harder to make out, huh? She had been on bed rest all these days, and I had been feeding her 3 proper meals a day. Hesia had not lost weight. She had even gained a little. Hesia fell silent. For once, she could not refute it. Slurp! A strange sound suddenly rang out, breaking the warm, lingering mood in the hospital room. Hesia looked speechlessly toward Chu Li, who had drained the fish soup in one gulp. Chu Li was still marveling at my cooking, when she suddenly sensed a dangerous stare. She licked the last bit of fish soup from her lips, and fearlessly met Hesia's gaze. Why are you looking at me? I still have a tiny waist, you know. Chu Li was proudest of her figure. Ift. I could not hold back my laugh. I took the empty bowl Hesia had finished. Get up and walk a little. You can. A little walking would only help Hesia. Once she stood steadily on the floor. Hesia glanced at Chu Li before leaving with me. Wash the bowl when you are done. Chu Li, forced to contribute after one bowl of fish soup, curled her lip. Fine, fine. Consider it what I owe you two as a couple. Hearing her muttering behind us, I had already helped Hesia to the door. When I turned back to look at her, with smiling eyes I said, when we get married, I will give you a seat at the main table. Hearing that, Chu Li's eyes lit up at once. Then I have no objections. She smiled and got up to collect the bowls and chopsticks. After all, she was no longer some grand Miss Chu. Washing a few bowls was nothing to her. After Chu Li gathered the dishes inside and carried them into the kitchen, Hesia, already at the door, still stood there without moving. I lifted my eyes in confusion. What is it? Hesia raised her hand and pulled down the hand I rested on her arm. She held it tightly in her palm, her burning gaze fixed on me. We will get married, won't we? What else would we do? I smiled at her. These days, I have seen every part of you. It would be hard to justify not marrying you. I deliberately drew out the ending of my words. My teasing gaze made Hesia's ears grow hotter and hotter. Ever since Hesia was injured, she had become a fragile porcelain doll in my eyes. As for handing her over to someone else to care for, I could not feel at ease at all. I was afraid the caregiver might accidentally hurt her, or fail to be careful enough. So, when it came to caring for Hesia, I handled everything myself, down to the smallest detail. That included wiping her body once a day. But the first time I suggested wiping down Hesia, who felt miserable because she could not bathe, the woman in front of me turned red as a boiled shrimp on the spot. I was shy too, but seeing Hesia even shyer than me made me stop feeling shy. I could even tease her a little about her figure. Even now, Hesia was still terribly embarrassed whenever it came up. But I took a deep breath. I said, it is not like I crave your body that much. Do you believe me? Hesia let out a soft laugh. Then she lifted her foot and walked forward at an unhurried pace. I followed Hesia's steps. Actually, I think your figure right now is really nice. President there is no need to feel insecure. Hesia held my hand. I am already this beautiful. It is fine if my figure has a tiny flaw now and then. After a pause, Hesia added, but they do not have much time left. A woman who never backs down. My eyes and face were full of delighted smiles. After walking with Hesia for more than 10 minutes, I ran around in front of Hesia. With my hands behind my back, I faced her and walked backward step by step. My eyes followed every change in Hesia's expression. I was afraid she might get tired or feel unwell without me noticing. This time, when we reached the end of the corridor, I finally realized that outside, at some point, a fine, dense rain had begun to fall. Wind blew in. The breeze, carrying raindrops, brushed across my face. I gave a soft sound of surprise. Then I immediately leaned my head out the window to feel it. That coolness somehow made me feel comfortable, seeing the look of enjoyment on my face. Hesia did not disturb me at first. Only when she saw water droplets clinging to my lashes did she reach out and gently pull me back. Careful, you will catch a chill. Knowing she was worried about me, I stopped chasing the cool air. I leaned against the wall and turned my head to look at Hesia, standing tall and straight. Only then did I realize her gaze had never left me at all. The two of us looked at each other like that. The scattered smiles in our eyes spread into a whole galaxy. I held Hesia's hand. We stood there quietly for a while. Only then did I finally decide to tell her the secret buried in my heart. I said slowly, Lu Dai's father was the eldest of their generation. Sister Sia's father was second. My dad was the third. Logically, Lu Dai's father, my eldest uncle, had the greatest chance of receiving the largest share of the family stock. After all, my grandfather doted on this eldest son. In that so-called game, he even pulled strings and introduced resources for him. But that couple truly had no ability. Even with my grandfather's help, with the same investment amount, the investment projects they chose still brought in the smallest returns. According to the rules of the game, they received the fewest shares. But my eldest uncle always believed his poor performance back then was entirely because Lu Di had been born. He thought Lu Di was a jinx. He even did it despite my grandfather, who insisted on honoring the result of the game. He sold off more than half of the few shares he had been given. It was my second uncle and my parents who spent a great deal of money to buy those shares back. Later, as the family developed better and better, they had almost no shares left, so to get a little more profit, they came to curry favor with my parents. They knew my parents cared about me most. So the year I learned to walk, they sent Lu Di over to be my playmate. Only during New Year each year would they briefly take Lu Di back. But every time New Year ended, Lu Di would come back sullen and withdrawn for a long time. I always thought he simply missed his mom and dad. So I specially asked my parents to send him back. That way he could stay with his parents a little longer. Later, when I missed him terribly, I asked my parents to take me to see him. But when we arrived at his home, he was crouched outside the door, covered in wounds. Whip marks overlapped across his body, and he was running a low fever. He looked pitiful beyond words. After that one time, I never dared mention sending him home again. I also realized that my eldest uncle and aunt did not like this son of theirs. What I am telling you now is the past between Lu Di and me that no one ever mentioned. As Hesia listened, her guesses from these past days were confirmed. A dense, aching pain spread through her heart again. Her Lu Chen had recovered his memories. Her heart aching, she gently rubbed my head. Feeling that this comfort was not enough, she pulled me into her arms. Again and again, she stroked the top of my head. Hesia did not speak. At this moment, when I brought this up, I only needed someone to listen. I only needed an embrace that made me feel safe. I rested my forehead on Hesia's shoulder. When Lu Di handed me over to the kidnappers, I could not understand it. Lu Dai's parents treated him so badly. Why would he still help them hurt me? I thought he was an out-and-out ungrateful wretch. Later, when he suffered so terribly, I sank into endless regret and self-blame. Day and night, that day replayed in my mind over and over. I only wished I could find some way to save him. But the more I wanted to save him, the more impossible it became. After breaking down again and again, my loss of speech grew worse and worse. Then the nightmares became endless. Eventually, they turned into pathological insomnia, anxiety, and depression. I was only 10 then. Every doctor I saw recommended psychological intervention. But at first, the treatment worked very poorly. My condition did not improve. Instead, I began having severe visual and auditory hallucinations, with no other choice. And my parents chose the hypnosis the doctor suggested. Hearing the word hypnosis, Hesia suddenly understood. So, that is why you forgot that memory. Not only that part. I withdrew from Hesia's embrace and leaned against the wall again. I explained everything connected to him. For example, the kidnapping. I only remembered that I had been kidnapped, but why I was kidnapped and how I was rescued. I could not remember any of it. But there was one thing I did not say. The main reason the doctor succeeded with hypnosis was young Hesia. It was what she kept repeating while covering my eyes. Do not look. Forget what you just saw. You cannot look. Those words were also the only thing that pulled me out of suffocating dreams countless times. Then your current condition. Are you all right? Hesia watched me with worry. Remembering all of this was like being traumatized all over again. At that moment, Hesia wished she could cut down Liu Chen, who had caused this 1,000 times over. I smiled at her. I am doing pretty well. Although I remembered it, I have already made peace with it. I turned and stood in front of Heist. Tilting my head, I smiled. I am grateful my parents taught me to tell right from wrong, and to always love myself. And I am grateful that my Ms. He once again became my fearless strength. Once again? Heist raised an eyebrow. She did not quite understand what I meant, but I only smiled and refused to tell her the answer. Seeing that it was about time, I took Heist's hand and led her back to the room. Just then, Chu Li came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. Shocked by her snail's pace, I asked, "It was only a few bowls. How did you take almost half an hour?" Chu Li rubbed her nose. "Well, the bowls are gone." I stared at her in astonishment. Chu Li immediately flashed a mouthful of white teeth and smiled with clever innocence. "But I already bought new ones to match them. They will arrive later." I gave her a thumbs up. "Chu Li, how very clever of you." Chu Li smiled honestly. "Thanks for the compliment." For a moment, I felt like I was bullying an honest person, and my conscience actually twinged. But only for a second. Chu Li was nowhere near as honest as she looked. She was dark-hearted underneath. Otherwise, Heist would not keep asking her to handle company matters. Another week passed. Pop, pop, pop. One party popper after another burst, as Heist's and my car reached the front gate. "Welcome home, our Xiao Ya." Mu Wan was the first to step forward and hug the stunned Heist. Lu Sheng patted her shoulder. "Why are you standing there? Hurry inside." Heist's eyes reddened. She lowered her gaze to me, beside her, and not surprised at all. Mist spread through her eyes. Now, this was her home too. "Come on, let's eat mom's cooking." I swung our linked hands and led her inside. Chu Li was still holding a party popper beside us, and Gu Xiao and the others immediately crowded around, smelling the food. Chu Li had already gone into the kitchen to curry favor. "Annie, I will help bring out the dishes." "All right, come on then." Mu Wan liked lively, outgoing kids like that, and Chu Li did not treat herself like an outsider at all. After carrying a dish out and seeing everyone still standing, she started directing them to sit down. Not to be outdone, Luo Jia ran into the kitchen. "Annie." "No. Mom, I will help too." As soon as he said that, Luo Jia did not wait for Mu Wan to answer. He took the dish from her hands and ran toward the dining table. Gu Xiao and Zuo Ran, already at the kitchen doorway, exchanged a look. Those two had raised the stakes so much they no longer knew what to call her. After a long pause, they said in unison, "Dad, Mom, we will help too." The group bustled in and out of the kitchen with great enthusiasm. Mom answered one person on her left, then another on her right, smiling until her eyes nearly disappeared. I, who could not squeeze into the kitchen at all, folded my arms and looked speechlessly at this group of people groveling shamelessly for a bit of food. Sometimes I truly regretted knowing them. "What about me?" Heist's arm naturally slipped around my waist. "Do you regret knowing me?" "Of course not." Knowing full well that the person beside me needed to be soothed the right way, I saw that no one was paying attention to us. So I quietly kissed Heist on the cheek. Then, like someone who had gotten away with a secret treat, I smiled all over my face. "I will always be grateful I met you." "For the rest of your life too?" Heist pressed. I nodded without hesitation. I would let her feel my unwavering love forever. "For the rest of my life too." Quietly studying my handsome face, Heist could no longer hold back. "Lu Chen, I want to call Uncle and Annie Dad and Mom too, but I am different from them. I want your permission first. So, will you give me an official place in your life?" As soon as she finished, as if by magic, Heist's palm held a wine-red silk box. I immediately guessed what she wanted to do. It felt as if something had seared my heart. Warmth spread through me, making my eyes burn too. With tears in my eyes, I watched her with a helpless, indulgent smile. Heist knelt on one knee. The beautiful diamond refracted dazzling light under the lamps. It was impossible to look away. But I did not answer her right away. Instead, I looked toward the group who had noticed what was happening, and frozen in place, not knowing how to react. Then I found Lu Sheng and Mu Wan with perfect precision, and asked loudly, "Dad, Mom. Sia says she wants to call you Dad and Mom too. What do you think?" "On such a good day," Lu Sheng muttered. But just as he was about to say something, his mouth was covered by the recklessly bold Chu Li. "Uncle." "No. Dad. Sister Sia has had such a hard life since she was little. How can you bear to watch her love someone and still not get him? Lu Sheng slapped away her outrageous hand. Only then did he narrow his eyes at the anxious Hesia. His gaze was full of scrutiny. Are you sure you are ready to become a wife? Hesia nodded to Lu Sheng with solemn seriousness. I am sure. All right, then. Lu Sheng's tense, stern expression softened into fatherly warmth. Then I have no objection. Annie. Hesia looked toward Mu Wan again, meeting her nervous gaze. Mu Wan laughed softly. She reminded her with affection. Silly girl. Call me Mom. Thank you, Dad and Mom. Hesia caught on at once. After receiving their nods, she immediately moved her gaze back to me before her. Only then did she realize that I, who had been standing lazily, had already bent down and was looking straight at her. Hesia. I called her name softly. My voice was bright with joy. Congratulations. Your proposal is a success. As soon as I said it, I held out my hand. I watched as Hesia slowly slid the ring onto my finger. The size fit perfectly. I pulled her up. Then I admired the ring on my hand with open appreciation. Good taste. Hesia tried very hard not to look smug, but hearing my praise in that moment, she still could not stop the corners of her mouth from lifting. But before we could get any more lovesick, Chu Li squeezed over with the dish in her hands. Make way, everyone. The world is big, but dinner is bigger. I shielded Hesia from the steamed fish in her hands. Be careful. My mom steamed this fish especially for Sia. Dad spent all last night fishing before he finally caught it. I know. Chu Li answered, then turned and went back into the kitchen. Every obedient little mom she called out made my teeth ache on her behalf. But I looked around this home filled with warmth and life, and smiled in deep contentment. Finding my chance, I squeezed into the kitchen too. Mom, I want to help too. Mom pointed to the freshly cooked crab beside her. Your favorite. Take it over. Thank you, my dear Mom. With that, I picked up the crab and left the kitchen. Seeing that, Hesia also prepared to show her eagerness. But the moment she lifted her foot, Mu Wan caught her. Xiaoya, you sit there nicely. Special circumstances. No need to prove yourself. Be good. Hesia had only been discharged today. She still needed to keep resting. If someone bumped her wound, everyone would worry themselves sick. Okay. Thank you, Mom. Hesia did not truly have to join the bustle. Feeling everyone's acceptance and love, she was already very happy. Once all the dishes were on the table, everyone raised the wine glasses in their hands. Of course, the goblet in Hesia's hand held Mu Wan's special juice blend. The wine glasses clinked together with a crisp ring. I looked at everyone watching me, all waiting for me to speak. I lifted the corners of my mouth and said loudly, May we always be happy. Yes, Chu Li shouted. May we always be happy. After saying that, she downed the half glass of wine first. Ha! The others laughed as her face instantly flushed from the alcohol. Then, in the next second, they all drank every drop from their glasses. After setting down her glass, Hesia wiped the wine stain from the corner of my mouth. Her deep gaze fixed on me. Word by word, she said, and may our Lu Chen receive everything his heart desires. After Hesia spent a month recovering, we went back to the hospital and confirmed everything was fine. I nearly jumped on the spot. After the doctor left, Hesia naturally pulled me into her arms. I told you worry made you lose perspective. There is nothing wrong with me. You do not get the final say. Only the doctor does. I raised my hand and kneaded Hesia's face. Now that it is confirmed, I can finally relax. Hesia let my hand make mischief on her face. She even worried my arm would ache from holding it up too long. So she obediently lowered her head. Only after my excitement eased did she ask gently, There is somewhere I want to take you. Do you want to go now? Now. I frowned in confusion. Hesia nodded. Now would be best. Then let's go. I took Hesia's hand. These hands I had admired for so long were now mine to hold and play with freely. Honestly, it felt amazing. The car drove out of the city center. At last, it stopped at the entrance to a forest park in the suburbs. I looked at her, a little puzzled. So, we came all this way to walk in a park. After a pause, although I did not understand Hesia's purpose, I still took the initiative to justify it for her. That works too. There are fewer people here. There must be more oxygen than carbon dioxide. Hesia really has good taste. She knew perfectly well I was forcing the compliment. But when Hesia saw my earnest expression, I still made her laugh with ease. Once I got out and stood steady, I saw Hesia open the back door and take a gift box from inside. My eyes lit up. For me. Not exactly. Hesia shook her head. Then she opened the box and took out a klein blue ribbon. Her thumb lightly touched my eyelid. It's for his eyes. Your eyes? My brain made one quick leap. Blindfold play? Sometimes Hesia truly feared I would dislike her for not keeping up with my thought process. She smiled helplessly. If you like that, I will play it with you later. But right now, we are playing something else. As soon as she finished, Hesia raised her hands and wrapped the ribbon over my eyes. I was very obedient too. I tilted my head slightly and let Hesia blindfold me. At first, Hesia only meant to prepare a surprise for me, but seeing me trust her without the slightest guard, tugged at her heartstrings again. After Hesia withdrew her hands, I even shook my head left and right, as if testing whether the ribbon over my eyes was tied securely. I had no idea how impossible I was to look away from in that moment. Hesia's throat moved. The darkness in her eyes grew deeper and deeper. Chen. Hearing the rasp in her voice, I lifted my gaze in confusion, but all before me was black. I could see nothing. The next second, Hesia's hand settled on the back of my neck. I might not want to wait until later. After a soft sigh, a fierce, burning kiss landed on my lips. At that moment, I could not see anything. This forced blindness was different from being able to see and choosing not to look. In the dark, every retreat I had was already in Hesia's hands. With my sight under her control, the sensation on my lips was magnified. Every faint, tingling brush as Hesia traced the curve of my lips, and every careful taste struck straight at my heart. This kind of experience left me frightened, yet helplessly sinking in, especially when my hearing was just as heightened. I could still hear Hesia occasionally let out a breath she could not control. That sound was like a fuse lighting the fire inside me. It shattered the reason I had been struggling to hold together. Beneath the ribbon, the corners of my eyes were already wet with bright tears from sheer pleasure. My hands searched for something to support my unsteady, nearly collapsing body. But the moment I reached out, the person in front of me, still devouring my breath, caught my hand. She slowly pressed it to her chest. Hesia was letting me feel her heart pounding out of control. But I was no different. At the same time, perhaps sensing my weakness, the hand locked around my neck eased a little. Just as I thought this kiss, which had nearly destroyed all my senses, was finally ending, Hesia's other burning hand landed on my lower back. Chen, lift your head. She coaxed me softly. Staring at my flushed lips, the madness in her eyes surged with possessiveness like a roaring tide. After waiting a moment, she saw I was still leaning weakly against her shoulder. Hesia laughed softly. Tired? My stamina really has been lacking these years. So, when I heard Hesia's question, I answered with righteous seriousness, I thought if I admitted it, Hesia would let me go. But the next moment, Hesia's hand settled under my jaw. It is all right. From now on, just leave everything to me. As soon as she finished, her palm applied a little pressure. My head was forced to tilt up. Before I could accuse this person before me of being far too greedy, Hesia swallowed every sound I made. The night breeze lifted the blue ribbon. It drifted and swayed. Just like me in that moment, I did not know how long passed. At last, the exhausted Hesia held me as I rested in her arms and recovered my strength. Her eyes were filled with lingering tenderness. Seeing me this exhausted, Hesia felt a trace of guilt. But if Hesia had the choice again, she would still do the same. She admitted she was addicted to holding me in her arms. From body to soul, everything about me was irresistible to her. Only when my breathing had fully steadied, did Hesia lightly touch my earlobe and ask gently, if you have rested a little, shall we keep walking? I ground my teeth. Next time, I'll do this for you too. I wanted Hesia to taste this feeling as well. Hesia did not think that sounded like punishment at all. She chuckled. All right. Anything for our young master Lu. My lips curved. I held my breath and let Hesia lead me forward by the hand, although I was anxious inside, and kept asking Hesia whether we had reached the destination. Hesia remained patient the whole time. Again and again, she repeated her answer for me. Luckily, along the path there was only one small step. That greatly eased my fear. A few minutes later, I sniffed lightly. In disbelief, I said, "It smells so good. It is not just one aroma, but every single one smells so good it is making me dizzy." Hesia watched the tip of my nose twitch. Then she raised her hand and untied the ribbon behind my eyes. The next second, the sight before me made my mouth water. Small carts loaded with regional specialties stretched along the blue stone-paved path until they disappeared from sight. Spicy, savory, numbing, and hot aromas rushed into my nose one after another. The smell made my appetite surge. Hesia looked at my frighteningly bright eyes and smiled. Go on. These are all the most authentic regional cooks. But just take a taste at each stall. Otherwise, I am afraid you will not finish. Nearly 100 stalls stood before me. I almost got choice paralysis. If I tried to taste them all, no number of stomachs would be enough. But I never make things hard for myself. I would eat as much as I could. Anything I missed, I could try another time. Very soon, I was like a busy little bee. I gathered a little nectar here, then quickly flew off to the next place. Whenever I found a flavor Hesia would like, I naturally brought the food to her lips. After she ate it, I rushed to the next spot. When I truly could not eat another bite, I finally rubbed my round belly and asked, "Why did you suddenly prepare so much good food?" Hesia held my hand and walked with me toward a forest path to digest. Your proposal gift. That ring was. When Hesia asked for an official place that day, the ring she gave me was already priceless. I thought that was the proposal gift. That was only the bare minimum. It does not count as a gift. Besides, do you not think my proposal was too sudden? Although Hesia had prepared the ring long ago, and had only been waiting for the right moment to give it to me, that warm day, with family and friends gathered, was the perfect moment for Hesia. But looking back, she still felt she had not prepared enough. So she prepared all of this. I shook my head. I do not like strangers getting involved in my private affairs. The place where you proposed was exactly what I wanted. Treasured family, ordinary, steady friends, and you, the woman I love deeply. I looked up at the person walking beside me. Otherwise, why would I be your fiancé now? As I finished speaking, I lifted the hand interlocked with Hesia's. On our touching middle fingers, the matching couple rings glinted with silver light. Deep dimples appeared at the corners of my mouth. You have to keep loving me forever and ever. Ms. He. Yes, sir. My Mr. Liu. The end.